Hello everyone. We hope you're doing well. We're doing great, and we truly appreciate your ongoing support. We'd like to briefly address some comments regarding our audiobook series. Rest assured, progress is ongoing. That said, your feedback is vital. If there's a novel you particularly enjoy and want to hear more of, please let us know in the comments. Each chapter requires a financial investment, so we can only continue series that receive strong audience interest. Although we retain core names and plot lines, we make significant editorial changes to enhance clarity, pacing, and immersion. These are not simple recitations. We work hard to deliver a polished, thoughtful listening experience. Without sufficient feedback or engagement, we may need to discontinue a series. So if you're enjoying something, don't stay silent. Your input truly matters. Note, our default audio speed is 3x. If that's too fast, let us know. We're happy to adjust it. Interested in early access to unreleased audiobooks? Visit our Patreon. You'll get to experience new content before it reaches YouTube. Just to clarify, I'm a fan like you. I've purchased these novels and adapted them with care, while respecting all rights and guidelines. For updates, follow us on Facebook and Twitter, X. YouTube update: recently, YouTube flagged some of our content for including mature themes, realistic violence, and darker story elements. As a result, we've decided to stop uploading anything that violates YouTube's guidelines. If you'd like access to the full, uncut versions including the more intense or mature content, you can find them on our Patreon page, where we upload everything first. Available now on Patreon: Shattered Innocence transmigrated into a novel as an extra. Transmigrating over 10,000 years late, I was forced to become a mighty presence. I, the celestial dragon, rule the heavens through the double gate, reigning supreme in countless worlds with peace taming, Tower of God sequence strength, cultivation when you take things to the extreme. Naruto is an Uchiha with cyst. WTF, the centuries-old ancestor in our family take concubine again. Plus 18, Ichi, reincarnated in Bleach as a wizard. Thanks for listening and happy listening. Jiraiya might have a higher score since Orochimaru became more gloomy. Should I pursue Tsunade? It's not like the demonic passport that twists people's minds. This guide seems more like an advice. Even if the advice comes from someone unusually skilled, it doesn't violate basic principles. Yoichi discreetly confirmed Tsunade's entry and saw several suggestions appear. The first step was to find her. Her reaction would determine the next steps. It feels like a real-time strategy game, and I'm the one being controlled. Yoichi considered his situation. Leaving the village wasn't convenient right now. The Chunin exams would likely lead to war or a Hokage election. He'd need to wait for a better time. Let's check others. This guide allowed Yoichi to test people's affection and distinguish allies from enemies. But there was a catch: he could only input names of the opposite sex unless he changed his own gender. Yujito affection at 53, not bad, not hostile. Uzumaki Kashina, affection at 62, decent, but slightly lower than Tsunade. Otsutsuki Kaguya, no value at all. Do I need to actually know her? Yoichi spent a while testing the names of all the women he knew. Mina and Mikoto had the highest scores, both at 100%. That was unsurprising. Next up were Umi and Kurenai, scoring 79 and 82, respectively. Yoichi had been a good teacher to his students. After playing around enough, Yoichi stowed the strategy guide. As long as one target remained unconquered, he could continue gauging affection. He realized the guide's true value, albeit limited to women. The second round of exams had already begun, but the candidates had 5 days before results were announced. The third round would happen 20 days later. The venue was ready, and the nobles and dignitaries from different nations could attend at any time. The Chunin exams were a headache for the security division but had benefits. They made Hidden Leaf Village flourish. With nobles and merchants flocking in, they would notice Uchiha business and possibly collaborate. Since I've fused wood style, I should find a place to train. Yoichi immediately pulled out a chakra paper and tested himself. Sure enough, in addition to lightning and fire, he now had earth and water attributes. As for wood-style techniques, Yoichi had far more than Orochimaru. He had copied all the forbidden techniques from the Scroll of Seals, including wood-style jutsu. Perhaps Rechi Cave is a good place to train and practice sage art. Yoichi decided to leave a small snake from Rechi Cave with Mina so that she could inform him if anything happened in Hidden Leaf Village. Ah, you're finally at Rechi Cave. What's with your constitution? It's like you're already in sage mode. Akikishimihime noticed the change in Yoichi as soon as she reverse summoned him to Rechi Cave. Last time he visited, he couldn't absorb natural energy. Now, he was constantly doing so without any change to his body, just like their kind. After long practice, her body had adapted to natural energy, and entering sage mode was easy. She hadn't expected Yoichi to be in this state. Her interest in this human grew. Yoichi checked Akikishimahime's affection score. Though a snake, she was still female, and thus a potential conquest. It had jumped from 52 to 65. Was she planning to eat him? Akikishimahime was licking her lips, her human form looking enticing. But Yoichi had seen her snake form. "I'm here to find the white snake sage and learn sage art. Then I plan to train in ninjutsu." Before he finished, Akikishimahime interrupted, "There's no need to seek the white snake sage for that. For centuries, we have trained challengers in sage art. Of course, we also claim their bodies if they fail." Clicking her tongue, she continued, "Your constitution is different, so you only need some practice to master sage mode. As for sage art, it depends on your talent." Yoichi glanced at her. "Then I'll rely on you. If you like eating humans, I could find some death row prisoners for you. I'm not interested in such people. Only those who fail sage art, with natural energy rampaging in them, have good flavor." Akikishimahime floated behind him, her pink tongue flicking near his ear. "You even have preferences. Teach me sage art already." If she weren't teaching him, he would have given her a good lesson. Once he mastered sage art, he'd train in wood style. The scroll of seals even contained a secret technique drew several thousand hands, though reaching the first Hokage's colossal size would be difficult. While Yoichi trained at Rechi Cave, things remained peaceful in Hidden Leaf Village. He often trained at home, and the security division didn't need him as much after perfecting the discipline guidelines. The second round of exams in the Forest of Death was already causing injuries and casualties. Even Hidden Leaf Village's geinin weren't spared. Participants included recommended geinin and those who graduated years ago hoping to become chunin. However, they overlooked the dangers, and many couldn't compete against geinin from higher-ranked teams. With the daimyo, nobles, and merchants yet to arrive, the security division was less pressured, mainly keeping an eye on the foreign ninja. After moving back in with Itachi, Mikoto felt fulfilled. She often watched him train after managing clan business in the morning. However, one thing was still missing, her second child, Sasuke. She was a little disappointed. Despite not using any protection, she hadn't conceived Yoichi-kun's child. With Sasuke, Mikoto felt her life would be complete. She considered asking a medical ninja, but the best one in the village was Mina, and she'd never give her a straight answer. Meanwhile, with nothing to do, Jiraiya finally decided to act on something he'd been thinking about for a long time. Orochimaru isn't home? Why come to the Forest of Death? Is he here for his 3 students in the Chunin exams? Jiraiya tracked Orochimaru to the Forest of Death, but suddenly lost sight of him. After searching, he found a snake hole beneath a giant tree. Orochimaru's probably inside. Just as he was about to enter, Orochimaru emerged, asking directly, "Jiraiya, are you following me?" "Yeah. You were walking too fast for me to catch up, and I need to ask you something." Jiraiya stood his ground, then leaned closer, smiling slyly. "Orochimaru, what were you doing in there? Something shady?" "This is my ninjutsu research base. There's nothing interesting inside, but since it's you, come in." Orochimaru turned and walked back inside. Since Jiraiya had followed him this far, refusing him would only make Jiraiya more determined. There was nothing truly shady within, even the experimental subjects were death row prisoners. Following Orochimaru, Jiraiya looked around. In a spacious room, his eyes narrowed. Several corpses were lying around. One was strapped to a table, while a young boy cleaned up. It was a human experiment. Jiraiya immediately recognized it. He never imagined Orochimaru would secretly do this. Many lives were probably lost here. Jiraiya clenched his fists, shouting at Orochimaru, "Orochimaru, what are you?" He was interrupted when Orochimaru handed him a booklet. "Orochimaru, what's this? Have you forgotten how to read?" Seeing the scornful look on Orochimaru's face, Jiraiya snatched the booklet and opened it. A list. Prison records. Kyoto prison death row inmates, Iwa Iakohei, Shimomura Koda, Nuro Saburo. Jiraiya was confused and glanced at the corpses in the room. 2 of the faces matched the names. He understood. "Orochimaru, are they all death row prisoners?" "Yes, death row prisoners from across the land of fire. They're going to die anyway, so they might as well contribute to my research. They're not cheap, and there have been fewer death row inmates lately." Orochimaru's casual tone stifled Jiraiya's righteous anger. He believed human experimentation shouldn't exist, but Orochimaru was only using purchased death row inmates. This left Jiraiya struggling to find a reason to condemn him. This isn't something Hidden Leaf Village ninja should be doing. Seeing Jiraiya choke out that statement, Orochimaru laughed. "Jiraiya, do you know how many lives the second Hokage's forbidden techniques cost? The scroll of seals contains mostly his techniques. The village finances didn't support buying death row inmates back then, so I suspect he used prisoners from enemy villages. Testing jutsu on ninja is much better than using civilians. Orochimaru admired the second Hokage, so he knew a lot about him. Jiraiya couldn't refute a word. Criticizing Orochimaru would mean criticizing the second Hokage. But what right did he have to do that? In accomplishments, contributions, and status, he couldn't compare. If he dared criticize the second Hokage, the first to reprimand him would be Hiruzen. Alright, Jiraiya. Let's get to the point. Why were you looking for me? Orochimaru asked. I have work to do. If you have something to say, spit it out. Okay. Jiraiya thought of the prophecy from Mount Myabaku and decided to let it go for now. He'd inform the Hokage later. Orochimaru, how many contractors does Rechi Cave have? Orochimaru looked puzzled. Why do you ask? Technically, just 2, me and Yoichi. Does Rechi Cave have a grudge against Mount Myabaku? No idea. It's been around for over 1,000 years. How would I know if they have a grudge? The snakes have bad tempers, so I don't ask. Orochimaru glanced at Jiraiya. The toads are more agreeable. Why don't you ask them? They won't tell me. Seeing Jiraiya's expression, Orochimaru knew he was lying. Snakes eat toads. If they have any grudges, think of it like the Sansukami. Snakes, toads, and slugs form the legendary triangle where each restrains the other, similar to an animal chess game. Jiraiya thought of Sansukami and felt the great toad sage's prophecy was accurate. However, he doubted the shadow was Orochimaru. Orochimaru, what do you think of Yoichi's relationship with Rechi Cave? Jiraiya, you're full of questions today, all about Rechi Cave. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes and asked cautiously, do you suspect something? I don't care about other contractors. If you know something, tell me. Ahaha, just curious. Nothing going on. Jiraiya scratched his head with a smile and was about to leave. He waved to Orochimaru, I'll head off now. I'll buy you a drink sometime. Chapter 150 Human Experimentation? Orochimaru has been doing that lately? Hiruzen's expression grew tense when he heard Jiraiya's report. He had suspected Orochimaru of becoming reclusive. Originally meant to stay and support the village, he hadn't expected Orochimaru to conduct human experiments to study ninjutsu. Yes, but old man, all of Orochimaru's experimental subjects were death row inmates from various prisons in the Land of Fire. He bought them. I've verified this. Seeing Sarutobi put down his pipe with a grim face, Jiraiya quickly explained. He didn't want any misunderstandings due to a lack of clarification. Death row inmates. Tell me the details. Sarutobi spoke to Jiraiya with irritation, almost ready to summon the Anbu. Jiraiya recounted his tracking of Orochimaru, from starting in the village to leaving the research base. He left out only the questions about Mount Myabaku and Rechi Cave. So that's how it is. Sarutobi relit his pipe and packed fresh tobacco. After a moment of silence, he said, if they're death row inmates, then let it go. But Anbu hadn't received any reports of Orochimaru bringing people in. Perhaps the security division arranged it for him. Jiraiya was astonished. Old man, you're not going to say anything about human experimentation? What would I say? If I criticize Orochimaru, then who will speak for the second Hokage? The first Hokage? Sarutobi answered angrily, if you'd seen my teacher researching forbidden techniques, you'd never think of such things. Orochimaru isn't wrong, he's only using death row inmates. Back when the second Hokage researched forbidden techniques, enemy ninja in Hidden Leaf Village's prison rarely survived a month. Each new batch was used up quickly, otherwise where would all those forbidden techniques have come from? While strong forbidden techniques could affect a ninja's psyche, studying them was just as risky. If Orochimaru invoked the second Hokage's name, Hiruzen couldn't say much as a teacher. Death row inmates are going to die anyway. Jiraiya, you've been a ninja for years. Don't be so startled by this. Sarutobi scolded Jiraiya. Of his 3 students, he liked Jiraiya's temperament the most, but sometimes he was too naive. During the Second Shinobi World War, for instance, Jiraiya stayed in enemy villages to care for orphans, infuriating Sarutobi. Many orphans in Hidden Leaf Village needed help, yet Jiraiya remained with the enemy. Over time, all 3 disciples developed similar bad habits. Fine, if you don't have a problem with it. At least I told you. By the way, Orochimaru said to keep an eye on our gain in the Chunin exams. They might surprise you. Jiraiya finished and left through the window, planning to get Orochimaru drunk and extract more information. Use the door. That idiot. Seeing Jiraiya leap out the window, Sarutobi tapped his pipe, annoyed, and then sat down again. But recalling Jiraiya's advice, he couldn't resist checking on the Chunin exams. He took out his crystal ball and used the telescope technique, revealing the forest of death. Asuma? They're fighting. Teammate for a scroll and lost? Sarutobi's face darkened. He had seen Asuma train hard and master 2 fire jutsu before the exams. Even Shinosuke had high hopes for their team. Yet, they were on the brink of elimination. With 2 days left in the second round, finding the remaining 2 scrolls wouldn't be easy. If they couldn't get them from mothers, they'd be disqualified. That one. Isn't that the Genin recommended by the root? Wood style? Sarutobi changed the view on the crystal ball and was shocked to see a root Genin using wood style jutsu to crush 3 hidden grass village ninja. No wonder Orochimaru had told him to watch the exams. A root member with wood style. Could Orochimaru have developed this? Sarutobi knew Danzō couldn't have. Not even the second Hokage could successfully cultivate wood style, so Danzō's foundation was far less capable. But Orochimaru was obsessed with researching ninjutsu and resembled the second Hokage in his experimentation. Seems like I'll need to talk to Orochimaru. Enrichi Cave wood style, wood dragon technique. Enormous chakra flowed from Yoichi's wood style clone, causing the ground to tremble. A massive wooden dragon erupted from below and swiftly coiled around a rocky hill. The dragon squeezed tighter until the hill shattered into pieces. Guraga, watching, revealed his fear. This wooden dragon was stronger than him, and this was just one of his master's clones. Not far away in a clearing, 4 more wood-style clones practiced ninjutsu. After 3 days of practicing with clones, Yoichi had mastered most wood-style jutsu. He had learned nearly all wood-style techniques from the Scroll of Seals, except for True Several Thousand Hands and Top Transformed Buddha. He even mastered Myojinman. Next time he encountered a Jinchuriki on the battlefield, Myojinman alone could defeat them. While perfect Jinchuriki could escape Sharingan Genjutsu, they couldn't handle wood style. If they fully transformed into tailed beasts, Yoichi could handle them with wood dragon and wood golem techniques. Wood style's chakra-absorbing properties were a strong counter. If not fully transformed, even a half-transformed Jinchuriki posed little threat to Yoichi, given his taijutsu expertise and Mengekyo Sharingan insight. On the first day, his main body had nearly mastered Sage Mode without Akikishimahime's help. His chakra was already close to Sage Chakra. This left Akikishimahime disappointed. Yoichi was the best meal she'd seen in centuries but wasn't meant for eating. For 3 days, he practiced Sage Art, White Rage Technique and Inorganic Reincarnation, both powerful Sage techniques. They were difficult to learn, and Akikishimahime wasn't a great teacher, having not taught anyone in centuries. In the end, Yoichi used the Sharingan to watch her and then mimic the techniques. After observing her use them dozens of times, he finally got the hang of it. Sage Art, White Rage Technique. Yoichi spewed a red chakra dragon holding a black orb. The dragon vanished into the orb and released a blinding light and intense sound. The sonic waves were unbearable without Sage Mode protection, and even with Sage Mode, Yoichi had to avert his eyes from the intense light. I told you to accept Enrichi Cave's modifications. Human Sage Mode isn't enough. Without snake eye corneas, White Rage will blind even you. Akikishimahime floated beside Yoichi. The perfect Sage Mode of the other 2 sacred grounds only created facial patterns. In Enrichi Cave, Sage Mode meant developing snake-like traits. Without snake eye corneas, White Rage is useless. Your choice. I'll think about it. Yoichi glanced at her, then asked, what kind of snake are you? I don't have a true form. This is my real form. Akikishimahime placed her hands on her hips and briefly displayed snake features before returning to her lily appearance. Aside from the white snake sage, we 3 have shed our snake bodies. In a few hundred years, even these features will disappear. What technique lets a snake turn into a human body? Don't be naive, kid. Enrichi Cave existed before ninjutsu. Akikishimahime put on a smug adult demeanor despite her lily face, which gave Yoichi mixed feelings. The 3 sacred grounds each inherited a unique ability. Ours is transformation, but we 3 lack the white snake sage's resolve. Turning into a human is enough, becoming a dragon would take centuries. She shook her head. This reminded Yoichi that there was extraordinary power before Kaguya Otsutsuki. Even the Sage of 6 Paths learned Sage Art from Mount Myabaku. He suddenly became interested in pre-Kaguya powers, though he doubted he could uncover them. Only the sages of the 3 sacred grounds would know, and they'd never reveal it. Akikishimahime was only 600 years old, not alive 1,000 years ago. So, have you made a decision? Without changing Sage Mode, White Rage isn't for you. Yoichi checked the strategy guide. Her affection score hadn't changed, still in the 60s. No malice, worth trying. Let's give it a shot. As he finished speaking, Akikishimahime leaped into his lap. He instinctively flinched, but quickly restrained himself. He was sitting, So even after she jumped into his lap, she had to bend down, emphasizing her youthful, delicate curves. She bared her snake fangs and bit into his neck. Yoichi felt her chakra merging with his. She said, "Enter Sage mode." He drew in Sage chakra and sensed changes. His skin lightened, a horn emerged on his head, and he gained greater control over Sage chakra. He could even shape it into various snake forms. See? If you'd hesitated, you'd have lost White Rage and all these benefits. This is Ruchikave's transformation ability? Yoichi shaped his Sage chakra, formed a seal, and used inorganic reincarnation. The hard ground softened like a swamp, and dozens of earthen snakes erupted like leaping carp before returning to the mud. When he finished, the snakes turned into stone statues with lifelike scales. Using inorganic reincarnation had never been this easy, and now he could restrain a tailed beast. Akikishimihime asked proudly, "Well? Very nice. I'll bring you some. I'm not interested in such people, but if you've got Sage mode, forget it. You won't starve." Yoichi interrupted her. He was just being polite and never planned to deliver on his promise. "You," Akikishimihime leaped angrily at Yoichi, trying to bite him. But with Sage mode, his sensory and Sage abilities were far stronger. He sensed her movement immediately. Using inorganic reincarnation, he manipulated the ground and bound her with stone chains. "You taught me Sage art, so I'll teach you this: don't trust humans." Sensing her struggle, Yoichi spanked her delicate backside several times as a lesson, leaving a visible ripple. He then ordered, "Guraga, release the reverse summoning technique." Guraga obliged, sending Yoichi back to Hidden Leaf Village. Once free, Akikishimihime saw Yoichi back in Hidden Leaf Village and yelled at Shinya, "You fool! How could you send him back? I follow my master's orders. Don't complain, or I'll eat you." Guraga ignored her and slithered back to his snake den. Chapter 151 Itachi, this is the clan head. We'll be living near his home from now on. Mikoto had come to visit with Itachi. She hadn't told him about her relationship with Yoichi yet, planning to reveal it when Itachi was a bit older. Though some in the clan may have guessed Mikoto and Yoichi's relationship, they wouldn't gossip openly, especially since one of them was the clan head and the other handled the clan's finances. Yoichi had relied on sheer strength to defeat Fugaku, who had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, ultimately leading him to defect. However, Itachi wasn't aware of this as no one had told him. "Clan head, I am Itachi." Yoichi nodded slightly and said to Itachi, "Train diligently. If you need anything, feel free to ask the clan." "Thank you, clan head." Itachi bowed in gratitude, then looked at his mother, uncertain about what to do next. Holding Itachi's hand, Mikoto smiled apologetically at Yoichi, feeling sorry she hadn't been able to spend time with Yoichi-kun in recent days. In a few days, the third round of the Chunin exams will begin. You can take Itachi to watch it. The Uchiha clan has front row seats. Yoichi continued, "Tomorrow, I will accompany Sakamo-senpai to meet the daimyo. We might discuss new business." "I understand. I've been talking with Nano, the head of the orphanage we funded last time. She seems interested in helping me, and she's quite capable. If she joins, it'll ease my burden significantly." Mikoto gently patted Itachi's hair and smiled. "Yakushi Nano?" "Yes, Yoichi-kun. Do you know her? She should be a ninja who left Root. Her espionage skills are strong, so it's not surprising you found her impressive." Yoichi stroked his chin. This woman's abilities had even prompted Danzō to threaten her, especially given her experience in high-difficulty espionage missions. Hearing Root, Mikoto frowned slightly and asked quickly, "Yoichi-kun, should I stay away from her? What about funding the orphanage?" "No need to worry. Just provide normal funding. She should have left Root and isn't inclined to work for Danzō anymore." Shaking his head, Yoichi said, "Pay her adequately. Business management shouldn't be difficult for her and will save you time. Besides, don't worry about betrayal. We're the Uchiha. Would Danzō provoke a powerful enemy? If angered, the Uchiha wouldn't react like other villages suffering intelligence breaches. They're in the heart of Hidden Leaf Village, and their retaliation would be open unless you join the Anbu." "I understand, Yoichi-kun. I'll reach out to her." Mikoto then discussed other matters with Yoichi while Itachi listened silently. His mother missing their agreed meeting had saddened him, but her recent company had helped him gradually forget about it. The only thing that puzzled Itachi was why he couldn't ask about his father. No one would tell him, and his father's previous words were strange. Mikoto's gaze was gentle while she spoke to Yoichi, seemingly brimming with warmth. She hadn't came to see Yoichi-kun for days. Having just moved into their new home nearby, Mikoto planned to sneak over quietly after Itachi fell asleep. After Mikoto left with Itachi, Yoichi left home to wander around. In the Hokage office, Danzō opened the door directly, but his heart sank when he saw Orochimaru inside. Besides Orochimaru, Hiruzen, Koharu, and Homura were present. Hiruzen watched Danzō expressionlessly. After he entered and shut the door, he asked, "Danzō, do you have anything to say?" "What about wood style?" "Hiruzen, there's nothing to say." Danzō replied calmly, "You'll see the wood style Kekkai Genkai in the third round of the Chunin exams, and nobles and ninjas from other villages will also know. It's far more impactful than a mere exam. The powers that settled the Warring States era, the Mangekyo Sharingan and wood style, have proven their prowess. The Uchiha had displayed Mangekyo Sharingan strength on the Hidden Clouds village battlefield, rivaling the perfect Jinchuriki. Wood style's appearance in this Chunin exam would intimidate the other villages. Danzō, experimenting on the first Hokage's remains violates the orders left by our teacher. This desecrates the remains of our predecessors, which is strictly forbidden in Hidden Leaf Village. Sarutobi-sensei, I had no idea. I thought it was your order. After all, Danzō-sama is your assistant. Hey, I suppose I was oblivious. Orochimaru's raspy voice chuckled. He could deny knowledge and claim Danzō was in charge. Hiruzen was at a loss for words before ignoring Orochimaru and turning to Danzō, saying, "Danzō, the wood-style ninja will be handed over to Anbu, and I'll arrange matters accordingly." "That won't work, Hiruzen." Danzō had considered this and sneered internally at Hiruzen's words. Shen was a root ninja tasked with covert operations. He has 2 curse marks. Even if transferred to Anbu, his ties to Root make integration difficult. Enraged, Hiruzen exclaimed, "Then remove the curse marks. If Root's assignments could be undone easily, wouldn't enemy villages extract intelligence from Root ninjas?" Danzō said righteously, "I can't do that. Root curse marks are irreversible." Hiruzen's expression darkened. He suspected this was deliberate, but he then turned to Orochimaru, asking, "Orochimaru, can you create more wood-style ninjas?" Danzō scoffed internally at Hiruzen's change in stance. He had called it desecration earlier, but now he wanted wood style in Anbu. "I can, but it'll be expensive, and the current root ninja with wood style didn't fully inherit the first Hokage's powers. I'm working on a new study." Orochimaru smiled and said, "If Sarutobi-sensei supports me, I can develop a stronger wood style. But if you're satisfied with the current state, I can replicate the experiment." "How much support do you need?" 200 million ryo, and the sealing scroll. "I'll handle the rest." Orochimaru's demand left Hiruzen silent. 200 million would be costly even if the village could afford it. After a moment, Hiruzen said, "I'll start with 30 million ryo. You continue your research, and I'll assign 2 Anbu ninjas to inherit the wood style. You can select a jutsu from the sealing scroll." He glanced at Koharu and Homura before continuing, "These 2 wood-style Anbu will be tasked with guarding the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki." Koharu and Homura nodded in agreement. Though Kushina could control some of the Nine-Tails chakra, having a wood-style ninja nearby would offer reassurance. Even though Orochimaru said this wood style wasn't the same as the first Hokage's, it should still suppress a tailed beast. Through his crystal ball, Hiruzen had seen the root ninja's wood style in action. "I understand. Have Anbu contact me directly." Orochimaru spoke calmly, inwardly thinking how stingy his teacher was. Danzō had put up 200 million, yet Sarutobi Hiruzen only offered 30 million ryo. He doubted Sarutobi would provide more later. The sealing scroll offer was meager too, while Jiraiya's student had already mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. After more discussion, Orochimaru found an excuse to leave. After exiting the Hokage building, Danzō quickly caught up. "Orochimaru, you used Root's funds to develop the wood style, and now you're helping Hiruzen." Danzō's face was grim. Hiruzen was getting his research for free. The worst part was that Orochimaru hadn't given him the wood style. Having it himself would be entirely different. "Give me the method for fusing Hashirama cells, and we'll call it even. Otherwise, I'm not so easy to deal with." "No chance, Danzō-sama. Before you arrived, Sarutobi-sensei warned me against sharing the fusion method with anyone. He is already wary of you." Orochimaru smiled. "I can conduct a fusion experiment for you, but you'll need to supply more Hashirama cells. This is the most I can offer without Sarutobi-sensei noticing." "Hiruzen." Danzō's face turned ashen. He knew his threats had little effect on Orochimaru, especially with Hiruzen's warning. "Fine. I'll send someone to you." With that, Danzō turned and left. Orochimaru chuckled, surprised that Danzō believed him. He then headed home. No wonder Sarutobi-sensei demanded 2 wood-style ninjas but gave almost nothing in return. "Greetings. I am Tsukumo Hatake, and this is the Uchiha clan head. We seek an audience with the daimyo." Tsukumo arrived at a secluded courtyard gate. The area housed various nobles and the daimyo, cordoned off for them by Hidden Leaf Village. It was previously home to the Senju clan, but as their numbers dwindled, Hidden Leaf Village repurposed the empty houses. Though secluded, the security was tight, with personal guards for the nobles, and a Hidden Leaf Village police force and Anbu patrolling. Please wait a moment. The daimyo's guard recognized the names and went to report. He soon returned, saying, Hatake-san, Uchiha clan head, please enter. After passing through the corridors guarded by the daimyo's men, they met the fire daimyo, a middle-aged man who smiled at Sakamo Hatake. Hatake-kun, long time no see. Daimyo-sama, you're still in good health as always. Sakamo replied without flinching, even though the daimyo looked far from healthy. Even Yoichi, who lacked medical expertise, could see the dark circles and drowsiness. The daimyo was clearly a loyal customer of their Uchiha pharmaceuticals. This is Yoichi, the Uchiha clan head. He asked me to introduce you. After sitting down, Yoichi said, Daimyo-sama, I am Yoichi. Our Uchiha pharmaceuticals manufacture that particular medicine. Oh, it's yours. The daimyo nearly coughed but quickly covered his face with a fan. Afterward, Yoichi used business as an excuse to discuss matters with the daimyo, and Sakamo left to wait outside. Once he was gone, Yoichi began talking to the daimyo about the next Hokage. His vision was a 4th Hokage for development and a 5th Hokage for expansion. The two talked for hours before Yoichi finally left the daimyo's room, calling Sakamo to leave. After exiting, Sakamo Hatake was curious why the conversation had taken so long but refrained from asking. At the intersection, they parted ways. Yoichi wanted to thank Sakamo for the introduction by inviting him to Hot Pot. Sakamo politely declined with an excuse before turning and leaving. As Sakamo left, Yoichi grinned and walked back toward the clan grounds. The meeting had gone well. The daimyo was a greedy man and already favored Sakamo for the 4th Hokage. With a solid first agreement, further talks went smoothly. When selecting the Hokage, the daimyo hadn't necessarily been frightened by Danzō's words. He might have been swayed by Danzō's militaristic style. Winning wars yet constantly compromising for peace agreements might have grown tiresome. So when Yoichi spoke his mind, the daimyo pondered before agreeing. He had seen enough peace-oriented Hokages and wanted change. Approaching the clan grounds, Yoichi suddenly saw the strategy guide prompt. Go to the strategy target, Tsunade, and ask why she's back immediately. Tsunade is back? Yoichi looked in confusion at the direction indicated. The strategy target only appeared if it was within a kilometer. The direction seemed to be near the Uchiha clan supermarket. Chapter 152 Tsunade-sama, did you get the money? Got it, let's go. Tsunade carried the money box out of the office building next to the Uchiha supermarket, followed closely by Shizune. They had both used the transformation jutsu and only revealed themselves to Mikoto when picking up the money. Shizune, don't leave such important things at home next time. 3 million in a year. Tsunade unfairly scolded, even though she had left it at home herself. Shizune muttered softly, I didn't know about this. It was Tsunade-sama who forgot. They had returned to the village because Tsunade remembered she hadn't collected her money from Yoichi for nearly 2 years. She had no gambling funds, and Shizune tightly controlled the purse strings. Tsunade tried to get money from the Uchiha pharmaceutical factory, however, the factory wouldn't just hand over money without proper documentation, even if she was one of the legendary Sannin. Only by showing the contract could she collect the funds. Since the contract was back home and Shizune wouldn't lend her own money, Tsunade reluctantly returned to Hidden Leaf Village to retrieve the contract. After collecting the money from Mikoto, she planned to leave the village. With 6 million ryo in hand, she'd be set for a while, perhaps even recover some of her losses if luck was on her side. Tsunade-sama? While they were walking out, Tsunade heard someone call her from behind and turned to see Yoichi. Her face instantly grew confused. Tsunade-sama? Where is Tsunade-sama? Using the transformation jutsu in front of the Uchiha clan head? Do the Senju underestimate the Sharingan that much? Yoichi habitually mocked her, but his strategy guide quickly suggested a remedy. Before Yoichi could change his tone, Tsunade undid the transformation jutsu with a puff and swung her fist in annoyance. Kid, I'm just here to get my money and will leave soon. Don't make a fuss. Use the excuse of long time no see and thanks to invite her for a meal, focusing on convincing the person beside her. Following the guide, Yoichi said, it's been a while, and I haven't thanked you for your battlefield care last time. How about a meal before you go, right, Shizune? Why are you asking Shizune? We're going outside. Tsunade was cut off as Shizune tugged at her sleeve. Tsunade-sama, if we leave now, we'll arrive at the next town by midnight. Let's eat before we go. Passing by earlier, Shizune had noticed several new eateries in the village. Convinced by Shizune, Tsunade felt a bit hungry and reluctantly said to Yoichi, "Fine, but I'm leaving after eating." Yoichi smiled at the guide's suggestion. "Don't worry, I'm not the third Hokage. I understand you." He pointed toward the dining district, signaling for them to follow. He thought to himself, in her 30s and still stubborn. Doesn't seem easy to win over. "You, what do you know?" Tsunade snorted but followed with Shizune. In the dining area, Yoichi introduced a few restaurants before asking what they wanted to eat. The two chose a sushi restaurant known for its premium ingredients. They served fish roe, high-grade seafood, and even magical mountain goat sushi. After they were seated, Yoichi ordered a window-side private room, sushi, various sashimi dishes, and a few bottles of sake when he noticed Tsunade's expectant expression. Tsunade smiled as she heard about the sake. To her, the essence of sushi was sake, which enhanced the flavor. When the sushi and sashimi were served, Tsunade poured herself a cup. Before drinking, she noticed Yoichi across from her and recalled their first meeting. The kid had grown into a village pillar. "Little Uchiha, care for a drink?" "Just a cup, but not too much." Yoichi complied, acting according to the guide. They toasted and drank. Tsunade then sampled the sushi and sashimi. Her eyes lit up. "When did we get such delicious sushi in the village? It's much better than that other place. This is magical mountain goat meat, lightly seared to retain its juices and flavor. It's the signature Uchiha meat. Many in the Land of Fire are eager to get some. Goat meat for sashimi." "Author, you're tripping." Yoichi pushed another dish of sashimi toward her. "The village still needs improvement. Even this food district and supermarket attracted large crowds. The Chunin exams have drawn the daimyo from 4 countries. We should organize more events like this. There's too little entertainment in the ninja world. The Chunin exams are like a gladiator cage, and the 3rd round is a spectacle for the nobles. If it were up to me, I'd establish ninja activities and hold game tournaments annually." Seeing Yoichi confidently discuss his village building strategies, Tsunade chuckled. "Kid, village building isn't as simple as you think." "No, village building is simple. The problem is no Hokage has tried. As the Uchiha clan head, I can bring benefits to the clan. If I were Hokage, I could change the whole village. The food district and supermarket are just the beginning." Tsunade couldn't deny the reality. Despite the approaching night, many villagers passed by, smiling as they left the supermarket. Earlier, she had seen a notice board from the police force with a reward and punishment system and a recruitment announcement. She'd been surprised, but now it was clear who had come up with the idea. "That brat who once called me names really has grown up." Tsunade chuckled, recalling when she first met him, but she'd long since forgiven that incident. "Even if you're right, becoming the 4th Hokage won't be easy." She poured herself another cup, her face slightly flushed. "If I stayed, I might have been convinced by what you said and supported you. Even if I don't become the 4th Hokage, it doesn't matter. Tsukumo-senpai shares my vision. If he becomes Hokage, he'll still support me." Yoichi paused, then smiled. "But if someone else becomes Hokage, they might target the Uchiha, so it's best if Tsukumo-senpai does." "I was only saying. I can't stay in the village. How can a hemophobic person be a ninja?" Tsunade paused, then remembered this kid knew her weakness and didn't hold back. "It's just a break. Come back when you're ready," Yoichi said. Tsunade didn't like this, slamming her cup onto the table. "Impossible to recover." "Don't say that. Going through 2 tragedies is painful." Yoichi continued, "You don't have hemophobia. You're just looking for someone to help you break this curse and believe again. If you can't find anyone, I'll be the pillar." Anger bubbled up in Tsunade, who had been avoiding the issue. Would she go through a 3rd time? "Kid, you don't understand." "Then bet on it." "What?" "You love gambling, Tsunade-sama. Bet on me one last time. If you win, your hemophobia will be cured. If you lose, no one can help you." "Tsunade, dare to bet?" "Bet that I'll become Hokage and change the ninja world." Tsunade saw Yoichi's confident and determined expression. She wanted to step forward, to free herself from hemophobia and see the dream of her loved ones fulfilled. But the deaths of Nawaki and Dan haunted her, making her fear 3rd. Tsunade couldn't decide. She wanted to back off, but the chair blocked her. "Then bet." "Tsunade-sama." Yoichi suddenly grasped her hand, sealing the wager. "If you lose, it'll just be another irrelevant death. But if you win, you'll overcome hemophobia." "Who's irrelevant?" "You annoying brat. Are you trying to become a permanent shackle around my neck?" Tsunade stood angrily and grabbed Yoichi by the collar, causing her jumbo melons to sway. If she lost another to such a foolish dream, she'd never sleep again. "Cancel the bet." "I won't, it's too late, and I won't lose. I will be Hokage." Yoichi gently removed her grip. Though angry, she hadn't used much force. When you receive my Hokage orders, return promptly, Tsunade. With that, Yoichi glanced at the guide before leaving the room. Tsunade stood there, dazed. She thought she saw herself losing the bit and the dreams of her two loved ones appearing on that Uchiha kid. After a while, she heard Shizune calling. Tsunade-sama, what happened? Did you argue? Tsunade sat down wearily, recalling what had just happened. If I had known this would happen, I would have left earlier. Yet she couldn't help but hope that Brat wouldn't lose her bet. She hoped to win, to prove Nawaki and Don's dreams weren't wrong. If she lost this time, she'd never recover. Tsunade-sama, are you alright? Tsunade turned and saw Shizune, then noticed the empty plates on the table and grew upset. It's your fault, Shizune. Now I've bet with that annoying brat. What? How is that my fault? Shizune pouted before suggesting, should I catch up and tell Yoichi-sama to cancel the bet? Don't add to my trouble. Tsunade sighed. She was about to have Shizune pack up and leave when the door was suddenly pushed open. In walked a tall ninja with spiky white hair. Tsunade, it's really you. I thought I heard wrong. Jiraiya was delighted to see Tsunade. When did you return? How long are you staying? Jiraiya, I'm not in the mood. I'm just passing through and leaving soon. Tsunade cut him off, sighing. She felt too chaotic to chat or drink with him. I'm leaving. Wait, Tsunade. Before Jiraiya could say more, Tsunade and Shizune grabbed their things and left. But how? Jiraiya turned, noticing 3 pairs of chopsticks and 2 cups on the table. Shizune was too young to drink. So who drank with Tsunade? Wasn't it right? But why did her favorability fluctuate so much? After leaving, Yoichi Uchiha checked the strategy guide. He felt like a robot. The favorability fluctuated from 86 at the highest to 74 at the lowest before settling at 82. Based on this score, it might be similar to her bond with the Sannin, but this wasn't about friendship. This guide is amazing. Just one step left. This last step didn't seem difficult for Yoichi. Once he fulfilled his promise, he would have conquered Tsunade. If Sakamo became the 4th Hokage, the 5th would be chosen within a few years. Just as Sakamo said, despite being suitable, he didn't really want to be Hokage. He'd accepted it to prevent Uchiha Hidden Leaf Village conflicts. If Yoichi exceeded expectations, Sakamo would step down even without fault. Chapter 153. The final round of the Chunin exams began soon, and the large arena was packed with spectators. 9 Geinin teams had advanced past the second stage, 3 from Hidden Leaf Village, 3 from Hidden Stones Village, 2 from Hidden Clouds Village, and 1 from Hidden Rain Village. These teams, representing the 3 major ninja villages, were a display of the ninja world's power balance. Only Hidden Rain Village had successfully advanced a team among the smaller villages, with the rest eliminated. The 27 Geinin were arranged into brackets, and a buy system was used. Yoichi had also come to watch. The arena was almost entirely full, and with ticket prices at 300 ryo each, the total revenue was well over 1 million ryo. This was just from ticket sales. If Hidden Leaf Village properly expanded its events, it could become the heart of the Land of Fire. However, this was difficult in wartime. A single spy causing disruptions could make things hard for Hidden Leaf Village, so Yoichi considered setting up outpost checkpoints to verify identities. This would require computers to be widely used, which would only happen after he gained sufficient influence in the Land of Fire. Each nation's daimyo had open betting pools. Yoichi placed bets on 3 potential champions, Kakashi, Kurenai, and Rumi. While Kazuto possessed the Sage Curse mark, he didn't have any trump cards. The 2 jutsu Yoichi taught him were designed to work with concealed weapons. Even if Kazuto could fully utilize his abilities, he was only at the level of an elite chunin. Winning against Kakashi, Kurenai, and Rumi seemed unlikely. Moreover, the Hidden Stones Village and Hidden Clouds Village teams likely had formidable Geinin intent on preventing Hidden Leaf Village from gaining all the glory. On the other side of the arena, Hueco and Conan had removed their forehead protectors and changed their clothes before coming to Hidden Leaf Village. After hearing about the 6-nation Chunin exams, the Akatsuki decided to investigate and, for Hueco, attempt negotiations with one of the great nations. Their first target was Hidden Leaf Village. Having fought 2 consecutive wars, if Hidden Leaf Village could accept their approach to resolve conflicts through negotiation, the Akatsuki's dream could come true. Nagato hadn't joined them, as he was still resistant to Hidden Leaf Village after his parents had been killed by its ninjas. Hueco and Conan knew this and didn't force him to come. After arriving in Hidden Leaf Village, Conan was struck by the bustling life of the village. If the Land of Rain could have such prosperity, and everyone could smile like this, they would be halfway to achieving their dream. Hueco, are we going to meet Jiraiya-sensei later? Conan asked in a low voice. With his help, they could easily meet the third Hokage and explain their vision for the Akatsuki. Yahiko thought for a moment before shaking his head. Let's meet with the third Hokage directly. If we go with Jiraiya-sensei, the Hokage might dismiss us as a child's plaything due to his influence. He wanted to be treated equally in negotiations, not condescended to because of Jiraiya. We'll visit Jiraiya-sensei afterward and share the progress we've made. Yahiko smiled, and Conan's face brightened. At just 13, they had developed the Akatsuki into a significant organization in Hidden Rain Village. The Akatsuki managed 4 peaceful towns, with over 80 core members and more than 500 affiliates. Most were civilians, with only about 1/10 being ninjas. However, their ideals gained more and more support, which was Yahiko's motivation to continue. He believed that one day, the Akatsuki's ideals would spread throughout the Land of Rain and the entire ninja world. Let's watch the matches first, Conan. See how we compare to these major villages' young ninjas. The third round's matches proceeded one after another. Yoichi's 3 students were spread apart in the first round, which was fortunate. However, in the second round, when the group of 14 was reduced to 7, Kurenai was matched against Kazuto, while Rumi was up against Obito. The remaining Genin all had Chunin level skills. Even if some had been led to the third stage by their teams, they would likely be eliminated in the first match. For instance, Rin faced a Kunoichi from Hidden Clouds Village who was even younger than her but efficiently eliminated a medical ninja without giving her a chance to throw her shuriken. When Rumi and Obito took the stage, the audience became intrigued and eagerly began discussing. The Uchiha and Hyuga clans, with 2 of the 3 great Dujutsu, always drew attention, and civilians living in Hidden Leaf Village were curious to see how the Byakugan and Sharingan compared. Families with children in the Ninja Academy might have classmates from both clans. Clan head, will Obito Senpai win? Itachi suddenly asked, looking up. He sat next to Mikoto, who was sitting beside Yoichi. If he keeps his distance and uses shuriken and fire style, he has a chance. But if he keeps snacking, Rumi will win for sure. Yoichi didn't have high hopes for Obito. Even without using her Sage Curse mark, Rumi was likely to win. The match began. Obito knew better than to engage a Hyuga up close, so he tossed shuriken to create distance. But his shuriken were deflected by Rumi, who continued closing in. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. Obito tried to use ninjutsu to create an opportunity, but a candy stuck in his throat after finishing the hand signs. He couldn't even run away, let alone complete the signs. Rumi closed the distance and struck Obito's chest, sending him flying several meters and dislodging the candy. Just as he tried to get up, a kunai was pointed at his throat. The Uchiha and Kakashi's team members in the audience couldn't help but facepalm after seeing Obito's performance. Mikoto also reminded Itachi, after becoming a ninja, never eat candy on missions. The remaining matches ended quickly. Kakashi came out on top in the individual competition, and his odds had been low from the start. His reputation as the son of the White Fang had steadily lowered his betting odds. Kurenai took second place. She was countered by Rumi but didn't face her. Rumi and an Hidden Stones Village explosion released ninja both sustained serious injuries and shared 4th place. 3rd place went to Sammy of Hidden Clouds Village, who won by default. Only the top 5 became Chunin. The others couldn't qualify despite reaching the 3rd stage due to their lack of skill. Danzō's prized wood style user came in 6th. While the appearance of wood style stunned knowledgeable spectators, the lack of a 1st place finish undermined the impact of its revival. After more than a month, the Chunin exams finally concluded. While Yoichi found it boring, others enjoyed it. The later matches featured Genin who were as strong as Chunin or even higher. Kakashi, with his White Fang swordsmanship, particularly impressed Hidden Stones Village as Kitsuchi, who worried about this young ninja becoming the next White Fang. After the Chunin exams, the first to leave were the daimyos and nobles, who had personal guards and were escorted by Hidden Leaf Village ninjas to a safe distance outside the village. Seeing the exams conclude, Yahiko rose and told Conan, "Let's meet with the 3rd Hokage this afternoon." "I understand, Yahiko." After the exams, Yoichi spent some time in the police force office. He called in 4 squad leaders, including Masato, to recruit more non-Uchiha ninjas. The police force could expand its authority by setting its own rules, but it needed enough manpower to enforce them. Yoichi also discussed some business deals with the daimyo's office, requiring clan members to help maintain things. Some officers would be reassigned from the police force. Meanwhile, Yahiko and Conan had changed into different clothes and put on their Hidden Rain Village forehead protectors. As outsiders, they had to leave Hidden Leaf Village within a day, so they couldn't waste time. "Excuse me, I'd like to speak with the 3rd Hokage. I'm Yahiko, leader of the Akatsuki from the Land of Rain." Could you help pass on the message? The guard frowned at Yahiko's words and shook his head. No, you need to leave Hidden Leaf Village soon. If you want to meet the Hokage, have the Rain Village send an official. He hadn't heard of the Akatsuki, only the Rain Village. He was prepared to call the Anbu if Yahiko and Conan had tried to force their way in. Yahiko bowed and insisted, please pass on our message. We have ideas for peace that we want to share with the Hokage. Leave now, or I'll call the police force. The guard ninja threatened, putting his hand in his weapon pouch. Conan grew angry and stepped forward, about to speak. We're from Conan, forget it. Yahiko stopped her, not wanting to rely on Jiraiya's reputation and hoping his ideals would be accepted on their own merits. Let's go. With that, Yahiko and Conan turned to leave. After they left, the guard removed his hand from his pouch and headed inside to report the incident. Word quickly reached the Anbu and route that two ninjas with Rain Village forehead protectors had asked to meet the third Hokage to discuss peace. The Anbu didn't react much, merely checking the information on the Akatsuki and assessing the risk before summarizing and putting the report on the Hokage's desk. But once the root ninja passed the information to Danzō, he furrowed his brow. The Akatsuki. Is this the same group Hanzo mentioned? Where are they? They're leaving Hidden Leaf Village now, just two of them. Send Shin to handle it. Make sure to take their heads. Danzō ordered coldly. Failing to get first place had been embarrassing enough. It seemed entrusting the wood style to a subordinate didn't compare to wielding it personally. Understood, Danzō-sama. The root ninja left to find Shin. After receiving the order, Shin took a ration pill to restore his chakra and left Hidden Leaf Village. Yahiko, I can't believe Hidden Leaf Village was so arrogant that they wouldn't even meet us. Conan couldn't hold back her complaints on their way back. Even a brief attempt to relay their message would have been better than outright rejection. We aren't strong enough yet, Conan. If we represented the entire Land of Rain, they wouldn't treat us so lightly. Yahiko recalled what the Hidden Leaf Village guard had said and made up his mind. When we return, we'll continue developing the Akatsuki and gain the support of the entire Land of Rain, including Hanzo. Before he could finish speaking, Yahiko's face changed. He and Conan quickly jumped aside. A barrage of shuriken shot out of the woods, barely grazing Yahiko and Conan's legs. If they had hesitated, the shuriken would have hit their mark. Who's there? Yahiko shouted angrily. We're near Hidden Leaf Village, and, wood style, great forest technique. Dozens of thick wooden branches shot out from the forest toward Yahiko and Conan. They were shocked, then quickly made hand signs to counter. Water style, water wave. Paper shuriken, explosive tag. Though Yahiko's water style couldn't fully stop the incoming wood, it slowed its advance, giving them time. Conan's paper shuriken turned into explosive tags after striking the branches, blowing them up and letting them evade the great forest technique. A wood-style user. You were in the Chunin exams. Before Yahiko could finish speaking, their attacker leaped out of the woods, the same ninja they'd seen in the individual round. Why is a Hidden Leaf Village ninja trying to kill us? Yahiko couldn't understand. Was it because of their earlier attempt? But they hadn't done anything improper. Shin remained silent, instead preparing to complete his task. Wood style, wait a minute. But just as he formed his hand signs, someone appeared between them, interrupting the battle. Chapter 154. You must be a Hidden Leaf Village ninja. What's going on with these two rain ninjas? Why are you intercepting them here? Shizue asked sharply. He had just completed a mission and returned to the village when he encountered this scene. He noticed that the two rain ninjas had been warning the attacker in Hidden Leaf Village's name and seemed unaware of why they were being intercepted. And this person was using the wood style? He'd only been out of the village for a month, and now there was a wood style user? I am Shizue Uchiha, just back from a mission. Is this on the orders of the Hokage? Shortly after Shizue spoke, 3 of his comrades arrived and surrounded Yahiko. Seeing this, Yahiko called out, I am Yahiko, leader of the Akatsuki from the Land of Rain. We came to see the third Hokage but left after failing to meet him. This Hidden Leaf Village ninja who participated in the Chunin exams then tried to kill us. Is this on Hidden Leaf Village's orders? Shizue frowned and looked at Shin from the Root Division, waiting for him to speak. But Shin, selected meticulously by Danzō, had only ever completed missions since childhood and wasn't skilled at conversation. Shizue asked again, is this on the Hokage's orders? If these rain ninjas pose a threat to Hidden Leaf Village, I'll help, but your silence is suspicious. Suddenly, another ninja appeared. He wore a mask, but it wasn't an animal mask like those of the Anbu. He immediately addressed Shizue, step aside. These two threaten Hidden Leaf Village, and Danzō-sama ordered their elimination. Danzō. Shizue was taken aback. He remembered an elder once telling him privately that interfering with Rude or Danzō would earn a quiet reward. Stepping on Danzō's toes or striking him could even get you a squad leader position in the police force. Who's Danzō? We've never even met him, let alone provoked him. Conan angrily defended herself. Hueco and I are students of Jiraiya-sensei, and that's why we came to Hidden Leaf Village. Students of Jiraiya-sama? Shizue scrutinized Hueco and Conan, sensing they weren't lying. His other 3 teammates whispered to him. Shizue, what should we do now? Both sides should come with me to meet the Hokage. If you haven't harmed Hidden Leaf Village, he won't do anything to you. Shizue suggested to Hueco, Conan, and the Root Ninja. He couldn't make the final decision, but the Hokage could. Come back with me, and don't think about running. He told one of his teammates to call the police force while keeping his Sharingan on both sides. Shizue Uchiha, this is a Root matter. Even Root must follow the Hokage's orders. Unmoved, Shizue's Sharingan locked onto the Root member beside Shin, causing him to see only the blood-red pupils and rotating Tomoe before slipping into a trance. The Genjutsu didn't harm the Root ninja but left him drenched in sweat as a warning. Shizue sensed they intended to fight, so he asserted his power. Are you going to fight? I advise against it. Shizue turned to Hueco and Conan. He'd assessed their strength and judged them to be not particularly strong. This was Hidden Leaf Village, and his comrade had already gone for backup. Hueco. Conan tugged at Hueco's sleeve, regretting not listening to that bandaged man and arrogantly coming to Hidden Leaf Village. Just as he had warned, they couldn't meet the 3rd Hokage and had landed in trouble. Alright, I'll come with you to see the Hokage. Hueco reassured Conan with a look. He hadn't wronged Hidden Leaf Village and was Jiraiya's student, so why had Hidden Leaf Village's ninjas tried to kill him on sight? They'd revealed their connection to Jiraiya, and not going to the Hokage would suggest they had something to hide. With Hueco and Conan agreeing, Shizue turned his gaze to the 2 Root ninjas, but the other Root member snapped, Shizue, you have no right to meddle in Root's affairs. Shin, let's go. But before they could escape, 3 police force ninjas and Shizue's teammate arrived. Shizue, what's happening? Uchiha Taizo asked, seeing the scene. They'd just finished escorting the daimyos and nobles when Shizue's teammate called them over. Taizo-senpai, here's what happened. Shizue summarized the situation, and Taizo turned coldly to the Root members. Come with us, or we'll knock you down and drag you before the Hokage. The police force. Enough talk. Move, or prepare to fight. Taizo signaled, and his 2 clansmen drew shuriken, glaring coldly at the Root members. Surrounded by 2 Uchihas wielding shuriken, escape was nearly impossible without defensive jutsu. The Root ninjas tried to flee, betting the Uchiha wouldn't dare harm them, but they were wrong. Both were kicked down from behind and subdued by Genjutsu. Against the Anbu, the police force might hold back, but the Root was practically seen as criminals in training. Arresting them could earn a reward from the clan head. The police force brought the Root members, Hueco, and Conan back to Hidden Leaf Village and directly to the Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken aback by the large group before Shizue explained what had happened. Learning about Hueco and Conan's identities made his face darken. Danzō was always causing trouble. He sent for Jiraiya, who quickly arrived. Hueco, Conan? What brings you to Hidden Leaf Village? Jiraiya beamed at seeing his students again after 3 years of teaching them. Hueco, did you come to visit me? What's happened? Jiraiya noticed the tension between the Root and police force. Jiraiya, it seems there was a misunderstanding during a Root mission. I'll have the Anbu investigate and talk to Danzō. Sarutobi explained, prompting Jiraiya to angrily grab the 2 Root ninjas. Standing at 1.9 meters and quite muscular, he lifted them effortlessly. You 2, why did you attack my students? What did they do? Jiraiya, calm down. Take your students to rest. I'll handle this. Sarutobi gently stopped Jiraiya before turning to Shizue and Taizo. Shizue, Taizo, thank you for your efforts. We'll take our leave. With a nod, Shizue and Taizo left the office, but not before Jiraiya thanked them. Jiraiya then addressed Sarutobi, old man, I'll take my students away, but you better get to the bottom of this. I won't let him off otherwise. As a Sannin, he couldn't tolerate his students being attacked for no reason. At the very least, he deserved to know why. Understood. I'll notify you afterward and make sure your students aren't wronged. With outsiders present, Sarutobi appeased Jiraiya. 3rd Hokage-sama, I came to discuss the Akatsuki's vision for peace. I hope you'll hear me out. Sarutobi hesitated before nodding with a smile, go ahead, Hueco-kun. Alright. Hueco was overjoyed. He had nearly given up hope, but now he had to share his ideals. He explained how the Akatsuki aimed to resolve conflicts between ninja villages and countries through peaceful negotiations at the table. After listening, Sarutobi smiled kindly. What a noble goal, Yahiko-kun. I see a rare vitality in you. Let me handle this situation first. Stay with Jiraiya, and I'll give you a proper response later. Yahiko nodded and said, thank you, third Hokage-sama. I'll leave with Jiraiya-sensei now. Once they left, Sarutobi let the root members go and immediately summoned Danzō. What fool students has that idiot Jiraiya picked up this time? That naive talk had nearly put him to sleep. Why had Danzō's ninjas tried to kill this innocent rain ninja? Yujito. Outside a sushi restaurant, Samui spotted her friend and classmate and quickly followed her. Before the third round of the exams, she'd been warned for loitering near the Uchiha clan grounds and feared she'd miss seeing Yujito. But there she was before leaving, so Samui hurried to catch up. Samui? You're here. For the Chunin exams, right? Yujito recognized her old academy friend and remembered the exams. She'd stayed around the Uchiha grounds throughout the exams, only emerging to buy supplies. Yujito, have you really betrayed the village and become a Hidden Leaf Village ninja? Samui felt a pang of sorrow seeing Yujito's Hidden Leaf Village forehead protector. She spoke softly, the village is still trying to bring you back. How could you betray us? The village would let me die because of the Two Tails. They abandoned me first. Yujito said softly. She'd already settled into Hidden Leaf Village and didn't want to argue with Samui about it. Congratulations on becoming a Chunin, Samui. I'm heading back. Wait, Yujito. Samui grabbed Yujito and pulled her into an alley. We've found a way to bring you back, even if it means my sacrifice. You're not being watched right now, so come with me. Impossible, Samui. Yujito, the Cloud Village is your home. Yujito is being smart, but it's a shame you don't understand. A voice interrupted Yujito, and Samui turned to see someone behind her. She had no thoughts of resistance. Yoichi grinned. I warned Dodai, but it seems he didn't listen. You'll live out your days in Hidden Leaf Village prison. Without a word, Samui reached for her kunai to fight back. Strong-willed but foolish. Yoichi said, gripping Samui's throat and sending a mild electric current through his hand. The lightning style paralyzed her. Well done not listening to them. Go on back. But. Yujito hesitated, glancing at Samui before bowing her head. She failed, and I never planned to return to the Cloud Village. Samui took care of me. Can you let her go just this once? She held up a finger, saying, just this once. After a moment's thought, Yoichi said, you've done well, and a Chunin deserves this. He paused. But you'll need to agree to one condition. Yujito paled, recalling the late-night noises she'd heard. She asked, what condition? What kind of face is that? I just want Two Tails chakra. Yoichi was annoyed by her expression. Then with a smirk he said, use your foot in white socks and step on me. Yujito froze, her face turning crimson. You perverted jerk. Chapter 155 I'm back, Yoichi-sama. Mina returned from the Hidden Leaf Village Hospital and saw Yujito walking into the house. She was still wearing knee-high white socks, her small feet moving quickly across the floor with a soft tapping sound. Mina couldn't help but ask curiously, what's up with her? Maybe she's tired, Yoichi replied with a serious expression. He swore it was just a joke earlier, but he hadn't expected Yujito to take it seriously. After coming back, she had found a pair of white knee-high socks and emerged from the house with her golden hair tied in a single ponytail, her face conflicted and full of dislike. Ultimately, Yoichi had to lie down on the sofa and receive a back massage, I swear. The soft, white-socked feet were perfect for massaging, helping to ease muscle tension. In the end, Samui returned, but before she was released, Yoichi used the Sharingan to learn how they had planned to bring Yujito back to Hidden Cloud's village. The Cloud Ninjas intended to use the Six Paths tools to lure Yujito into the Red Gourd and then send it back to the Cloud Village using the Heavenly Transfer technique. After hearing this, Yoichi was glad Yujito hadn't agreed. Her reluctance to return to Hidden Cloud's village could have allowed the Cloud to succeed with this method. The method for the Heavenly Transfer technique was also known to Yoichi, and he planned to train some Uchiha clan members to use it. Combined with the amber purifying pot, it could enable instant deliveries. Even a small mountain's worth of goods could be transported in seconds. Many of the Cloud's secret techniques could be taught within the Uchiha clan, but lightning-style ninjutsu would be difficult due to the few clan members with lightning attributes. Mina, how is the cultivation of Hashirama cells progressing? We've started, but both my cells and Mikoto's fuse slowly with Hashirama cells. They're not like Yoichi-sama's. Mina leaned against Yoichi. Ever since Mikoto moved out to accompany her son, she had monopolized more and more of Yoichi-sama's time. Waking up in his embrace made her incredibly happy. At the current rate, it might take another month. I can use shadow clones to monitor things. No need to rush. First, Ensure your own fusion with Hashirama cells. If war breaks out, you'll have to be on the battlefield. The Chunin exams hadn't fully eliminated the threat of war. While Hidden Stones Village had disrupted Sarutobi Hiruzen's plans, they hadn't completely succeeded. Despite 9 Hidden Stones Village Geinin advancing to the 3rd stage, the top 2 positions still went to Hidden Lee Village Geinin. Of Yoichi's 3 students, 2 became Chunin. Kazuto had the skills, but he was unlucky and faced a teammate. Romi was severely injured and hospitalized, so teammate hadn't celebrated yet. They'd wait until she recovered. Teammate would likely be disbanded. With Yoichi being both the Uchiha clan head and police force captain, and with Kurenai and Romi as Chunin, the 4 couldn't form a squad anymore. Yoichi planned to negotiate to keep them as a Chunin squad for missions. Their team was perfectly balanced: Ganjutsu, Taijutsu, and Ninjutsu. Kazuto, with his Sage Curse mark, could enhance any jutsu several-fold, even performing D-rank fire style at special Jonin levels. Danzō, why did you send someone to kill Jiraiya's students, especially near Hidden Lee Village? Hiruzen scolded. Now they've been caught, and Jiraiya knows. If you don't provide a proper explanation, your root ninjas will be ambushed outside the village. Jiraiya could easily do that. He wouldn't kill them, just knock them out and leave them. What could Danzō do? Retaliate similarly. It was a request from Hanzo of Hidden Rain Village. The Akatsuki posed a threat to him, and you approved the alliance with Hidden Rain Village. Danzō frowned, not realizing Jiraiya's students were Akatsuki leaders. He had known Jiraiya had taught students in the Land of Rain but hadn't known they led the Akatsuki. Since these 3 have a connection to you, Root won't intervene anymore. It was Hanzo's request, which you approved. Danzō dismissed himself from responsibility, frustrated that his men had been caught for fulfilling their duties. Danzō. Hiruzen's face twitched, but Danzō showed no intention of staying and left the Hokage's office. Sarutobi called in the Anbu, who brought the Akatsuki intel. The Root had collected some after forming the Hidden Rain Village Alliance and had shared it with the Anbu. The Akatsuki created peaceful towns and opposes war, advocating peaceful negotiations. They have around 60 ninjas and over 500 outer members, earning significant recognition. No wonder Hanzo felt threatened. Sarutobi reflected on Yahiko's achievements. At such a young age, he had grown an organization to this scale. If given 10 more years, when the 3 leaders reached their peak, what could the Akatsuki become? Jiraiya's 3 disciples have potential, but Hanzo is too important to Hidden Lee Village now. Sarutobi felt torn. Hidden Rain Village's alliance with Hidden Lee Village was crucial to holding back Hidden Sand Village. Although missions in the Land of Rivers were ceded to Hidden Rain Village, their presence kept Hidden Sand Village focused on them. If the alliance broke down and Hanzo withdrew, Hidden Lee Village would have to face Hidden Sand Village directly. Hidden Lee Village lacked the manpower to fight on multiple fronts, and tensions with the Cloud were also high. After some thought, Sarutobi had the Anbu call in Jiraiya, who came alone. "Old man, have you figured out why the Root attacked my students?" Jiraiya asked loudly after entering. Seeing his intent, Sarutobi replied curtly, "Danzō didn't know the Akatsuki leaders were your disciples, and it's fortunate this information didn't leak. Otherwise, Hanzo would come after us." He handed the Akatsuki intel to Jiraiya. "So many people. My students did well." Jiraiya laughed, but Sarutobi knocked his pipe against the table and said sternly, "The Root attacked your students because of the conditions in the Kikyo Castle Alliance. Hanzo saw the Akatsuki as a threat and wanted them gone. Hanzo's request. That old geezer." Jiraiya clicked his tongue, realizing the complexity. "What now, old man? We can't turn against Hanzo, or Hidden Sand Village may act again." After a pause, Sarutobi continued, "Let them pretend to be hunted by Hidden Lee Village once. You're causing the trouble, so handle it yourself." "What? You want a teacher to hunt his students? You're something else, old man." Jiraiya waved his hands in refusal. "Would you hunt your own students?" "I said pretend. Just make it look like they're mortally wounded but escape." Sarutobi banged the table, saying, "Hidden Lee Village can secretly aid the Akatsuki with funding, medical, or living supplies, but the alliance with Hanzo must hold. Otherwise, the Kikyo Castle battle will repeat. Even pretending feels wrong." "Fine, I'll explain to Yahiko. They should understand their teacher." Jiraiya scratched his head and left the office but popped his head back in before leaving. "Old man, how much are you giving Yahiko?" "Get out. You're a Hidden Lee Village ninja." "Danzō-sama, I didn't expect you to personally transplant Hashirama cells. Quite surprising." Orochimaru's golden slit pupils flashed as he watched Danzō arrive at his base with a team. "There's nothing surprising about it. The first Hokage's power will be greater with me. But I need to record the procedure, alright?" Danzō asked as he lay down on the operating table, not giving Orochimaru a chance to refuse. As Hokage's advisor, any unexpected complications needed documentation. Danzō wanted to study the process himself. Whatever, Danzō-sama. You have more nerve than Sarutobi-sensei, and the more chakra you have, the stronger wood style will be. Orochimaru couldn't be bothered to argue. Documenting the procedure wouldn't help. Processing Hashirama cells was the most crucial step. Recording the transplantation alone would lead Danzō to his death. Who are the two Sarutobi sent for their surgeries? I don't know. Anbu identities are kept secret, and they wore masks during surgery. Orochimaru said, though he recognized one as Sarutobi's eldest son. Having completed many missions together, he was familiar with the injuries on Shinosuke's body. The procedure was soon complete. Danzō stood up, seeing only small wounds on his body. He could feel his chakra gradually changing. Test it, Danzō-sama. Orochimaru handed over a chakra test paper. Danzō specialized in wind style, so water and earth attributes would indicate wood style. The paper split in half as Danzō infused it, with one half crumbling and the other getting wet. Now possessing two new chakra attributes, Danzō had gained wood style. Orochimaru, your curse mark technique, if you don't have sufficient payment, don't bother asking. Orochimaru shook his head. This is practically my trump card. The scroll of seals? Not enough. The scroll holds little appeal. Orochimaru sighed, you likely don't have what I want. Let's discuss this another time. He lacked interest. What he needed most was an assistant skilled in medical ninjutsu, like Mina. Danzō snorted, seeing the recording nod. He left with a huff. A few days after the Chunin exams ended, the ninja world seemed peaceful. But it was merely surface calm. Kitsushi of Hidden Stones Village returned and shared everything he'd seen in Hidden Leaf Village, including the Cloud Hidden Leaf Village interactions and the wood style. Kitsushi hadn't seen the wood style, but Onoki had lived through the era when it pacified the warring states. He'd also personally experienced the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan. The Hidden Clouds Village Hidden Leaf Village conflict in the Land of Hot Water had ended too quickly for Hidden Stones Village to intervene. This time, the third Raikage had reached out, and Onoki was interested to see what he had to say. Yahiko and Konan also returned, crestfallen upon learning Hanzo was behind the assassination attempt. They had once admired him and hoped he shared their ideals. But now, Yahiko was at a loss. After some thought, he agreed to Hidden Leaf Village's request. He didn't believe Jiraiya would deceive him, and the Akatsuki badly needed supplies. To carry out their rescue missions, they needed materials. So, at the Land of Rainfire border, Yahiko was visibly seriously wounded in front of a patrolling rain squad. The Akatsuki arrived to rescue him, and Jiraiya's team returned to Hidden Leaf Village. Chapter 156 Yahiko, are you alright? Returning to the Akatsuki base, Yahiko was still covered in blood, looking pale. Once inside, Konan chased everyone out, leaving only the core members of the Akatsuki. Fugaku was allowed to stay, both to monitor him and because Yahiko had predicted the Hidden Leaf Village response almost entirely based on Fugaku's analysis. I'm fine, Nagato. No need to worry. After everyone left, Yahiko immediately sat up, showing no signs of weakness. He had feigned serious injury to keep Hanzo's spies from discovering the truth. Except for Fugaku, Yahiko trusted the core members inside the room. They had all been with the Akatsuki since its early days. Jiraiya-sensei orchestrated this to deceive Hanzo and Hidden Rain Village. Yahiko recounted his and Konan's experiences in Hidden Leaf Village. Whether their ideals had convinced the third Hokage was now irrelevant, the important thing was that Hanzo was already hostile and prepared to destroy them. Listening to the involvement of Shizui and the police force stirred something in Fugaku. He wanted to see his son and find out how his former comrade are faring. But these three were Jiraiya's disciples. Wouldn't that mean Jiraiya knew about the Rinnegan? If so, why hadn't Hidden Leaf Village taken any action? Did they deliberately leave the Rinnegan in a land of rain? Fugaku grew suspicious of the trio's backgrounds but since the Akatsuki weren't closely tied to Hidden Leaf Village. Could Jiraiya have hidden the information about the Rinnegan so Hidden Leaf Village had no idea? Fugaku found it unlikely. Such crucial intelligence would surely have been reported. We need to adapt and prevent Hanzo from destroying the Akatsuki. Yahiko surveyed the room and asked, any ideas? Let's relocate the Akatsuki base. While we've grown, we're no match for Hidden Rain Village. Can Hidden Leaf Village support us? If they provide resources, they should also send help. With Hidden Leaf Village backing us, even Hanzo wouldn't dare make an enemy. That's dumb. Yahiko faked an attack with Hidden Leaf Village. So, what now? After some discussion, they couldn't come up with an effective solution. Yahiko had always given the orders, the members just followed. But facing Hanzo, Hueco also found himself at a loss. Hanzo, the demigod of the ninja world, had a clear intent to eliminate them. If they weren't careful, the entire organization could be wiped out. Suddenly, Hueco looked at Fugaku, recalling his predictions, and asked, "Naga-kun, what do you think?" "Me? I follow your lead." Fugaku shook his head, but Hueco didn't want to be brushed off. "Naga-kun, we need your input. Your predictions were accurate about Hidden Leaf Village. I'll share a thought." After a moment, Fugaku spoke up. "What if the core members renounce their ninja identities and continue their activities, rallying the people of the Land of Rain?" He remembered his failure was because he ignored the will of the broader Uchiha clan, those who weren't ninjas. When they took Yoichi's bribes, he was already beaten. Ordinary members weren't ninjas or allowed at clan meetings, but they could still sway their ninja relatives. Fugaku had once overheard the Peace faction questioning his motives against Yoichi, wondering why he always targeted Yoichi while facing complaints from their families. Even his faction had been influenced, so trying to outmatch with strength was his last stand. The Akatsuki could use this strategy. If half the Land of Rain's people stood with them, Hanzo couldn't easily oppose them. What good will that do? One member didn't understand the plan. They had already been rallying people, and without their ninja identities, how could they develop? "Hueco is our spiritual leader, and if he gives up being a ninja, Hanzo is now trying to kill your leader." Hueco was lucky an Uchiha intervened, or he'd already be dead. Seeing no one objecting, Fugaku continued, "Building popular support is vital. If all civilians side with the Akatsuki, even Hidden Rain Village won't oppose its people. By then, only orphans would stand against them." This idea came from Fugaku's reflections on his own defeat. He wasn't sure what to do after rallying civilians, but learning from his victorious enemy couldn't hurt. "We'll follow Naga-kun's plan." As Hueco spoke, some members wanted to dissuade him, but he added, "I understand your concerns. But we're up against Hanzo, and I don't want any of you getting hurt. Safety first." With Hueco's reassurance, the Akatsuki members fell silent. Hanzo's reputation had convinced them. They'd grown up hearing about the demigod. Before knowing he wanted them dead, Hueco had also respected Hanzo. After thorough discussions, Hueco decided to spread the word. They would temporarily renounce their ninja identities while continuing to spread the Akatsuki's ideals and aid civilians. Hanzo hadn't dampened Hueco's resolve. Though conflict remained in the ninja world, tensions eased after the Chunin exams. However, competition over mission commissions continued. Missions were how ninjas made their living. The great nation's ninja villages had generous funding, but small nation daimyos wouldn't provide as much. Yet smaller nation ninja leaders often had ambition and needed money for development, so missions were a priority. Within Hidden Leaf Village, things returned to their pre-war state. With proper discipline and public notice boards, the police force had fewer issues to handle. Not all villagers wanted to cause trouble and get detained. Yoichi had used the Impure World reincarnation to summon 15 Jonin-level cloud ninjas, each with about 70% of their original power. Using quality sacrifices and Hashirama cells from Mina had strengthened them. More Hashirama cells could further boost them, allowing them to reach 80% power. With White Zetsu sacrifices, they might reach their full potential. Among these 15 cloud Jonin, Mabui's father was assigned to the Commerce Guild. His heavenly transfer technique and the amber purifying pot enabled 24/7 transportation. A real-time delivery service. The remaining 14 were controlled via tags given to Uchiha Shinju, Uchiha Shinya, and Uchiha Hideto. Handling medicine and military gear often involved risks, so the trio could sweep away threats with the reincarnated cloud ninjas. Besides these affairs, Yoichi spent his days training and discussing business with Mikoto. Much of his work was delegated to Nano. Despite being less active after leaving the route, she had regained her skills, becoming the wandering Maiko. The Uchiha's business was expanding beyond the food district. Mikoto had bought another plot to build a ninja-themed amusement park near the village border, by the barrier. Yoichi aimed to open it to all of the Land of Fire, but the village barrier conflicted with that plan. Yoichi approached Hiruzen, Koharu, and Hamura. In the end, he convinced them. With the police force in place, no spies or ninjas could slip past them. The Sharingan could see chakra flow, and although not like the Byakugan, it could easily detect jutsu. He also brought letters from the daimyo, requesting the amusement park for the nobles' families. Though the letters weren't orders, Saratobi had to tread carefully. Refusing would upset more than just the daimyo's office. So Saratobi and the elders agreed to Yoichi's request to build the park along the barrier, offering ninja games, merchandise, and entertainment. The surrounding areas would also be developed. Over the past month, this project had been Yoichi's main focus. Though power was fundamental in the ninja world, his growth had plateaued. He had absorbed all the star chakra from the meteorite, boosting his chakra and ocular power. Most of the star chakra had been absorbed by Godzilla, who went into another slumber. This time, the slumber was for a transformation. Godzilla had absorbed most of the star chakra, leaving Yoichi with a little. With this much energy, Godzilla was ready to evolve. Under Yoichi's massive yin-release chakra, Godzilla's spirit was almost entirely controlled by the Sharingan. Yoichi could manipulate Godzilla's power easily. His aptitude for harnessing Godzilla's power had been tempered by repeated exposure. He had stored up one use of extracting supernatural powers and was close to a second. With 3, he could retrieve any power he had previously wielded. If he chose, Empty Hand, Seize the Blade, he and Mina could kill anyone in the ninja world. However, he hadn't decided and would choose based on the situation. The greatest achievement of the past month was being able to sleep with both Mikoto and Mina. Neither woman was willing to share a bed with the other, even Mina. But Yoichi had an old trick. When Mikoto was out of her senses, Yoichi would carry her to Mina's room. Mina, though annoyed, would yield while Mikoto couldn't even move. The women's only regret was that neither was pregnant. Mikoto longed to bear a son named Sasuke. She'd be fulfilled as a good wife and mother, dedicating herself to her family. Mina wanted to have Yoichi's first child, but despite their efforts, her belly remained flat. She secretly took samples for testing. The results showed Yoichi's vitality was extraordinarily strong, shocking the medical ninja. Yoichi had no idea. If he did, he'd tie her up and discipline her for doubting his fertility. After the Chunin exams, Rumi left the hospital. Team 8 reunited, and with Kurenai and Rumi promoted to Chunin, Yoichi resigned as the leader. But Team 8 was retained, now led by Kurenai. Though a Chunin squad, the weakest member was still elite or special Jonin. Even A-rank missions couldn't trouble them. Yoichi felt assured they'd handle the battlefield well. But this period of peace didn't last long before being shattered by a sudden event. Chapter 157 The signal for the Jonin assembly had not been seen for months since the last war ended. Yoichi hadn't noticed the eagle flying overhead, signaling the summons, as he was inside his home. It wasn't until someone came to inform him personally that he realized Hiruzen was summoning all the Jonin. Why at a time like this? Reluctantly, Yoichi rose from the couch and glanced at Yujito, who stood blushing with her face flushed and dressed in knee-high white socks. She looked at him disdainfully, but Yoichi lifted a finger and said, "This interruption counts towards tomorrow. In your dreams, pervert." Yujito replied angrily, stomping her feet in her white socks as she stormed back to her room. After the incident with Samui, she had agreed to a back massage service. This method was quite effective at relaxation, so after some negotiation, it was extended to a weekly basis to cover lodging and food expenses. Yujito's delicate face had turned beet red, but without any income, she had reluctantly accepted. Although she had become a Hidden Leaf Village Gainin, she found it hard to take even D-rank missions due to the lack of trust. Penniless, she temporarily stayed in Yoichi's home. Even if she wanted to move out, she would still be under his watchful eye, meaning she would need to build her own house nearby. Poor Yujito simply couldn't afford it, so she agreed to the back massage service. "Once I start taking on missions, I will definitely move out of this pervert's house." Yujito fumed after returning to her room, determined to become independent and escape her current situation. But after sitting on the bed for a while, she couldn't stop thinking about those nightly sounds. She wrestled with her embarrassment before finally crawling under the covers. Moments later, soft rustling could be heard from beneath her blanket. At the Hokage's office, Yoichi entered the meeting room, nearly the last to arrive. He walked past the other Jonin to sit in the front, next to Orochimaru. With his skill and status, he deserved to be in the front row. "Most people are here. Shall we proceed?" Sarutobi began gravely. 3 days ago, ninjas from Taki and Hidden Hot Water villages suddenly intruded into the Land of Fire. A confrontation broke out when our patrol tried to stop them, resulting in their deaths. Now, these 2 villages are demanding compensation and the culprits. Huh? Around 80% of the Jonin in the room were confused. These 2 villages thought they could intimidate Hidden Leaf Village? Orochimaru spoke up in his hoarse voice, "Isn't this Hidden Stone's village and Kumo's influence? The 2 smaller villages would only act this boldly if they were armed with a treaty from 2 of the great nations." His words were a wake-up call to the others. Hidden Waterfall Village was a relatively strong village with a 7 tails, but Hidden Hot Water Village had almost no real strength. Just a few Jonin could wipe them out, and they didn't dare compete for missions in their own country against Kumo or Hidden Leaf Village. Their newfound boldness must have stemmed from the backing of 2 great nations. "War again, huh?" Tsukumo muttered. "It hasn't started yet, but we're preparing for the possibility." Fortunately, Hidden Mist Village and Hidden Sand Village are still busy with their own conflicts. Sarutobi revealed intelligence from the Anbu. If war comes, we'll be facing Hidden Stones Village and Kumo. Hearing about this potential alliance, most of the Jonin, except for a few like Yoichi, grew tense. Both Hidden Stones Village and Hidden Clouds Village were military giants, each supposedly boasting thousands of ninja. In the Second Shinobi World War, dozens of Hidden Stones Village elite ninja had pursued the Sannin. Without timely reinforcements, at least one of the Sannin would have perished. Both Iwa's Four Tails and Five Tails Jinchuriki were renowned, capable of unleashing Tailed Beast Bomb and even full transformations. Hidden Clouds Village had lost the Two Tails, but the Eight Tails Jinchuriki was still formidable. Kumo also had thousands of ninja. In comparison, Hidden Leaf Village barely had around 10,000 ninja, counting every clan. Yoichi asked, Third Hokage, when is the deadline given by Taki and you? In 2 days. They claim it's the final deadline. Let's give them a lesson. Yoichi sneered. If Hidden Stones Village and Kumo intend to wage war, giving away half the Land of Fire won't satisfy them. If conflict is inevitable, let's teach these accomplices a lesson. Otherwise, every small village will think they can blackmail us. Orochimaru added, I agree with Yoichi. Otherwise, we'll be facing 4 villages united. Though Taki and you aren't strong, having them or not makes a difference. I also agree. We should eliminate these 2 villages from the battlefield. Tsukumo nodded. He also believed war was unavoidable, so weakening the enemy's forces early would be wise. Very well. We'll consider team compositions. Sarutobi scanned the room. All the strongest Jonin were present, but careful consideration was required. Let me handle Hidden Waterfall Village, Third Hokage. Yoichi volunteered, I will make Taki regret framing Hidden Leaf Village. Even if Anoki coerces them, they won't dare join the fight. Are you sure? Sarutobi was concerned about the 7 tails. Yoichi seemed more interested in capturing another Jinchuriki than accomplishing the mission. You should take on Hidden Hot Water Village, Yoichi. Sarutobi decided, Hidden Waterfall Village is well prepared and could have Hidden Stones Village ninja lying in wait. I'm putting together a team around Minato to ensure a safe retreat if needed. Turning to Minato, he asked, can you handle it? I'll follow your orders, Third Hokage. Minato affirmed confidently. Yoichi saw that Sarutobi had decided, so he didn't press further. There would be other opportunities. With Jiraiya, Minato, Shinichiro, and in Yuzuka Todo, you'll be going to give Taki a warning. Yoichi, who will be on your team? Just me. Yoichi replied, I don't need help against Hidden Hot Water Village. In the future, the entire village would be slaughtered by Hidan. For now, Hidden Hot Water Village's leader still had ambitions, likely coerced into this war. Alright, let's discuss wartime strategy. They needed to determine where to engage the enemy and how many ninja to send. The clans dispatched their forces due to the looming danger. Yoichi deployed 80 clan members in the first wave, which was significant for the Uchiha. Despite the police force having many non-Uchiha members, Yoichi had to deploy many of his people since most others were managing business affairs. Among these 80 were Shizue Uchiha and Uchiha Yokikawa, police force squad leaders. After his return from Ruchi Cave, Yoichi had brought back herbs for snake heart pills, distributing a second batch of sage-cursed seals to the clan. Of the 80 Uchiha, 50 had the sage-cursed seal, most equipped with combat gear. With these safeguards, their survival chances were better than other ninja. If they died, it would be due to poor luck and lacking skills. The Uchiha were grateful for Yoichi. Under Fugaku's leadership, they provided just as many people with fewer survival tools. With no restrictions on secret jutsu, even a genin could choose to C and D rank jutsu. After spending hours in the Hokage's office, the meeting finally ended. Assigned teams would depart the next day, and others within 5 days. Yoichi returned home and brought down the Kiba blades, which had been gathering dust. When Yujiro heard him return, she got up from her bed and was surprised to see how much time had passed. She patted her cheeks and scolded herself for wasting time. Exiting her room, she saw Yoichi cleaning the Kiba blades. War is about to start. I won't be home for a while. You can wander Hidden Leaf Village or the Uchiha grounds, but if anyone has ill intentions, leave Two Tails Chakra with me so you can contact me anytime. He noticed her damp bangs sticking to her forehead. Had she fallen asleep wrapped in her blanket? Chapter 158. After asking the Two Tails, Yujiro still followed Yoichi's advice, transferring some of the Two Tails Chakra into Yoichi's body. With his tailed beast Chakra, Yoichi could communicate with the Two Tails at any time, who could then relay messages to Yujiro, and vice versa, allowing Yujiro to use this method to communicate with Yoichi Uchiha. The tailed beasts could resonate with their own chakra, and it was only because the seal on Yujiro's body was somewhat loose that they could perform this feat. However, as Yujito was transferring the tailed beast chakra to Yoichi by placing her hand on him, Yoichi suddenly smelled something else and curiously twitched his nose. Yujito noticed his action immediately. She remembered what her hand had just touched and her face turned red with anger. She stomped on Yoichi's foot with her white sock-covered foot and then walked straight to her house. She planned to take a bath before eating dinner today. Yoichi-sama, I'm back. I have some good news today, which might be bad news for Mikoto-san, hee. Mina returned home with a smile on her face and quickly pranced into Yoichi's arms, rubbing her cheek affectionately against him. Mikoto probably won't come today, so it will just be you and me tonight, Yoichi-sama. Raijin? Yoichi-sama, are you going on a mission outside the village? Mina suddenly noticed the ninja sword on the table. She knew that Yoichi hardly used Raijin in the village, it was only for missions outside that he wielded this signature ninja blade. Yes, there's a Jonin assembly today. The Stone and Cloud Ninja might declare war on Hidden Leaf Village, and I've been tasked with a trip to the Hidden Hot Springs Village. I'm leaving shortly. Yoichi said. Even though it would be dark soon, and there were only 2 days, it would still take some time to reach the Hidden Hot Springs Village, so traveling overnight was necessary. What was the good news you mentioned? Although Mina was somewhat unhappy about not being able to spend the evening with Yoichi-sama, she cheerfully said, well, I went for a checkup today, and I found out I'm pregnant. What? Pregnant? Upon hearing this, Yoichi immediately used his Sharingan to look at Mina's abdomen, but since it was too early, his Sharingan couldn't see much except for the dense chakra there. When did this happen? Mina, beaming with joy, said, just recently. I felt a bit sick and thought to throw up yesterday, so I went for a checkup, and it turned out I really am pregnant. I'm going to be a father? Yoichi was still somewhat in disbelief upon hearing the news. He always felt like he was still a youth, but suddenly having a descendant was quite normal for the head of a clan. Mina, you should stay away from the battlefield from now on, even if a war breaks out on the front lines, just stay safe in the village. Yoichi spoke, still feeling a bit surprised and sudden as he touched Mina's stomach, but now that it had become a fact, he had to accept it. I understand, Yoichi-sama. Mina hugged Yoichi, saying, although she could now address him as Yoichi-kun, she was used to calling him Yoichi-sama, especially when she was being defiant, as it made her feel somewhat subordinate, adding an extra thrill. It's getting late, I won't have dinner. I'll go tell Mikoto and then I have to leave the village. Yoichi said, I might go straight to the battlefield, and it could be months. I can't say for sure, but I'll try to come back when I can. Yes, Yoichi-sama, be careful on the battlefield. Mina watched Yoichi leave and could only wish him well in her heart. In the ninja world, there were few who could harm Yoichi, and Mina knew that Yoichi had the Flying Thunder God technique. After giving some instructions, Yoichi then left the house. Once he was gone, Yujito poked her head out of the room and asked, is that guy gone? She had overheard everything from her room, including that Mina was going to have a baby. He's gone. Neither of us are good at household chores. I'll find someone to come to our house tomorrow. From now on, if you want something to eat, just tell the housekeeper in advance. Mina was not ashamed of her lack of domestic skills, she had too much to do, having just undergone a transplant of Hashirama cells and about to perform a transplant for Mikoto, she really had no time for housework. After leaving the house, Yoichi went next door to Mikoto's house. Upon knocking, Mikoto opened the door, but her face bore a slight irritation, clearly upset, and even passers-by could tell. It was definitely because she had been provoked by Mina's news of her pregnancy on her way back, she was visibly upset. Just now, Mikoto was cooking and nearly scalded her hand, she felt as if her own Sasuke was being stolen. Although her own time and frequency were about the same, it was Mina who had gotten ahead. Mikoto thought that Mina was too cunning, often plotting against her, like when they were together, the red-haired would always find a way to send her away just when Yoichi was about to finish. At the time, Mikoto didn't feel much, but now thinking back, she found the red-haired's actions too excessive. Originally, Mikoto had planned to secretly visit Yoichi at night, to make an effort, but now hearing about the war and Yoichi's impending mission, she was filled with worry and loss. Her heart was already full with 3 people, half for Yoichi, a smaller half for Itachi, and another half for the unborn Sasuke. However, the suddenness of war left her with no choice but to bid farewell, asking Yoichi to be careful on his mission. After leaving Hidden Leaf Village, Yoichi quickly made his way towards the Hidden Hot Springs Village. In fact, he would have preferred to go to the Hidden Waterfall Village, but Hiruzen had grown wary of him and found various excuses not to let him near the 7 Dales. After the Starstone Chakra was absorbed by Yoichi, he considered providing Godzilla with other sources of energy, immediately thinking of the tailed beasts. The chakra properties of the 9-tailed beasts are all different, and the tailed beasts can regenerate their chakra on their own. During the Fourth Great Ninja War, the chakra of several tailed beasts was nearly exhausted by Obito to create an army of 100,000 white Zetsu, but they soon recovered, capable of fighting against the 8 tails and 9 tails, the 2 Jinchuriki. If he could gather the 9-tailed beasts and have them provide chakra to him periodically, then Godzilla could continue to evolve. Yoichi planned to start with the 2 tails, but since the tailed beasts are very protective of their own chakra, now that Yujiro had sided with him, he couldn't be as forceful as before. He needed to persuade it. After the war, it's time to change the Hokage. Yoichi thought to himself. In fact, after the Chunin exams, he and the Lord of the Land of Fire had already discussed letting Hiruzen step down. The Lord of the Land of Fire, although having a good relationship with Hiruzen for over 20 years, now favored Tsukumo becoming the new Hokage. Therefore, it was Yoichi who used various news media such as newspapers and television to make the ninjas and villagers of Hidden Leaf Village feel that the Hokage had been in power for too long. If not for this war, within half a year, the rumors that Hiruzen was clinging to power and monopolizing the position of Hokage would have spread throughout Hidden Leaf Village. But the outbreak of war didn't matter, whether they won or lost, Hidden Leaf Village would definitely be weakened after the war, and then Hiruzen must take responsibility for this. Yoichi thought to himself, now Hiruzen and the other 2 Hidden Leaf Village high officials were already old, they lacked the drive in doing anything, yet they rested on their laurels from long ago. If Tsukumo becomes Hokage, although he might not listen to them, he would still allow their existence, but if Yoichi took over, each one of them would have to go back home. Dare to complain again, and he would send them to the battlefield to carry out missions, letting these elderly people expend the last of the fire's will. Yoichi's travel speed was very fast. With his chakra, he could use the lightning-style chakra mode to travel for a whole day without issues. Almost like a flash of lightning through the forest, Yoichi's figure swiftly passed by. In less than half a day, Yoichi arrived at the Hidden Hot Springs Village. The presence of the Hidden Hot Springs Village in the ninja world was very low, because a ninja village is a military organization, they must participate in wars or complete mission requests to maintain their existence. But the Hidden Hot Springs Village, in the previous 2 great ninja wars, neither participated in the war nor took many external mission requests. If it weren't for the village still having followers of the evil god cult, then the Hidden Hot Springs Village might just be a place where ninjas lived, hardly qualifying as a ninja village. When Yoichi arrived at the Hidden Hot Springs Village, he just happened to find that there were Cloud Ninja present. In the Hot Springs Great Hall, a Hot Springs Ninja, overstepping the Hot Springs Kage, said eagerly to the Cloud Ninja, Envoy-sama, please rest assured, we believe that Hidden Leaf Village will send us a message the day after tomorrow. No matter what choice Hidden Leaf Village makes, Hot Springs will always stand with your village. The leading Cloud Ninja nodded and said, it's good that you think this way. At that time, your Hot Springs will also gain some benefits. With the support of Cloud Village, maybe you will develop to not be weaker than Hidden Waterfall Village. Even the small ninja villages have their own goals. Hidden Rain Village wants to become the 6th great ninja village, and other small ninja villages want to become the top ninja village under the 5 great ninja villages, like Hidden Rain Village. Those ninjas in the Hidden Hot Springs Village who worship the evil god hope that the Hidden Hot Springs Village will join the war, giving them a chance to offer sacrifices to the evil god on the battlefield. I didn't expect to actually encounter Cloud Ninja, an unexpected gain. ZZZT. A crackling sound of lightning, and suddenly an extra figure appeared inside the room. Seeing Yoichi, the leading Cloud Ninja suddenly widened his eyes, his body instinctively showing fear. Hidden Leaf Village's Riga. Thunderfang, Hidden Leaf Village's ninja. Who are you? Envoy-sama, what did you say? He's Hidden Leaf Village's Riga. The Hot Springs ninja who worshipped the evil god cult was just about to question Yoichi Uchiha's identity, but then he heard the Cloud Ninja envoy mention Hidden Leaf Village's Riga. Even if they hadn't been on the battlefield, they had heard of Hidden Leaf Village's Riga's reputation, almost killing the next Raikage, slaughtering hundreds of Cloud Ninja, and fighting the 8 Tails to a draw run. The Cloud Ninja Jonin shouted loudly, in their village although it wasn't openly said, if they encountered Hidden Leaf Village's Riga, they could avoid confrontation or even abandon the mission. As long as they returned alive, the village would not punish them. The 4 Cloud Ninja almost simultaneously used the body flicker technique trying to escape, but Yoichi Uchiha's reaction was quicker. Instant movement, unsheathing the sword, thrusting, all in one fluid motion. The Cloud Ninja Jonin had just pulled out a shuriken, but his heart was already pierced by Riga. Yoichi did not linger, pulling out Riga and tossing out 10 shuriken charged with lightning-style chakra towards the other direction at 2 Cloud Ninja, while almost at the speed of lightning, instantly appearing in front of the 3rd Cloud Ninja. I'll fight you. Spurt. The brave shout wasn't even completed, and the Cloud Ninja's throat was slashed open by Riga. In the next second, Yoichi transformed into a streak of lightning, moving at a speed that the Hot Springs ninja inside the room couldn't react to, and directly dashed outside, killing the last 2 Cloud Ninja. 4 people in about 4 seconds. A bit slow. Yoichi estimated internally after killing the people, then returned to the top floor of the Hot Springs Great Hall with an indifferent expression. Let's talk now. Who was it that wanted to claim compensation from Hidden Leaf Village? You, or you? Yoichi looked at the ninja who worshipped the evil god and the Hot Springs shadow wearing the shadow hat. Hidden Leaf Village's Riga, this is Hot Springs, our village has over 1,000 ninjas, and you are alone. The ninja worshipping the evil god hadn't finished speaking when, out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly saw a deep purple light wall rising at the edge of the village. After rising to about 20 or 30 meters, the light wall connected with the other 3 purple light walls around it, forming a barrier that encircled the hidden Hot Springs village, the 4 purple flame formation. Now you are surrounded by me, outside is the 4 purple flame formation, none of you can escape until I am satisfied. Yoichi revealed a devilish smile, then with a swing of Riga, the arm of the man pointing at him was cut off. Ah, my arm. The evil god will give me strength, I won't die. Although the ninja worshipping the evil god had an arm cut off, not much blood spurted out, he merely knelt on the ground wailing in pain. Hidden Leaf Village's ninja, please spare us, we did not intend to be enemies with Hidden Leaf Village. At this moment, the Hot Springs shadow sighed, took off the shadow hat, placed it on the table, and continued, I do not agree with Hot Springs joining the war, but the cult members in the village disagree. They initiated contact with Cloud Ninja and made decisions privately. By the time I found out, Cloud Ninja had already arrived at Hot Springs village. Please, considering that we were unaware, spare most of the Hot Springs ninjas. Chapter 159 Joining a war means being prepared for war. Why should you surrender when facing an unstoppable enemy, as if it's all as you wish? Yoichi, clutching his sword, slowly approached Hidden Hot Water Village's leader. The smaller ninja villages don't do much else but are good at copying the customs of the major ninja villages. The last time I visited Hidden Stars village, even the 3rd Hashikage wore a Kage hat. It's a pity it doesn't increase chakra, so what's the use? I've put so much effort into coming here from Hidden Leaf Village, using so much chakra. If I were to give up just because of your single comment, what do you think you are? As Yoichi finished speaking, he placed Raijin against the neck of Hidden Hot Water Village's leader, and sharply commanded, lift your head. Startled, the leader of Hidden Hot Water Village instinctively lifted his head, but the next second he saw the blood-red pupils with 3 Tomui slowly rotating, and his consciousness began to blur. The other ninjas of Hidden Hot Water Village didn't dare to make any moves, paralyzed by fear, thinking, is this what a mighty ninja from a major village looks like? He killed 4 Cloud Ninjas in an instant without them being able to react. Even the village's strong man, Akeshi of the evil god cult, had his arm severed with a single strike, so when they saw their leader being hypnotized by the Sharingan, no one dared to move. They feared just forming a hand seal might get them killed, they thought as the Sharingan's hypnotic illusion took hold. Yoichi then demanded, what is this about Hidden Hot Water Village invading the Land of Fire? It was orchestrated by Akeshi in collaboration with Hidden Cloud's village. He has always wanted to gather sacrifices for the evil god. I only found out yesterday. But Akeshi had already aligned Hidden Hot Water Village with Cloud, and if I opposed it, I would have been killed by the Cloud Ninjas. Cowards, unable to even control your own subordinates. How many Cloud Ninjas are left in the village? Only 4. How many in Hidden Hot Water Village believe in the evil god cult? Are they all ready for war? With both ninjas and civilians, there are about 200 people. The followers of the evil god cult are becoming increasingly abnormal, planning to dedicate everything to the evil god. I was planning to crack down on the evil god cult, but Akeshi took action before I could intervene. After asking a few more questions, Yoichi released the leader from the illusion. This leader of Hidden Hot Water Village was useless, his village infiltrated by the evil god cult, growing so many followers, and the cult was not satisfied with peace. Their doctrine demanded fresh lives to be sacrificed to the evil god in exchange for immortality. Some devout followers even offered themselves to the evil god, but such rare sacrifices still did not reflect their loyalty to the deity. Thus, Akeshi decided to push Hidden Hot Water Village into the war, although the leader had refused several times. This time, with the Cloud Ninjas approaching, Akeshi acted decisively, first offending Hidden Leaf Village, then tying Hidden Hot Water Village to Cloud's war chariot. Now, the evil god cult could secure sacrifices for the deity during the war. Go now, gather all those from the evil god cult, then execute them all. If a single person is missed, I will randomly select 100 lucky villagers from Hidden Hot Water Village. While Yoichi spoke, He walked up to Akechi of the evil god cult and beheaded him with a single swing of his blade. Akechi's head fell, still praying for divine retribution from the evil god to take Yoichi, but after 2 minutes, he was silent and dead. Though not immortal like Hidan, it's still rare in the ninja world for someone to live 2 minutes without their head. What are you waiting for? Do you plan to die with the followers of the evil god cult? You, sir, do you the leader of Hidden Hot Water Village stuttered in fear, but seeing Yoichi Uchiha's expression, he decided not to ask his question. His concern was for the safety of Hidden Hot Water Village's ninjas and civilians. I understand. I'll do it now. Make sure to collect all the material on the evil god cult. Not a single piece must be missed. Get it done before dawn. Yoichi instructed, realizing that killing everyone might not be ideal, especially since many were innocent, but the evil god cult was a perfect target. These followers had gone mad, willing to sacrifice even their own parents to the evil god. Moreover, the cult had slowly developed within Hidden Hot Water Village. Seeing them eliminated would also serve as a deterrent to the remaining villagers, keeping them away from the war. Soon after, the leader of Hidden Hot Water Village quickly organized his forces, gathering all the followers of the evil god cult. Are all the people assembled? He asked. Yes, everyone is here, a Hidden Hot Water Village ninja whispered in his ear. We've captured everyone, there's no need to discuss further, the leader thought to himself, making a resolute decision. The followers of the evil god cult were then brought to a vast clearing, along with all the cult's materials. Arriving next to Yoichi, the leader handed over the materials respectfully, saying, Yoichi-sama, these are the items gathered from the evil god cult. Below are the followers of the cult. Good. After this, you all might want to relocate to a more secluded area to start anew. Involvement in major countries' wars only leads to one outcome for small villages like yours, especially when entangled with Cloud Ninja, Yoichi suggested after taking the cult's materials. He then summoned 4 shadow clones, which instantly appeared around the group of cult followers. The leader of Hidden Hot Water Village's eyes narrowed as he anticipated what was about to happen. Fire Style, Great Majestic Flame Annihilation Jutsu. The 4 clones executed the Fire Style, Great Majestic Flame Annihilation Jutsu, and with Godzilla's heat-enhancing ability, the flames turned into dazzling golden flames. The followers of the evil god cult hit by these flames didn't even feel the burn, they were instantly turned into char by the intense fiery blast. It was a horrific scene but lasted only a few seconds. After the fire technique ended, nothing was left on the ground but a charred pit where the flames had scorched the earth. After completing this, Yoichi used the body flicker technique to leave the area, giving the leader of Hidden Hot Water Village a chance to prove his wisdom. As Yoichi departed, the leader's legs shook, nearly causing him to collapse. After steadying himself, he quickly summoned Hidden Hot Water Village's villagers, issuing the relocation order. Although they couldn't move far from the land of hot water, they could at least stay away from the battlefield. And with not many people in Hidden Hot Water Village, relocating wouldn't be difficult. But if they didn't move, they might face threats from Cloud and possibly Hidden Leaf Village next time they came, which could mean the end of Hidden Hot Water Village. It wasn't without precedent. Many small ninja villages in the ninja world had been wiped out in just a day or two, like Hidden Village, despite its strength. By dawn, the leader had issued the order, and by late morning, he was forcibly relocating all villagers. Outside, Yoichi, who had dissolved his shadow clone, watched the scene unfold. Elsewhere, Minato and Jiraiya, along with their companions, also moved swiftly. They reached Hidden Waterfall Village only a couple of hours later than Yoichi. But upon arrival, they faced a dilemma. Hidden Waterfall Village was indeed strong, having once purchased the 7 tails, indicating their ambition. They had also attempted to assassinate the first Hokage. Unscathed in the previous 2 great ninja wars due to its unique geographical position, the village now had over 3,000 ninjas, including the 7 tails Jinchuriki and numerous elite jonin, as well as the village's treasure, the Hero Water, making it a formidable force among the smaller villages. After capturing several Hidden Waterfall Village patrol ninjas and obtaining information, Minato, Jiraiya, and their companions debated their next move. Facing such a strong village, it seemed unrealistic for the 4 of them to inflict significant damage. Only Jiraiya had wide-range ninjutsu, requiring collaboration with Gamabunga. They eventually decided to focus on the 7 tails Jinchuriki. If they could release the beast, their mission would be considered successful. Whether Hidden Waterfall Village resealed the 7 tails or let it escape, it would be a huge loss for the village. The 4 felt no guilt about releasing the beast. It was war, and Hidden Waterfall Village had sided with Hidden Stones Village and Hidden Clouds Village, thus must face the consequences. Being lenient now would mean facing Hidden Waterfall Village on the battlefield later, threatening Hidden Leaf Village's ninjas. Minato and Jiraiya, both Kage-level ninjas, with Sarutobi Shinosuke and Inyuzu Katoka, superior to many Jonin, easily infiltrated Hidden Waterfall Village without raising alarm. For the first time in over 40 years, ninjas had infiltrated Hidden Waterfall Village, catching them off guard, allowing them to locate the Seven Tails Jinchuriki quickly. The disaster for Hidden Waterfall Village began shortly thereafter, as the Seven Tails was released, its first instinct to escape. But the massive explosions awakened the village. They quickly realized the Seven Tails was free. Under the village leader's orders, many Hidden Waterfall Village ninjas risked their lives to retain the Seven Tails, their prized possession, even more important than the hero water. "Let's go, Minato. Our mission is complete," Jiraiya said, patting Minato on the shoulder as they stood atop a waterfall, looking down at Hidden Waterfall Village being destroyed by the enraged Seven Tails. "This is war. When it starts, if you don't use all means necessary, you might end up seeing your comrades face such disasters," Jiraiya explained. During the Second Great Ninja War, Hidden Leaf Village had decisively initiated conflict in the Land of Rain, an action Jiraiya had initially disapproved of, but for the sake of Hidden Leaf Village, he had endured. Minato nodded, his expression resolute. "I understand, Sensei. I won't let Hidden Leaf Village face such crises." After dealing with Hidden Hot Water Village, Yoichi was not in a hurry to join the front lines. The ninja squad was set to move out in 4 days. Arriving early would mean waiting in the wilderness, so he chose to rest in a town close to the front for 3 days, using the time to study the materials from the evil god cult. Yoichi was intrigued by the cult's power, capable of keeping a person alive even when chopped into pieces, either a special ability or immense strength. It didn't seem like typical ninja tactics. He suspected it might be a remnant of extraordinary powers from a millennium ago, before Otsutsuki Kaguya's arrival in the ninja world, which had evolved into the evil god cult today. He decided to research it first. If unsuccessful, he would hand it over to Orochimaru, who was always keen on studying unfamiliar entities. Arriving in a bustling small town, Yoichi changed his appearance, planning to rest there for 3 days. Walking towards an inn in the town, he was suddenly approached by a black-haired young woman holding a pig. Yoichi was slightly surprised, thinking, what a coincidence. "Shizune." Yoichi stopped Shizune, who was holding the pig, but she was startled upon seeing him and asked warily, "Who are you? Why do you know my name? You didn't bet any money with Tsunade-sama, did you?" "Of course not." "Yoichi-sama? How are you here?" Shizune, recognizing the man before her, guessed his identity, aware that Yoichi would caution her like this. Regarding the difference in appearance, it was undoubtedly a transformation technique. "I just found a clever wild pig and was about to show it to Tsunade-sama, also buying her breakfast." "Breakfast?" Yoichi looked up at the sun, noting it was already noon. Shizune, slightly embarrassed, laughed and said, "Tsunade-sama went to sleep very late yesterday, she should be waking up soon. Then I'll come with you. Since we've met, I should at least say hello and update you on the village's situation," Yoichi said. "Alright, then follow me, Yoichi-sama," Shizune replied, nodding. She then carried the pig and headed to a nearby sushi restaurant to buy some breakfast items. Tsunade-sama wasn't picky, so Shizune chose a variety of foods from the area. Together with Yoichi, they then proceeded towards the inn. Upon reaching the inn, Shizune led Yoichi up to the 2nd floor, to the end of the hallway, and knocked on a door. "Tsunade-sama, are you awake?" It took a moment before a response came from inside. Tsunade's lazy voice could be heard. "Shizune? Where did you go so early in the morning?" The door opened from the inside, revealing Tsunade in her pajamas, yawning widely. Her appearance was somewhat disheveled, with her chest partly exposed, revealing a large expanse of pale skin, and her blonde hair tousled. "Tsunade-sama, there's someone else here," Shizune hurriedly mentioned, seeing Tsunade's state, and quickly helped adjust her clothes. Tsunade then noticed Yoichi standing slightly behind Shizune, although he was trying to avert his gaze politely. She expressed surprise. "Kid, what are you doing here?" Chapter 160 Brat, what brings you here? On a mission? After washing up and changing clothes, Tsunade sat at the table eating sushi and asked, as for the slight wardrobe malfunction seen earlier, she was initially a bit bothered and embarrassed, but by the time she came out, she had calmed down significantly, only shooting Yoichi a sharp glare. "It's sort of a mission. I went to Hidden Hot Water Village and dealt with a follower of the evil god cult. I found something interesting there, possibly a method beyond ninjutsu." Yoichi briefly explained his mission to Hidden Hot Water Village, making some modifications to the story and omitting the details about the war. This was also a decision guided by the guidebook. As he approached Tsunade, the strategy guide ability had provided directions and methods. "If you have time, help me research it. If you make any breakthroughs, consider it 10S rank mission rewards." 10S rank mission rewards? What exactly did you find? Tsunade curiously took the information about the evil god cult and began to read, but the more she read, the more furrowed her brow became. It seemed to be just a regular church ritual, and as for achieving immortality through worship of the evil god, Tsunade was highly skeptical. It's true, what's written here. These followers of the evil god cult are really bizarre. The deeper their faith and the more sacrifices they make to the evil god, the closer they are to immortality. The cult leader I killed yesterday could live for 2 minutes even after I chopped off his head. Hearing this from Yoichi, Tsunade began to believe him a bit, though she still found it incredible that someone could live for 2 minutes without a head. If only we had a body, we could learn a lot from it. There is a body, of course, but I won't show it to you. I'll take it back to Orochimaru. Tsunade felt a surge of irritation. Knowing she wouldn't see the body yet mentioning it, and still asking her to research this matter, this brat really was troublesome. What are you doing here then? If you're done with the mission, why not go back to the village? This mission ended too quickly. I thought I'd rest here for a couple of days, but I didn't expect to run into you, Tsunade-sama. You gambled late into the night again yesterday? Yoichi's comment made Tsunade speechless. She was about to change the subject when Shizune, who was beside her, spoke up. It's not just gambling late, she almost lost all the money she just got, and after losing, Tsunade-sama even went drinking. Shizune. The black-haired girl wanted to continue exposing Tsunade's deeds but was quickly silenced by an angry flick on the forehead, causing her to hold her head in pain. Yoichi couldn't help but smile silently. If this were Shizune a few years later, she would probably be used to Tsunade's antics and might even help her swindle money along with Tonton. But Shizune, just out of the ninja academy, was still somewhat resistant to the 3 ninja prohibitions, which is why she boldly spoke out. In a few years, she'd probably only complain secretly behind Tsunade's back. After seeing a prompt from the guidebook, Yoichi spoke up. I plan to rest here for 3 days, there's nothing much to do, so I might as well go gamble with you, Tsunade-sama. You want to gamble too? Tsunade's eyes lit up, immediately setting aside the evil god cult's information, then leaned in close and said, taking you there is no problem, but can you lend me some money? You didn't lose everything, did you? Shizune interjected. Although she didn't lose everything, there's only a few tens of thousands left. Tsunade-sama even pretended to be drunk yesterday to ask me for money. Shizune. Tsunade said, face flushed with embarrassment and anger, her normally carefree demeanor now showing signs of shame. I didn't bring much, but I'll lend you 1 million ryo. Yoichi casually took out a storage scroll. His ninja tool bag had 2 storage scrolls for money, totaling 2 million ryo. In the ninja world, there are rarely opportunities to spend so much money, unless one goes to an underground exchange to post missions. 2 million ryo was definitely enough. Thanks, I didn't expect you to be so generous, little brat. I'll pay you back with interest once I make some money. 1 million ryo was beyond Tsunade's expectations. With the money in hand, a smile quickly spread across her face. Yoichi then checked the affection rating. After giving 1 million ryo, Tsunade's affection towards him increased by 2 points. Without delay, Tsunade then took Yoichi to a nearby casino, ready to make a big kill. The town was quite bustling, with many streets of customs and numerous casinos, which naturally attracted Tsunade, as her dream was to visit every casino in the world. Many casinos do not open during the day, but Tsunade managed to find one that was open. However, there were no high-stakes tables available, so Tsunade had to take Yoichi to some lower-stake tables. Despite this, Tsunade continued to lose money. Meanwhile, Yoichi, with his eyes closed, bet against Tsunade, and each time he placed a slightly larger bet, he consistently won. This was a time to see all sides of Tsunade, the weak and pleasing when borrowing money, the anger and unwillingness when losing money. The only thing missing was the joy of winning money. When evening came, Tsunade would take Yoichi out to eat. Having spent a few days here, they knew well what was good to eat in the town. The next day, and the day after, followed a similar routine, only Tsunade's debts grew larger, and each time she borrowed money, Yoichi was very forthcoming, though he always made her write a promissory note. By the 3rd day, Tsunade owed Yoichi nearly 20 million ryo. And on the last gambling table, Yoichi used finely controlled chakra to continuously win against everyone, taking all the money in the room. Although there were ninjas in the room, the ninjas hired by the casino were too weak, not even at the Jonin level, and even Tsunade beside Yoichi could not detect his use of chakra. After leaving the casino, Tsunade was penniless, while Yoichi carried 2 large money boxes, containing about 30 million. This was his result over 3 days, turning 1 million into 30 million. Damn, my luck has been terrible recently. After leaving the casino, Tsunade was still biting her finger, her face full of reluctance, and her eyes occasionally darted to the money boxes in Yoichi's hands. Shizune, pouting, said, "Tsunade-sama, you've already borrowed over 20 million from Yoichi-sama these 3 days." "Nonsense, I can pay it back, just need to find a wealthy patient, and I can make it all back in no time." After being lectured by Shizune, Tsunade angrily tapped her on the head, then her eyes flickered as she thought about what excuse to use to borrow more money from Yoichi. "Let's leave it here, I should be heading back to the village soon." Before Tsunade could speak, Yoichi spoke first, then, he handed over the 2 boxes of money to her, who was still puzzled about what Yoichi was up to. "Brat, what are you doing? I heard that every year in the land of tea, they sell fine teas. If you happen to pass by there, Tsunade-sama, could you buy some for me?" "Huh? And, remember to have the money ready the next time we meet." With that, Yoichi formed a hand seal and used the body flicker technique to leave. "Ah, is Yoichi-sama leaving just like that?" Shizune asked Tsunade, "Aren't you going to stop him, Tsunade-sama? You said at lunch you would take Yoichi-sama to try the flowing noodles." However, Tsunade suddenly placed the money beside Shizune, biting her finger in thought. Seeing this, Shizune, somewhat confused, asked, "What's wrong, Tsunade-sama?" "Nothing, that brat really went a long way around." Tsunade scoffed, but deep down she felt somewhat moved. She had felt something was off when he handed her the money, and only when she heard about the land of tea did she realize the brat wanted her to leave this area. The mission in Hidden Hot Water Village was probably not just about the evil god cult, more likely, it was about preparing for the war, and sending her to the land of tea was probably to keep her away from the battlefield. That brat. Senior's affairs are not for you to worry about, Humphrey. Thinking of this possibility, Tsunade chuckled softly, then picked up the money box and said to Shizune, "Let's go, Shizune. We'll rest tonight and leave here tomorrow." "Ah, so suddenly? We've had enough fun here, let's see what's in the next place. Are we going to the land of tea? Yoichi-sama just said he wanted tea from there." "Shizune, you're my disciple, don't listen to others." "Okay, then where are we going, Tsunade-sama?" "Let's go to the land of tea." The reconnaissance ninjas of the Ninja Corps had already completed their survey of the nearby terrain, and the main force had also arrived at this location. When Yoichi arrived, Minato had already set up camp with over 1,000 ninjas. Inside the tent, Minato said, "Good work, Yoichi-kun. How's Hidden Hot Water Village?" Yoichi replied, "It's been cleared out. Now, Hidden Hot Water Village is just empty houses, and the remaining Yuga ninja won't be participating in the war." Minato nodded, "That's fine then. As for the Cloud ninjas, we can still handle them, but we don't have any movement from the other side yet." Orochimaru, who had been sent by Hiruzen to serve under Minato as a deputy commander, while Yoichi's position was the captain of the 1st Ninja Corps, spoke up, "They'll come. If we move our camp a bit further and then station in the land of Hot Springs, and have the Hot Springs ninjas seek help from the Cloud Village, the Cloud ninjas will have to join the war." This move was typical of Orochimaru's style, and it was harsh enough, shifting the Cloud ninjas' hatred towards the Hot Springs. As long as the Cloud Village couldn't resist striking at the Hot Springs, it would provide an opportunity for Hidden Leaf Village. A ninja took the alliance treaty between the Cloud and Hot Springs and went down to prepare. Now, we just don't know to what extent the Cloud and Stone ninjas have allied, and what plots they have. If we had more intelligence, that would be better. A Jonin from the Nara clan suggested to Minato, "Commander Minato, I recommend increasing contact with the side to gather more intelligence about the Stone ninjas." "Commander?" Yoichi asked with a twitch of his mouth. "Haha, Yoichi-kun, the battlefield commander at the border between the land of grass and the land of fire is now Minato, not Jiraiya." Orochimaru said with a smile. This was the command issued to Hidden Hot Water Village and the Hidden Waterfall Village after the missions from the village, and Yoichi had only found out about his position after arriving at the battlefield camp. "Let's not talk about that now, let's focus on making plans. Fortunately, our supplies are still sufficient to endure a drawn-out conflict with the Cloud ninjas." Minato quickly began assigning tasks. The camp had just been prepared, and there were many arrangements to be made. Soon, tasks were assigned, and even Yoichi wasn't spared. After settling the Ninja Corps, he had to immediately go on a mission. At the seaside border of the Land of Rice, a large ship slowly approached. Tsuchidai went forward and welcomed the people on the ship. Hidden Stone's villages 4 Tails Jinchuriki, Rashi, the 5 Tails Jinchuriki, Han, along with Hidden Stone's villages Kitsuchi and nearly 100 elite ninjas. Not counting the 2 Jinchuriki and Kitsuchi, just these elite stone ninjas using combined ninjutsu were enough to break through any enemy force of equal or even double their number. In the area of combined ninjutsu, no one could compare to Hidden Stone's village. "Welcome, everyone. I will lead you from here." Tsuchidai spoke. After half a day's negotiation with the Cloud and Stone, They finally persuaded Hidden Stone's village to send so many people to the battlefield in the land of hot springs to concentrate their forces and break through one side. Initially, Hidden Stone's village would not have agreed. The Four Tails and Five Tails Jinchuriki were treasures of their village, and if the cloud had any ill intentions towards them, then the two-tailed beasts of their village would be in danger. But the third Raikage repeatedly assured them, even going personally to Hidden Stone's village as a hostage, along with some important yet non-powerful cloud ninja to act as hostages in Hidden Stone's village, and after much persuasion, they finally agreed. Just the negotiations and persuasions took nearly a month, after which Hidden Stone's village and the cloud prepared for war. This time, the third Raikage really had no intentions of coveting the two Jinchuriki from Hidden Stone's village. Firstly, he hoped to use this war to provide enough military achievements for A to compensate for the damages caused by his reign as the third Raikage and then become the fourth Raikage. Kitsuchi asked, "Tsuchidai-kun, is everything ready? A-sama is already waiting for you at the border of the Land of Lightning. The Cloud Ninja Army is also ready, able to attack the Land of Fire within a day." Tsuchidai nodded, indicating that the highest command in the Cloud Village was now A. Chapter 161. Soon, the Hidden Stones Village Ninja group arrived at the Hidden Clouds Village camp on the border of the Land of Lightning. A welcome Kitsuchi and his fellow Hidden Stones Village joined in, inviting them into the tent to discuss their plans to attack Hidden Leaf Village. This time, Hidden Clouds Village was going all out. To deliver a heavy blow to Hidden Leaf Village, even the third Raikage had gone to act as a hostage, bringing together three Jinchuriki with near-perfect control over their tailed beasts. If they were defeated by Hidden Leaf Village again, the third Raikage wouldn't need to orchestrate an alliance. Onoki, facing such a powerful Hidden Leaf Village, would be restless and might even seek to rally the four great ninja villages to attack Hidden Leaf Village simultaneously. "Yo, welcome everyone." Killer Bee's eyes lit up when he saw Rashi and Han, greeting them in his unique rap style. A's face darkened at this and he immediately scolded, "B, properly welcome our guests." "No worries, A. We can feel the enthusiasm of the Eight Tails Jinchuriki." "It's understandable for a Jinchuriki to be a bit unusual," Rashi said, then looked at Killer Bee and introduced himself. "I am Rashi." The Five Tails Jinchuriki spoke up, "I am Han." "I'm Killer Bee." Killer Bee also introduced himself more formally, as A had previously informed him that the two from Hidden Stone's village could also fully control their tailed beasts. "Let's talk outside. I'm sure you're not interested in these tedious meetings. Just tell us the mission afterward," Rashi said to Killer Bee. Han remained silent, as both he and Rashi disliked participating in high-level meetings in Hidden Stone's village. Before they could control their tailed beasts, the beasts had caused significant destruction in Hidden Stone's village, making Rashi and Han's Jinchuriki status despised by others. So, even after achieving perfect control over their tailed beasts, they preferred to live around Hidden Stone's village and would only take on missions when necessary. Upon hearing this, Killer Bee turned to and asked, "Is that okay, brother?" Kitsuchi also spoke up, "Sorry, Rashi rarely participates in meetings back in our village." A nodded and told Killer Bee, "Go ahead, don't neglect our guests." With permission granted, Killer Bee led Rashi and Han out of the meeting tent. Their presence or absence made no difference since they wouldn't be contributing to the discussion and were only needed for the mission execution. Outside, Rashi looked at Killer Bee and remarked, "You reached an understanding with the being inside you at such a young age. I envy you. The Eight Tails is my friend." "We are mutual friends," Killer Bee responded with gestures and rap, then added, "You two are also impressive." Rashi shook his head, "It took me 10 years to persuade the being inside me to reach an agreement. Han took a bit less time, but it was still nearly 10 years. Yet you managed to befriend such a temperamental tailed beast." "Bastard, who are you calling temperamental? It's not like you ninjas haven't been capturing us all this time." After Rashi spoke, the Four Tails, Son Goku, roared angrily from inside him. Despite the protest, it had spent 10 years negotiating with Rashi and finally reached an agreement. Rashi could use its power, but whatever amount he used had to be repaid after the battle. Unlike Killer Bee, who knew the Eight Tails' name and received its voluntary assistance in battles, Rashi and Han had not achieved such rapport. "Let's share some information. What formidable ninjas does Hidden Leaf Village have this time?" "That Lightning Fang of Hidden Leaf Village?" Rashi asked. "We've heard his name in Hidden Stone's village, known as the Reaper of the Battlefield. Ordinary ninjas can't survive an encounter with him. He's indeed formidable. He has mastered our Hidden Clouds Village's lightning-style chakra mode. His speed and kenjutsu are both swift and fierce, his ninjutsu incredibly powerful, and his ganjutsu is not something ordinary ninjas can resist. Without the help of the being inside you, you would definitely fall to his Mengekyo Sharingan," Killer Bee said, causing Rashi and Han to fall silent. They also inwardly urged their tailed beasts, hoping they could persuade the 4 tails and 5 tails to help during the battle. After a few minutes of silence, with exchanges between tailed beasts and their hosts, smiles appeared on Roshi and Killer Bee's faces. They had managed to convince the 4 tails and 5 tails, thanks largely to the 8 tails. Killer Bee continued, defending against his Sharingan Genjutsu is secondary. The Mangekyo has 2 abilities. One is an ocular technique my brother has experienced many times, which instantly weakens you, making your entire body feeble, even disrupting your chakra flow. There's also Susanoo, which can be over 60 meters tall, taller than the 8 tails, with incredible defense. It takes 4 to 5 seconds of concentrated tailed beast bombs to break through its defense. He has another trump card, the technique that once severed the 3rd Raikage's arm. When his body lights up with a purple glow, be very careful. After hearing this, Roshi asked after a moment of silence, what about his weaknesses? I don't know. He has no weaknesses in ninjutsu, taijutsu, or genjutsu, and there's also Susanoo. He's a perfect ninja. When talking about Yoichi Uchiha, Killer Bee spoke seriously, abandoning his usual rap style. If Hidden Leaf Village's Lightning Fang were easy to deal with, Hidden Cloud's village wouldn't need an alliance with Hidden Stone's village. For the 3rd Raikage to willingly step down required immense determination and sacrifice. After sharing information, the 3 began discussing how to deal with Hidden Leaf Village's Lightning Fang. Knowing about the Mangekyo technique that weakens opponents, they decided to protect themselves with tailed beast cloaks from the start. The first stage of the tailed beast cloak was insufficient, so they opted for the second stage, partial transformation. Even with the speed and strength enhancements from partial transformation, they would find it difficult to gain an advantage in close combat. Killer Bee had previously fought his brother A in partial transformation. While he had the upper hand in strength and destructive power, A was slightly faster. Comparatively, if Yoichi's speed exceeded A's and his strength and destructive power were greater, Killer Bee would have no chance. He knew Yoichi had mastered the 3rd Raikage's signature technique, the Hell Stab. However, they were 3 Jinchuriki. 3 fully transformed Jinchuriki against 1 would certainly give them the upper hand. Now they just needed to devise a method to completely eliminate Yoichi. A and Kitsuchi discussed for a long time. Their secret arrival aimed to catch Hidden Leaf Village off guard. On the 3rd day, A noticed some movements from Hidden Leaf Village, such as the publicized alliance with Hidden Hotwater Village and the state of Hidden Hotwater Village. Kitsuchi suggested, Hidden Leaf Village knows nothing about our information. We can let them gain some small victories and then deliver a fatal blow. A pondered over this suggestion. It would mean sacrificing some Hidden Clouds Village ninjas. Having Hidden Hotwater Village's ninjas in Hidden Clouds Village uniforms and headbands would have been ideal to deceive Hidden Leaf Village. After extensive discussions with Dodai and other high-ranking Hidden Clouds Village officials, agreed with Kitsuchi's proposal. Determined to cripple Hidden Leaf Village, A was willing to sacrifice some Hidden Clouds Village ninjas, believing it was worth the cost. Dodai, Kitsuchi, and others formulated their plan. Initially excluding Kitsuchi was an option, but to ensure Hidden Stone's village's cooperation on the battlefield, A and Dodai showed Kitsuchi great respect. While Hidden Leaf Village ninjas explored and gathered intelligence on the Hidden Hotwater Village battlefield, Hidden Clouds Village remained unresponsive. On another front, in the Land of Grass, Hidden Stone's village launched a large-scale attack. However, they didn't engage Hidden Grass Village, instead appearing with Hidden Waterfall Village within Hidden Grass Village territory to pressure Hidden Grass Village into joining their side against Hidden Leaf Village. After the 7 Tails rampage, Hidden Waterfall Village managed to reseal it but suffered significant losses. Hidden Waterfall Village's leader and a dozen elite jonin consumed large amounts of hero water, amplifying their chakra dozens of times. This burst of power allowed them to reseal the 7 Tails. However, that night, nearly 200 Hidden Waterfall Village ninjas and over 700 villagers died due to the 7 Tails rampage. The Hidden Waterfall Village leader's quick decision to use hero water prevented even greater casualties. With the 2 villages united, Hidden Grass Village's leader quickly decided to join Hidden Stones Village and Hidden Waterfall Village against Hidden Leaf Village. Now, with enemies at the borders of both the Land of Grass and the Land of Waterfalls, Jiraiya promptly reported this to the village and led some ninjas to intercept the enemies at the Land of Waterfalls. Meanwhile, Hidden Stones Village and Hidden Grass Village launched attacks, causing great distress for Hidden Leaf Village. Hidden Stones Village preferred direct confrontations, their combined jutsu difficult for other villages to counter, especially with Earth Style's synergy in combined jutsu. Lightning Style, which counters Earth Style, couldn't form combined jutsu on the battlefield, making individual Lightning Style jutsu ineffective. Hidden Leaf Village ninjas struggled to cope, and Hidden Stones Village and Hidden Grass Village continued organizing assault teams to infiltrate the Land of Fire and cause havoc, forcing Hidden Leaf Village to divert resources to handle these incursions. In just half a month since the war began, Hidden Leaf Village found itself continuously retreating. Hidden Stones Village and Hidden Grass Village amassed over 1,700 ninjas on the front lines, while the Land of Waterfalls had 600. Minato had only 1,500 ninjas, 500 of whom were assigned to Jiraiya, making their situation extremely tight. Half a month into the conflict, Minato reported the battlefield situation to the village and requested reinforcements. The ferocity of Hidden Stones Village's assault resulted in over 100 Hidden Leaf Village casualties within 2 weeks, making it impossible for them to cope. In the village, Hiruzen didn't anticipate Hidden Stones Village's onslaught to be so fierce, and they hadn't even deployed their Jinchuriki, showing a willingness to go all out. Hiruzen, after discussions with Koharu, Hamura, and Danzō, dispatched 200 reinforcements and a medical team. Danzō also led 30 root ninjas and 10 Anbu members to alleviate the pressure on Minato at the front. Initially, Hiruzen considered sending Mina with the medical team, but upon learning of her pregnancy, he dismissed the idea. Doing so would not only upset Mina but also likely provoke the Uchiha clan. Although not yet married, Mina had moved in with Yoichi. With her pregnancy, she was effectively the future mother of the Uchiha clan's young leader. Sending her to the front would risk Yoichi returning from the battlefield in rage. The current situation had Hiruzen prepared to join the battle anytime. If Anoki appeared on the battlefield, even with Minato and Jiraiya, dealing with the cunning old man would be challenging, requiring Hiruzen's personal intervention. The battlefield in the Land of Hot Water seemed relatively calm. Orochimaru provoked Hidden Clouds Village, but their response was minimal and lacked intensity. Thus, Hiruzen focused more on the conflicts at the borders of the Land of Grass and the Land of Waterfalls. The sudden large-scale war involving Hidden Stones Village, Hidden Clouds Village, and Hidden Leaf Village captured everyone's attention in the ninja world, even Madara. After obtaining substantial information through White Zetsu, Madara decided to use this war to plunge Obito Uchiha into darkness. With the purest emotions of the Uchiha, when you lose this love, you will awaken the ultimate power of the Uchiha. Connecting himself to the demonic statue of the Outer Path, Madara absorbed power, preparing to execute his plan personally. Obito, when you see the darkness of this world, you will become my successor. Chapter 162 Everyone, something is very odd about the Hidden Clouds Village ninjas. Although they've gathered a significant number of ninjas, their lackluster engagement doesn't seem like they're truly fighting us. After pausing their offensive, Sakamo gathered everyone to discuss the situation. They had already pushed the front line to the border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Hot Water, and sent numerous patrol teams into the Land of Hot Water, sometimes even skirmishing with Hidden Clouds Village ninjas within the Land of Lightning. Facing a military nation with a strong martial culture, Sakamo's arrangements were already quite aggressive, yet the Hidden Clouds Village's resistance was surprisingly weak, only counterattacking when Hidden Leaf Village's teams entered the Land of Lightning. The war had been ongoing for 2 months, and Yoichi had accumulated 5 opportunities to extract, with the 6th one due next month. Despite 2 chances to exchange, there had been no progress in this battle. Compared to the situation with Hidden Stones Village and Hidden Grass Village, the conflicts in the Land of Hot Water could be considered minor skirmishes. In 2 months, only 37 had died here, while the casualties on the other front were almost 10 times higher. If they're not deterred by Sakamo-san and Yoichi-san's reputations, then they must have a plan. We need more intelligence, preferably infiltrating Hidden Clouds Village's rear to gather it. Orochimaru glanced at Yoichi as he spoke, recalling how he had obtained information about the Two Tails previously. However, Hidden Clouds Village might have learned their lesson and won't use the same method to transmit information again. Have Hidden Stones Village and Hidden Clouds Village really allied? If so, Hidden Clouds Village should at least launch a few attacks to pressure us. A Jonin from the Nara clan spoke up. Hidden Stones Village has suffered over 200 casualties, yet Hidden Clouds Village seems unconcerned. Although Hidden Clouds Village had also lost at least 100 ninjas, this battlefield was far less intense. Of those 100 casualties, a third were taken out by Yoichi Uchiha during his missions. Now, whenever Hidden Clouds Village ninjas spotted Yoichi from afar, they would immediately scatter. Encountering the Lightning Fang of Hidden Leaf Village and surviving became a bragging point. Sakamo said, "There's another matter. The third Hokage wants to transfer 200 ninjas from here to reinforce the other front, hoping we can pull back our defenses." The other Jonin in the tent fell silent at this. Yoichi frowned and asked, "Can't reinforcements be sent from the village? The village still needs to guard against Hidden Sand Village and Hidden Mist Village. We can't risk everything on the battlefield in the Land of Grass. We simply have too few ninjas to face 2 villages at once." There were already over 2,000 Hidden Leaf Village ninjas on the battlefield in the Land of Grass. Here, in the Land of Hot Water, there were only 1,500. If 200 were transferred, it would be difficult to handle a sudden attack from Hidden Cloud's village. However, the remaining ninjas in the village were indeed limited. At this point, there were barely 10,000 registered ninjas. Excluding those who died in the First and Second Ninja Wars, Hidden Leaf Village's active roster might only be around 7,000. Nearly half of the ninjas were already deployed on two fronts. With Hidden Sand Village having a history of invasions, they couldn't rely solely on Hidden Rain Village for defense. Although our situation isn't ideal, this is the Hokage's order. Yoichi-san, Ayama-san, please select 100 ninjas each from your squads for reinforcement. Tsukumo stated. The third Hokage's order wasn't up for discussion, only compliance. Understood. Yoichi and Hayama responded, ready to act once the meeting concluded. Additionally, continue to strengthen intelligence gathering and increase patrol teams. Ryota-san, I'll leave this to you. Understood. The Hidden Clouds village's behavior puzzled Tsukumo, but they weren't without countermeasures. Orochimaru had prepared summoning seals with his blood. By having some tune in and gain and perform the summoning jutsu, they could summon 10 massive serpents on the battlefield. These serpents alone would pose a significant threat to Hidden Clouds village. Orochimaru and Yoichi also had their own summon beasts. Hiruzen had initially wanted Mina to lead the medical team, along with Gates, but dropped the idea upon learning of her pregnancy. On the other side, the situation in the Land of Grass was barely stabilized even after Minato no Mikeiji received reinforcements. Facing 3 villages at once was incredibly difficult. Hidden Stones Village, Hidden Grass Village, and Hidden Waterfall Village knew Hidden Leaf Village had limited numbers, so they deliberately launched attacks in multiple places to spread Hidden Leaf Village thin. Even Danzō's route had suffered setbacks. He had intended for his ninjas to stealthily infiltrate Hidden Stones Village's rear for assassination and sabotage, but they lost over 10 ninjas without success. However, their sacrifices weren't in vain. They managed to destroy an Hidden Stones Village supply line and uncover an important piece of information: Hidden Stones Village's supply routes and Hidden Grass Village's supply points. Previously, only Hidden Clouds Village could transport supplies without much pressure, thanks to the 6 Paths tools. Other villages needed manpower, and storage scrolls couldn't hold everything. Hidden Stones Village deployed many ninjas, requiring supply runs every few days to keep up with the consumption of shuriken and kunai. Upon learning this, Danzō immediately passed the information to Minato and Jiraiya, deciding not to waste more root ninjas on such missions. Gathering this intel had already cost many lives. Further sacrifices would weaken Hidden Leaf Village's defenses, so it was best left to the battlefield commanders to handle. Danzō was curious to see how the young battlefield commander would turn the tide. Hidden Stones Village and Hidden Clouds Village exchanged updates almost daily. After 2 months, Anoki, the third Raikage, Kitsuchi, Nodai, and A decided it was time to launch their attack. Their intelligence confirmed Hidden Leaf Village wouldn't deploy the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Although they sent envoys to Hidden Sand Village and Hidden Mist Village, the outcome was uncertain, but worth trying. After finalizing the attack plans, A said to Kitsuchi, "We'll be counting on you, Kitsuchi-san. No need for thanks. We have a common enemy." Kitsuchi replied. If Hidden Leaf Village, with both the 9 tails and the newly acquired 2 tails, wasn't dealt with, their strength would grow immensely in a few years. The previous Chunin exams had facilitated the Hidden Clouds Village Hidden Stones Village alliance. The next day, A ceased the subdued approach and dispatched numerous Hidden Clouds Village reconnaissance teams. They soon clashed with Hidden Leaf Village patrols, leading to skirmishes. These encounters inflicted significant losses on Hidden Leaf Village, with targeted ambushes in many areas of the Land of Hot Water. News quickly reached Tsukumo, who, sensing something amiss, immediately sent out scouts to track Hidden Clouds Village's movements. The scouts reported back rapidly, with information that shocked Tsukumo Hatake. Hidden Clouds Village had mobilized en masse, with a large force moving towards the Land of Fire, expected to invade within a few hours. Tsukumo gathered all the Jonin, shared the intelligence, and began making arrangements. Orochimaru-san, if I'm not here, you'll be in command. If Orochimaru is also occupied, Ayama-san, you take over. Yoichi-san, handle the 8 tails if it appears. Tsukumo organized the defenses. With equal numbers, Hidden Clouds Village was easier to manage than Hidden Stones Village. Once preparations were complete, Hidden Leaf Village ninjas quickly gathered, determined to face the imminent threat. As the Hidden Leaf Village ninjas prepared, they soon spotted the advance units of Hidden Clouds Village as main force. A Yamanaka clan ninja controlling a messenger hawk reported to Tsukumo, "Tsukumo-san, I see Hidden Stones Village ninjas too, at least dozens, on Hidden Clouds Village's left flank." Boom. Before the Yamanaka ninja could finish, 3 colossal figures appeared ahead of Hidden Clouds Village's force. A giant, red-furred ape with horns and 2 fangs, 4 tails swaying behind it. A creature with a dolphin's head and a horse's body, pure white, its 5 massive tails blocking out the sky. Lastly, the 8-tails ox, familiar to Hidden Leaf Village ninjas from its fierce battle with Yoichi Uchiha, its destructive power terrifying to ordinary ninjas. The appearance of these 3 fully transformed tailed beasts on the battlefield immediately brought immense pressure on Hidden Leaf Village's side, even surprising Yoichi Uchiha, who sensed the severe threat. Orochimaru's face turned grave. Based on the Yamanaka ninja's report, he quickly suggested to Tsukumo-san, we need to retreat. This battle is unwinnable. Retreating won't be easy. Hidden Cloud's village won't let us. Tsukumo replied, swiftly seeking a solution. With Hidden Cloud's village hiding such crucial information, they wouldn't allow an easy escape. No matter what, we need to fight first. Seeing the 3 fully transformed tailed beasts, Yoichi realized he couldn't hide his strength today. Susanoo. Massive chakra surged from within, quickly forming bones, muscles, and armor. A 70 to 80 meter tall, dark blue Susanoo, resembling a giant Grotengu, appeared on the battlefield. With increased ocular power, Yoichi's Susanoo had grown taller than the 8 tails by over 20 meters. The dark blue Susanoo swiftly moved to the front, swinging its chakra blade to deflect an incoming tailed beast bomb into the sky. However, the Susanoo's blade broke after deflecting just 1 bomb, forcing it to cross its arms to block the 2nd and 3rd bombs. Orochimaru reacted quickly, forming hand signs, triple Rashomon. Boom. The violent explosion, searing flames, and intense shockwaves toppled the Rashomon gates. Fortunately, the Hidden Leaf Village ninjas had scattered underground. Otherwise, the tailed beast bombs would have caused severe casualties. Tailed beasts indeed lived up to their reputation as war nukes, their attacks devastating even to elite jonin, who are the high ranks in a great village. Yo, bastard, fool, get blown away. Killer Bee cheered after seeing the effect of the tailed beast bombs, rapping joyfully, then suggested to Rashi and Han, how about we keep up the momentum and continue the attack? He's not down, Killer Bee, be careful. Swish. A powerful slash suddenly emerged from the explosion's dust cloud, targeting the 3 Jinchuriki, carving a deep chasm in the ground. Thanks to Rashi's warning, the 3 used their tails to block the slash. The battlefield was now thoroughly devastated, with a deep chasm extending from Hidden Leaf Village's side to Hidden Cloud's village as main force. The tailed beast bomb explosions had also cleared the dust cloud. Yoichi's Susanoo had a large hole in its chest from the bomb, but he quickly repaired it with chakra. Before Susanoo, a nearly 100-meter wide crater had formed. Tsukumo Hatake, Orochimaru, and others were inwardly alarmed. Without Yoichi and the Rashomon gates absorbing most of the explosion's impact, surviving even half the ninjas under the tailed beast bomb's assault would have been difficult. Ayama-san, have Hanamata-san relay orders. The first squad covers, the second and third squads and the medical team prepare to retreat, and send a message to the village explaining the situation. Tsukumo decisively ordered. Any delay would mean sacrificing the 1,000 ninjas here. Yoichi and the 3 Jinchuriki across from him also had thoughts of changing the battlefield. Even Susanoo and the tailed beasts caused tremendous destruction with their attacks. On a ninja battlefield, without sealing techniques, the 1,000 ninjas wouldn't stand a chance. Simple Susanoo might not withstand continuous tailed beast bomb attacks. I need to reveal more of my power. After deciding, Yoichi clasped his hands, and sage mode markings appeared on his face, with a horn slowly emerging on his forehead. Even Susanoo transformed, its armor gaining scale-like features, and a similar horn appearing on its forehead. Sage art, wood style, wood human technique. Chapter 163. The massive wooden figure formed within the Susanoo quickly made the already 70 to 80 meters tall Susanoo rise another 30 meters, transforming it into the mighty wooden man technique. Now, the Hikobi, Yanbi, and Gobi were only half as tall as Yoichi. This is wood style. Everyone present, except Orochimaru who had expected it, including Tsukumo, all the Hidden Clouds Village and Hidden Stones Village ninjas, as well as the 3 Jinchuriki, were shocked upon witnessing this. Especially the 3-tailed beast, who immediately recalled the helplessness and anger they felt when they were once dominated by wood style. That bastard had captured them and sold them to these ninjas, condemning them to a life of eternal darkness. Boom. 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 The colossal mighty wooden man began to move towards the 3-tailed beast, causing the ground to shake violently. Nearby ninjas couldn't even stand up. Tsukumo-san, act quickly. This is a rare opportunity, Orochimaru said before slithering like a snake towards another part of the battlefield. The meticulously planned joint effort of Hidden Clouds Village and Hidden Stones Village wouldn't be easily abandoned just because of the sudden appearance of wood style. Earth style, earth mausoleum dumpling. Earth style wall. Two Earth-style jutsus were cast in quick succession, the former by Kitsuchi and the latter by Orochimaru. With the appearance of the three-tailed beast and the massive mighty wooden man, the battlefield was quickly rearranged. Kitsuchi seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack, aiming to deal a heavy blow to Hidden Leaf Village ninjas. However, Orochimaru countered his Earth-style jutsu. Orochimaru's hoarse voice mocked, Hey, Kitsuchi-kun, I didn't expect Hidden Stone's village to play such a trick. Fortunately, we have the Hidden Leaf Village no Ruga, foiling your plans. Orochimaru, three-tailed beasts aren't so easily dealt with. If we delay a bit, you'll undoubtedly lose on the front lines. Earth-style wall. Earth-style wall. Both cast Earth-style jutsus again. Apart from his research on snake techniques, Orochimaru was most proficient in Earth-style. He could perform almost all the Earth-style jutsus that Sarutobi Hiruzen could. However, against Kitsuchi's advanced Earth-style techniques, his snake techniques were less effective unless he summoned Manda. Boom. A figure surrounded by lightning broke through Orochimaru's Doryuki and quickly charged at him. Ryobukatsu. Powerful lightning style, chakra concentrated at the elbow, increasing the impact force at an incredible speed. Even an iron plate in front would be pierced by a strike. Clang. A white light flashed as the white fang short sword sliced through the lightning-covered arm guard on A's wrist, then struck the metal guard on his arm. It wasn't Sakamo's intention to miss, A had deflected the blade to make the metal guard collide with it. Clang. The clash produced a loud metallic sound, and both men jumped back using the recoil. A examined the metal guard on his arm, made from the Land of Lightning's hardest mineral and chakra-conducting metal, which now bore a shallow cut. Hidden Leaf Village no Shirokiba. They have no reinforcements. If we hold them off, Hidden Leaf Village's ninjas are doomed. Kitsuchi shouted and resumed his attack on Orochimaru. They had nearly 3,000 Hidden Clouds Village ninjas, dozens of Hidden Stones Village elites capable of performing joint Earth-style jutsus. With Hidden Leaf Village's elites occupied, even 10 minutes could see their camp overrun. Meanwhile, Yoichi and the three Jinchuriki of Hidden Stones Village and Hidden Clouds Village moved away from the battlefield. Both sides avoided their destructive powerhouses, even Hidden Clouds Village and Hidden Stones Village ninjas kept their distance from their own Jinchuriki. Standing near such destructive beings made survival difficult even if they intended to protect you. Be cautious. Whether it's Wood Style, or Susanoo, both are formidable adversaries for us. That could be reminded. All three-tailed beasts had suffered at the hands of Wood Style, before. Once entangled, their chakra would be swiftly drained. Fortunately, they were now in Jinchuriki form, making them more manageable than their original forms. If entangled, they could retreat into their Jinchuriki. Boom. 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 The mighty wooden man charged quickly, shaking the ground with each step, raising its long sword to strike at the Hikubi. The octopus tails of the Hikubi elongated, forming a flexible shield to block the mighty wooden man's slash. Boom. The chakra-infused wooden sword cut into the octopus tails but, due to their flexibility, most of the force was dissipated, leaving them only half-severed. The slash's wind pressure, however, cleaved the ground behind the Hikubi, creating a deep chasm over 1,000 meters long. Tail Beast Bomb. The Yanbi, controlled by Roshi, quickly formed a Tail Beast Bomb and hurled it at Yoichi. In the few seconds the Yanbi formed the bomb, Yoichi reacted, controlling the mighty wooden man to catch the Tailed Beast Bomb, using its chakra-absorbing ability to prevent it from exploding. Meanwhile, Die. Wind Style, Yokai Trotsujuki. The Gobi, controlled by Han, released a large amount of steam to increase its speed and strength, charging at the mighty wooden man. Take this back. Yoichi pressed the tailed beast bomb against the Gobi's head, causing it to explode violently upon impact. The explosion and shockwave created a terrifying spectacle on the battlefield, felt even from a great distance. After several seconds, the shockwave subsided, revealing the heavily injured Han, flung back hundreds of meters. Although the Gobi's body absorbed most of the damage, Han still felt immense pain. You idiot. If you can't fight in tailed beast form, let me handle it. Stop using my body to take heavy hits. The Gobi scolded Han. Though it frequently lent Han its chakra, Han had never fought fully transformed before, and his first battle ended in such a blunder. The mighty wooden man lost an arm in the explosion but was quickly repaired by Yoichi's chakra control. Without the Sage Art chakra and Susanoo, the wooden figure couldn't have withstood the blast. Wood Style, Shujukjin. After forming the seals, massive trees burst from the ground, transforming into a forest-like sea that surged towards the three-tailed beast. Be careful not to get entangled by the trees. The Hikubi warned, only to find itself quickly ensnared by numerous trees growing around it. Damn it. The Hikubi struggled against the surprisingly strong and tough trees, requiring significant effort to break each one. This wood style, enhanced by Sage Art Chakra, could be considered a Sage Art. Die. The mighty wooden man's chakra sword swung horizontally, aiming to decapitate the Hikobi. Sensing danger, the Hikobi used 4 octopus tails to shield itself, but all 4 were severed by the slash. The Hikobi roared in pain. Although its tails could regenerate, the pain from being severed was unavoidable. Kakazan. Son Goku, taking control from Roshi, pounded the ground, causing magma to erupt and incinerate the surrounding trees. Son Goku remained unscathed in the magma, accustomed to such environments from years of living in it. The Yanbi and Gobi took control, as Roshi and Han's initial attempts at fully transformed combat were poor. The Gobi used vapor style, emitting a large amount of steam to break free from the entangling trees. Both tailed beasts had special abilities effective against wood style. Yokai Setsudan. The Gobi, freed, used vapor style, to accelerate, charging directly at the mighty wooden man's chakra sword. The Gobi's horns, its hardest part, combined with the acceleration, pushed the much larger mighty wooden man back. The Yanbi moved to aid the Hikobi, using Uton to burn away the trees binding it. Are you okay, Hikobi? I'm fine, thanks to your ability. Otherwise, I'd have had to detransform. The Hikobi gratefully replied. Without the tailed beast form, Killer Bee would have been vulnerable to the colossal threat, likely dying within a few rounds. Enough talk. Wood style is powerful, but capturing all 3 of us won't be easy. Let's help the Gobi. While Son Goku spoke, the mighty wooden man knocked the Gobi down with a slash, about to deliver a fatal blow when the Yanbi and Hikobi launched Tailed Beast Bomb. The first Tailed Beast Bomb was deflected by the mighty wooden man, but the second struck it directly. At the moment of impact, the Gobi shielded itself with its tails. The Tailed Beast's tails were exceptionally tough, capable of withstanding many attacks. However, only the Yanbi and higher could manage this. The Hikobi, Nibai, and Sanbi had too few tails to protect their massive bodies. Meanwhile, on another part of the battlefield, Hidden Leaf Village's side had barely held out for 10 minutes before collapsing. The combined earth-style jutsus of the Hidden Stones Village elites were too difficult to counter. Simple techniques like Hidden Stones Village no Iron Body and Iwa no Tsuchi Ransu were used as if they were S-rank forbidden jutsus, with continuous rock rain causing severe casualties among Hidden Leaf Village ninjas. Even Jonin had to use chakra-intensive jutsus to block the Hidden Stones Village's combined attacks. The Hidden Stones Village ninjas used low chakra earth-style jutsus, but Hidden Leaf Village ninjas couldn't withstand multiple rounds and began to retreat. As their formation broke, Hidden Clouds Village ninjas formed assault teams to charge in, killing Hidden Leaf Village ninjas under the cover of jutsus, shuriken, kunai, and explosive tags. Sakamo-sama, Orochimaru-sama, we can't hold on. Hidden Stones Village and Hidden Clouds Village are breaching our formation. Sakamo and Orochimaru, fighting A and Kitsuchi, heard this message through a Yamanaka clan ninja's communication jutsu. This battle had only just begun. The enemy's onslaught was too fierce. Sakamo-sama, Orochimaru-sama, we can't hold on. Hidden Stones Village and Hidden Clouds Village are breaching our formation. Sakamo and Orochimaru, fighting A and Kitsuchi, heard this message through a Yamanaka clan ninja's communication jutsu. This battle had only just begun. The enemy's onslaught was too fierce. Retreat immediately. We've lost this battle. Fall back to the second camp and set up defenses. Use the summoning snakes as cover. Sakamo ordered decisively. Through the Yamanaka clan's jutsu, he knew the situation. Hidden Clouds Village and Hidden Stones Village were relentless, their powerful attacks exhausting chakra without hesitation. Orochimaru, inform Yoichi-kun to find a chance to retreat. If he can't, let me know, and I'll support you. Inamida, assist Orochimaru with communication. Sakamo used the Yamanaka clan's jutsu to give orders, then created a shadow clone. Seeing this, A became vigilant but then saw Sakamo's shadow clone heading towards Orochimaru and Kitsuchi, enraging him. Hidden Leaf Village no Shirokiba, you dare underestimate me. Even if A was at a disadvantage, he wasn't completely powerless. How dare Hidden Leaf Village's White Fang divert half his chakra to help others? I'll kill you. Zzzzz. A's lightning style, chakra surged to its maximum, increasing his speed slightly as he charged at Sakamo. Orochimaru, upon seeing Sakamo's shadow clone arrive, used snake techniques to disengage and headed towards Yoichi. Kuonen, Yuta, Higashi, used jutsus to intercept Hidden Leaf Village no Shirokiba. Don't engage him closely. Kitsuchi ordered, using jutsus to force back Sakamo's shadow clone and chasing after Orochimaru. Damn beasts. Yoichi's multiple attacks were countered by the three-tailed beast's mutual cover, angering him. Noticing Orochimaru's arrival, Yoichi saw him summon snakes to entangle the Yanbi and Gobi's legs, then explode, toppling them. Suddenly, Yoichi heard a voice in his mind. Yoichi-sama, I'm Yamanaka Inamata. This is my jutsu, allowing Orochimaru-sama to communicate with you. Yoichi-kun, we've lost the front line and are retreating. I'm here to cover you. No need. Before we retreat, I'll kill at least one tailed beast. Yoichi's words reached Orochimaru and Inamata, surprising Orochimaru. The next moment, Yoichi created a wooden clone to maintain the mighty wooden man, then jumped away. Maintaining the mighty wooden man for so long had consumed a lot of his chakra, but he still had enough strength for his trump card. A key seal of the four-symbol seal appeared in his hand, which he pressed and turned on his abdomen. The internal four-symbol seal opened, enveloping Godzilla in chakra, causing the giant beast to expand rapidly. Suddenly, Yoichi's body began to change, hardening skin appearing, a tail sprouting from his back, hands turning into claws, and his body growing larger. Roar! The battlefield trembled as the Godzilla-like form of Yoichi emerged, towering over everything. His monstrous roar echoed, signaling his true power. Prepare yourself. Yoichi growled, charging at the three-tailed beast with newfound ferocity. The Hikobi, Yanbi, and Gobi prepared to counterattack, their massive forms bracing for the clash with Yoichi's transformed state. In the face of overwhelming power, both sides realized this battle was far from over. The true test of strength, strategy, and survival had just begun. Chapter 164. A beast larger than the mighty wooden man appeared before the three Jinchuriki and Orochimaru. Its tail, over 100 meters long, had terrifying dorsal fins growing from the end to its neck. Its massive, sturdy hind legs could easily crush a small mountain. Its entire body was covered in a tough, interlocking material, and its gaping maw released waves of scorching heat with each breath. Ferocious and terrifying. This was the impression Godzilla gave everyone present. Tailed beasts were already considered terrifying, but Yoichi's transformation into Godzilla tripled the size of a tailed beast, and every part of its body exuded brutality. Orochimaru-senpai, step back a bit. Through Inamata's telepathy, Yoichi directly instructed Orochimaru to retreat. The mighty wooden man, which was also meant to delay the three Jinchuriki, was then dispelled. The mighty wooden man was powerful both offensively and defensively. Defeating one tailed beast was easy, quickly subduing it like a dog. It could manage two tailed beasts with some effort, but three were too troublesome. The three-tailed beasts coordinated too well, boil style and lava style could melt wood style, and the combined tailed beast bomb were particularly problematic. Moreover, Yoichi's Mangekyo Sharingan did not give the mighty wooden man the size of Madara's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan Susanoo. These three beasts had been provoking him, wanting to take their anger out on him as if he were Hashirama. So, Yoichi decided to show them what a true beast was before he left. Buzz. 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 From the tip of the tail, the purple light spread instantly across the dorsal fins, pulsing like a heartbeat. At its brightest, Yoichi felt as if a sun was about to burst from his throat. Be careful, this might be the move that broke the third Raikage's arm. Killer Bee's warning was quickly relayed to the other two-tailed beast. The Hikobi immediately advised, use your tails. They didn't use tailed beast bomb in response because they saw the monster opening its mouth, with the same blinding purple light shining within. Boom. A blast of flames erupted from Godzilla's mouth, more terrifying than a volcanic eruption. The flames turned into a sea of fire upon hitting the ground, igniting a range of several kilometers ahead. Instinctively controlling the flames, Yoichi concentrated them into a purple glowing beam. Sizzle. The purple beam, formed by high-temperature flames, had immense cutting power. In an instant, it sliced the Gobi, blocking with five tails, in half. Muow! The sudden death of their comrade shocked both Sengoku and Chuki. The flames' high temperature had been painful, but they could withstand it by consuming a lot of chakra to maintain their bodies. But why did this purple beam instantly kill their comrade? Even though the relationships between the tailed beast had deteriorated over time, seeing a former companion suddenly die was still hard to accept for Sengoku and Chuki. However, the moment passed quickly. After the Gobi died, the purple beam swept horizontally, slicing Sengoku in half. Chuki, seeing this, escaped by severing its tail. After returning control to Killer Bee, it severed another tail to use a substitution jutsu. With the three-tailed beast all cut in half, Yoichi retracted the beam. This attack consumed a tremendous amount of chakra, 2/10 in one go. The dorsal fin beam was even more chakra-intensive. At full strength, Yoichi estimated he could use it only once. Orochimaru-senpai, bring back the three Jinchuriki bodies. Yoichi instructed Orochimaru through telepathy. He wasn't yet sure if the three Jinchuriki were dead or if one had escaped. This was his first time releasing Godzilla from his body and controlling its beastly form with a human's consciousness, making everything feel unfamiliar. The radiation beam was something he had used once in human form, which allowed him to control and release it after transforming into Godzilla. As for using Godzilla's body for sensory ninjutsu, Sharingan, or Susanoo, Yoichi couldn't do that yet. He needed more attempts in the future. Sensing his remaining chakra, Yoichi instinctively felt a distant cluster of energy, with one side's heat rapidly fading, likely Hidden Leaf Village ninjas. Yoichi-sama, or Orochimaru-sama, Sakamo-sama is injured, and we are about to lose. Yamanaka Inamata's voice abruptly cut off, probably because he was retreating or had been killed. The heat signatures chasing them were likely Hidden Cloud's village ninjas. Transformed as Godzilla, Yoichi's dorsal fins glowed purple again. After a few seconds of gathering energy, he unleashed a world-destroying radiation beam. This time, his target was the pursuing Hidden Cloud's village forces. His current sensory ability was poor, and the battlefield between Hidden Cloud's village and Hidden Leaf Village was far away, nearly 10 kilometers due to their shifting fight. Boom. The Hidden Cloud's village forces, pursuing the retreating Hidden Leaf Village ninjas, were suddenly struck by a purple beam from a distance, akin to divine punishment. Upon impact, the beam caused a massive explosion, with flames rising hundreds of meters high, creating a deep crater in the hard ground. Yoichi then aimed his beam at the Hidden Cloud's village forces, delivering a devastating blow. Damn it! Kitsuchi, who arrived and was gathering chakra, saw Yoichi as Godzilla attacking their ninjas and furiously slammed his hands on the ground. Moments ago, he had seen their villages Yanbi and Gobi sliced in half by that purple beam, uncertain of their condition. Earth-style, mountain jutsu. Massive hemispherical mountains rose from both sides of Godzilla, crushing and interrupting Yoichi's radiation beam. Another one. With his beam interrupted, Yoichi decided to dismiss Godzilla, resealing it within the four-symbol seal in his body. Currently, Godzilla's consciousness was under his chakra's control, showing no resistance. The massive body was absorbed like being sucked into a vortex, quickly returning to Yoichi's abdomen. With the sealing done, Yoichi fell from a height of over 100 meters. Just before hitting the ground, he used Susanoo's skeletal form to cushion the fall. My body feels hot again. Is this a side effect of using Godzilla's form? Yoichi noticed smoke rising from his clothes, carrying a burned smell. His surface body temperature must have exceeded 100 degrees Celsius. Although uncomfortable, it was better than before. Before the two hemispherical mountains could close in, Yoichi quickly left the area. Orochimaru soon joined him, saying, "Yoichi-kun, I've recovered the bodies of the Yanbi and Gobi Jinchuriki, but the Hikubi escaped, leaving only a tail." Dead? Yoichi was surprised, expecting them to be severely injured for Orochimaru to capture. How did a single radiation beam kill them? Forget it. Let's head back. I'm low on chakra, and Inamata informed me that Sakamo-senpai was injured and we're losing. Yoichi sensed Kitsuchi and two other ninjas approaching around the mountain formation. Having Hashirama cells had significantly increased his chakra reserves, but the recent battles had drained him. The remaining chakra was only enough to use the Flying Thunder God Jutsu to teleport away, his last resort. Let's retreat as well. We can't catch the Hikubi Jinchuriki, and it's best to regroup with the main force. Your last attack should have halted Hidden Cloud's village's pursuit. Orochimaru, his face marked with the sage transformation, created a shadow clone and said, "The shadow clone can hold them off. Let's go." With ample chakra reserves, Orochimaru's sage mode shadow clone could handle Kitsuchi. He hadn't used it earlier to conserve energy, but now, in retreat, he had no such concerns. Damn it. Kitsuchi saw Orochimaru create a shadow clone and use jutsus to block their pursuit and delay them from checking on Rashi and Han. But they had no choice, they had to deal with Orochimaru's shadow clone before doing anything else. Orochimaru and Yoichi quickly caught up with the retreating Hidden Leaf Village ninjas. Hidden Cloud's village forces were still in pursuit, determined not to let them reach the second camp. Despite Hidden Leaf Village's efforts to leave blocking squads, they were overwhelmed by the sheer number of pursuers. Upon seeing this, Orochimaru and Yoichi summoned their giant creatures. Yoichi had consumed some food pills on the way back, restoring some chakra. With the help of Hashirama cells, calling Gats for 10 minutes was feasible. Orochimaru summoned Manda. Whatever transpired between them, Manda didn't demand a sacrifice upon appearing. Gats, hold them off for 10 minutes, then you can return. Manda, you too. After issuing these commands, they led the remaining Hidden Leaf Village ninjas away. Shortly after, the roar of a beast echoed from behind. With the two powerful summons blocking the way, especially Gats using his magic, the Hidden Cloud's village forces were effectively hindered. Returning to the camp, the medical team hurried to treat the wounded. The injuries were severe, with most returning in critical condition. Sakamo was gravely injured, having been pierced by A's lightning style. Orochimaru quickly reorganized the camp, instructing the lightly injured to take food pills and patrol outside. He ensured the critically wounded were treated and prepared to relocate the camp if necessary. Orochimaru worried Hidden Cloud's village might bypass the camp to wreak havoc in the land of fire. Orochimaru tallied the numbers, concluding quickly. Out of 1,200 ninjas, only 431 returned. Among them, 73 were severely injured and unable to fight, 190 were lightly injured and needed treatment, and the rest had expended much of their chakra. After consuming food pills, they could barely recover 70 to 80%, enough for scouting and patrolling duties. Such heavy casualties were a significant defeat for Hidden Leaf Village. But Orochimaru understood the unexpected nature of the battle. No one anticipated Hidden Stone's village bringing their elite to the land of hot water battlefield. The Hidden Stone's village elite combined Earth-style jutsus tore through Hidden Leaf Village's camp. Despite their best efforts, the three Jinchuriki were held off, but no one handled the Hidden Stone's village elites. However, Orochimaru knew Hidden Stone's village suffered the most, with 2 Jinchuriki corpses in his possession. The fate of Hidden Cloud's village's Jinchuriki was unknown, but escaping so desperately suggested severe injuries. They did their best with limited intelligence. I wonder if Sensei will be happy or sad to hear this news. Orochimaru chuckled. Wood style, and Mangekyo Sharingan, along with a terrifying creature that resembled a tailed beast yet didn't belong to the 9, were intriguing to research. Yoichi's power exceeded Orochimaru's expectations, and Hiruzen, who had a strained relationship with the Uchiha clan, would likely lose sleep over this. Orochimaru detailed the battle's events in a report, sending it back to the village quickly, as they needed reinforcements more urgently than the Land of Grass. With the Hidden Cloud's village pursuit halted, they pulled back their forces, planning their next move. And Odai had to tally casualties. The outcome of the Jinchuriki and Yoichi's fight was unknown, and A was concerned about B. As a considered dispatching a team, Kitsuchi, furious over their losses, confronted A. This battle cost Hidden Stone's village dearly. The promises made by the third Raikage seemed worthless now. They lost to Jinchuriki. Chapter 165 Roshi and Han are dead? A was taken aback by the news, smashing the conference table in front of him in shock. He quickly asked, "What about my brother B?" "I don't know. He might be in trouble too." Before Kitsuchi could finish, a Hidden Cloud's village ninja ran in to report, "Lord A, we found Lord B. He's severely injured and unconscious, and the medical team is treating him with all their might." "Is Killer B found?" "What about Roshi and Han?" Kitsuchi asked immediately upon hearing this. He had seen the Yanbi and Gobi being cut in half and then lost track of Roshi and Han's chakra signatures as Orochimaru approached. Given that Killer B wasn't dead, could Roshi and Han still be alive? The Hidden Cloud's village ninja shook his head, not sure. "So far, we have only found Lord B and your 2 Jonin. Search immediately. Double the ninja squads and search the battlefield and its surrounding 10 kilometers. A ordered. Todai tried to comfort him, "Don't worry, they might be found soon. Once B wakes up, we can ask him." Kitsuchi nodded, but his face remained grim. He had a bad feeling about this. Hidden Cloud's village began to tally the casualties and exchange information. They also suffered significant losses, with 573 dead, over 300 of whom were killed by that sudden purple beam. And Odai also learned from Kitsuchi that the purple beam was caused by Hidden Leaf Village's lightning fang, which made them hate Yoichi even more. Kitsuchi also shared information about the beast that Yoichi transformed into. It was like a tailed beast sealed within him, but unlike any of the 9 known tailed beasts. They concluded that Yoichi must have found and sealed an unknown monster within himself, gaining its power. They also learned that the technique that broke the third Raikage's arm was a power from that monster. In addition, Hidden Cloud's village had nearly 100 ninjas severely and lightly injured. Although they lost many, they fared better than Hidden Leaf Village. Hidden Stone's village's ninjas had minimal losses. Their elites were focused on continuous jutsu attacks, recovering chakra with food pills before resuming their attacks. After Hidden Leaf Village's front lines were breached, Hidden Cloud's village handled the assaults. Before coming to report, Kitsuchi had inquired and found that only their chakra was overly depleted, requiring a couple of days of rest. In contrast, Hidden Leaf Village's casualties were far worse. Hidden Cloud's village had collected over 600 Hidden Leaf Village ninja corpses, and they had taken a camp. Even Tsukumo was severely injured by A and several Hidden Cloud's village jonin. A was now uncertain whether to continue the attack. There was a chance to wipe out the remaining Hidden Leaf Village ninjas, but Kitsuchi had told him that the Lightning Fang wasn't injured. This news was like a sudden chasm before him, making A hesitant to attack. If the Lightning Fang was uninjured and still had chakra, attacking now would mean facing that terrifying monster Kitsuchi described. Wait a bit longer. Let's wait for B to wake up. We need more information. Decided. In the meantime, Dodai, have our men retaliate. Understood. Dodai acknowledged and went to make the arrangements. Back in Hidden Leaf Village, Sarutobi Hiruzen received a message from Orochimaru, almost simultaneously with another returning ninja. Sarutobi called in Koharu Utatane and Hamura Midokado to listen to Orochimaru's report. Hearing about Hidden Leaf Village's defeat, he nearly blacked out. But the good news prevented him from fully collapsing. Out of over 1,200 ninjas, only 300 were still able to fight, with even Sakamo severely injured while covering the retreat. This loss was unprecedented in Hidden Leaf Village's history. The worst part was that they had no prior information about Hidden Stone's Village's elite forces moving to the Land of Hot Water. A little forewarning could have mitigated the damage. However, there was some good news. Orochimaru reported that Hidden Stone's Village's Yanbi and Gobi Jinchuriki were dead, and the Hikobi Jinchuriki was likely severely injured. In the upcoming battles, Hidden Stone's village was down 2 significant forces, as Jinchuriki were more menacing on the battlefield than any village's Kage. After hearing the detailed battle report, Sarutobi felt regretful. If he hadn't pulled 200 ninjas from the Land of Hot Water, the situation might have been slightly better. At least, there would have been fewer casualties, and Orochimaru might have been able to hold the second camp, reducing the need for further retreat. What now, Hiruzen? Hamura asked. We don't have many ninjas left in the village, but Orochimaru's side needs at least another ninja unit to stabilize the situation. The third Raikage hasn't appeared. I suspect he's in the Land of Grass. Sarutobi grimly puffed on his pipe. If Hidden Stone's village could help Hidden Cloud's village, why couldn't Hidden Cloud's village help Hidden Stone's village? If the third Raikage were still in the Land of Hot Water, he would have shown up in such a major conflict. Hamura, take a ninja unit to support Orochimaru. I might have to prepare for the Land of Grass battlefield. Hamura agreed, that makes sense. But Hiruzen, there's no need for you to go. Let Danzō assist Minato no Mikaze instead. Koharu added, Orochimaru reported that Yoichi killed the Yanbi and Gobi Jinchuriki using wood style. What do you think, Hiruzen? Orochimaru didn't tell me the whole truth back then. Sarutobi looked sullen. He was disappointed in his disciple. Orochimaru had said he developed wood style, with someone else's help, implying it wasn't solely his work. But Sarutobi hadn't grasped the full meaning back then. Now, knowing this information, Sarutobi recalled Orochimaru's cryptic words. He should have realized that the police force, which helped Orochimaru with death row inmates, was also involved in researching wood style, with him. Orochimaru's easy agreement not to create many wood style users had made him careless. Sarutobi now hoped to repel the invaders but didn't want Yoichi, strengthened by wood style, to be the one to do it. The two powers that once quelled the chaotic times were now in one person's hands. He had to find a way. We'll discuss this after the war. Hamura, Koharu, both battlefronts are precarious. As discussed, Hamura, take a ninja unit to support Orochimaru and gather intelligence on Yoichi. Sarutobi ordered, I'll prepare to head to the Land of Grass. If the third Raikage is alone, Danzō can handle it. But if Onoki appears, the Land of Grass battlefield will be in trouble. Onoki's experience and battle spirit made him formidable. If he appeared, even Minato no Mikaze and Jiraiya would struggle against him, according to Sarutobi's judgment. The alliance of two powerful military villages had put Hidden Leaf Village in a tough spot. Sarutobi, the Hokage, was preparing to enter the battlefield himself. Understood. We'll proceed as you instructed, but we can't send more medical ninjas. Koharu was angry about this. The previous strongest medical ninja had left due to hemophobia. Fortunately, Uzumaki Mina, with her special constitution and chakra, was seen as a potential medical prodigy. But she became pregnant just before the war and was the wife of the Uchiha clan leader, carrying the next clan heir. Now, the village's top medical ninja couldn't go to the battlefield, straining medical resources. Send a few more. Have the villagers manage. Sarutobi instructed. Sending more would mean villagers would have to wait longer for treatment, leaving only 1 or 2 medical ninjas in the village, essentially halting the Hidden Leaf Village hospital. But they had no choice, the front line took precedence. If it collapsed, Hidden Leaf Village could be invaded. I understand. Koharu nodded. She would arrange it shortly. After their discussion, they quickly formulated a reinforcement plan. Sarutobi also summoned the clan heads. With the Uchiha absent, the remaining sub-leaders attended the meeting. Tsunade, why are you here? Orochimaru, making summoning scrolls, was interrupted and frowned upon seeing the visitor. Despite her cloak, Tsunade's trembling body was evident. The Hidden Leaf Village camp was full of wounded, with bloodied ninjas everywhere. Tsunade, suffering from hemophobia, needed constant care here. I can help too. Tsunade stuttered, her face pale, almost fainting from seeing the blood earlier. Fortunately, Shizune supported her. The guiding ninja, unaware of Tsunade's condition, was happy to lead her to Orochimaru, thinking she came to help. Don't push yourself. I know your Katsu technique, but this camp isn't safe. You need time to recover. I'll have someone escort you out. After considering, Orochimaru realized he couldn't ensure Tsunade's safety, especially with potential Hidden Cloud's village attacks. If Hidden Cloud's village attacked and Tsunade hadn't started treatment, she'd be a burden. Take this. After the treatment, I'll leave. Tsunade closed her eyes, avoiding the sight of blood, and continued, take me to that Uchiha kid. Once I recover, I'll use Katsu to heal the wounded. Let the current medical ninjas conserve their strength. I'll provide chakra for their medical jutsu. The Uchiha kid? You mean Yoichi? It's not surprising you know him, but Tsunade, consider the situation. Orochimaru reminded, thinking Tsunade wanted to confront Yoichi about wood style. He didn't want them to argue in the frontline camp. He summoned a ninja to guide Tsunade and Shizune to Yoichi and continued making the summoning scroll. This scroll could grant a Genin squad a powerful summoning beast, costing Orochimaru much blood. How strange. Tsunade thought, not understanding Orochimaru's words. Guided to Yoichi, Tsunade closed her eyes, letting Shizune lead her. She barely managed to stop trembling. Seeing more blood would render her immobile. Lady Tsunade, this is Lord Yoichi's tent. Before the ninja could finish, the tent opened. Yoichi stepped out, telling the Hidden Leaf Village ninja, I'll handle this. You may go. Yes, Lord Yoichi. The ninja, admiring the battlefield hero, left eagerly. Come in. There are many injured Hidden Leaf Village ninjas nearby. Yoichi said, taking Tsunade's hand and leading her inside. Hey, you brat. Even bold Tsunade knew holding hands implied a special relationship, but before she could object, Yoichi said, you're closing your eyes and trembling a bit because of hemophobia, right? Not really. Warmth dispels fear. I'll help you. But weren't you supposed to be in the land of tea? Why are you here? Distracted by Yoichi, Tsunade momentarily forgot they were holding hands. Recalling being tricked by a kid and realizing her own concern, Tsunade opened her eyes, staring at Yoichi. Kid, don't underestimate my ninja resolve. How could I ignore a war? Besides, your trick was too clumsy. Learn to lie better next time. So I got caught. But you should understand I meant well. This battlefield is too dangerous. We just suffered a defeat, and Hidden Cloud's village might attack any moment. That's why I'm here. Even with hemophobia, I can still help. Don't underestimate me, you presumptuous brat. Shizune, ignoring their bickering, was curious about how long they'd hold hands. Chapter 166 Hey kid, haven't you held on long enough? Tsunade said with a forced smile. She hadn't noticed how long Yoichi had been holding her hand. She really shouldn't let her guard down around this cheeky kid. Well, your body isn't shaking anymore, and your voice is quite strong. It seems the hemophobia has been temporarily suppressed. Yoichi finally let go of Tsunade's hand, nodding. Warmth can indeed dispel hemophobia. If it flares up again, feel free to come to me. You little, Tsunade-sama, let's focus on the task at hand. Yoichi's mention of business matters interrupted Tsunade's thoughts, calming her down. She was here for serious matters, but being led by this kid was unsettling. Fine, I'll start the treatment. I'll need to borrow your tent, arrange an open space outside for me to use summoning jutsu. Tsunade ordered, then covered her eyes and had Shizune help her with a blood sample on her hand. She then stepped outside the tent and performed the summoning jutsu. A large slug, over 10 meters tall, was summoned by Tsunade. Seeing this, Shizune quickly wiped off the blood. Tsunade-sama. Tsunade commanded, split up and find all the severely injured ninjas in the camp. I will heal them through you. Yes, Tsunade-sama. Yoichi then said, Shizune, inform Orochimaru-sama that Tsunade-sama is starting the treatment. Oh, got it. Shizune hurried towards Orochimaru's tent to deliver the message. Tsunade returned to the tent and sat down. Yoichi followed and asked, do you need chakra support? Don't underestimate me, I'm one of the Sannin. Tsunade clicked her tongue, feeling that Yoichi was treating her like she needed care. As one of the Sannin and a senior, her pride resisted accepting help from a younger ninja. Yet, deep down, she had a strange feeling, a slight hope that someone would take care of her. The large slug split into hundreds of smaller slugs, which quickly crawled onto the wounded. Shizune relayed Tsunade's plan to Orochimaru, who then directed the medical team to follow her instructions. As Tsunade began the treatment, her body released large amounts of chakra, which were transmitted to the injured through the slugs. This slug technique was incredibly effective on the battlefield, allowing rapid treatment of all injured ninjas. If the war lasted a day, A lightly injured ninja could return to battle 3 times in a day, effectively multiplying the manpower. Previously, due to the shortage of medical ninjas, many lightly injured ninjas hadn't received treatment. With Tsunoda's arrival, all the wounded began to receive care. Even Sakamo had a small slug on him, transmitting Tsunoda's chakra for healing. Sakamo's shoulder injury, which would have taken a long time to heal, was now rapidly regenerating thanks to Tsunoda's treatment. His bones and muscles were mending quickly. Chakra transmission continued for a long time. The number of severely injured ninjas surprised Tsunoda, making her break into a sweat. Just then, a hand rested on her shoulder, transmitting chakra to her. Tsunoda was momentarily stunned but quickly used the chakra, as sharing chakra between medical ninjas was common. Utilizing chakra while performing medical ninjutsu was not difficult for her. Affection +2, Tsunoda's tsundere personality is truly laid bare by this ability. Yoichi thought, seeing the guide's message. Tsundere types were probably the most likely to remain single. The slug treatment lasted over an hour before Tsunoda finally stopped. She was sweating heavily but opened her eyes to find a damp towel handed to her. "Thanks," Tsunoda muttered, momentarily taken aback. How was this cheeky kid becoming so good at taking care of her? The chakra transmission earlier also felt. How is the treatment going? What about Sakamo-senpai's injuries? Yoichi's serious question interrupted Tsunoda's thoughts, bringing her back to reality. It's going well. The lightly injured are battle-ready again. Some of the severely injured can move, and the rest will recover in about 10 days. Sakamo is also on the mend. That's good. This means we have some manpower and won't be stretched too thin. Yoichi nodded, noticing the new prompt from the guide but decided to trust his ability. There's one more thing, Tsunoda. I need to let you know. What is it? Why so serious all of a sudden? Before she could finish, Yoichi extended his hand, and a small tree sprouted from his palm. Wood style? Did you study my grandfather's cells? Tsunoda's eyes narrowed at the sight of the wood style. She remembered Orochimaru's earlier words, realizing his caution about a potential conflict with Yoichi over this matter. Aren't you angry? Wood style is a symbol of the Senshu, but now it's in me. What's the use of anger? Would you believe me if I said I wasn't angry? Tsunoda sighed. She genuinely didn't feel much anger. How did you obtain the power of wood style? For various reasons, I suspect Danzō wanted to use wood style to counterbalance my Mangekyo Sharingan. He enlisted Orochimaru to research wood style. But Orochimaru and I are close, so we worked together to develop wood style, and I transplanted it into myself. Yoichi felt relieved, thankful for his ability's reliability. There might be more than just me with wood style in the village. For specifics, you'll have to ask Orochimaru. Tsunoda relaxed her tense expression, biting her finger. I know more about using my grandfather's cells for experiments than anyone else. My great-uncle started it, leaving more experimental notes in the Senshu clan than in Hidden Leaf Village. But he couldn't replicate my grandfather's power and eventually gave up. Once, my younger brother wanted to be Hokage. Tsunoda paused, then continued, I wanted to help him achieve that dream, so I thought of my great-uncle's experiments. But it was too difficult. Without the resources my great-uncle had, I gave up. I didn't expect you, a brat, to inherit it. It's perfected now. If you want, it might even cure your hemophobia. I don't need that. Method. Tsunoda turned her head, speaking quietly, but Yoichi heard her. I understand. We'll use our agreed method. You'll become my ally. What's with this cheeky kid? Tsunoda's heart skipped a beat. She wasn't used to this feeling, but she didn't dislike it. What do you plan next? I'll stay here. You know my situation, so tell Orochimaru not to let injured ninjas disturb me. I'll summon slugs to help when needed. Tsunoda responded thoughtfully. She couldn't stay away from Hidden Leaf Village during a war, especially with this kid underestimating her ninja resolve. By the way, I bought the tea you wanted. Don't use such poor excuses next time. Tsunoda waved her hand, mentioning their quick trip to the land of tea. They bought tea and observed the situation before returning. Tsunoda, thank you. Orochimaru entered, smiling. I misspoke earlier. Even not at your best, you're Hidden Leaf Village's medical master. Don't flatter me, Orochimaru. I haven't forgotten about the experiments with my grandfather's cells. Tsunoda threatened, but Orochimaru was unfazed. He knew she would have acted if she were truly angry. I've arranged a tent beside Yoichi's for you. If Hidden Cloud's village attacks. Orochimaru hoped Yoichi would protect Tsunoda, as he was the only one capable. Hidden Cloud's village shouldn't attack. I'm well rested. Using Godzilla's body was unfamiliar, requiring chakra control to manage heat. But with practice, he'd master it. The 2 Hidden Stones village Jinchuriki are dead. They've lost their main fighting force. Hidden Cloud's village must focus on appeasing Hidden Stone's village, or the third Raikage will be in trouble. In such a war, the third Raikage's absence was telling. He was likely at a grass country battlefield. If the third Raikage were here, Hidden Leaf Village would have been completely defeated. Hidden Cloud's village missed their chance to defeat Hidden Leaf Village. Tsunoda's arrival provided much-needed relief. For now, we wait for village reinforcements. Tsunoda, we're counting on you. Orochimaru left to continue preparing the camp's defenses. Tsunoda felt uneasy in Yoichi's tent, sensing he might say something to make her heart race. What is this kid up to? Tsunoda's thoughts raced. Since John's death, no one had cared for her so attentively. It was annoying but also touching. Tsunoda-sama, the tent is ready. Shizu poked her head in, seeing Tsunoda storm out. Got it. Let's go. Huh? Why is Tsunoda-sama in such a hurry? Quiet. Dead? Kitsuchi clenched his fists upon hearing from the injured bee. Why did Rashi and Han die? Kitsuchi, my brother barely escaped thanks to the Hikobi. He almost died too. A defended bee, who lay weakly on the bed. But our village lost 2 Jinchuriki. Kitsuchi was furious. This loss was devastating for Hidden Stone's village. Even if the tailed beast could regenerate, it would take years. How many lives would it cost to capture the Yanbi and Gobi? Even if successful, how long to train new Jinchuriki to match Rashi and Han? It took them 10 years to master their tailed beast's power. Hidden Stone's village would need about 15 years to regain such strength. I'm sorry, but I had no choice. Facing that monster, the Hikobi had to sever its tail to escape. Bee weakly explained, the tail is the tailed beast's strongest defense. Even other tailed beast bombs can't break it. But the monster Hidden Leaf Village's lightning fang had such power that it cut through the Yanbi and Gobi, killing Rashi and Han. Hearing Bee's explanation and seeing his injuries, Kitsuchi knew Hidden Cloud's village wasn't deceiving them. Hidden Cloud's village still needed Hidden Stone's village's strength. But the loss was too great. Hundreds of ninja deaths were nothing compared to losing 2 Jinchuriki. I'll report this to Lord Tsuchikage. Kitsuchi said after a long silence, the decision rests with Lord Tsuchikage. With that, Kitsuchi left the tent with his subordinates. Dodai wanted to explain but was stopped by a explanation is pointless. B doesn't lie. We didn't foresee the lightning fang's power. Whether Hidden Stone's village accepts it depends on the third Tsuchikage's decision. Chapter 167. Within 3 days, Hamura brought a team of ninja reinforcements to the frontline camp. Upon arrival, Hamura learned that Tsunoda had also come to the front lines and had healed most of the wounded with her slug technique. Hamura breathed a sigh of relief and said to Tsunoda, since you're here, you might as well stay. The village needs your strength now. However, since you're here, I'll have the medical team I brought go to the camp in the land of grass. Just Tsunoda alone was worth 3 medical squads, so there was no need for the medical team he brought. Tsunoda, now is not the time for nonsense. Seeing Tsunoda turn her head without responding, Hamura spoke again, this time more sternly. Tsunoda frowned unhappily upon hearing this, but before she could retort, Yoichi spoke up first. Don't worry, Elder Hamura. No one doubts Tsunoda-sama's resolve to protect the village. She rushed here from the land of tea as soon as she heard about the war. Her actions have already proven everything. Yoichi's words both countered Hamura and pleased Tsunoda, who felt understood. If she were being frivolous, she would have hidden away instead of coming to the battlefield to treat patients despite her hemophobia. Tsunoda then gave Hamura a cold snort and said no more. At this moment, Sakamo spoke up, Elder Hamura, what does the village plan to do? Although they had brought reinforcements, they were still at a disadvantage against the forces of the Hidden Cloud. However, with Yoichi here, a counterattack might be possible. The village has no specific plan. The command of the front line is still up to you, Sakamo-kun. Hamura asked upon seeing Sakamo's expression, how are your injuries? Sakamo Hatake replied, much better, thanks to Tsunoda's medical ninjutsu. I should be fully recovered in 5 or 6 days. This was the effect of a top-tier medical ninja. Normally, a penetrating shoulder wound that damaged the bone would take at least 2 months to heal. But Tsunoda's medical ninjutsu shortened this recovery time tenfold, allowing Sakamo to recover in just 5 or 6 days. Orochimaru, Yoichi-kun, do you have any ideas? Orochimaru shook his head and said, I don't have any specific thoughts. Let's see what Yoichi-kun plans to do. Since he had given up on becoming Hokage, Orochimaru had no intention of taking the spotlight. He could fill in the gaps, but he wouldn't take the lead. The camp we previously left behind should be too small to accommodate the Hidden Cloud. And although the Hidden Stone and Hidden Cloud have allied, it has only been for 2 months. Yoichi rubbed his chin thoughtfully and said, the Hidden Stone wouldn't mix with the Hidden Cloud. I'll find a chance to sneak in and only kill the hidden stone ninjas. This might be enough to break their alliance. No, that's too dangerous. Tsunoda immediately objected upon hearing this. How can you just go into the enemy camp? Even if you succeed, it will be hard to get out. That's a death mission. Orochimaru chuckled at Tsunoda and said, if it's Yoichi-kun, it might be possible. But he needs to recover first and confirm the positions of the hidden stone. I can have the Hyuga and Yamanaka clans ninjas get close. Seeing that Orochimaru also agreed, Tsunoda glared at him. Orochimaru. Tsunoda, don't be hasty. I say this because I've seen Yoichi-kun's strength. He can do it. If Yoichi-kun succeeds in his sneak attack, he might scatter the hidden cloud. But to break the alliance between the hidden stone and hidden cloud, it's best not to kill any hidden cloud ninjas. Orochimaru smiled as he spoke. If Yoichi turned into a rampaging Godzilla, it might drive the hidden stone and hidden cloud closer together, possibly forming a tighter alliance for the next decade, continuously opposing Hidden Leaf Village. Unless they had the power to wipe out both villages in one go, it was best to focus on splitting the two villages apart first. Seeing Tsunoda looking at him, Yoichi nodded and said, I have a trump card. I can protect myself. The hard part is finding the exact locations of the hidden stone ninjas. Tsunoda now had over 85 points of affection for him. Although she constantly called him "oh brat," if something happened to Yoichi, she would be deeply affected, and her hemophobia would worsen. To break through 90 points, he needed to fulfill his promise to Tsunoda. After that, there would be no problem. I can use summoning snakes to send the Hyuga and Yamanaka clan ninjas in. If you want, Yoichi-kun. I'll pass. Have them confirm the locations first and summon me near the camp. Yoichi shook his head. He guessed Orochimaru's method, having the snake swallow them and then crawl underground to release them. The hidden cloud, lacking strong reconnaissance abilities like the Byakugan, would have a hard time detecting this method. I might have another stealth method that could be smoother. But I need to ask first. Yoichi said. Hearing Orochimaru mention summoning snakes, he thought of the stealth techniques of the three snake princesses in Richi Cave, especially Akikishima, whose invisibility could even hide her presence. If not for the Sharingan seeing chakra, any chakra-bearing creature couldn't escape its sight, making it hard for him to detect Akikishima. And the hidden cloud had no jujutsu like the Sharingan. If Akikishima could help him, killing those hidden stone ninjas would be even easier. After discussing the details, Yoichi Uchiha decided to start the infiltration the next night. Orochimaru chose a strong ninja from the Yamanaka clan and one from the Hyuga clan. These two ninjas needed to be strong, with long-range vision and mind transfer techniques. The previous messenger, Yamanaka Injin, was strong but killed by the hidden cloud during the retreat. Hamura had no objections. He found this plan feasible and didn't require too many ninjas. Success would bring benefits, and failure wouldn't be too costly. After leaving the meeting tent, Tsunoda followed Yoichi back to her resting tent and suddenly asked, Brat, are you making me win a bet? You too, Tsunoda-sama. Yoichi tilted his head and smiled, don't play too much and forget what a ninja should do. When I become Hokage, you'll be my assistant, working from dawn till dusk. Humphrey, big talk, brat. Tsunoda snorted coldly and entered the tent, but Yoichi's words made her feel a bit more at ease. That night, Yoichi went outside the camp and used the summoning technique. With a puff of smoke, a white-dressed girl charged at Yoichi, looking like she had a big grudge. But Yoichi wrapped himself in lightning and said to Akikishima, if you want revenge, wait a bit. I have something important to ask you. Akikishima, taken aback by Yoichi's sudden serious expression, floated in the air with her arms crossed and asked, what is it? I need your invisibility ability. Can you lend it to me or help me sneak in? Upon hearing Yoichi Uchiha's request, Akikishima angrily put her hands on her hips. Human wars have nothing to do with me. I refuse. She almost got tricked by this human. What's so important about this? Just consider it a favor. I'll owe you one. You can ask for anything. Really? Except eating me, and I won't send others for you to eat either. Then what use are you? Then I'll ask the other two snake princesses. They seem easier to talk to. After saying that, Yoichi Uchiha prepared to summon Shinya and have it reverse summon him to Richi Cave. But upon hearing this, Akikishima quickly floated in front of him and said, what use are they? I'm the best at invisibility. Fine, you owe me one. I'll help you this time. But you won't master it in a day. Call me out when you need help again. Then I'll call you tomorrow. With that, Yoichi ended the summoning technique. Akikishima tried to say something but was sent back. The next day, Orochimaru had found the ninjas, the strongest from the Hyuga and Yamanaka clans in the camp. After explaining the mission, they prepared for the night. Ninjas wouldn't sleep too deeply, ready to fight at the slightest movement. But night was better than day, providing some chance of a sneak attack, unlike the day when there was no chance at all. Near dusk, Orochimaru, Yoichi, Yamanaka Kenji, and Hyuga Shinichi traveled for hours to the vicinity of their previous camp. Earlier, they had used the Byakugan to avoid a hidden cloud patrol team. Going further would mean more patrols. Yoichi Uchiha stopped and said, "It's up to you now, Orochimaru-senpai. I have a following method." He then used the summoning technique to summon Akikishimaheim. "You, Orochimaru?" Akikishimaheim, seeing Orochimaru and Yoichi's gesture for silence, coldly snorted and didn't make a fuss. Orochimaru didn't expect Yoichi to summon a Rechi Cave Snake Princess. But it made sense. Akikishimaheim had the best invisibility skills among the 3 Snake Princesses. Orochimaru had passed the second test by fulfilling her request. Orochimaru then summoned 2 special snakes and said to Kenji and Shinichi, "Endure this." The snakes swallowed the 2 ninjas, then shrunk to 3 feet long and burrowed underground. "Let's follow them," Yoichi said to Akikishimaheim. He wondered how she would help him with invisibility. "Stay within my Sage Chakra." Akikishimaheim floated onto Yoichi's back like a backpack, releasing Sage Chakra to make them invisible. Even in Sage mode, Orochimaru couldn't sense them. Not even Sage mode can detect them. "Yoichi-kun, you're perfectly invisible." After Orochimaru spoke, it remained silent. "Already gone?" Wrapped in Akikishimaheim's Sage Chakra, Yoichi felt nothing unusual, though her presence on his back was odd. The Snake Princess had no human propriety, hugging tightly, and Yoichi could clearly feel her. Akikishimaheim occasionally flicked her snake tongue at his neck, making Yoichi grip her sock-covered foot in warning before continuing. When they got close to the camp, the snakes found a hidden spot just patrolled and released Kenji and Shinichi. Covered in mucus, they knew the method was effective, but Yoichi preferred not to use it. Hyuga Shinichi activated his Byakugan, and Yamanaka Kenji used a clan secret technique to link their minds, sharing Shinichi's vision with Yoichi. Shinichi's Byakugan could see 2 kilometers, covering most of the camp. If they didn't find the hidden stone ninjas here, they'd search around the camp. Luckily, after a while, Shinichi located the hidden stone. At the same time, Yoichi knew their location. With the location set, he moved into the camp. Invisible, scentless, and undetectable, Akikishimaheim's ability made Yoichi Uchiha a ghost. Avoiding the hidden cloud, Yoichi approached the hidden stone tents. About 16 inches, no more than 3%. Killing one would alert the others, but none were his match up close. Once alarmed, they'd just be targets. Planning his approach, Yoichi Uchiha entered a tent. Who? Lightning blade severed a throat instantly. Enemy. Seeing their comrade fall, the other 2 shouted and tried to form seals. Too slow. Chapter 168. When Yoichi started his attack, Akikishimaheim let go and floated outside to hide. Otherwise, with Yoichi's body wrapped in lightning-style chakra, she would be completely paralyzed by the electricity. Earth-style. With a puff, Yoichi's blade pierced the heart of an hidden stones village ninja, followed by a surge of lightning, sending the ninja straight to hell. Another hidden stones village ninja had already started to use a jutsu, which would take time to chase. Wood clone. Yoichi created 4 wood clones. One wood clone using lightning-style chakra mode charged directly at the hidden stones village ninja, continuously killing them with speed and sharp blade techniques. Meanwhile, Yoichi and 3 other wood clones used earth-style to burrow underground, reaching the 4 corners around the hidden stones village camp. The large hidden stones village camp was already in chaos. Under Kitsuchi's leadership, many hidden stones village ninjas gathered, preparing to encircle and kill Yoichi's wood clone. This just made it easier for Yoichi's next jutsu. He and the 3 wood clones formed hand seals simultaneously, causing the ground to shake violently. Wood-style, Dukai Koten. A vast, dense forest erupted from the ground, surging towards the center of the hidden stones village camp from the 4 corners. It's wood-style. Attack with jutsu and explosive tags to fend it off. Kitsuchi shouted in panic, quickly forming hand seals, earth-style, earth spears. He knew that earth-style defenses couldn't withstand wood-style. Only offensive jutsu breaking the giant trees could stop the attack. After he used his jutsu, the ground erupted with sharp stone spears, extending nearly 100 meters forward, clashing with Dukai Koten. However, after only a few seconds, the earth spears were shredded by Dukai Koten. Earth-style, rock staff. Earth-style, rock pillars. Earth-style, stone dragon. Numerous earth-style jutsu and explosive tags were thrown at the massive tree roots, but their counterattacks only slightly slowed the assault. Earth-style jutsu were less effective than explosive tags in halting the trees. Soon, Dukai Koten forced the hidden stones village ninjas to scatter. At this moment, Yoichi sensed a large number of hidden cloud ninjas approaching, especially one moving at high speed. In the next second, Yoichi created several more wood clones to continue killing Hidden Stone's village ninjas, while his main body wrapped in lightning-style chakra, sped towards the direction of the incoming threat. However, after just a few hundred meters, Yoichi was intercepted by a group of hidden cloud ninjas. It's Hidden Leaf Village's Lightning Fang. He's here. A hidden cloud ninja shouted, just as the others were preparing to release their jutsu. They suddenly saw a white-haired girl appear, flying towards Yoichi and hugging him before they both vanished. Disappeared? Where is he? Sensor Ninja. Moai-senpai, I've used my sensing jutsu, but I can't detect anyone ahead. Damn it, bombard the area with jutsu. Under the command of the hidden clouds Moai, numerous jutsu and a barrage of explosive tags and shuriken blanketed the area, not even sparing an ant. After 2 rounds of bombardment, there was still no sign of Hidden Leaf Village's Lightning Fang. Where is he? Moai asked, eyes wide. The sensor ninja quickly responded, Moai-senpai, I can't sense Lightning Fang's presence. He might have already. A figure surrounded by lightning appeared, emanating a furious aura, immediately asking, where is Lightning Fang? Moai quickly reported, Sama, we had intercepted Lightning Fang here, but a white-haired girl suddenly appeared, hugged him, and they disappeared. I ordered a jutsu bombardment, but there was no sign of Lightning Fang. Hearing this, A's anger grew even more intense. In the middle of the night, this bastard infiltrated, caused havoc, and left unscathed. There must be someone assisting nearby. Form teams of 20 and search. Signal upon discovery. A ordered angrily, and the surrounding hidden cloud ninjas responded in unison, yes, Sama. They quickly split into 3 teams, dispersing in 3 directions to search. Meanwhile, in the Hidden Stones village camp, the wood-style forest gradually stopped as Yoichi's wood clones ran out of chakra and were defeated by the arriving hidden cloud ninjas. Only the last wood clone was cornered by Kitsuchi and the Hidden Stones village ninjas. The clone spat fiercely and pretended to be unwilling, not the Eight Tails location. Guess Killer Bee got lucky. What did you say? Kitsuchi was filled with questions but had no time to react before Yoichi's wood clone turned into a wooden sculpture as its chakra depleted. Damn it. An enraged Kitsuchi kicked the wooden sculpture to pieces and quickly ordered, rescue the injured. The surrounding massive tree roots from Jukai-koten had forced them to scatter and escape. With Lightning Fang killing them, Kitsuchi had no choice but to first deal with Yoichi's wood clones. Moreover, Yoichi's last words left Kitsuchi feeling uneasy. Was Lightning Fang after the Eight Tails Jinchuriki? It made sense since a Jinchuriki posed the greatest threat on the battlefield. Without a Jinchuriki, the war would be prolonged. Lightning Fang's strength might even drive them out of the Land of Fire. But why was he searching the Hidden Stones village camp for the Eight Tails Jinchuriki? Did he interrogate the Hidden Cloud? With his Mangekyo Sharingan, did the Hidden Cloud mislead Hidden Leaf Village's ninjas, saying Killer Bee was resting in their camp, to lure Hidden Leaf Village into attacking them? The Hidden Cloud might not know if Hidden Leaf Village's ninjas would infiltrate, but they could have given false information to reduce the Eight Tails risk. If Hidden Leaf Village's ninjas didn't come, nothing would happen. Is this the Hidden Cloud strategy? Kitsuchi clenched his fists in fury. This was only his personal speculation, but Yoichi's expression and their newly built camp, with their own patrols outside, raised doubts. Kitsuchi-sama. An Hidden Stones village ninja approached, solemnly reporting, 3 patrol teams lost 1, and we have 15 survivors. How many? Kitsuchi nearly fainted hearing this. They had 66 people in total, now only 15 were left. This one attack had cost them nearly 50 lives? Hidden Leaf Village's Lightning Fang. Kitsuchi's anger almost made him bite his tongue off. Bringing Hidden Stones Village's elite to aid the Hidden Cloud, with Han and Rashi dead on the battlefield, and now losing so many elite ninjas to Lightning Fang. The losses were severe. And the Hidden Cloud's actions, with such heavy casualties, they were still in the Hidden Cloud's territory. Kitsuchi couldn't investigate. Soon, returned after the fruitless pursuit, feeling uneasy seeing only a dozen Hidden Stones village ninjas, he quickly asked, Kitsuchi-san, what about the other Hidden Stones village friends? We will return to the Land of Earth tomorrow. This operation ends here. Kitsuchi said, ordering the remaining Hidden Stones village ninjas to gather the bodies and take them back. Ninja corpses were valuable, containing chakra pathways and residual chakra, useful for studying jutsu. Those capable would always retrieve their village's ninja corpses. Only in situations like Hidden Leaf Village's earlier defeat, where they couldn't take the bodies, would they be left behind. Kitsuchi wanted to call out but didn't know what to say. Hidden Stones Village had already sacrificed a lot for this war, with over 16 inches reduced to so few. If he forced Kitsuchi to stay, they would fall out with Hidden Stone's village. If Kitsuchi returned, what would his father do? Must inform father to find a way to return quickly. I felt a hostility from Kitsuchi. Though Lightning Fang attacked Hidden Stone's village, it had nothing to do with the Hidden Cloud. On the other side, Yoichi, held by Akikishima, flew out of the Hidden Cloud camp, avoiding the Hidden Cloud's jutsu. Yamanaka Kenji and Hyuga Shinichi had burrowed into the summoning snake's belly, escaping underground. See, human, are Rechi Cave's power? Walking boldly before humans, undetected. I saw clearly, your sage jutsu is useless against Dujutsu. Yoichi's words choked Akikishima, who glared at him and continued, you promised to owe me a favor. I want it now. Wait until we're safe. I won't go back on my word. Why rush? Yoichi cut her off. This little snake girl clung too tightly, with a soft pressure against him, and wrapped around him like a snake. Moreover, she smelled nice, oddly enough. After Akikishima dropped him by Orochimaru, she floated triumphantly beside Yoichi. Now, my favor. I want to suck your... Wait, why are you forming seals? I'll repay next time. Contract dismissed. Yoichi ended the summoning, sending Akikishima back, avoiding repaying a summoning beast in front of others, which would be embarrassing. Orochimaru asked, Yoichi-kun, how did it go? Smoothly. Only a fifth of the Hidden Stone's village ninjas survived. I subtly sowed discord between Hidden Stone's village and the Hidden Cloud before my clone dissipated. Let's see if they believe it. The mission's a success. Hidden Stone's village won't be seen on this battlefield. Whether they distrust the Hidden Cloud is up to luck. Orochimaru smiled, acknowledging that human nature was unpredictable. This outcome exceeded expectations. Truly, Lightning Fang hadn't failed a mission. The four returned to the Hidden Lee village camp, arriving at dawn. Tsunade, Sakamo, and Hamura had waited all night. Sakamo was ready for battle, supported by Tsunade, but opposed by Hamura. The mission was a success. Hidden Stone's village ninjas won't be seen here again. Yoichi reported, shocking everyone, especially Hamura. Infiltrating nearly 3,000 strong camp, killing dozens of Hidden Stone's village ninjas, and returning unscathed. All this, accomplished solo by Yoichi. Akikishima was considered part of his strength, being summoned meant part of his power. Hamura couldn't comprehend Yoichi's growing power. Even during Hidden Lee village's defeat, Yoichi hadn't lost, killing 2 perfect Jinchuriki before leaving. Infiltrating 1,000-strong camp, killing dozens, and escaping unharmed. No failed missions, scaring Hidden Cloud ninjas into fleeing at his sight. If he competed for Hokage, what would Hiruzen do? Hamura pondered the village's internal situation. As battlefield conditions improved, Yoichi's youth was his only weakness. He needed to discuss this with Hiruzen, as letting a militaristic Uchiha become Hokage would degrade Obirama-sensei's will. Sakamo, oblivious to Hamura's thoughts, said, good work, Yoichi-kun, Orochimaru. Rest now, I'll handle the rest. Despite handing command to Hamura due to injuries, Sakamo couldn't relax, burdened with concerns. Leave it to you, Sakamo-senpai. Yoichi smiled at Tsunade before leaving, making her slightly annoyed, excusing herself to rest. Orochimaru watched her leave, guessing Jiraiya wouldn't stand a chance. Mixed with toads, if he heard, he'd drink himself silly. Chapter 169 Yoichi and Tsunade walked one after the other to the tent entrance, but Yoichi suddenly stopped. Turning around, Yoichi asked, Tsunade-sama, did you stay up all night? Humphrey, with an important mission, how could I rest easy? Brat, you've participated in too few wars in the ninja world. Tsunade crossed her arms and turned her head, indicating that she was a bit worried, which is why she sent Shizune back to rest and stayed to wait for news herself. For a powerful ninja, staying up all night was no big deal. It seems you've been up for more than one night and pacing back and forth. Your heels are a bit worn. Yoichi pointed out after consulting his guide, glancing at her heels, noticing slight red marks, barely visible unless examined closely. This strategy guide was incredibly detailed. Tsunade was a bit surprised, how do you even know that? Wait, this has nothing to do with you. Don't wake Shizune, let me help you relax a bit. Yoichi gestured for silence and took Tsunade's soft hand, leading her to his tent. Tsunade hesitated, then gritted her teeth in anger, thinking, this old brat. Enough, brat. Don't you know your limits? I am one of the Sannin. Show some respect. Once inside the tent, Tsunade's face showed anger, which was quite intimidating. Yoichi was startled but saw a prompt from the strategy guide and couldn't help but twitch his lips. If this went wrong, he might end up severely injured from a punch. However, trusting the guide, Yoichi decided to follow its instructions despite his fear. Yoichi pressed Tsunoda's shoulders, making her sit on the bed, then lifted her foot and removed her sandal. "What are you doing?" Tsunoda was momentarily stunned. She had shown clear anger, yet this brat didn't understand her intentions. Did he want to force her to act? Thinking this, Tsunoda clenched her fists, ready to teach him a lesson. "I plan to use a special method to help you relax. Thank you for your concern, but I won't get hurt before completing our bet and becoming Hokage. You can rest assured, Tsunoda-sama." Hearing Yoichi mention their agreement, most of Tsunoda's anger dissipated. Undertaking such dangerous missions, noticing her pacing, all for their agreement. Tsunoda saw two other figures beside Yoichi, her former lover and her brother Nawaki. "I'm not worried." Tsunoda turned her head, her voice much softer than before, and her clenched fists relaxed. She propped herself up on the bed, not retracting her soft white feet. Feeling her relax, Yoichi secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The statement had diffused the situation, even increasing her affection slightly. Following the guide's instructions, Yoichi warmed his hands and began massaging Tsunoda's feet. Though unfamiliar with massage techniques, Yoichi focused on warming his hands, pretending to massage seriously. Tsunoda's feet were indeed beautiful, Yoichi noted. For a woman in her 30s, her feet were remarkably smooth and fair, with red painted toenails. As Yoichi massaged, her toes curled cutely. Seeing Tsunoda's head turned away and silent, Yoichi removed the sandal from her other foot, placing it on his leg and continuing his massage. He thought of how Jiraiya would be envious, likely drooling if he saw this. Suddenly, the guide prompted Yoichi to stop. He put Tsunoda's feet down and helped her put on her sandals, saying, "I'm not experienced with massages, so forgive me if it wasn't comfortable." "It's fine, much better." Tsunoda's voice was softer, feeling relieved. If Yoichi had continued, she wouldn't have known how to react. This brat seemed to understand her deeply, always knowing how to take care of her. "I'll go back. Rest well," Tsunoda said, then quickly left Yoichi's tent. Back in her own tent, she still felt a lingering warmth on her feet. Realizing Yoichi's intentions, Tsunoda felt conflicted. Rejecting him wasn't straightforward since Yoichi never explicitly revealed his feelings. They had an agreement, and she had accepted it. Avoiding him wouldn't be easy. Lying on her bed, Tsunoda felt deeply conflicted. Yoichi's care in every little detail made it hard for her to speak out. "I had a lover before, and there's a significant age gap with this brat. It's impossible. I'll not reject him now, deal with it later." Deciding not to dwell on it, Tsunoda tried to sleep, her decision aligning with the guide's prediction, giving Yoichi new prompts. Since the new prompt wasn't urgent, Yoichi decided to rest. After gathering the bodies of the Hidden Stones village ninjas, Kitsuchi left the Hidden Cloud camp without informing A. This action made A uneasy. He wanted to send someone after Kitsuchi, but Dodai stopped him. If he had done that, his reputation in the Hidden Cloud would have been ruined. The alliance between Hidden Stones village and the Hidden Cloud wasn't a secret. Their success on the battlefield owed much to Hidden Stones village's support. Now, with Hidden Stones village suffering heavy losses and wanting to return, capturing them would make A seem despicable, ruining his hard-earned reputation. Dodai advised A to stabilize the front line. Although Yoichi was powerful, they could win by leveraging their numerical advantage. Meanwhile, Kitsuchi returned to the Land of Earth with the surviving ninjas, informing Onoki of the losses, who was already furious about the deaths of Rashi and Han. Onoki, not a physical fighter, easily smashed several tables in anger. Hearing Kitsuchi's report, Onoki's face turned grim. Yoichi had nearly wiped out their elite forces and left them without Jinchuriki for over a decade. Onoki wouldn't forget this grudge. He suspected Hidden Cloud involvement as well, given their long-standing rivalry. Onoki decided to join the battlefield, aiming for mutual destruction with the Hidden Cloud and Hidden Leaf village. Both battlefronts were stalemated, with Hidden Stones village and Hidden Cloud forces not letting up. The Hidden Cloud summoned another 1,500 ninjas, raising their numbers to nearly 4,000. Their forces wreaked havoc in the Land of Fire, attacking small towns and causing destruction without slaughtering civilians, creating widespread panic. Tsukumo and Hamura dispatched teams to intercept, but Hidden Leaf Village's 900 ninjas were vastly outnumbered. Many Hidden Cloud teams were strong, and Hamura's reinforcements were mostly lower-ranked ninjas. Hidden Leaf Village's forces, excluding elite ninjas like Yoichi, were weaker. Unable to stop the Hidden Cloud's actions, bad news reached Hidden Leaf Village's camp. Yoichi, however, didn't rush, killing Hidden Cloud teams during missions but not exerting himself. He'd already achieved enough fame and decided to slow down. Tsukumo felt some pressure but less than Hamura, whose job was to prevent further invasion. However, Tsukumo couldn't deal with small-scale infiltrations. Despite their best efforts, reports of Hidden Cloud attacks reached the Fire Daimyo, who questioned Hidden Leaf Village. With Hiruzen away in the Land of Grass, Koharu handled village affairs, urging Hamura to address the situation. But Hamura lacked the manpower, and Yoichi was holding back. Considering a decisive battle, Hamura suggested Yoichi use his strength to deliver a devastating blow to the Hidden Cloud, but Yoichi refused, citing the need to save his strength for a final confrontation with the Eight Tails. Yoichi had no intention of easing Hamura's pressure, questioning his own importance. Chapter 170 Back already? Tsunade had just come out of her tent when she saw Yoichi returning from outside and couldn't help but ask. Over the past 2 months, Tsunade had rarely spoken to Yoichi, often feeling the urge to avoid him when she saw him from a distance. But since their tents were next to each other, they frequently ran into each other anyway. Yoichi would just nod and greet her before walking away. This indifferent behavior made Tsunade wonder if she was overthinking things. They hadn't spoken for almost 2 months, so when Tsunade saw Yoichi return from a mission today, she greeted him. Mission's over, I can rest tonight. Tsunade-sama, are you going to get some food? Shizuna's probably busy in the medical unit. I'm going to get some food. Do you want some? How about coming to my tent for sashimi? I also have some magic lamb I brought along but haven't eaten yet. Yoichi took out a storage scroll and waved it in front of Tsunade. This old woman had been sulking for 2 months, and today she finally spoke to him. She was even harder to win over than Lady Mikoto. Sashimi? And magic lamb? Tsunade's eyes lit up at the mention of magic lamb. She remembered the juicy, delicious lamb she had tasted last time, which had left a lasting impression despite the bet she had lost to Yoichi. No alcohol. TSK, don't underestimate me, brat. I'm a ninja, after all. I wouldn't drink on the battlefield. Tsunade clicked her tongue and followed Yoichi into the tent. The camp's food was cold, dry rations, nutritious but tasteless. Any opportunity to eat something better was welcome. Inside the tent, Yoichi set up a table and took out another storage scroll, producing several bottles of sake. Oops, wrong one. Under Tsunade's hopeful gaze, Yoichi put the sake away and took out another scroll, this time revealing sashimi and magic lamb. The prepared food, sealed in the scroll, remained fresh. With 2 boxes of sashimi and 1 of magic lamb, there was more than enough for the 2 of them. Yoichi placed the dipping sauces in front of Tsunade and asked, how are things in the village? I've been out on missions and haven't heard much news. It's about the same. Though Sensei has gone to the grass country front, the attacks from Hidden Stones Village, Hidden Grass Village, and Hidden Waterfall Village haven't slowed down. Jiraiya has had to retreat over 10 kilometers. As she spoke, Tsunade picked up a piece of sashimi and savored it, her face showing satisfaction. After eating bland ninja rations for so long, the high-quality sashimi was a delight. However, she couldn't help but glance at the sake, feeling a bit unsatisfied. A drink would have made the meal perfect? The third Raikage appearing in the grass country makes things difficult. Even Sakamo, who excels in wind style, can't stop him. But with Danzō and the third Hokage there, it should stabilize. Tsunade continued, it's been tough. The old man even considered sending either me or Sakamo to the grass country, thinking that with Minakato, you, and Orochimaru here, it would be enough. Yoichi asked in surprise, so are you leaving? Not yet. They can still hold out. Seeing Yoichi's surprise, Tsunade thought this brat didn't want her to leave, making her overthink her previous distance from him. I don't know if they can hold out, but here, Minakato is at his limit. The daimyo's office even sent people to question us. This didn't happen in the previous 2 wars. There's no choice. We have too few ninjas. Tsunade shook her head. The village had about 2,000 to 3,000 reserve ninjas, kept back in case of attacks from Hidden Sand Village or Hidden Mist Village. Sending out all the reserves would relieve pressure on both battlefronts but leave the village undefended. If 1,000 ninjas attacked, they'd reach Hidden Leaf Village's gates unopposed. No one in the village would tolerate that, so even repeated urgings from the daimyo wouldn't sway Koharu Uchiha from deploying more ninjas. They could only hope the Hidden Leaf Village ninjas on both fronts would seize opportunities to turn the tide. Koharu and Minakato believed this front was Hidden Leaf Village's best chance to turn the situation around, which was why Minakato hoped Yoichi would launch a full assault on the Hidden Cloud camp. Driving back the Hidden Cloud would help them win the other front. Brat, honestly, can you use that form again? Godzilla? I can, and I could kill the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, but the Hidden Cloud won't let the Jinchuriki fight me directly. After all, he's part of the AB combo, the future Raikage's brother. Yoichi explained, I could destroy the Hidden Cloud camp, but I wouldn't be able to kill all the Hidden Cloud ninjas. After using it, I'd be out of action for a day. If the Eight Tails Jinchuriki then used a Tail Beast Bomb, it could destroy hundreds of kilometers. The Eight Tails Jinchuriki was hiding from him. If he dared to appear, It meant he had a way to deal with him. Yoichi hadn't forgotten that the Hidden Cloud had plans for a Chakra cannon capable of destroying small meteors. If they had other means to counter his Godzilla form, he'd be in trouble. The main reason was Yoichi didn't want to help Mitsukato. Besides, Uchiha ninjas were strong and well protected, with battle armor making their casualties minimal, so Yoichi didn't need to worry. Tsunade, curious about Godzilla, asked, "What kind of monster is it? How did you seal it inside you?" "It's a monster king stronger than a tailed beast, but its origins are unclear. Unlike tailed beast, it doesn't resist," Yoichi said. Many had seen his Godzilla form, and the information was widespread, so there was no need to hide it. Besides, even knowing its power, enemies couldn't counter it easily. "You're really lucky, brat," Tsunade said, then resumed enjoying the high-quality sashimi. She also thought of Shizune, busy in the medical unit. Recently, she'd taught Shizune 2 medical jutsu and sent her to help in the medical unit, where the experience was invaluable. Feeling a bit guilty, Tsunade asked if she could bring a box for Shizune. Yoichi agreed, not caring about one box of food. Tsunade, delighted, then cheekily asked if she could have a drink. "Just 2 cups. I'll sober up quickly and won't cause any trouble." "You just said you wouldn't drink on the battlefield, Tsunade-sama. You have no morals. Just 2 cups won't affect me. It's only a taste. Besides, you brought alcohol to the battlefield, breaking ninja regulations first," Tsunade retorted. Yoichi suddenly changed his tone. "You can drink 2 cups, but I have a condition." "What condition?" "Let me supervise. If you get drunk and throw a tantrum, you might use your strength to smash the camp." "I wouldn't do that, brat. Who do you think I am?" Tsunade angrily clenched her fist, warning him that she wouldn't destroy the camp even if she got mad. "Alright, then go ahead. This is Tenmitsu sake from the land of honey, very rare, only 100 bottles a year. I've heard of it, but it's hard to find. Didn't expect you to have it." "Hey, what are you doing?" Tsunade, excited to taste the sake, saw Yoichi remove her sandals and place her soft white feet in his lap. "This is a method to supervise while helping you relax, a perfectly normal procedure," Yoichi said seriously, warming his hands and massaging Tsunade's white feet again. "Let go, brat. Tsunade-sama, drink up. Otherwise, the scent will spread, and others will know you drank during wartime. Don't mind me unless you plan to smash the camp with your strength." As Yoichi massaged, Tsunade's feet felt soft and smooth, always kept clean and rarely sweating when not fighting. Her toes curled cutely as Yoichi tried to massage her pinky toe, with Tsunade resisting but failing to pull back. His words, combined with her good feelings towards Yoichi, prevented her from getting angry. This time, she wasn't as furious as before. "This brat really likes my feet, doesn't he?" As Yoichi's warm hands massaged, Tsunade's face flushed. She'd never realized her feet could be so attractive, making Yoichi focus on them. Tsunade downed a cup of sake, trying to quell the growing heat in her feet. But the sake made her face redder, though it tasted excellent, distracting her a bit. Soft and perfectly proportioned, Tsunade's feet had no flaws. Yoichi understood why she wore sandals. If her feet had defects, she might have worn ninja shoes to hide them. 1 cup. 2 cups. Although she planned to have only 2 cups, Yoichi didn't stop her, and Tsunade used the sake to mask her embarrassment. Tsunade reassured herself that it was just a foot massage. She benefited from drinking and relaxing. Yet, the increasing warmth in her feet left her feeling indescribable. "Enough, brat. I'm done eating. I'll wait for Shizune." Tsunade huffed, turning her head, lightly pulling her leg to signal she was done. Feeling a bit regretful, Yoichi let go, helping her put on her sandals. He then handed her a box of sashimi for Shizune, asking, "Tsunade-sama, do you want more Tenmitsu sake?" Tsunade turned away, not looking at Yoichi. "No, it's not as good as I thought." Not as good, yet she drank the whole bottle? Stubborn as always. Tsunade grabbed the sashimi box and quickly left the tent, running into Shizune outside. "Shizune, I brought you some food. You've been working too hard lately, so enjoy this," Tsunade explained, but Shizune smelled the alcohol and frowned. "Tsunade-sama, you drank in the camp?" Alright, Shizune, I know. Let's talk inside." Tsunade quickly covered Shizune's mouth and dragged her into the tent, not wanting others to overhear. Grass country battlefield. Hiruzen had arrived at the camp and had fought the third Raikage several times. The third Raikage was a formidable opponent, even countering Hiruzen's wind style. His fire style was even harder to hit. If not for his mastery of various jutsu, he wouldn't have managed to hold him off. If the third Raikage still had both arms, Hiruzen would have found it even tougher. "Hokage-sama, I'm here," Minato said as he entered the tent. "Minato, I have a crucial mission for you." Hidden Stone's village's movements are becoming more aggressive. We must find a way to stop them. Destroying Calamity Bridge could cut their supply lines, slowing their advance and giving us a chance to counterattack. You're the best choice for this mission. Chapter 171 Calamity Bridge Island of Idle Bridge for Hidden Stone's village's supply routes, the largest transportation bridge between the Land of Earth and the Land of Grass. Danzō had previously scouted this weakness and reported it to the frontline camp. At that time, Hidden Stone's village's attacks were not as intense, they were merely supporting Hidden Grass Village and Hidden Waterfall Village. Cutting off Calamity Bridge then would have had little effect and only put Hidden Stone's village on high alert, giving them time to repair the bridge. Now, with Hidden Stone's village committing more troops and efforts, it was the right time for Hiruzen and Sarutobi to consider destroying it. With our forces stretched thin, Minato, I can't spare more people for you. Only your team is available. Fortunately, Kakashi has grown quickly, he even killed in Hidden Stone's village Jonin recently. Hiruzen said, let Kakashi and his team go with you. You're our best hope to accomplish this. Minato's Flying Thunder God technique made him well suited for such missions, providing him with excellent evasion capabilities. Combined with his formidable skills and Kakashi's potential, Hiruzen had high hopes for the mission's success. I understand, Lord Hokage. Minato accepted without hesitation. He never turned down dangerous tasks, always focusing on how to complete them. Minato, you might encounter the third Raikage during this mission. If you do, try to transport him to the location we discussed. Can you manage that? I'll try. Minato looked troubled. He had fought the third Raikage before but found him nearly invulnerable. Wind-style chakra or the Rasengan could only cause minor hindrance. To truly injure him, one had to target vital points like the eyes or temples. However, the third Raikage was as fast as Minato, making such attacks highly risky, potentially costing Minato his life for a minor injury. If I succeed, I'll notify you immediately, third Hokage. Good. The third Raikage poses a significant threat on the battlefield. We must eliminate him. Hiruzen emphasized the importance of the mission. With their limited Earth-style users like himself and Jiraiya, and Wind-style users like Danzō and Minato, the third Raikage's presence meant many Hidden Leaf Village ninjas would die unless countered. I understand, Lord Hokage. With that, Minato left. 2 months of continuous war had given Hidden Leaf Village some advantages. With Danzō's ruthless tactics, Hidden Waterfall Village had withdrawn from the conflict. Jiraiya had led the remaining Hidden Leaf Village ninjas back to Hiruzen, bringing their numbers to nearly 2,000. However, intelligence reported that Hidden Stone's village had sent over 3,000 ninjas into the Land of Grass, and combined with Hidden Grass Village's forces, the enemy numbered 4,000. Such a large force, combined with the third Raikage and Onoki, made Hiruzen feel quite troubled. One wrong move could lead to defeat. In contrast, the Hidden Cloud battlefield had less pressure. The Hidden Cloud avoided direct battles, using small, disruptive teams to distract Hidden Leaf Village ninjas. Gathering their forces for a frontal assault would give Hidden Leaf Village an opportunity. Neither a nor Dai would make such a foolish move. Mitsukato had been trying to get Yoichi to use his Godzilla form against the Hidden Cloud, but Yoichi refused. He cited the lack of information on the Eight Tails Jinchuriki as his reason. As for using Wood Style and his Mangekyo Sharingan, Yoichi simply ignored Mitsukato. A battlefield commander had no authority over him. Yoichi stuck to his usual tasks, not exceeding his responsibilities, despite his great power. Since their last encounter, Tsunade had started avoiding Yoichi again. However, this time, Yoichi sought her out. Tsunade had initially avoided him to calm down, but since she hadn't resisted during their last interaction, she had grown accustomed. Now, Yoichi would greet her, teasing her about foot massages until she nearly exploded before leaving. Under the guidance of his strategy, Yoichi carefully balanced not making Tsunade truly angry while teasing her emotions. Her affection never dropped. Even if it dipped slightly in embarrassment, it quickly rose back up once he left. Tsunade often thought angrily about leaving for a long journey after the war, staying away from Hidden Leaf Village for at least 10 years. But every time Yoichi spoke to her, she couldn't handle him. Despite her nightly resolutions to remain silent, she inevitably ended up responding. Once, Tsunade fell into Yoichi's trap again, enduring a 10-minute foot massage before realizing he was taking advantage of her under the guise of massage. By the third time, she was so flustered that she grudgingly let him massage her feet, feeling both angry and embarrassed. Brat, I'll never forgive you. Tsunade quickly put on her sandals, speaking harshly but unconvincingly before rushing out. She felt a wet sensation beneath her and feared a repeat of the incident at Hidden Leaf Village's gates. Yoichi was unafraid. If Tsunade hadn't retaliated the first time, she wouldn't now. While Yoichi's side remained relaxed, A's camp was tense with war preparations. A had sent dozens of urgent messages to his father in the Land of Earth, but none were answered, and the third Rukongai hadn't returned. A suspected Hidden Stones village had intercepted the messages and broken their intelligence seals. Although gaining some ground in the Land of Fire, the Hidden Cloud faced a stalemate. Expanding their gains was challenging, but retreating felt unsatisfactory. To negotiate the return of the Two Tails Jinchuriki, they needed more leverage. The Hidden Cloud hadn't dealt a significant blow to Yoichi, so Hidden Leaf Village was unlikely to return the Jinchuriki. Thus, the Hidden Cloud continued small-scale infiltrations to slowly expand their gains. Kakashi, you're now the team leader for the sabotage mission. I have another task to attend to. Minato, recalling his clone's memory, spoke gravely to Kakashi, though you're not a Jonin yet, you have the qualifications. Once this mission is over, you'll be promoted. Obito, Rin, you must follow Kakashi's orders. This is no time for bickering. Obito, solemn for once, replied, understood, Minato-sensei. Kakashi no longer held grudges about ninja rules and was careful and skillful in completing tasks. Without using the Flying Thunder God technique, even Minato found Kakashi's White Fang style challenging. Handing over the team to Kakashi, Minato felt assured. Kakashi often clashed with Obito, who claimed Uchiha supremacy and pinned his hopes on unlocking the Sharingan, often citing Yoichi as an example, which Kakashi used to refute Obito. Obito, often speechless, struggled with Kakashi's arguments, especially since Rin admired Kakashi, further frustrating him. This mission is critical. Normally, you wouldn't be assigned, but with Hidden Leaf Village's shortage of personnel and Kakashi's strength, it's up to you, Kakashi. Minato created 3 shadow clones, transforming them into Kakashi's team members. Kakashi understood Minato's plan to distract pursuers, giving the command to move towards the target. After they left, Minato headed towards the enemy based on his clone's memory, which revealed they had encountered the third Rukongai. After a fierce battle, Minato used countless short-distance teleportations to finally get behind the third Rukongai with a Flying Thunder God kunai. Ignoring the risk of injuring his hand with lightning-style chakra, Minato touched the third Rukongai. Flying Thunder God transfer. Both disappeared, reappearing in a valley within the Land of Fire. Transporting the third Rukongai drained Minato significantly, but with a formidable enemy nearby, he quickly relocated to a hiding spot over 200 meters away. Finally succeeded. Minato fired a signal flare, then took a military ration pill to quickly recover chakra for the upcoming battle. The signal flare was specially made, visible for kilometers even in daylight, particularly near the Hidden Leaf Village camp. It's Minato, he did it. Hiruzen, Jiraiya, Danzō, and other strong Hidden Leaf Village ninjas recognized the signal. They knew the mission's signal meant it was time to surround and kill the third Rukongai. A dozen ninjas immediately moved to support Minato, while another dozen Jonin gathered ninja teams skilled in hindering techniques or throwing weapons and explosive tags, forming a second line of defense. Within minutes, Hiruzen, Danzō, and Jiraiya reached the valley, finding Minato in a dire situation. Ninja art, Wild Lion's main technique. Jiraiya used his hair technique to save Minato, while Hiruzen and Danzō used Wind style, vacuum sphere to push the third Rukongai off balance. His skin is tough. Even our Wind style can injure him. Danzō said, surprised. Hiruzen summoned Inma, transforming him into the adamantine staff. Don't underestimate him. Even Sukumo's Wind style barely scratches the third Rukongai. Hiruzen said gravely. Specialists in one jutsu type were harder to deal with, especially someone like the third Rukongai. I see. You plan to ambush and surround me with space-time jutsu. The third Rukongai, seeing Hiruzen and the others arriving quickly, guessed Hidden Leaf Village's plan. He knew he was likely in the Land of Fire and realized escape was improbable. Using such tricks, do you think you can defeat me? Resolved to die, the third Rukongai wouldn't make it easy for Hidden Leaf Village. Jiraiya-sensei, I need to rest and may need to assist Kakashi later. They're destroying Kanabi Bridge. Rest, we'll handle this. Jiraiya said, charging at the third Rukongai. He wasn't skilled in Wind style but excelled in Earth style and hindering jutsu. Minato took more military ration pills, retreating to recover. He had marked Kakashi with a Flying Thunder God kunai but needed enough chakra to use it. Despite the pill's side effects, he had no choice. If they failed to destroy Kanabi Bridge, Hidden Stones Village would become more vigilant, reducing their chances. Soon, more Hidden Leaf Village Jonin arrived, following Jiraiya's commands, positioning themselves for support. As more Hidden Leaf Village ninjas gathered, they nearly surrounded the valley. Hiruzen had chosen this spot for its steep slopes, limiting the third Rokagai's powerful ninjutsu. The third Rukongai was doomed today. Chapter 172 The encirclement and assassination of the third Raikage lasted nearly an entire day. The difficulty of taking down this world's Raikage was significantly higher than that of other Raikage from different worlds. The Hidden Leaf Village ninjas present included not only those skilled in wind style, which counters lightning style, but also many adept in fire style. While fire style doesn't counter lightning style as effectively, prolonged burning reduces the surrounding oxygen. It was Danzō who noticed the third Raikage's increasingly labored breathing. Although his chakra consumption was slow, his condition was rapidly deteriorating. Danzō suggested Hiruzen use earth style to trap the third Raikage and then ignite the entire valley with fire style. The third Raikage, lacking earth style, couldn't escape underground. Once the valley was set ablaze, the third Raikage wouldn't be able to break out, sparing them the need to exhaust their chakra in a prolonged fight. Hiruzen agreed, having Jiraiya and Danzō create shadow clones, and he himself created two. They used the 4 Red Yang formation to trap the third Raikage. The combined efforts of 4 Kage-level shadow clones using the 4 Red Yang formation ensured the third Raikage would be trapped for at least a few minutes. Hiruzen then ordered all the ninjas in the valley to withdraw. Jiraiya and the other Hidden Leaf Village ninjas prepared their largest fire-style techniques. Jiraiya summoned Gamabunta and Brahmaken, who sprayed oil into the valley, enhancing the fire-style jutsu that followed. Boom! The flames erupted violently upon contact with the oil, forcing even the fire-style users to retreat. The valley turned into a blazing inferno. Under the intense flames, the shadow clones of Hiruzen, Danzō, and Jiraiya dissipated. They could only wait for the flames to subside to ascertain the third Raikage's fate. The fire was so intense it blocked even the Byakugan's vision, making it impossible to see inside the valley. The fire burned for 5 to 6 hours. Hiruzen ordered earth-style users to erect walls around the valley while he, Jiraiya, Danzō, and other elite ninjas spread out in multiple directions. If the third Raikage showed any signs of escaping, they would bombard him back into the flames. When the flames finally subsided, Hiruzen sent scouts to search the valley. Without space-time jutsu or earth style, and with Hidden Leaf Village ninjas surrounding the area, Hiruzen believed the third Raikage was as good as dead. Soon, the third Raikage's body was found, still somewhat intact with his distinctive missing arm. Seeing the body, the Hidden Leaf Village ninjas finally breathed a sigh of relief and began to cheer. The third Raikage had killed many Hidden Leaf Village ninjas. Without powerful opponents to stop him, his battlefield presence was almost as intimidating as Yoichi Uchiha's. Even Jonin couldn't survive long against him. With the third Raikage dead, the pressure on the front line eased significantly. Though his death was due to suffocation, it underscored the dangers of the ninja world. The Raikage, who even the Eight Tails couldn't kill, fell to Hidden Leaf Village's encirclement. Minato, having recovered his chakra, headed to Kanabi Bridge. He left before the third Raikage's death but trusted that the presence of so many Hidden Leaf Village elites ensured the Raikage's end. 5 days later, the news reached the Hidden Cloud. The yellow flash of Hidden Leaf Village had taken the third Raikage and contact was lost for 5 days. Believing him dead, Hidden Stone's village informed the Hidden Cloud and expelled the remaining Cloud ninjas, revealing their route to Hidden Leaf Village forces, leading to ambushes. Only one Cloud ninja survived to relay the message. Upon hearing the news, destroyed everything in his tent in fury, convinced that Hidden Stone's village and Anuki had orchestrated his father's death, blaming the deaths of 2 Jinchuriki and dozens of Hidden Stone's village ninjas on the Cloud. Otherwise, his father would have received at least one of the dozens of scrolls A had sent. Retreat to the Hidden Cloud village immediately. Despite his sorrow, Dodai calmly advised A, you must become Raikage at once. Hidden Leaf Village will act on this news soon. We must leave the Land of Fire before they attack. If you or Killer B are captured, the Hidden Cloud will fall. The death of a Raikage required immediate action to stabilize the village. A understood and asked, what about the Cloud Ninja teams on missions? Send a message for them to return if possible. If not, they must find their way back to the Land of Lightning on their own. Dodai's decisive response emphasized the importance of their leaders. If either you or Killer B falls in the Land of Fire, what will become of the Hidden Cloud village? Leaders were essential to prevent chaos. Convinced by Dodai, I ordered a full retreat. However, as the Cloud Army abandoned their camp, Hidden Leaf Village's ninja forces, led by Yoichi Uchiha, Orochimaru, and Sakamo Hatake, launched an assault on the retreating Cloud ninjas. A wanted to fight but was restrained by Dodai, who left behind 300 Cloud ninjas to delay the enemy while the main force accelerated their retreat. Fighting in the Land of Fire, with Hidden Leaf Village reinforcements nearby, was too risky. Sacrificing a few ninjas to ensure the safe retreat of A and Killer B was the priority. The 300 Cloud ninjas, divided into 2 groups, set traps and prepared to hold off Hidden Leaf Village's pursuers. One group encountered Yoichi's vanguard. The traps activated but had little effect on Yoichi, whose Suzunu's skeletal armor rendered most traps harmless. Yoichi ordered his men to clear the traps while he engaged the enemy. The Cloud Ninjas fought to the death, facing their greatest fear, the yellow flash of Hidden Leaf Village. The massacre lasted nearly an hour. When the last Cloud Ninja fell, stabbed through the heart by Yoichi's blade, the delaying force was annihilated. Yoichi-sama, should we continue the pursuit? Tend to the wounded, clear the traps, and continue the pursuit cautiously. If we reach the border, halt the chase. Yoichi ordered. Despite him killing most of the enemy, the traps and desperate Cloud Ninjas caused some Hidden Leaf Village casualties. The other Cloud Ninjas, facing Orochimaru, met a similar fate. After fierce fighting, they too were wiped out. Tsukumo had retaken the camp, finding it thoroughly stripped of supplies and intel by the retreating Cloud Ninjas. By dawn, the battle had ended. Yoichi and Orochimaru halted at the border. Pursuing further was pointless with their limited numbers. They left patrol teams at the border and returned to camp. Clearing out the remaining Cloud Ninjas in the Land of Fire took over 10 days. Hidden Leaf Village's forces, blocking the borders, ensured few Cloud Ninjas escaped. The Hidden Cloud's defeat wasn't a rout but significant. In the end, Hidden Leaf Village counted nearly 400 Cloud Ninja corpses, including those killed by Yoichi. Despite their initial advantage, the Cloud Ninjas ended up with greater losses, largely due to the third Raikage's death and the failed mission to Hidden Stone's village. With the Cloud's retreat confirmed, Mitokado began organizing patrols and sentries, fearing more sabotage teams. Mitokado had taken over battlefield command only to be berated by the daimyo for failing to stop the Cloud's sabotage. Even direct appeals from the daimyo hadn't helped. Unable to resolve the situation, Mitokado agreed to dispatch ninjas but achieved little, save for Yoichi's efforts. Eventually, Mitokado avoided the daimyo's emissaries, incurring the daimyo's ire. Yoichi continued his minimal involvement, focusing mainly on winning over Tsunade. Mitokado couldn't command him. As Hidden Leaf Village's forces prepared to return home, relief washed over them. The war was over, and they had survived. After stabilizing the last batch of wounded, Tsunade prepared to leave. Shizune, let's go. Tsunade-sama, are we leaving without telling anyone? Why bother? There are no more wounded to treat. They can recover in the village. If I tell that old geezer, he'll just make me go back to the village. Tsunade grumbled. Mitokado had been pestering her to return to Hidden Leaf Village, but with the war nearly over, she saw no reason to stay. Shizune asked, shouldn't we tell Yoichi-sama? Tsunade pinched Shizune's cheek, why tell that brat? Shizune, have you been bribed by the food he's been giving you? Shizune retorted, Tsunade-sama, you ate more than I did. What did you say? Seeing Shizune fall silent, Tsunade resumed packing. Shizune's words, however, made Tsunade hesitant. Not telling Yoichi felt sneaky, like a thief. But that brat had been too much lately, undermining her dignity. Despite being over 10 years his senior, she saw no respect from him. Forget him. Let's go, Shizune. Tsunade and Shizune slipped away. As one of the Sannin, Tsunade's movements went unchallenged. But just outside the camp, she heard a familiar voice call her name. Hearing Yoichi, Tsunade felt a mix of tension and relief. She turned, her expression fierce, fists clenched. Brat, what do you want? Here, these are the 3 bottles of Tenmitsu you didn't finish last time. Yoichi tossed her a storage scroll. As she caught it, he asked, you still have the kunai I gave you, right, Tsunade-sama? Humphrey. Tsunade, secretly pleased, huffed. She wasn't the type to discard someone's gift. Let's go, Shizune. Tucking the scroll away, Tsunade ignored his question, calling for Shizune. Yoichi, understanding Tsunade still had the kunai, returned to the camp. He too would return to Hidden Leaf Village with the others. With the wars against the Cloud and Stone settled, peace would last for a while. Hidden Leaf Village had suffered significant losses, with over 900 dead, including 13 from the Uchiha clan. Despite the odds, facing 3 fully controlled Jinchuriki, Hidden Leaf Village's victory was largely due to Yoichi. His fame now surpassed that of the White Fang. Chapter 173 Yoichi had been away from the village for almost 5 months, only returning once briefly using the Flying Thunder God technique before heading back to the battlefield. This time, upon returning, Yoichi and his group of ninjas received a warm welcome. The villagers knew that the heroes who had defeated the Cloud Ninjas were back. Hidden Leaf Village made sure to publicize the achievements of the ninjas on the battlefield, ensuring that the heroes who defended the village were not forgotten. This was a small way to show the village's appreciation and provide comfort to those who had endured the war. Yoichi also played a part in this. He sent messages to his clan, urging the Uchiha-controlled newspapers and television stations to heavily promote his own, Tsukumo's feats, Orochimaru's, and other Uchiha clan members' heroic deeds. Other Hidden Leaf village heroes were mentioned as well, but their contributions seemed minor in comparison to Yoichi's. Even Mitsukoto Hamura made it into the newspapers, though the coverage focused on the 13 reprimanding messages he received from the daimyo's office, highlighting his incompetence since taking over battlefield command. After enjoying the welcome celebration, Yoichi and the other Uchiha clan members returned to their compound. Nearing his home, Yoichi sensed a familiar chakra. At his doorstep, he saw everyone waiting for him. Mikoto, dressed in a fitting, elegant outfit, looked serene and composed, her beautiful face lighting up with excitement upon seeing Yoichi. Beside her was Mina, her belly noticeably larger, waving excitedly and almost wanting to run to Yoichi. Standing with them were Itachi and Yujiro. Mikoto probably didn't want to leave Itachi alone at home, so she brought him along. Yujiro, seeing Yoichi return, pouted but still glanced at him a few more times. "I'm back." Yoichi used the body flicker technique to appear at the door, sparing Mina from running to him. Mina, overjoyed, hugged him tightly. Yoichi-sama. She hadn't been away from Yoichi this long since the war started, especially now that she was pregnant. "Be careful, Mina." Yoichi opened his arms, carefully embracing Mina, who was as lively as ever despite being pregnant. Mikoto, standing nearby, felt a pang of jealousy. She also wanted to hug Yoichi and bear a child, preferably a son. But with Itachi there, she had to remain composed. "Let's go inside. Gates, you can go back now." Yoichi addressed everyone and the bear. Gates grumbled, complaining telepathically to Yoichi about being woken up to welcome him back. Inside, Yoichi saw a feast prepared, with a large table accommodating everyone. "Let's eat first. We'll talk later." Yoichi noticed Mina seemed eager to share something, but he suggested they eat first, knowing the meal could last until evening otherwise. The spread on the table was exceptional, with magic lamb as the centerpiece, paired with other high-end ingredients, costing around 70 to 80,000 ryo. After a few bites, Itachi, sitting across from Yoichi, put down his chopsticks and asked, "Clan leader, why does war happen?" "Itachi." Mikoto gently reminded him, "We can discuss this after we eat." "It's okay, Mikoto." Yoichi, understanding Itachi's curiosity, asked, "Itachi, do you know the hand signs for fire style, great fire destruction?" Itachi shook his head, knowing the Uchiha clan was known for fire style but unfamiliar with this particular jutsu. "What about water style, waterfall basin technique?" Itachi shook his head again. "How many countries are there in the ninja world? Do you know which country lies west of the land of demons?" Itachi continued to shake his head. Yoichi asked several more questions, all of which Itachi couldn't answer. Mina, feeling bad for Itachi, thought Yoichi was being too harsh. Despite their differences, she never involved children. "Yoichi-sama, aren't these questions too difficult?" "They're not difficult. Compared to understanding the causes of war in the ninja world, these are intermediate questions. You can't climb stairs 3 at a time, you have to grow taller or older first." Yoichi explained to Itachi, "You know too little and think too much. To understand the causes of ninja wars, you must first travel the ninja world and learn about all the countries. Then you'll understand." "Okay, I understand, clan leader." Itachi nodded thoughtfully and resumed eating. Mikoto, hearing Yoichi's explanation, felt relieved, realizing she had misunderstood him earlier. Yoichi's teaching method was thoughtful, and Mikoto's gaze softened, filled with warmth. "Yoichi-kun, you've worked hard. Try this, I made it myself. Smells delicious." "Thank you, Mikoto." Mina, seeing this interaction, felt a twinge of jealousy. Cooking wasn't something she had learned, but she was sure her dishes would be the best if she did. After dinner, Mikoto sent Itachi home, saying she had something to discuss with Yoichi. Yujiro, seeing this, also prepared to leave, knowing what was likely to happen next. However, as she reached the door, she saw Yoichi gesturing with his hand, reminding her of the promise of foot massages. Her face turned red as she realized he was referring to the 20-foot massages she owed him, one for each week of his absence. She glared at him like an angry kitten before rushing back to her room. A moment later, she sat up, listening at the door, but heard nothing and lay back down, wondering why there was no sound. Yoichi had no intention of doing what Yujiro imagined, especially with Mina being pregnant. With Mina over 5 months along, they knew she was carrying a daughter. Hearing this, Yoichi thought of Karen Uzumaki but knew his daughter wouldn't face the same hardships. He also discussed clan matters with Mikoto. The war had impacted their businesses, especially during the Cloud Ninja's sabotage in the Land of Fire, affecting all business. Even the clan's businesses were attacked by Cloud Ninja squads, but thanks to Uchiha Shunsuke's two Edo Tensei guards and clan ninjas, they managed to kill the attackers. Despite the impact, the losses were minimal, merely reducing profits. Post-war, the ninja games industry was booming. Uchiha Udo planned to release a game version of the Third Ninja War, complete with promotional ads inviting players to follow Hidden Leaf Village heroes in repelling invaders. Hearing Mikoto's report, Yoichi could only admire Udo's natural talent for this business. After discussing serious matters, Mikoto's eyes grew tender as she held Yoichi's hand, whispering, "Yoichi-kun." Mina, not to be outdone, clung to Yoichi's arm, looking up pitifully. "Yoichi-sama, it's been 5 months since I've seen you." Mikoto, feeling a pang of jealousy, softened her tone. "Mina, it's not suitable for you to engage in strenuous activities while pregnant. Well, Tsunade-sama isn't here, and I seem to be the best medical ninja in the village. Thanks for your concern, Mikoto." The two women still hadn't reconciled. Yoichi intervened, "Let's rest today. Tomorrow, the ninjas from the grass country battlefield will return, and we'll likely have a long meeting." He gave Mikoto a knowing look. Understanding, Mikoto, though slightly upset, conceded, realizing Yoichi's point. The war in the grass country had ended. With Kanabi Bridge destroyed, Hidden Stone's village's logistics were strained, forcing them to withdraw. The Raikage's mysterious death further deterred Onoki, despite his desire to continue the fight. Grass and Taki villages, seeing no benefits and only losses, chose to withdraw, leaving Hidden Stone's village isolated. Without support, Hidden Stone's village's leadership convinced Onoki to retreat before their supplies ran out. With the war over, Hiruzen would soon return to Hidden Leaf Village, likely initiating the selection of the next Hokage. Yoichi's maneuvering had discredited Hamura with the daimyo, indirectly affecting Hiruzen's standing. As one of Tobirama's students, Hamura often represented Hiruzen in dealings. Now, with Hamura's trust compromised and Hiruzen accountable for the war's losses, stepping down was his best option. Yoichi planned to use the newspapers to build public support for Tsukumo as the next Hokage. With his impeccable mission record and reputation as the White Fang, Hatake was an ideal candidate. Spreading this expectation widely would make Tsukumo the default choice, and any deviation would likely cause public dissatisfaction. After setting these plans in motion, Yoichi anticipated a period of rest. He then visited the police force, handling some matters before checking on Uchiha Kenji. Since stepping down from his position as the second elder, Kenji enjoyed a relaxed life, his only wish being to see the Uchiha clan become the foremost in the ninja world. With Yoichi leading, Kenji believed this dream was within reach. Chapter 174 Mikoto. Yoichi-kun, why are you here? What about Mina? Mina is asleep. I missed you. Besides, weren't you waiting for me? So here I am. Yoichi-kun, you're just making things up. I was just about to go to sleep. Mikoto blushed as she spoke. She didn't want Yoichi to think she was a woman who only thought about such things. However, Yoichi lay down beside Mikoto, his hand resting on her leg. Who sleeps in black stockings? And Mikoto's blushing face was truly adorable. Yoichi-kun, Itachi is still upstairs. Mikoto, then you should be quieter. If you're too loud, the people outside will hear. Yoichi whispered in Mikoto's ear, his hands beginning to roam. A rustling sound followed as excess clothing was quickly removed. Mikoto, in her black knee-high stockings, looked like a perfect gem in the dim moonlight. Yoichi-kun. A weak muffled moan escaped into the quiet night. Mikoto's hands covered her mouth tightly, trying not to make a sound. Eventually, she bit into her pillow, burying her face deeply. The third Hokage and his ninja troops had returned, and the village held a welcome ceremony. Villagers lined the main streets, clapping in celebration. Although these two wars were considered victories, with the invaders suffering significant losses, the battles were costly for Hidden Leaf Village as well. The Cloud Village lost their third Raikage and dozens of high-ranking ninjas in the grass country battlefield. In the Land of Fire and the Land of Hot Water, nearly 1,000 Cloud ninjas were killed or wounded, failing to achieve their objectives. Despite Hidden Leaf Village's considerable casualties, Cloud Village suffered more, and they still hadn't reclaimed their Two Tails Jinchuriki. The pressure they tried to exert on Hidden Leaf Village through the Land of Fire daimyo was disrupted by the sudden death of the third Raikage. The losses for the Stone Village were also significant, with nearly 600 ninjas killed, including 50 elite ninjas in the Cloud Village camp, along with 2 Jinchuriki. Both of these major villages did not admit defeat or sign peace treaties. They merely withdrew their troops, potentially planning to attack the Land of Fire again in the future. For now, Hidden Leaf Village needed to recuperate. The recent battles with these two major villages cost Hidden Leaf Village over 1,500 ninja lives. Including the previous battles with the Cloud Village and the Battle of Kikyo Castle, the death toll in the Third Ninja World War surpassed that of the Second. Following the return of the Third Hokage's troops, the Uchiha clan held a clan meeting. They had lost dozens of clan members in these intense battles, and there were discussions about compensation and a matter of great concern to the clan, the sharing of the Sharingan. Obito had died in battle, and before his death, he entrusted his two Tomoe Sharingan to Kakashi. The Uchiha clan, proud of their heritage, was particularly sensitive about the Sharingan being given to outsiders. "Let me handle this," Yoichi said at the clan meeting. "You shouldn't be too focused on a single Sharingan. Without the Uchiha bloodline, the Sharingan is of limited use and can even be detrimental. You're all well aware of this." Yoichi explained that the Sharingan, unlike the Byakugan, didn't have a protective seal. The strain on the body from the Sharingan was immense. For non-Uchiha, using the Sharingan constantly drained their chakra and couldn't be turned off, even when the eye was closed. Having two Sharingan would exponentially increase chakra consumption, and each additional Tomoe would further increase the burden. A non-Uchiha with 2-3 Tomoe Sharingan would likely die from the severe chakra depletion after an intense battle. After discussing other matters at the clan meeting, such as encouraging capable clan members to take the Chunin exams and the clan's future development, Yoichi left to visit the Hatake family. On his way, he encountered Minato and Kushina. "Clan leader Yoichi," Minato greeted. "Minato-senpai, do you need something?" Minato smiled and said, "I wanted to discuss Kakashi and Obito's situation. I'm sorry we couldn't save Obito." "It's not your fault, Minato-senpai. Being a ninja means facing death. The Uchiha clan understands that they died protecting the village. We won't blame their teammates or the leading Jonin, and I won't be like those people." Yoichi referred to the ninjas who had previously blamed him for mission failures. Those two were no longer ninjas. "Thank you for your understanding, clan leader Yoichi," Minato said. Then, with some hesitation, he asked, "About Kakashi's Sharingan." "I was just heading to the Hatake residence to talk to Sakamo-senpai and Kakashi." "I'll handle it, Minato-senpai." "Alright, I understand." With that, Yoichi left. After he was gone, Kushina couldn't help but ask, "Minato, how did Kakashi get a Sharingan?" Minato explained, "Obito entrusted it to him before he died. But the Uchiha clan values the Sharingan highly. During the battle, some Uchiha approached Kakashi, so I was a bit worried." Kushina, surprised and saddened, said, "So Obito died too? That guy promised to be careful." Minato sighed, "That's war, Kushina. There's nothing we can do." Kushina sighed as well. If she could fully control the Ninetales, she might have been able to help earlier and reduce the casualties. However, today's outing wasn't for this matter. Kushina wanted to ask Minato about their relationship. Mina was already 5 months pregnant, and she and Minato were still just dating. Now that the war was over, there should be fewer missions. "Sakamo-senpai, sorry to intrude. Is this magic lamb, right?" "Yoichi-kun, your gifts are predictable, but this is a gift everyone in the ninja world would want," Sakamo said with a smile as he welcomed Yoichi inside. He had a good personal relationship with Yoichi and didn't think Yoichi was here to cause trouble over the Sharingan. Other people's worries didn't concern Sakamo. "Wait a moment, Yoichi-kun, I'll prepare some refreshments." "Just regular tea and snacks are fine." "Thanks, Sakamo-senpai." Yoichi reminded him not to serve red bean soup again. Since mentioning he liked sweets, every visit had been met with red bean soup. While Sakamo prepared refreshments, Kakashi came downstairs. Seeing Yoichi, he greeted him. "Yoichi-senpai, you're here. Kakashi, you seem to be doing well." Yoichi noted that Kakashi looked better, though Obito's death and his final gift still weighed on him. Kakashi quickly recovered and rescued Rin, fulfilling Obito's wish. "Kakashi, push up your headband and let me see." Yoichi had already activated his Sharingan and saw the slow chakra drain from Kakashi's left eye. When Kakashi lifted his headband and opened his two Tomoe Sharingan, the chakra drain increased, more taxing than for a normal Uchiha. "Do you understand why I'm here? I discussed this with the Uchiha clan, and we won't reclaim this Sharingan." Yoichi said, "Whether you want to keep it is up to you. The Sharingan constantly drains chakra. If you keep using it, it will pose a significant risk in battles. And that's just a 2 Tomoe Sharingan. If it were a 3 Tomoe, you'd be at even greater risk." Sakamo returned with refreshments, having overheard the conversation. "My Sharingan. Obito entrusted it to me," Kakashi said after a moment of silence. He was always striving to unlock the Sharingan and grow stronger. "I always thought he was just talking big, but he saved me. He wanted me to use his eye to see the world. I understand. Inheriting his will is good, but it doesn't need a specific item to remind you. Anyway, Let's leave it at that. Yoichi said, Kakashi, I'll leave Obito's Sharingan to you. The Uchiha clan won't object. But if the chakra drain becomes too much, come to me. I'll help you manage it. That was Yoichi's original intent. Reclaiming the eye now would mean storing it, potentially missing an evolution opportunity. When Kakashi sought help due to chakra depletion, Yoichi could quietly replace the eye with a 3 Tomoe version and transplant some Hashirama cells to compensate for the loss of Kamui. Thank you, Yoichi-senpai. It's nothing. The Uchiha clan values the Sharingan more for honor than for fear of others wielding its power. It's fortunate you only inherited one eye. 2 would drain your chakra to the point of death in a single battle. Yoichi waved it off, but Kakashi understood. Even 1 2 Tomoe Sharingan was slightly burdensome. A 3 Tomoe would require careful chakra management. The White Fang swordsmanship required maintaining the cell's activation with lightning style, and he often used wind style for attacks, both chakra-intensive techniques. Adding the Sharingan increased the strain. But this was no longer Yoichi's concern. He had made his point, and a 2 Tomoe Sharingan wasn't worth reclaiming, potentially missing out on an evolution to the Mangekyo Sharingan. Madara has already acted on Obito. I should prepare to, maybe place some safeguards on Rin. Yoichi thought to himself. After discussing some other matters with Sakamo, he took his leave. After he left, Kakashi spoke up, Father, I was worried Yoichi-senpai would take back the Sharingan. Taking it back would be for your own good. Sakamo said, as a family member, I'd prefer you give up the Sharingan because it doesn't help you much. But since you've decided, as your father, I'll support your choice. If the Sharingan causes you trouble, I'll ask Yoichi-kun for help. Kakashi, moved, said, thank you, father. Chapter 175 The war is finally over. Yes, but many ninja families are grieving. 2 of my neighbors are ninjas, and I heard them crying all night yesterday. It's heartbreaking. They have sacrificed so much to protect the land of fire. Did you hear the news? They say this war could have been won easily if it weren't for our Hokage's repeated mistakes, causing Hidden Leaf Village to lose so many excellent ninjas. Is that true? Where did you hear that? The Ninja World Daily, page 3, in an article discussing the war. Many experts and commentators think so. Wait here, I'll go buy a copy of the Ninja World Daily. In the days following the 3rd Hokage's return to the village and the subsequent Jonin meeting, such rumors began circulating in Hidden Leaf Village. Notable figures from the Land of Fire suddenly started commenting on the recent war in the newspaper. The destruction caused by the Cloud Ninjas in the Land of Fire had even alarmed the daimyo, who sent emissaries to the front lines, pressing Hamura to resolve the situation. Some of these critics were genuinely upset and had sent letters to the daimyo's office and the newspaper to voice their dissatisfaction. However, with the Uchiha clan's deliberate guidance, their anger was naturally directed towards the 3rd Hokage. Additionally, some were hired to voice these opinions, with the Uchiha clan employing the underground bounty exchange to hire these critics, ensuring that even if the village's Anbu investigated, they would only trace the matter back to the bounty exchange. Now, the village was abuzz with talk that the real cause of the Land of Fire's turmoil was the 3rd Hokage and the other 3 high-ranking Hidden Leaf Village officials' mistakes. Discussions even touched on whether the 3rd Hokage, who had been in power for over a decade, should step down to make way for the younger generation. Such sentiments were becoming prevalent in Hidden Leaf Village, and it was easy to imagine the discussions happening throughout the Land of Fire. Boom. In the Hokage's office, Hiruzen shattered his pipe in anger, his face dark with fury. After spending so much effort defending the village and the country, he was now being criticized like this. He wanted nothing more than to find the culprit and punish them severely. Danzō, who did this? Root has only found a few of the most vocal critics so far, but they seem to be genuinely upset about the destruction caused by the Cloud Ninjas and are expressing their dissatisfaction by sending letters to the daimyo and the newspaper, Danzō said, his expression unchanged. Although he was also among those criticized, Root's secrecy kept him from appearing in the newspaper. Compared to Hiruzen, Danzō felt somewhat lucky and was pleased to see his old teammate in such a state. Are you sure it's all spontaneous? Root received the information yesterday and confirmed it today. The information indicates that it's true, and the Yamanaka clan's techniques verified it, Danzō explained. Hamura, feeling embarrassed, spoke up, this isn't my fault, Hiruzen. Yoichi was shirking his duties on the battlefield. If he had intervened, we could have repelled the Cloud Ninjas much sooner. Hamura couldn't help but complain. He had repeatedly asked Yoichi to use his monster transformation, wood style, and Mangekyo Sharingan, all of which could have been decisive on the battlefield. But Yoichi always found excuses, insisting he would only act if they located the Eight Tails Jinchuriki first. Hiruzen, we need to discuss what to do next, Koharu said. The public sentiment is not in our favor, and the daimyo's attitude towards us has worsened. After the war ended, they sent envoys to the daimyo, seeking funding to fill Hidden Leaf Village's financial gaps, but they were refused, with the excuse that all excess funds were being used to repair the destruction caused by the Cloud Ninjas. Also, regarding your position as Hokage, there's growing sentiment within the village that you should step down and let someone younger take over. Koharu continued, if you don't choose a new Hokage and continue to suppress these discussions, I'm afraid the unrest will only escalate. Danzō, sensing an opportunity, thought that while he might not have much chance to become the fourth Hokage himself, Orochimaru had a good shot. If Orochimaru became Hokage, it would increase Danzō's power in the village, given Orochimaru's nature, which was more compatible with his root organization than Hiruzen. However, if Hiruzen continued to back Minato, Danzō felt it would be a poor choice, especially with Yoichi's prominence. I'll consider it. I had planned to prepare for the selection of the fourth Hokage soon, but I didn't expect such malicious rumors to spread, Hiruzen said, his face calm but his heart heavy. He had hoped to stabilize the situation and hand over a peaceful village to the next generation. Unfortunately, the machinations of hidden enemies forced his hand, and he needed to expedite the selection process to quell the growing discontent. Danzō, continue investigating this matter with Root. As for Hamura and Koharu, let's discuss the situation with the daimyo further. Very well, then I'll take my leave, Danzō said before exiting the Hokage's office. Hiruzen didn't actually discuss the daimyo's situation with Hamura and Koharu but instead brought up the selection of a new Hokage. He wanted Minato to be the fourth Hokage and hoped Hamura and Koharu would support him. After informing the Uchiha clan that the decision was made not to reclaim Kakashi's Sharingan, the matter was settled. Although the clan had a say, Yoichi's final decision was binding. Previously, Yoichi had considered leaving a Flying Thunder God mark on Obito but realized that Madara would likely remove it. Instead, he decided to leave some safeguards on Rin. Accept Nohara Rin as a student? Mina found the request strange. She vaguely remembered hearing the name from Kushina. Yoichi-sama, why do you suddenly want to accept Rin as a student? Is there something special about her? She has some unique aspects. I need to perform some experiments on her, but I don't know medical ninjutsu. Otherwise, I would take her as a student myself. Yoichi explained. Mina, can you set up a triggered seal similar to the Uchiha clan's transcription seal, but for sealing other ninjutsu? A delayed activation seal? That requires special conditions, but I should be able to manage it. What kind of trigger are you looking for? Yoichi took out a Flying Thunder God kunai and said, I want to plant a Flying Thunder God mark on Rin and have it activate when she's near death. Can you do that? After thinking for a moment, Mina nodded. I should be able to. I'll need to test it, though. And taking on students isn't a problem. Some people have asked me to teach, but I was pregnant at the time, so nothing came of it. I'll ask Asami-senpai about it. Thank you, Mina. Don't overexert yourself. I'm fine, Yoichi-sama. My constitution is strong. Mina patted her chest confidently, then clung to Yoichi's arm, eyes filled with expectation. Asami-senpai. Mina greeted Asami at the Hidden Leaf Village Hospital, surprising her. Mina, what brings you here? I've been thinking about the student matter you mentioned before. I have some free time now, so I thought I might take on a few students. It's too boring staying at home. Most people would love to rest, but I suppose it's typical of you. Asami said, handing Mina some medical ninja profiles. We still have too few medical ninjas. After the war, many teams medical ninjas wanted to learn more, so every medical jonin is taking on a few students. Is there a ninja named Nohara Rin? There is, but she's already my student. Do you know her? No, I don't know her. I've just heard from Kushina that her medical ninjutsu is quite good, so I wanted to see for myself. Well, in that case, I'll tell Rin about it. Asami didn't think much of it. She remembered Rin was Minato's student and figured she might be able to get in through connections. Besides, Rin would benefit more from training under Mina. Although Asami was Mina's senior, Mina had far surpassed her in medical ninjutsu. The next day, Rin was surprised to learn her teacher had changed. Without any missions, all medical ninjas were under the hospital's jurisdiction. Minato's team was short-staffed, and Kakashi would soon be promoted to Jonin. Until the team was reformed, Rin wouldn't be on missions for about 6 months. Am I supposed to train at the Uchiha clan? Rin was surprised when Asami informed her. Yes, Mina is pregnant and rarely comes to the hospital, so you'll go to her home for training. Mina is Hidden Leaf Village's top medical ninja after Lady Tsunade. She could be the next medical sage, Asami said, encouraging Rin to learn well from Mina, as it was a rare opportunity. Thank you for your guidance, Asami-senpai, Rin said, bowing deeply before leaving the hospital and heading to the Uchiha compound. Rin had visited the Uchiha compound a few times before, looking for Obito, but now that he was dead, coming back brought up memories of him and her confession to Kakashi before her death. After asking for directions, Rin found Mina's house in the compound. Just as she hesitated to ring the doorbell, she heard a voice behind her. "Hey, what are you doing here?" Startled, Rin turned to see a young kunoichi about her age with delicate blonde hair and a fair face, looking at her warily. "Hello, I'm Nohara Rin. I am here to study medical ninjutsu under Lady Mina." Upon hearing this, Yujiro relaxed a bit and said, "Come in. She should be home." As she opened the door, Yujiro thought to herself, "I thought that pervert brought home another girl." Chapter 176. Upon entering the house, Yujiro took off her shoes and walked inside wearing her knee-high white socks. Having trained all morning, she planned to take a shower and change into fresh clothes. However, seeing Rin hesitate, she realized that Rin was visiting someone else's home for the first time and was understandably cautious. "I'll go call for someone." "You wait here," Yujiro said, then headed upstairs. In her impression, Mina had been moving less since becoming pregnant, only being active when someone visited. After a short while, Yujiro returned with Mina, who was led downstairs. Upon seeing Rin, Mina looked her over and then smiled warmly. "Nohara Rin, can I call you Rin? I'm Mina Uchiha. From now on, I'll be teaching you advanced medical ninjutsu. You can call me Mina-sensei," Mina said, with a kind smile. She looks a bit delicate and pretty, but probably not Yoichi-sama's type. No threat, Mina thought to herself, her attitude towards Rin becoming even more friendly. "Yes, Mina-sensei. Thank you for taking care of me," Rin responded, bowing deeply. Before she could react, Mina had already taken her hand and led her to the living room. Meanwhile, Yujiro returned to her room to remove her knee-high white socks. She was annoyed that under Yoichi's influence, she had grown accustomed to wearing these socks. However, they weren't very practical for training, as she had sweated quite a bit in the morning. She needed to make a change. Yujiro resolved internally, opening her wardrobe to find that at least 2/3 of her sock drawer was filled with white socks, including knee-high and ankle socks. Mina inquired about Rin's knowledge of medical ninjutsu and her surgical experience. After learning about Rin's background, she found that the young kunoichi, who liked to decorate her face with patterns, had a solid foundation in medical ninjutsu. Rin knew all the basic techniques and had performed dozens of surgeries, making her an excellent candidate for advanced training. "I understand your level now. Do you have any current missions?" Mina asked. "Not at the moment, Mina-sensei. Our team is short-staffed and waiting for Kakashi to be promoted to Jonin before we reform," Rin replied. "So your teammate is Kakashi. From now on, train with me every morning for 3 hours, and in the afternoons, go to Hidden Lee Village Hospital for further training. I'll teach you advanced medical ninjutsu as soon as possible. Remember, medical ninjutsu can be used in combat, so don't give up on fighting just because you're a medic," Mina instructed, emphasizing the importance of combat training. Hearing this, Rin's eyes lit up with excitement. She eagerly asked, "Mina-sensei, how can medical ninjutsu be used in combat?" Mina thought for a moment and then asked, "Do you have a kunai with you?" "Yes." Rin quickly produced a kunai and placed it on the table. "Watch closely," Mina said, forming a seal with her hands. She concentrated chakra into her right hand, extending a chakra scalpel about 10 centimeters from her fingers. Then she used it to slice the kunai in half. This is one way to use it. The chakra scalpel is similar to the Hyuga clan's gentle fist, though it's not as precise for hitting tenketsu. The chakra scalpel can sever tendons, organs, and even bones, Mina explained, smiling at Rin. "As a medical ninja, you must understand the human body thoroughly, so our combat style is somewhat similar to the Hyuga clan's." "I understand now," Rin nodded, feeling enlightened. The chakra scalpel was a knee-rank medical ninjutsu, on par with the mystic palm technique but not as prioritized. Only advanced medical ninjas mastered it. "Alright, let's start with other medical techniques. As for combat training, I can't help you with that right now. You can practice on your own or seek guidance from others," Mina instructed. "Yes, Mina-sensei," Rin agreed, feeling a growing respect for Mina despite their short time together. Yoichi was aware that Rin was training at his home but had other matters to attend to recently. Orochimaru had contacted him, revealing that Danzō had approached him, urging him to run for the 4th Hokage and promising support. Orochimaru, naturally, didn't trust Danzō's promises. Still, he knew his sensei wasn't considering him for the position, which disappointed him. Orochimaru had helped Sarutobi Shinosuke extensively in the grass country battle, and yet his sensei didn't even consider him. Despite this, Orochimaru continued his research, now focusing on immortality. The destruction he witnessed on the battlefield, especially the power of the three Jinchuriki, instilled in him a desire for eternal life to explore all the world's truths. Yoichi wasn't aware of Orochimaru's thoughts but knew about the Hokage selection process. He felt that Hiruzen's sudden decision to hold the selection was a bit rushed. If it had been delayed a few more months, the Uchiha clan could have gained 5 more Jonin. The recent wars, aided by Yoichi's widespread use of Sage Mode and ninja battle armor, had significantly increased the survival rate of Uchiha ninjas on the battlefield. 5 of them had enough merits to apply for the Jonin exam and pass. Knowing this, Yoichi instructed the police force to contact neutral civilian Jonin and allied ninja clans. The police force's reputation had improved dramatically over the past year, thanks to Yoichi's reforms. Many Uchiha clan members, who were initially cold on the outside but warm on the inside, had made friends within the village. Those with Jonin friends reached out to strengthen their support. The Yui household. Upon opening the door and seeing Yoichi, the lovely face of Kurenai lit up with a smile. "Yoichi-sensei, are you here to see me?" "I'm here to see your father." "Is he home?" "Yes, he's home." Kurenai's expression turned slightly sour but still welcomed Yoichi inside. After calling her father, Kurenai went to make tea. "In your rest time, I'm sorry to disturb you, Shinku-san." Shinku smiled and said, "Not at all. I was planning to thank you soon, Yoichi Dano. If it weren't for the special ninja outfit you gave my daughter, she would have ended up in the hospital due to her negligence." When the production of ninja outfits increased, Yoichi gave his share to his 3 students. The outfit had protected Kurenai in the fierce battles of the grass country, where even Jonin had died. "Yoichi Dano, what brings you here today?" Shinku asked after some pleasantries, sending Kurenai to buy some snacks. Yoichi didn't beat around the bush. He explained the upcoming selection for the 4th Hokage and asked Shinku to support Tsukumo, mobilizing his connections if possible. Shinku was also an instructor for mid and lower-ranking ninjas in the village, with significant hidden influence. After some thought, he readily agreed to support Yoichi's request, even promising to visit and persuade some of his Jonin acquaintances. Shinku had no strong opinions on who should be Hokage. Tsukumo had a stellar reputation, and as a contemporary ninja, Shinku greatly admired him. Moreover, Yoichi had taken care of his daughter, providing her with a protective ninja outfit. Shinku saw no reason to refuse. Having achieved his goal, Yoichi chatted a bit more about Kurenai's progress before preparing to leave. At the door, he ran into Kurenai, returning with the snacks. "Yoichi-sensei, are you leaving already?" "So soon?" she asked, a bit disappointed. "Yes, I have other matters to attend to. Just give me the snacks, so they don't go to waste." Feeling good, Yoichi took the snacks from Kurenai, reminding her to train hard after the war. He had high expectations for her, suggesting she could become a Jonin by 14. "I think I'm ready for the Jonin exam now," Kurenai said confidently. Yoichi shook his head. "There's no need to compare yourself to Kakashi. Your strength lies in Genjutsu, but you need to strengthen other areas too. Take on missions with the others to gain more experience. When I become the 5th Hokage, you 3 will be my shadow guards." "I understand," Kurenai replied, her disappointment turning to joy at Yoichi's last words. Yoichi's activities, though discreet, were noticed by Anbu, who reported them up the chain. Hiruzen, sensing the Uchiha's unusual behavior, suspected they were behind the recent unrest. He decided the Hokage selection couldn't be delayed any longer, fearing Yoichi might become Hokage. Luckily, Minato, though lacking Yoichi's war merits, had a good reputation and the support of 3 advisors. Hiruzen believed Minato had a better chance. One day, Yoichi noticed the Jonin assembly signal. Suspecting it was related to the Hokage selection, he prepared to leave. Before leaving, he informed Mina, who was teaching Rin, that he was heading out. "Take care, Yoichi-sama," Mina said, waving happily. Rin, seeing Mina's joy, commented, "Mina-sensei, you seem so happy." "Hee, I'm lucky to have met Yoichi-sama," Mina replied, her face glowing with satisfaction. Leaving the house, Yoichi met up with the clan's Jonin and headed to the Hokage's office. The Uchiha clan had only a few dozen Jonin, but many more had the strength for the rank but lacked the opportunity for the exam. This situation would change with a new Hokage, potentially doubling their Jonin numbers. On the way, Yoichi encountered Orochimaru, who joined him and whispered, "Yoichi-kun, I need to discuss something with you after the meeting. Today should go as you expect." Yoichi nodded, "Of course, Orochimaru-sensei. What I promised before, I will deliver after." Chapter 177 Everyone, today's Jonin meeting is mainly to discuss some post-war matters with you, Hiruzen began, addressing the more than 200 Jonin present. The only absentees were those on missions, otherwise, all the village's Jonin had gathered. Notably, most of the elite ninja, except Tsunade, were present. Many Jonin, especially those from prominent clans like Uchiha and Hueco, were often overlooked for Jonin exams, unlike their civilian and lesser-known counterparts. It wasn't unusual for requests to be delayed or dismissed, citing the need for more suitable missions or other excuses, making it challenging for them to advance. As Yoichi entered, he noticed Kakashi among the attendees. In just a few days, Kakashi had passed the Jonin exam, which wasn't surprising given his skills in the presence of the Tutomui Sharingan, which, despite its chakra drain, enhanced his combat effectiveness. The Hidden Grass Village and Hidden Waterfall Village have decided to send envoys to sign peace treaties with us, scheduled for half a month from now. However, there has been no movement from the Hidden Stone Village and the Hidden Cloud Village. They neither intend to surrender nor sign a peace treaty, Hiruzen continued. Additionally, although the Mist Village and the Sand Village have been fiercely fighting, the Mist Village seems to have its eyes on us. Recently, several Mist Ninja have been spotted near the borders of the Land of Waves and our own country, even near the ruins of the Land of Whirlpools. These were significant points, but there was little opportunity for the Jonin to interject, rendering much of the discussion somewhat perfunctory. Yoichi understood, knowing the most important matter would be revealed last. And now, for the final and most important issue, Hiruzen paused, scanning the room before continuing. There have been rumors about the village selecting the fourth Hokage. These are not just rumors. The primary reason for today's Jonin meeting is to commence the election for the fourth Hokage. A murmur ran through the room. While some Jonin had anticipated this, others were visibly surprised by the sudden announcement. Let's begin with the nominations, Hiruzen said. Candidates will be considered based on their merits, strength, and mission records. Once we have the nominations, we'll proceed to voting, and finally, the results will be presented to the daimyo for approval. In theory, any Jonin could participate in the Hokage selection. However, to streamline the process, several criteria needed to be met. I nominate Jiraiya-sama. Yamanaka Inoichi spoke first, raising his hand. Jiraiya-sama has the strength and accomplishments to serve as the fourth Hokage. Additionally, he is one of the legendary Sannin. Thank you for your confidence, Inoichi, but I'm not suitable for the Hokage position, Jiraiya interrupted. I recommend my student, Minato Namikaze. He is young, but his commitment to becoming Hokage is genuine. His abilities and strength surpass my own. Hiruzen took over. Since Jiraiya is unwilling, we'll consider Minato. Are there any other nominations? I nominate Tsukumo Hatake, a civilian Jonin spoke up from the back. Tsukumo-senpai's abilities and leadership have always inspired me. I believe he is also a worthy candidate for the fourth Hokage. Hiruzen and the others exchanged glances, noting Tsukumo's lack of immediate refusal. This was unexpected, given that Tsukumo had previously shown no interest in the position. Tsukumo is indeed an exceptional candidate, Hiruzen acknowledged, adding him to the list. The atmosphere grew tense as the nominations continued. I nominate Orochimaru, Danzō stated, unable to remain silent. Orochimaru's strength and mission record, thank you for considering me, Danzō-sama, but I believe I'm not suited for the Hokage role, much like Jiraiya, Orochimaru interjected, his gaze briefly meeting Sarutobi Hiruzen's before adding, I also support Tsukumo-kun. Hiruzen's expression darkened. Orochimaru's endorsement of Tsukumo further complicated the situation. I nominate Yoichi-sama, a voice from the Uchiha clan attempted, but Yoichi cut him off. No, I'm not suitable. I still have much to learn. With Tsukumo-senpai nominated, there's no need to nominate me, Yoichi said, a pre-planned move to sway neutral Jonin towards supporting Tsukumo. With Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and even Yoichi deferring to Tsukumo, it became evident who the most suitable candidate was. Hiruzen realized the true strategy at play. It wasn't about the Uchiha clan seizing the Hokage seat but ensuring an ally took it. Tsukumo, are you willing to be considered? Hiruzen asked, and seeing no objection from Tsukumo, he added, if there are no more nominations, the candidates for the fourth Hokage will be Minato Namikaze and Tsukumo Hatake. The voting began. As the ballots were counted, Hiruzen's heart sank. Minato, though excellent, was up against Tsukumo, whose record and endorsements made him the clear favorite. The final count revealed Minato with 81 votes and Tsukumo with 143, a significant lead. The results are in. The daimyo will arrive tomorrow to finalize the selection, Hiruzen announced, maintaining a composed exterior despite his internal turmoil. Yoichi returned home, confident the election was effectively decided. With Tsukumo as Hokage, the village would no longer hinder the Uchiha clan's Jonin applications. You're back, Mina greeted Yoichi with a smile, her belly showing her advanced pregnancy. Yes, the fourth Hokage election took place today. The final decision will be made tomorrow, Yoichi informed her, spotting Rin approaching. Rin, looking a bit shy, bowed and greeted Yoichi. Thank you for letting me stay for dinner, Yoichi-sama. I have a favor to ask, if you don't mind. Mina nudged Rin, encouraging her to speak up. Rin, go ahead. Yoichi-sama doesn't mind. Taking a deep breath, Rin began, I've heard that you have ways to rapidly increase one's strength, Yoichi-sama. I want to become stronger, so I was hoping you could guide me. Yoichi feigned confusion, you want to become stronger? But you're a medical ninja. Why the sudden need for strength? Because a medical ninja must have the strength to protect themselves and not become a burden to their team, Rin replied with determination. I don't want to be the reason my friends get hurt or killed. Please, Yoichi-sama, help me. Seeing her resolve, Yoichi nodded. I understand. Your determination is commendable. I can teach you. Conventional training methods can be learned from any jonin, but I have another method that suits someone like you. Chapter 178 Yoichi-sama, what kind of method is it? Rin asked hesitantly. She was aware that some forbidden techniques could rapidly increase strength, but they often came with significant risks, sometimes even turning people into something inhuman. My 3 students graduated the same year as you. Did you see their performance during the Chunin exams? Yoichi reminded Rin, who immediately recalled Rumi's astonishing strength when her body was covered in special markings. Are you referring to that special state? Rin asked. Yes, it's called Sage Mode. Originally, only Kage-level ninja could practice it, but it's been modified into a cursed seal technique. When activated, it greatly enhances strength, but it's extremely exhausting. Even Kurenai and Rumi can only maintain it for a few minutes, making it a desperate measure, Yoichi explained. The Sage Seal pattern, like his Flying Thunder God mark, consisted of 3 tomoe. Even if openly engraved on one's neck, it would not be mistaken for anything else. In the short term, this is the only method to enhance strength. The rest is daily training, gradually becoming stronger. Think about it, or ask Kurenai for her experience. You can give me your answer tomorrow, Yoichi said, waving his hand dismissively. He didn't want to seem too eager to help Rin, after all, she had came to him. I understand. Thank you, Yoichi-sama, Rin bowed deeply, also thanking Mina before taking her leave. As she left, Rin planned to finish her tasks at the hospital and then seek advice from Kurenai or her teacher, Minato. She trusted Yoichi's words, after all, Kurenai, Rumi, and Kazuto were her classmates. While Kurenai and Rumi had shown great promise at the academy, Kazuto had been rather ordinary, even less impressive than herself. However, after graduation, Kazuto had progressed rapidly. Without the competition from her own team during the Chunin exams, Kazuto might have advanced even further. Moreover, if the technique had harmful effects, Yoichi wouldn't have used it on his students. The next day, the daimyo of the Land of Fire and his ministers arrived in Hidden Leaf Village, escorted by the police force and Anbu. Once inside the Hokage building, they were greeted by Hiruzen and the village's top officials. The daimyo, seated at the head of the table with the ministers flanking him, wasted no time. I've heard the voting for the 4th Hokage has concluded. Saratobi, who are the candidates? Hiruzen's heart sank slightly at the daimyo's eagerness. The candidates for the 4th Hokage are Minato Namikaze and Tsukumo Hatake. Minato's strength, mission record, and contributions make him an excellent candidate. His role in the battle against the 3rd Raikage and the destruction of Hidden Stone's village's supply lines were crucial in ending the war. I have high regard for this young man embodying the will of fire, Hiruzen praised, subtly indicating his preference. Tsukumo is also an exceptional ninja, Hiruzen added briefly, glancing at the daimyo, hoping he would understand. The Jonin vote shows a difference of over 60 votes, the daimyo noted, looking at the results. Minato seems excellent, but Tsukumo Hatake, known as the White Fang, might be a better choice. The ministers echoed their agreement, arguing that Tsukumo's reputation and experience made him a safer bet. Hiruzen and his allies felt the situation slipping from their control. Danzō, sensing the moment, stood and coldly declared, Hidden Leaf Village needs youthful vigor. A strong young ninja like Minato, who embodies the will of fire and has mastered the 2nd Hokage's techniques, is the ideal choice. Despite his aversion, Danzō had decided to back Minato to ensure his position within the village. However, the daimyo remained unconvinced. I understand your points, but the White Fang's name gives me confidence. Minato is impressive, but Tsukumo is more suitable at this time, the daimyo concluded, cutting off further discussion. Is there anything else, Saratobi? Hiruzen, suppressing his frustration, accepted defeat. I understand. Soon, the announcement spread, Tsukumo was chosen as the 4th Hokage. The village, having anticipated the decision, quickly accepted it, celebrating the news. Returning home, Yoichi found Mina eagerly waiting. The fourth Hokage election took place today. The final decision will be announced tomorrow, he informed her. The next day, the daimyo and ministers arrived, greeted by Sarutobi and the village council. The announcement was made official: Tsukumo Hatake was the fourth Hokage. As the news spread, the village erupted in celebration. Tsukumo, wearing the Hokage robe and hat, addressed the cheering crowd from the Hokage tower, pledging to protect the village with all his might. As the ceremony ended, Yoichi accompanied Tsukumo and Kakashi to the Hokage office. From now on, Hidden Leaf Village would operate under new leadership. The village was ready for a new era of peace and prosperity under the White Fang's guidance. Chapter 179. The high-level tasks of the Anbu and the mission team needed to be handed over to Tsukumo. However, Hiruzen only handed over half of the Anbu. These Anbu were recruited from civilian ninjas. The remaining 2 squads were not handed over under the pretext of organizing unfinished long-term tasks. In fact, these Anbu members were ninjas from the Sarutobi clan or other ninja clans such as the Inoshikacho. Apart from these matters, there were also issues regarding the handover with the daimyo, the allocation of funds from the daimyo's mansion, and restoring the reputation of various merchants in the Land of Fire. In short, Hidden Leaf Village still had many problems, and they were quite troublesome. Hiruzen and Koharu reported to Tsukumo one by one, handing over all the troublesome matters directly to him, making him understand the difficulty. When the time comes, they would undoubtedly rely on these experienced advisors, as only they could solve these matters. There are also matters concerning Hidden Grass Village and Hidden Waterfall Village. They will arrive in Hidden Leaf Village next week, hoping to sign a peace agreement with Hidden Leaf Village. Hiruzen mentioned this matter last, but he still spoke kindly. Fourth Hokage, signing peace agreements with these 2 villages will at least curb Hidden Stone's village's expansionist ambitions, which will be greatly beneficial to us. Yes, I understand. It seems there are quite a few matters recently. In that case, I will need to arrange for some helpers. Tsukumo felt a bit of a headache after hearing this. He could handle these tasks, but they were not his favorite. However, for the sake of Hidden Leaf Village, he could endure them. In simple terms, Tsukumo's character was like a strengthened version of Jiraiya. He was willing to protect Hidden Leaf Village and could endure things he didn't like for Hidden Leaf Village's sake. Yoichi-kun, I've heard that the Uchiha clan has good relations with many merchants in the Land of Fire. I understand. Leave those matters to me, fourth Hokage. Yoichi said, recently, I will have the Uchiha clan invite prominent merchants from the Land of Fire to Hidden Leaf Village for an exchange, ensuring they will issue missions to Hidden Leaf Village again. If necessary, the Uchiha clan's businesses also lacked manpower. If Mina were not pregnant, he would be preparing to cultivate Edo Tensei sacrifices with Hashirama cells to summon more Edo Tensei bodies. The Uchiha clan could issue many mission commissions to the village. Upon hearing Yoichi's words, Hiruzen and Koharu's expressions changed slightly. Now, the Uchiha clan's businesses were famous throughout Hidden Leaf Village. Their supermarket and food district attracted many customers daily. Although the Ninja Game amusement park had not yet opened, many people were inquiring about it. Moreover, many people in the Land of Fire were paying attention. Once it opened to the public, people from all over the Land of Fire would came to visit and play. The popularity of ninja games was quite high, especially with 2 wars, which led to 2 patriotic versions of the ninja games. Almost 60 to 70% of the young people in the Land of Fire had played ninja games, fiercely attacking foreign enemies in the games. Tsukumo nodded upon hearing this and then said, I will handle the matter with the daimyo, trying to secure the post-war and next year's budget. However, regarding the peace agreements with Hidden Grass Village and Hidden Waterfall Village, what are your opinions? Shikaku's heart stirred, and he tentatively asked, Fourth Hokage, do you mean? Hidden Waterfall Village is understandable as we attacked them first. However, Hidden Grass Village attacked the Land of Fire without reason, causing many Hidden Leaf Village ninjas to die. Signing a peace agreement with them might not be acceptable to the families of the fallen ninjas. Tsukumo said, his principles were strong. He disdained Hidden Grass Village, a village known for its opportunistic behavior. Although he could tolerate Hidden Grass Village, signing a peace agreement that inverted right and wrong was unacceptable. Fourth Hokage, the village is severely wounded now. Too many ninjas died or were injured in this war. Defending the borders is already the limit. We cannot start another war. Sarutobi advised, and after he spoke, Koharu also said, yes, Fourth Hokage, the village's funds and military supplies are lacking. If we don't sign a peace agreement with Hidden Grass Village, they might side with Hidden Stone's village. Don't give them that opportunity. Yoichi said, there is no need to worry, Third Hokage and Koharu-san. In my opinion, Hidden Grass Village must pay the price for invading the Land of Fire. They must compensate Hidden Leaf Village for its losses and hand over 70% of their mission commissions. Hiruzen and Koharu's faces darkened upon hearing this. Shikaku said, Hidden Grass Village will never agree to such terms. Then destroy them. Yoichi made a hand gesture and continued, if they disagree, then we destroy their village. Hidden Stone's village is currently unable to start another war, and there are no other villages around that can challenge us. Hidden Waterfall Village will obediently sign a surrender agreement, not a peace agreement. That's too radical. Uchiha clan head, do you know that Hidden Leaf Village cannot start another war? Koharu couldn't help but speak, but she was interrupted by Yoichi. Who said Hidden Leaf Village needs to go to war? I can do it alone. Yoichi said, Hidden Grass Village has only about 2,000 ninjas. I can handle them alone. If more than 100 of them escape, consider it my failure. Everyone in the Hokage's office, including the Jonin and clan heads of Hidden Leaf Village, couldn't help but gasp upon hearing Yoichi's words. Such a statement was too violent. Jiraiya said seriously, let's try a peaceful approach first. There are innocent people in Hidden Grass Village too. A peaceful approach will only embolden those in Hidden Grass Village, Jiraiya-senpai. Yoichi shook his head, if you have a better solution, feel free to use it. I don't mind. Not taking action is fine too. I don't have to worry about the compensation for the families of the ninjas who died at the hands of Hidden Grass Village. I'm just making a suggestion. We'll discuss this matter further when the envoys from Hidden Grass Village arrive. Tsukumo said, noticing Jiraiya's intention to continue arguing. He made a decision to interrupt. There were still many matters to discuss and they couldn't be delayed. Although Yoichi's suggestion was extreme, if slightly toned down, it aligned well with Tsukumo's thinking. However, Yoichi understood Hidden Grass Village's nature. This small ninja village always tried to replace the larger ones, never recognizing its own strength and position. Without giving them a painful lesson, they would continue to provoke Hidden Leaf Village after some time. A peace agreement would only foster Hidden Grass Village's ambitions. After discussing for a while, they finished discussing matters concerning the village, the Land of Fire, and other countries. Tsukumo then said, thank you for your hard work. Next, we need to arrange things within the village. We may need to recruit a squad for the Anbu. I will issue an order in a few days. If you have any recommended ninjas, they can submit their applications, and they will pass after the assessment. Besides the Anbu and the mission team, Tsukumo also mentioned other matters. However, these were decisions he, as the Hokage, had to make, and others couldn't interfere. Even Hiruzen, the third Hokage, found it difficult to add to this. He could see that Tsukumo was a principled person. If suggestions aligned with his principles, they were easy to discuss, but if they went against them, even the former Hokage would find it hard to persuade him. Tsukumo was no longer just the White Fang of Hidden Leaf Village, he was now the fourth Hokage of Hidden Leaf Village. Next, Tsukumo would move into the Hokage building. Besides the convenience for work, he also needed to guard Hidden Leaf Village's secrets. The archive room and the jutsu room were the most important places in Hidden Leaf Village. After the meeting ended, those with no further business, like Yoichi, left the Hokage building. He would discuss the reorganization of the police force with Tsukumo after he had prepared a plan. The Uchiha clan's Jonin assessment had already been submitted, with 12 candidates. Unless something unexpected happened, there should be no obstacles. Regarding the recruitment for the Anbu, Yoichi remembered that Shishui's strength was also good, roughly at the level of a special Jonin, although he had not yet applied for the Jonin assessment. Returning to the police force, Yoichi called for Shinji, instructing him to notify Shishui to come and see him. Fortunately, Shishui had not been sent on a mission. Upon receiving the notification, he immediately went to Yoichi's office. Clan head, do you have a task for me? Yoichi asked. Shishui, I remember you've been a Chunin for several years now. How many Tomoe do you have in your Sharingan? Still 2 Tomoe, but I plan to apply for the Jonin assessment soon. Our team lacks members, so we can't take on missions until we fill the vacancies. Are you confident? A bit, but I can't guarantee it. Alright, let me tell you this, the 4th Hokage plans to add a squad to the Anbu. Each ninja clan can recommend members. Your strength is quite suitable for the Anbu. However, if you want to apply for the Jonin assessment, becoming a Jonin is also good. The choice is yours. Yoichi said. Hearing about the Anbu recruitment, Shishui was tempted. Training in the Anbu would undoubtedly yield greater rewards than being in a mission team. Clan head, I'd prefer to train in the Anbu rather than in a mission team. Yoichi nodded and said, alright, I'll submit your name. However, you still need to pass the assessment to join the Anbu. After serving in the Anbu, you can still apply for the Jonin assessment if you wish. After speaking, Yoichi dismissed him. This time, Yoichi submitted 3 clan ninjas, all at the Chunin level but with strength comparable to Special Jonin. Yoichi didn't need the Anbu's intelligence. He just wanted to help Sakuma while also familiarizing his clan members with the Anbu's task procedures. When he became the 5th Hokage in the future, he wouldn't lack a team. Today's meeting showed that Sakuma was being hindered everywhere. Without support, he would have to rely on the guidance of veterans like Hiruzen. However, Sakuma was popular, not only avoiding obstacles but also making Hiruzen and the others worry about their own positions. After the new Hokage took office, would their advisor positions still count? Would Danzō's position as Hokage's assistant still count? Hiruzen and Koharu were anxious, but Danzō, upon returning to the route, immediately transferred crucial route information and unrecorded route members. Those from ninja clans who joined the route were definitely within the Anbu's records. However, Danzō had also cultivated many ninjas from civilian or orphan backgrounds using Hidden Leaf Village's secret techniques. These route members knew only his orders, forming Danzō's last base. Having nearly killed Kakashi before, Danzō didn't think Sakuma would keep him as Hokage's assistant. So, it was better to transfer his power early. Back at home, Yoichi entered to find Mina coming from the living room, complaining, "Yoichi-sama, why are you so late today? Rin has been waiting for you for a long time." "Sorry, Mina. There are many things to arrange after the 4th Hokage took office," Yoichi said, and then saw the young girl Rin approaching. She bowed and said shyly, "I didn't wait long. Yoichi-sama's work for the village is more important. Let's not talk about that. Have you decided?" Upon hearing this, Rin showed a determined expression and said, "Yes, Yoichi-sama. If it's possible." When she consulted Kurenai, the latter didn't hold back and let her experience the power of the Sage Seal. After witnessing such strength, Nohara Rin couldn't help but think that if she had this power back then, she wouldn't have been easily kidnapped. "Using my chakra to modify your body will make you more suited to Sage Chakra. It's best to increase your taijutsu training during the Sage Chakra modification period. If you have no issues, we'll start tomorrow," Yoichi said. The reason for starting tomorrow was to familiarize himself with another seal. It was the method Orochimaru used to cultivate his subordinates, embedding his will within the Sage Chakra. Previously, he hadn't used this method because he was training his clan members and students, who were naturally on his side. However, for Rin, it would be tricky if Obito used Kamyu to hide, so Yoichi needed a fallback method. "I understand, Yoichi-sama." Rin bowed deeply after speaking. She felt that Yoichi was very accommodating, willing to help her improve her strength just because she was Mina's student. She felt very fortunate to have met 2 good people. Chapter 180. The first fusion of Sage Chakra exhausted Rin. She collapsed directly onto the ground, panting heavily with no strength to move, her clothes soaked with sweat and covered in dust. "It's really this tiring. I just want to sleep." This thought flashed through Rin's mind, and soon, the fatigue overwhelmed her, making her fall asleep. Did she fall asleep? Yoichi noticed that Rin's breathing had gradually stabilized. He then moved slightly closer to observe her more closely. One of the roots of the 4th Great Ninja War, who would have thought it was an ordinary girl. Besides her delicate features, she had an energetic and lively demeanor. Yoichi Uchiha extended his hand and placed a Flying Thunder God seal on the sage mark at the back of Nohara Rin's neck, perfectly aligning it with the sage mark. Triple seal. After placing the Flying Thunder God seal, Yoichi added a delayed reverse activation seal to the Flying Thunder God technique. This was developed by Mina and named the Triple Seal, perfectly matching the 3 Tomoe of the Flying Thunder God technique. After doing this, Yoichi's eyes transformed into the Mengekyo Sharingan, and he placed a transfer seal on Rin's heart. This was the eye power of Kamui. This eye power would temporarily ensure that Rin wouldn't die even if her heart was broken, and it would activate the reverse Flying Thunder God technique to bring her to Yoichi. For a single girl, Yoichi had made such extensive preparations, hoping that Obito would live up to his efforts. After a while, Rin slowly woke up, finding herself covered with a blanket, while Yoichi leaned against a nearby tree. Rin quickly got up, embarrassed, and apologized. "I'm sorry, Yoichi-sama. I fell asleep so rudely." "No worries, this is my shadow clone. Since you're awake, go home and rest well. We'll have the second session in 3 days." After saying this, Yoichi's shadow clone dispersed into smoke. Seeing this, Rin couldn't help but think that Yoichi-sama was very considerate. Not only did he cover her with a blanket, but he also used a shadow clone to keep watch. If only Kakashi was like this. Unfortunately, during the time they were surrounded by Hidden Stone's village ninja, Rin realized that Kakashi didn't have those feelings for her. Even when both were in danger, he still conveyed Obito's feelings to her. Thinking of this, Rin sighed inwardly, then got up and collected the blanket, planning to wash it clean and return it to Yoichi Sama the next time. The Sage Chakra contained Yoichi's will, which would gradually influence Rin. Although it couldn't replace her personality, it would make her highly acknowledge Yoichi and his everything. After leaving the Uchiha clan grounds, Rin, exhausted, slowly made her way home. As she walked, she suddenly heard someone calling her from behind. Turning around, Rin saw Kushina and greeted her. "Kushina-san, are you out shopping?" "Yes, Minato is hosting his teacher today, so I'm making something delicious for them. Too bad I couldn't get any magic goat meat. There were supposed to be 200 pounds available this afternoon, but by the time I got there, not even half a pound was left." Kushina complained about her frustrating time in line as soon as she saw Rin. Noticing the dust and tired look on Rin, Kushina asked, "Rin, were you training just now?" "In a way, yes. Recently, I've been learning medical ninjutsu from Mina-sensei." Rin explained the situation to Kushina and then clenched her small white fists, saying, "Kushina-san, I don't want to burden my teammates anymore. Mina actually takes students?" "That's surprising," Kushina said, frowning slightly. "But what is this Sage Seal? I think I've heard Minato mention it. It's what Kurenai and Rumi used in the Chunin exams. It absorbs natural energy and converts chakra into Sage Chakra, enhancing the power of ninjutsu, taijutsu, and ganjutsu. Did that guy develop such a seal? It must be Mina's doing." Kushina asked curiously, but noticing Rin's fatigue, she said, "Rin, you should go home and rest. You look exhausted." "I'll go then, Kushina-san." Rin, feeling very tired, agreed. The first fusion of Sage Chakra had drained all her strength, and being able to walk now was thanks to having slept a while. After saying goodbye to Rin, Kushina returned home to find Jiraiya already there, sitting at the table with Minato. "Jiraiya-sensei, you're here already. I'll go make dinner." Jiraiya smiled and greeted her, "Hey, Kushina. Minato is lucky to have you." "Hee, you're too kind." Kushina waved her hand but showed a proud smile, making Jiraiya and Minato both twitch at the straightforward reaction. "Minato, do you know about a Sage Seal?" Minato thought for a moment and then shook his head. "Sage Seal? I don't know about it. Is it related to Sage Mode?" "Why do you ask, Kushina?" "That seems to be Orochimaru's research. He combined the sealing technique with the Sage Mode from Richie Cave." Jiraiya suddenly remembered some recent intel and said, "That guy combined the Sage Mode with a sealing technique. Yoichi's students used it during the Chunin exams. It must have been taught by Orochimaru. I heard it works similarly to Sage Mode but is very draining, only usable for a few minutes." Kushina asked, "Is the Sage Seal dangerous?" Jiraiya stroked his chin and said, "Anything involving natural energy is dangerous, but Orochimaru probably simplified the risks. At least those genin had no issues using it during the Chunin exams. Then it's fine. You guys chat, I'll go make dinner." With that, Kushina hopped into the kitchen. Jiraiya signaled to Minato, who nodded in understanding, indicating he would ask Kushina why she was curious about the Sage Seal later. The two then went into a room and closed the door. Jiraiya spoke in a low voice, "Minato, now that the war is over, I plan to leave the village to investigate what the Great Toad Sage mentioned." "Jiraiya-sensei, I'll go with you." Minato was interrupted by Jiraiya. "Minato, stay in the village. He didn't leave villages short-handed after the war. It took me half a day to get Sakamo's permission to leave. If you also leave." Jiraiya didn't finish, but Minato understood. The village needed manpower. If both the mentor and his disciple left when the fourth Hokage needed help, it would look bad. "I couldn't find useful information from Orochimaru, so I plan to visit Richie Cave. The village is in your hands. I have a feeling the person the Great Toad Sage mentioned is Yoichi, but I have no proof." "Jiraiya-sensei, why do you think that?" "His personality is too domineering." Jiraiya sighed. Danzō inherited the second Hokage's hardline style, but compared to Yoichi, I think Danzō is even less tough. If he clashes with Mount Myabaku. Minato's expression became serious, and he said, "I understand, Jiraiya-sensei. I'll try to gather information in the village." "Good. Be careful not to get caught. Is he still doing these boring rehabilitation exercises?" "Yeah, he can't be persuaded otherwise. Even with artificial bodies containing Hashirama cells, he thinks these exercises are useful." White Zetsu and Black Zetsu talked. They couldn't see Obito's potential and thought he was an idiot. But since it was Madara's order, they obediently followed it. "Ah, he fainted again. That's the 23rd time." Black Zetsu picked up the exhausted Obito and placed him on the bed. After a while, thanks to the regenerative power of Hashirama cells, Obito woke up and asked, "How long did I sleep?" "We don't know. There's no time underground, but you were out for a while." "That's redundant. Can you give me some useful information? Obito shouted in frustration. He felt these artificial beings were not monitoring him but tormenting him. Can you tell me something about Rin? White Zetsu shook his head. Who would go to Hidden Leaf Village for information? Besides the war ending, we don't know much. Then you're useless. No choice, we're here to monitor you. Damn it. Obito clenched his fists in anger, but at least he learned the war had ended, so Rin wouldn't be in danger. When he returned, he would protect Rin with greater strength. By the way, where's the old man claiming to be my ancestor? Seeing the usually occupied seat empty, Obito asked. What do you mean claiming? Do you still not believe he's Madara? White Zetsu said. He went out to gather information. It's unrealistic for a ninja to live that long. Obito muttered, then asked, gathering information? Don't you do that? Why does he need to go himself? White Zetsu's main body said, we can't compare to Madara-sama. Only he can do some things. Like controlling Hidden Mist Village ninja. Hidden Mist Village had just captured the Three Tails and was preparing to select a Jinchuriki. Learning this, White Zetsu reported to Madara. Madara then thought of a plan to make Obito completely fall into darkness, realizing the true nature of the ninja world, so he would become their ally. The Akatsuki organization was growing stronger. Although Fugaku hadn't fully grasped Yoichi's essence, he had wisely avoided Hanzo's attention. Hanzo, the demigod of the rain, was not someone to cross. Now, they were focusing on building relationships with civilians. If the Rain Ninja launched a massive search, the Rain Country civilians supporting Akatsuki would help hide its members, making the Rain Ninja's operations unsuccessful. On this day, Akatsuki's core members were meeting. Their supplies were depleting quickly, and the second batch of supplies from Hidden Leaf Village was already used up. After discussion, Hueco decided to ask for another batch of supplies. Although the third batch's scheduled date was still some time away, they would face a shortage of food and drink if their supplies ran out. Hueco said, Hidden Leaf Village has now stopped the war, so I plan to go there again to request the third batch of supplies. Conan worriedly asked, Hueco, it's not time yet. Hidden Leaf Village might. I know, but the war is over. I heard Hidden Leaf Village has a new Hokage. I want to talk to the fourth Hokage and hopefully get more support. Hueco explained. After the previous incidents, he had grown. This time, he planned to use Akatsuki's importance in the Rain Country to persuade the new Hokage of Hidden Leaf Village. If the fourth Hokage of Hidden Leaf Village was a peace believer, he would explain Akatsuki's ideals and development. If not, then forget it. Who's the fourth Hokage of Hidden Leaf Village? Did they win or lose? Hueco frowned and thought for a moment, then said, I think it's the White Fang of Hidden Leaf Village. As for Hidden Leaf Village's 2 wars, they should be considered victories. I heard no one could match Hidden Leaf Village's Lightning Fang on the battlefield, and thousands of Cloud Ninja have died at his hands. The information he received was second or third hand, exaggerated from hundreds to thousands. Hearing Yoichi's name, Fugaku clenched his fists. He always wanted revenge, but his strength was insufficient, and the gap between him and Yoichi widened. He could only hope for Itachi's growth or join the Moon's Eye plan. Seeing the 3 enthusiastic young people before him, Fugaku could only silently apologize to them. Although he didn't know the specifics of Madara's Moon's Eye plan, placing the precious Rinnegan on this young man suggested a dire fate. It's decided, we'll go to Hidden Leaf Village. Conan, come with me this time. Nagato, you and Fugaku stay at the base. After discussion, Hueco made the decision. Chapter 181. Alright, this is the 3rd time. Your body has already adapted to the Sage Seal. Eat this chakra pill to restore your stamina and chakra, then try using Sage mode. Yoichi handed several chakra pills to Rin. These pills were specially made by Mina, using precious medicinal ingredients. Although they didn't taste great, their effectiveness in restoring chakra and stamina was excellent. Thank you, Yoichi-sama. Rin forced a smile to express her gratitude. She was extremely tired but genuinely thankful to Yoichi. These past few days felt like a dream to her, being cared for so well by Yoichi and Mina. Not only did she learn many medical ninjutsu, but Yoichi, such a significant figure, also helped her improve her strength. This made Rin feel like she was their disciple. Rin also met Kakashi and told him about the treatment she was receiving. Kakashi reassured her not to overthink it, saying that Yoichi was a cold-faced, warm-hearted person. When Kakashi visited Yoichi's house, there weren't many formalities. He could ask for anything he wanted to eat, and Yoichi wouldn't mind these trivial matters. However, due to missions, Kakashi hadn't visited for a long time. Additionally, the will contained within the Sage Chakra made Rin feel even closer to Yoichi. After eating the chakra pill and resting for a while, Rin managed to recover her chakra and stamina. She stood up, nodded to Yoichi, and formed hand seals to activate the Sage Seal on her neck. When the Sage Seal activated, the natural energy around her flowed into her body through the three tomui of the seal, combining with her physical and spiritual energy to form Sage Chakra. Simultaneously, purple patterns appeared on Rin's body, finally forming a demonic sage face mask on her face. Yoichi asked, "How do you feel?" "I feel much stronger, like several times stronger." Rin looked at her hands in disbelief, then moved quickly to a nearby tree. With Sage Chakra infused into her delicate fist, she punched the tree hard. Boom! The large tree, which would take two people to hug, was broken by Rin's punch. Rin looked at her fist, which only had some red marks and didn't hurt at all. Her speed had also increased by about 3 times. "Yoichi-sama, I feel much stronger." Rin happily approached Yoichi, eager to share her joy. "It's good to be stronger, but be mindful of your chakra and stamina. I've said the same to Kurenai, the Sage Seal consumes a lot of stamina. You can use it for a maximum of 5 minutes." Yoichi said, "But your strength has indeed increased significantly, much stronger than the person watching us from the forest, as long as she doesn't use her special power." Rin understood who Yoichi was referring to. In Sage mode, her sensing ability had improved significantly, allowing her to notice the girl hiding in the forest. Yujiro, upon hearing Yoichi's words, angrily stomped her foot and then turned to leave. It turned out she had been discovered long ago. That big pervert was too much. She had arrived earlier than that girl with the pattern, yet he didn't guide her in her training. Every day she had to figure things out on her own and couldn't take on any missions. Yujiro felt extremely wronged. She had agreed to join Hidden Leaf Village and be treated as family, yet outsiders were treated better than her, the family member. "That's enough for now. From now on, you'll train on your own," Yoichi told Rin. "Focus on learning well with Mina." "Yes, Yoichi-sama," Rin responded, but she felt a bit disappointed knowing that Yoichi wouldn't be guiding her anymore. She didn't know why she felt this way, but she thought Yoichi was very kind, holding such a high position in the village and still taking time to help her improve her skills. Yoichi-sama, why are you helping me improve my strength?" Rin asked hesitantly. Asking before would seem like doubting his motives, but asking now was just out of curiosity. "Do you want to know?" Yoichi asked, seeing Rin nod. He casually said, "You have strong perseverance, and you will definitely become an outstanding ninja in the future. Plus, you're quite cute." "See cute?" Rin blushed at the last reason. If someone else had said that, she wouldn't respond, even if she wasn't angry. But for some reason, hearing it from Yoichi made her happy. She felt acknowledged by him. "Train well and try to catch up with Mina." After saying that, Yoichi used the body flicker technique to leave the forest. Left alone, Rin thought to herself, "I will become the strongest medical ninja in the village." After leaving Rin, Yoichi used the Flying Thunder God technique to appear beside Yujiro, who was removing her shoes to enter her house, bringing Yoichi along. "Why are you leaving so quickly?" "I still have something to tell you." "Humphrey." Yujiro, looking like an aggrieved kitten, coldly snorted. If touched now, she'd probably bite instantly. Yoichi said, "You've been working hard all morning. Now that you're back, give me a massage. You still owe me from before." Yujiro was furious but couldn't find words. She had spent the whole morning teaching an outsider, and now he wanted her to give a massage? It was too much. "Don't want to? Can't keep your promises? Still want to pay rent?" Yoichi's 3 consecutive questions made Yujiro clench her fists, but thinking about her situation, she reluctantly walked into the house. After a while, just when Yoichi thought Yujiro wouldn't come out, she emerged. Yujiro had washed her feet thoroughly, using soap several times, and then put on knee-high white socks before coming out. She didn't want to come out with sweaty feet and be despised by that big pervert, so she used soap 3 times, making sure she was fragrant before coming out. In the living room, she saw Yoichi already lying down, feeling angry but still sat on the sofa's back and skillfully used her soft feet to massage. After a while, Yujiro's legs felt numb from fatigue. Yoichi's back was very firm, requiring a lot of effort from her every time. The village is now led by the 4th Hokage. Tomorrow I'll ask about taking on missions. I had a grudge with the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen, so asking him was useless. Yoichi suddenly spoke. Yujiro was taken aback, realizing he was explaining the mission issue. Before she could speak, Yoichi continued, "You have a single fire attribute. You can train in the Uchiha clan's fire style jutsu and also train with Matatabi. Anyway, you can choose any Uchiha clan jutsu. If you can lower your pride and ask for guidance, creating a shadow clone to help you isn't a burden for me. I don't care." Yujiro felt touched but kept a stubborn tone. However, she understood why she had been neglected. The misunderstanding was cleared, and she felt grateful and happy inside, though she wouldn't show it. She just used her soft, white-socked feet to press harder, continuing the massage. Yoichi suddenly asked, "Have you talked to Matetabi about borrowing chakra, Yujito?" "I did, but Matetabi wants to talk to you personally." "Alright, let's talk then." Hearing this, Yujito saw a pair of Sharingan, and in the next moment, she found herself in her sealed space with Yoichi beside her. Before them was Matetabi, but now sealed in the iron armor seal. Although Matetabi had agreed to lend power to Yujito, the seal on her remained. "Matetabi, what do you want to discuss?" Matetabi was silent for a moment before speaking. "I hope you can remove the seal on Yujito. This iron armor seal makes me uncomfortable." Yoichi frowned. "Remove the seal? You agreed to help Yujito, and she hasn't been using the seal to oppress you. Why remove it?" "I promised to help, but this is a shackle, preventing me from fully connecting with Yujito." Matetabi said, "Now, Yujito doesn't have the key to the iron armor seal. She will never fully control my power." "Really, you're not trying to deceive me into removing the seal to take over Yujito's body?" Hearing Yoichi's concerned question, Yujito felt pleased inside but didn't show it. Instead, she spoke for Matetabi. "I trust Matetabi. She won't harm me, but we can't train together with the seal." Matetabi also said, "Help us remove the seal, and I will lend you chakra. Just don't ask for too much." "Alright, I agree." Seeing that both Yujito and Matetabi wanted the seal removed, Yoichi agreed but warned, "But don't fully transform into the tailed beast in the village, or I won't be able to protect you." "I know, I'm not an idiot." Yujito rolled her eyes at Yoichi, and they both exited the sealed space. Yoichi needed the tailed beast chakra to continue evolving Godzilla, and since Yujito had fully joined Hidden Leaf Village and wouldn't return to the Cloud Village, and Matetabi knew his power, the likelihood of rebellion was low. Removing the iron armor seal wouldn't be an issue. Chapter 182. That's enough. You've taken so much already, you're going to make Matetabi angry. Finally, Yujito couldn't bear it anymore and pushed Yoichi's hand away from her stomach. As their connection was severed, the chakra extraction stopped. At this moment, a blue flame-shaped chakra emerged from Yujito, forming into Matetabi's cat head. Matetabi said to Yoichi, "A deal is a deal, but taking this much chakra at once is too much." "Don't worry, Matetabi. As far as I know, your chakra can recover. I need it urgently, but I will compensate you later." Yoichi looked at Matetabi's slightly thinner cat face and smiled. "Besides, you're free inside Yujito's body, unlike the Nine Tails. It can't even turn its head. You humans only covet our tailed beast power." After saying this, Matetabi retreated. Yoichi had just extracted nearly half of its chakra. Fortunately, with the seal completely removed, it could recover quickly. Otherwise, in the previous sealed state, it would have taken at least a month to recover. After Matetabi retreated, Yujito curiously asked, "Why do you need so much chakra?" "I'm also a Jinchuriki, and the thing inside me needs to feed." Yoichi explained, sealing Matetabi's chakra within his body. Half was directly fed to Godzilla, and the other half was stored for future battles. Without a steady energy supply, Godzilla's growth was slow. It relied entirely on Yoichi to provide energy. Since Yoichi couldn't supply chakra daily, he had to turn to the tailed beasts. "Are you going to guide my training today?" Yujito asked, tilting her head and nervously fidgeting with her fingers behind her back. "I can, but let my shadow clone do it." Today, the envoys from Hidden Grass Village and Hidden Waterfall Village are coming to the village. "I need to meet them," Yoichi said, creating a shadow clone. Yujito felt a bit disappointed hearing this but understood the importance of village matters. The shadow clone was still Yoichi's clone, which made her feel slightly better. She followed the clone into the woods. She had become a Jinchuriki shortly after graduating and had spent most of her time communicating with Matetabi. She hadn't learned many actual ninja techniques and knew only a few jutsu. That's why she was eager to start training. However, besides Yoichi, she didn't know anyone in Hidden Leaf Village. Seeing Yoichi earnestly teach an outsider last time and using her as an example made her angry and go home. After obtaining Matetabi's chakra from Yujito, Yoichi headed to the Hokage building. Recently, the Uchiha clan's Jonin assessments had been arranged for 5 members, with more waiting in line. This time, they were truly waiting in line as many other ninjas had also applied for the Jonin assessment. The Uchiha were the first to be scheduled. Shishui and 2 other clan members had also joined the Anbu. Sycamo's Anbu was fully formed within 4 days. Now, Hidden Leaf Village had 5 Anbu squads, 2 under Hiruzen and 3 under Sycamo. Mikoto had also been meeting with several notable nobles from the Land of Fire. After Sakamo visited the daimyo, many mission commissions were again assigned to Hidden Leaf Village, reviving the mission team. Hiruzen, hearing this news, was even more frustrated. He and Koharu had hoped to use this opportunity to show Sakamo the difficulty of being Hokage, that Hidden Leaf Village's ninjas depended on numerous mission commissions. But it was resolved so easily, contrary to Sarutobi's expectations. Since becoming Hokage, Sakamo had managed village affairs smoothly, making Koharu and Hamura feel redundant. After becoming Hokage, they had taken some time off, citing health issues, but found that the village ran smoothly under Sakamo. They could no longer rest comfortably. On the day Hidden Grass Village and Hidden Waterfall Village came to sign the peace agreement, Koharu and Hamura couldn't stay idle and went to the Hokage building. When they arrived, they found many people already in the Hokage's office. Shikaku and his father, Yoichi, arrived on time but not last like Koharu and Hamura. Minato and Hiruzen were also present, along with the heads of the mission and interrogation teams. Minato, though just a jonin, had no specific duties in the village, so normally he couldn't attend such meetings. But following the previous Hokage, he was allowed in. Yoichi's presence was due to his role as the police force captain and the formidable Hidden Leaf Village Thunderfang. Koharu and Hamura took their seats in the Hokage's office. Soon, the envoys from Hidden Grass Village and Hidden Waterfall Village were brought in by the Anbu. The two envoys, having similar demands, were brought together. After brief introductions, they went straight to the point. Fourth Hokage, our village was deceived and coerced by Hidden Stone's village into attacking Hidden Leaf Village. Fortunately, we realized the truth in time and refused Hidden Stone's village's demands. We hope to sign a peace agreement with Hidden Leaf Village. Fourth Hokage, Hidden Waterfall Village is in a similar situation, deceived and coerced by Hidden Stone's village. We seek peace. Both envoys claim they were deceived and that it was Hidden Stone's village's fault, hoping for peaceful coexistence with Hidden Leaf Village. Sakamo nodded and said, Hidden Leaf Village also seeks peace and welcomes friends who share this goal. Do your village leaders have any additional points for the peace agreement? The envoys exchanged a subtle glance, feeling hopeful, and conveyed their leaders' intentions. Their proposal was to stop pursuing war-related matters, sign a mutual non-aggression alliance, prohibit Hidden Leaf Village from taking their missions, and open borders to allow their ninjas into the Land of Fire. That's enough. Yoichi couldn't stomach their nonsense anymore. Fourth Hokage, is this the peaceful solution Jiraiya-senpai mentioned? It's just emboldening these idiots and wasting our time. They haven't realized they're the defeated ones. Let me teach them a lesson. He then used his Sharingan on them, continuing, such people won't wake up without a beating. For these two villages, a B-rank mission is enough. Others in the room felt the envoys' proposals were overly ambitious. Shikaku and Hiruzen believed in negotiations over force. Shikaku hesitated and said, Yoichi, we can sign the peace agreement if they remove a few terms. Why give them benefits after winning? Shikaku, who will account for the fallen Hidden Leaf Village ninjas? Yoichi's words silenced Shikaku. He realized arguing further might harm his clan's reputation, especially since the memorial stone had been recently erected, honoring fallen ninjas. The envoys, feeling indignant, thought Hidden Leaf Village wouldn't harm them and said, Sir, we came seeking peace. Sharingan Ganjutsu. The envoys' vision darkened, leaving only the spinning three tomoe of the Sharingan, killing them countless times in an instant. When they regained consciousness, they were back in the Hokage's office, drenched in cold sweat, limbs weak, and chakra uncontrollable, kneeling on the ground. They had been caught in a Ganjutsu. Witnessing this, the others in the room realized the speed and effectiveness of Yoichi's Ganjutsu. The envoys knelt, terrified and speechless. Looks like today's negotiation won't proceed. We'll wait for new envoys from Hidden Grass Village and Hidden Waterfall Village. Sakamo couldn't agree to their demands. His lenient attitude was for friends, not recent enemies. Yoichi's words reminded him that granting any benefits to these villages would dishonor the fallen Hidden Leaf Village ninjas and displease the daimyo, causing further losses for Hidden Leaf Village. Yoichi, a B-rank mission is unnecessary. Handle it as an S-rank mission, but there's no rush. Focus on village matters first. Yoichi smiled and said, no problem. I'll leave tomorrow. Among the smaller villages, only Hidden Rain Village posed a slight challenge to Yoichi. The others were no threat. Sakamo nodded, then added, Yoichi, don't go overboard. Don't worry, Fourth Hokage, I won't harm civilians. The room's occupants understood Sakamo had approved Yoichi's suggestion. Hiruzen, anxious, said, Sakamo, reconsider. The war just ended, and any action might trigger another. Third Hokage, I've thought it through. Hidden Stones Village and Hidden Clouds Village can't start another war soon. Hidden Mist Village is restless and unpredictable. War is inevitable, with or without this incident. Tsukumo's words showed his understanding of the delicate balance. Granting any concessions would disrespect the fallen and displease the daimyo, causing greater harm. Hiruzen couldn't counter Tsukumo's reasoning, despite his reluctance to let Yoichi handle it. Before Hiruzen could speak again, Tsukumo called in the Anbu to escort the envoys out. Had they approached humbly, Tsukumo might have negotiated, but they sought equality, overestimating their status compared to the Great Five ninja villages. Let's discuss other matters. The Anbu received intel that Hidden Mist Village paused its war with Hidden Sand Village and is eyeing us. Tsukumo moved on, noting Hidden Mist Village's movements. Despite limited interaction, Hidden Mist Village seemed to focus on Hidden Leaf Village post-war, unlike their previous major conflicts with Hidden Sand Village and Hidden Stones Village. Minato, can you handle Hidden Mist Village? I'll assign 10 teams and 2 Anbu squads. Report immediately if there's a large-scale invasion. Tsukumo said, entrusting Minato with the task. Understood, 4th Hokage. Minato readily accepted. Now, regarding village matters. Tsukumo outlined upcoming village tasks and responsibilities. After finishing, he asked, does anyone have any additions? I have a question, 4th Hokage. Yoichi asked, why does the route exist? Must it be separate from the Anbu? With tight village funds, I suggest trimming costly departments to save expenses. Hiruzen, Koharu, and Hamura clenched their fists under the table. They hadn't expected Yoichi to target Danzō so soon, especially in Danzō's absence. Ah, the route. I just formed the Anbu, so I'm not well versed in this department. Tsukumo turned to Hiruzen, 3rd Hokage, could you explain to Yoichi? Chapter 183. The tasks performed by the route may be similar to those of the Anbu, but some missions require handling the village's dark side, hence the need for the route. Hiruzen's face darkened slightly as he explained, the route also provides training for potential Anbu members, serving as a talent incubator. Hey! Yoichi couldn't help but laugh, then said, I'm not laughing at you, 3rd Hokage, but the idea that the Anbu can't handle some dark missions is laughable. Right now, Hidden Leaf Village's funds, even if allocated, must prioritize village construction and pensions. All departments have had their budgets cut, with the police force seeing a 70% reduction. The Uchiha clan can subsidize the police force so our ninja don't worry about supporting their families, but what about other departments? Many ninja have had their salaries slashed and can't even support their families. What are they supposed to do? The main issue is that the 4th Hokage wasn't aware of this department. It only needs to provide a few talents to the Anbu periodically to receive a large budget. 4th Hokage, the Uchiha clan requests to establish a new route, guaranteeing to provide twice as many talents as the old route. Yoichi's words made Hiruzen's face turn extremely grim. He knew the route would likely be dissolved today, but being pressured by Yoichi like this made him furious. The most important task of the route was to curb the Uchiha clan's growth. Could Hiruzen say that? Of course not. He had planned to tell Tsukumo about the 2nd Hokage's concerns regarding the Uchiha. But it seemed impossible now. Tsukumo's relationship with the Uchiha clan appeared too close. Tsukumo didn't respond immediately. After a moment of silent thought, he called an Anbu and said, go and invite Elder Danzō. Tell him the 3rd Hokage and I need to discuss something with him. Yes, 4th Hokage. The Anbu left, and the room fell silent. Tsukumo then said, I neglected this issue. Ninja who rely on fixed salaries to support their families are surely struggling now. Does anyone have a good solution? Ninja with fixed positions, unlike mission teams, receive a regular salary. But now, all departments' salaries have been drastically cut, with the police force's salary reduced to less than a third of its original amount. The interrogation team and the mission team saw a 50% reduction, with the lowest reduction being 40%. The solution was simple, find more money. But from where? The main sources of income for Hidden Leaf Village were the daimyo's funds and mission commissions. Tsukumo and the Uchiha had already secured these. As for other sources, Shikaku had no immediate ideas. He had some ideas but couldn't propose them due to his responsibilities to his clan. After a period of silence, Yoichi said, the Uchiha clan can provide loans. As long as the Hokage's office issues a certificate, ninjas can receive funds from the Uchiha clan. This is to help those in need. They can repay the money after 5 years when they're no longer struggling. In that case, on behalf of the ninjas who need help, thank you, Uchiha clan. Tsukumo smiled, this will solve the immediate difficulties for some families. After these few years, Hidden Leaf Village should recover. The others remained silent, listening to Yoichi and Tsukumo handle the situation. The Saratobi, Nara, and Yamanaka clans had their own businesses, but these were mainly to ensure their clan members' livelihoods. Now, with Hidden Leaf Village unable to pay the in-service ninjas' salaries, how could they help the village? They had to rely on their clans. Even if they had some savings, they wouldn't dare take on such a responsibility. Only the wealthy Uchiha could afford to lend money interest-free for 5 years. Soon, Danzō was brought in. No matter his condition, he had to answer the call of 2 Hokages if he was in Hidden Leaf Village. Elder Danzō, today's discussion is about the root's budget. I have many questions that I hope you can clarify. Tsukumo smiled. What tasks does the root perform? How many talents does it provide to the Anbu annually? And what are the dark missions the root handles? Danzō realized that the 4th Hokage planned to dismantle the root. After a moment of silence, he said, the root's tasks have been reported to Hiruzen. If you want to know, ask him. As for the dark missions, the root handles anything that might threaten the village. Tsukumo shook his head. Elder Danzō, your explanation doesn't justify continuing to fund the root. I hope all village secret missions will go through the Hokage's office, every single one. As Hokage, Tsukumo couldn't tolerate a repeat of incidents where village comrades were betrayed. Danzō remained silent, and the room fell quiet for several minutes. In that case, I will assign an Anbu squad to take over the root's ninjas and tasks. The root will be merged into the Anbu. If there are too many personnel, I'll streamline the force and have some become squad leaders. Seeing Danzō's silence, Tsukumo decided to disband the root. Spending a large amount of money annually on an uncontrollable force was unacceptable. Danzō's previous actions also made this necessary. Hiruzen interjected, Tsukumo, reconsider. The village still needs the root. It has done much for Hidden Leaf Village. Tsukumo shook his head. 3rd Hokage, we can consider re-establishing the root in the future. For now, with the village's tight budget, the Anbu will suffice. Tsukumo then instructed the Anbu captain to handle the transition and collect the root's tasks and data from Hiruzen. Danzō then said, since the root is dissolved, I will step down as Hokage's advisor. Please select someone else. Is that so? Very well. Tsukumo nodded, then looked at Yoichi. Yoichi, would you be my advisor? We'll discuss the police force captaincy later. I understand, 4th Hokage. Yoichi tried to hide his smile. He hadn't expected such a smooth process. Now, he needed to see if Danzō would leave the village. Killing him outright would trouble Tsukumo, who didn't want to see village ninja harmed. It was best for Danzō to die at someone else's hands. The others were still in shock at Yoichi becoming the new advisor. Tsukumo. Hiruzen wanted to object but felt his words would be futile. Danzō stepped down, Tsukumo agreed, and Yoichi became the new advisor. Besides the surprised Hiruzen, Danzō nearly dug his nails into his palm in anger. He had just resigned as advisor, only for Yoichi to take the position. Is Uchiha worthy? Danzō's face was icy, even resenting Hiruzen for allowing Tsukumo to become Hokage. After discussing a few more issues, the meeting adjourned. Yoichi was asked to stay while the others left. Shikaku had remained mostly silent. He wasn't yet the head of the Jonin squad, having just been recommended by his father. The 4th Hokage still needed to review his application. In contrast, Inoichi's appointment as head of the interrogation team went smoothly, given the Yamanaka clan's expertise in this area. Shikaku, Shikano, and Inoichi came to my house, Hiruzen invited, then called for Danzō and others. He felt Tsukumo had no need for his advice and wasn't interested in his experience as the 3rd Hokage. After a private discussion with Tsukumo about the advisor role and missions involving Hidden Grass Village and Hidden Waterfall Village, Yoichi left the Hokage building. Tsukumo feared Yoichi might destroy the 2 villages, tarnishing Hidden Leaf Village's reputation and scaring off merchants. For now, Yoichi didn't need to relinquish his police force role. The force operated well within regulations and had a growing reputation for fair and helpful service, reversing its previous negative image. Returning home, Yoichi planned to spend the evening with Mina and Mikoto. He would be away for at least half a month on the mission involving the 2 smaller villages, each with thousands of ninja. On the way, Yoichi suddenly paused, receiving memories from his shadow clone. The morning training had ended, leaving Yujito exhausted but able to walk. Yujito, with her single fire attribute, had been taught fire chakra nature transformation by Yoichi. This not only allowed her to use fire-style jutsu but also enhanced their power through deeper understanding. After mastering the basics, she could learn Sage mode, which didn't conflict with her tailed beast mode and offered unique advantages like enhanced perception. Matitabi could also help her gather natural energy due to their bond. At home, only Yujito and Yoichi were free. Mina was in surgery with Rin, and Mikoto was handling business matters. The Uchiha's businesses, including pharmaceuticals and ninja games, generated significant income. Seeing Yoichi enter, Yujito, freshly bathed, emerged from her room. After a morning of training and a hot bath, Her fair skin glowed with a fresh, delicate look. Yoichi lay on the sofa, pretending to be exhausted. I've been in meetings all morning. I'm exhausted. Please, Yujito. Yujito blushed, then stomped her foot. Pervert. She stormed back to her room but soon returned, this time wearing smooth white knee socks over her slender legs. Blushing, she approached the sofa, imagining she was trampling an enemy, and began massaging Yoichi's back with her delicate feet. That pervert spent the whole morning guiding my training. I'll do this as repayment, she thought, coldly snorting inwardly, then skillfully massaged Yoichi's hard back with her tender feet. You mentioned joining a squad to the 4th Hokage. He agreed. If a suitable squad is found, you'll be assigned to it. Yoichi suddenly said, but your basics are weak. Without Matatabi's power, you'd struggle against a Chunin. Train for a month first, then join a squad. Okay. Her voice was so soft that Yoichi barely heard it. But the next moment, he felt her smooth feet massage him with more dedication and effort. Chapter 184. In the early morning, Yoichi woke up, remembering that he still had to complete the missions involving Hidden Grass Village and Hidden Waterfall Village. He carefully moved Mikoto's long legs off him and thought to himself, this bed is a bit small. I need to get a bigger one soon. After getting dressed, he quietly went downstairs. Last night, he only got an hour of sleep. Mina had fallen asleep early, but he and Mikoto didn't go to bed until almost dawn. To avoid waking Mina, Mikoto had to cover her mouth tightly. As Yoichi descended the stairs, he saw Yujito yawning and emerging from her room. Train well. I'm leaving the village for a mission. I've informed the clan, and Mikoto will supervise your training when she has time, Yoichi said. He grabbed some food from the fridge, ate quickly, and then took his blade, Raijin, before heading out. In the yard, he noticed Gates lounging around. This creature was living the good life, getting a magic goat every 2 days and absorbing natural energy. It spent its time eating, sleeping, and occasionally playing in the forest of death. Seeing Gates made Yoichi think about finding a flying summon to save travel time. I've accumulated 7 chances to draw new abilities. I can already exchange for 2 half-month abilities. No need to save them any longer, let's see if I can get something new. While on the road, Yoichi opened the ability wheel and decided to use his chances. Draw. Cosplay, randomly appear as 3 characters. Choose one to mimic for a month. Afterward, you can draw one of the character's abilities. The strength and completeness of the ability depend on the quality of your mimicry. Mimicry for abilities. Interesting. Just a month, but it's random. I hope for powerful characters, otherwise, it'll be useless. Yoichi pressed the random character button, and 3 character slots began spinning. Finally, they stopped at Buggy the Clown, Tony Stark, and Yashin. Yashin is from BTTH. Yoichi sighed with mixed feelings. He was relieved they were all capable characters but disappointed they weren't quite what he had hoped for. Below each character were the types of abilities he could acquire. Buggy offered 1, Tony Stark 4, and Yashin 2. Buggy's Barabara no Mi allowed him to split his body and control the parts within 200 meters. Despite its strength, Yoichi was hesitant to portray a clown for a month. Tony Stark, a genius inventor, had abilities including invention, management, fighting, and flirting. His invention skills were intriguing, but acquiring them wasn't guaranteed. Yashin's abilities were more straightforward, alchemy and combat. As a peaked son, Yashin's combat skills alone were valuable, not to mention his alchemy prowess. While traveling, Yoichi deliberated. He eliminated Buggy, deciding against the Barabara no Mi. Although strong, it wasn't necessary for his power set. Stark's invention skills could advance ninja technology, but with multiple abilities, there was no guarantee of acquiring the invention talent. Yashin seemed the best choice. His alchemy would be immensely beneficial, and his combat skills would be a solid fallback. The ninja world had herbs that could be turned into useful pills by an alchemy master. But how to mimic Yashin effectively? Teaching an apprentice was the key. Yashin had tutor Zhao Yan, nurturing him carefully. Who in the ninja world could be my apprentice? Someone talented yet struggling. Hueco and Kinema-uro in the Land of Water should be about the right age. Both are talented but lost in purpose. Yoichi decided to solve the issues with Hidden Grass Village and Hidden Waterfall Village first, then head to the Land of Water. He split off a wood clone and had to carry a Flying Thunder God marker to the border of the Land of Fire. After completing his current missions, he could teleport there directly. 4 days after Yoichi's departure, the village received news from Hidden Grass Village. 10 days later, news came from Hidden Waterfall Village. The Anbu's reports shocked even the 4th Hokage, Sakamo. Yoichi had boldly entered Hidden Grass Village, killing many ninjas before the leader surrendered. Although no civilians died, many Hidden Grass Village ninjas hid behind them in fear. Yoichi forced the leader to sign a defeat treaty. When the leader hesitated, Yoichi beheaded him and found the next highest-ranking ninja. This caused even more casualties as Hidden Grass Village resisted. In the end, the fourth highest-ranking ninja signed the treaty after watching many comrades die. Yoichi left, warning them that next time he wouldn't be so merciful. He sent the signed treaty with an Anbu to Hidden Leaf Village, while he moved on to Hidden Waterfall Village. Hidden Waterfall Village's resistance was stronger, leveraging the hero water to boost their chakra. However, against Yoichi's speed and power, they stood no chance. 2 or 3 hours of fighting left many dead before Hidden Waterfall Village surrendered. Yoichi even extracted Tailed Beast chakra from Hidden Waterfall Village's new 7 Tails Jinchuriki and left a Flying Thunder God marker for future use. He also took some hero water for Orochimaru to study. After Yoichi left, Hidden Waterfall Village mourned like Hidden Grass Village, having gambled and lost against Hidden Leaf Village. The treaties brought back to Hidden Leaf Village pleased Sakamo, despite the initial shock. They offered significant benefits, and he wasn't worried about the villages backing out. If they did, he would go with Yoichi next time. Sakamo held a Jonin meeting, sharing the details of the missions and treaties. The Jonin were both shocked by Yoichi's power and pleased by the beneficial treaties. The treaties included surrender terms, compensation, mission commissions, and limiting ninja numbers. Details would be finalized when the village leaders came to Hidden Leaf Village. At the meeting, Hiruzen asked, "Fourth Hokage, has Yoichi returned?" "Not yet. He discovered something interesting and applied for a mission. I approved it for the village's benefit. He should return in about half a month," Sakamo replied. Hiruzen didn't pursue further. After the meeting, Sakamo spread the news of the treaties throughout Hidden Leaf Village. To enemies, Yoichi was a fearsome demon, but to Hidden Leaf Village, he was a protector. The Uchiha clan's reputation soared, and their businesses thrived, supported by grateful villagers. When Uchiha Jin shared the news with Mina, Yujiro overheard. Realizing Yoichi would return late, she pouted, vowing never to massage his back again. Chapter 185 In the Land of Water, the village hidden in the mist enforced a brutal policy known as the Bloody Mist. Their elite policy demanded new ninjas to kill each other, embodying the true nature of a ninja village where emotions were unnecessary, and only missions mattered. However, this Bloody Mist policy was far from perfect. The renowned 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist were merely elite Jonin level, and that included the special properties of their swords. Rarely did any of the 7 swordsmen achieve Kage-level strength. Yoichi transformed his appearance completely into Yashin's using the transformation technique. Kimimaro should be in Hidden Mist Village, imprisoned by the Kaguya clan. Haku, on the other hand, should be in a small village in the Land of Water or wandering around. Although he doubted that 3-year-old Hueco could be wandering alone, Yoichi decided to send his wood clones to thoroughly search the Land of Water. Deploying 50 wood clones, Yoichi's main body infiltrated Hidden Mist Village. His impeccable transformation and the Sharingan's hypnosis on a local caravan allowed him to slip in unnoticed. Hidden Mist Village's isolationist policy didn't mean complete closure. A total lockdown would have caused severe shortages. They merely distrusted outsiders and captured any non-water country people for interrogation. Under the cover of night, Yoichi used the Earth style, hiding like a mole technique to burrow underground, hypnotizing a mist ninja to avoid patrols, and reach the Kaguya clan's territory. After hypnotizing a Kaguya clan member, Yoichi obtained the information he needed. Sneaking in to take an apprentice. This feels off, he thought. But he hoped to do better with Haku, aiming for a higher mimicry score. Finding Kimimauro's cell, Yoichi wasted no time in rescuing the boy. Kimimaro, barely 3 years old, had been imprisoned due to his pure Kaguya clan's Shikatsumiyaku bloodline. With Kimimaro in tow, Yoichi swiftly exited Hidden Mist Village. The Kaguya clan soon noticed the boy's disappearance and erupted in fury. Kimimaro was their hope to overthrow the third Mizukage, the strongest Shikatsumiyaku user they had seen in years. That night, the Kaguya clan launched a frantic search, even suspecting the third Mizukage's involvement. Clashes between the Kaguya clan and the Anbu nearly broke out within Hidden Mist Village. The Kaguya clan's chaos facilitated Yoichi's escape. Once safely away, Yoichi woke Kimimaro, a small boy with white hair and 2 red dots on his forehead, resembling a delicate porcelain doll. Despite his age, Kimimaro remained calm, neither crying nor panicking in unfamiliar surroundings. "Who are you?" Kimimaro asked. "I am your destined teacher. From now on, you will follow me," Yoichi replied. "Teacher? Yes, you can consider me family. Learn from me," Yoichi said, finding it difficult to mimic Yashin's mannerisms perfectly. This would serve as a practice run, he would strive to do better with Haku. Kimimaro, conditioned to follow orders, agreed without much thought. Yoichi patted his head, feeling a pang of sympathy for the boy, who had known only a life of orders and isolation. "Let's go find someone else and then head to our home," Yoichi said, leading Kimimaro to find Hueco. Half a month later, Yoichi, along with Hueco and Kimimaro, used the Flying Thunder God technique to return to the Land of Fire. Though they landed near the Tea Country border, they could travel safely back to Hidden Leaf Village. This area, far from the war zones, saw little action from Hidden Mist Village ninjas. Yoichi opened the Superpower panel and saw the cosplay ability. His heart raced. Mimicry target, Yashin, mimicry degree, 76%, draw ability? 76%. That's higher than expected, Yoichi thought, relieved. He had spent every waking moment recalling Yashin's speech patterns, practicing on Hueco, to the point where even Kimimaro found it odd. His efforts had paid off, resulting in a high mimicry score. No more Yashin. Call me Yoichi-sensei from now on. When we reach Hidden Leaf Village, you both will attend school, he said, preparing to draw an ability. The cursor moved between alchemy and combat, heightening Yoichi's anticipation. It finally stopped on alchemy. Yes. Suddenly, a flood of memories filled his mind, learning about herbs, alchemy, fire control, and potion making. The knowledge overwhelmed him, leaving him dazed for a while. Hueco and Kimimaro watched curiously, but they were too reserved to ask questions. Once Yoichi recovered, he sorted through the new memories. Most herbs from Yashin's world didn't exist here, but the principles and techniques were invaluable. Now possessing the skills of a top-tier 7-rank alchemist, Yoichi could analyze herbs and develop new pills tailored to the ninja world. He even inherited fire control abilities, fitting given his unique chakra nature and Godzilla's presence within him. Testing his new abilities, Yoichi examined a soldier pill, identifying its ingredients. Deer antler, deer blood, ginseng. This pill's formula could be improved. Substitute 2 herbs and refine it in a furnace to double its efficacy and reduce side effects. This insight alone proved the value of his new abilities. Industrializing medicine production in the ninja world seemed feasible, with refined techniques potentially turning ordinary soldier pills into secret-grade medicines. Upon returning to Hidden Leaf Village, the gate guards recognized Yoichi immediately. "Yoichi-sama, welcome back." "Thank you. These two are my new students. I'll handle their paperwork," Yoichi replied, knowing his status made formalities redundant. "Understood, Yoichi-sama." Yoichi led Hueco and Kimimaro through the village, planning to visit the Hokage's office first. He also considered changing their surnames to Uchiha, making them officially part of his clan. "Let's head to the Hokage's office. I have some things to discuss before we return home," Yoichi said, guiding his new apprentices. Chapter 186 Sakamo-senpai, these are 2 promising students I found while I was away, Hueco and Kimimaro. I plan to take them under my wing, Yoichi said, entering the Hokage's office. He noticed the standard mountain of paperwork on the Hokage's desk, but Sakamo had managed it well and was almost done. "Hueco, Kimimaro, I doubt these are just random finds, Yoichi-kun," Sakamo replied, his eyes lingering on the red dots on Kimimaro's forehead and his white hair. He recalled encountering the Kaguya clan during a mission and knew they had ties with the Hyuga clan, though now they belonged to different villages. "I found them in the Land of Water." "Hueco, Kimimaro, wait for me outside," Yoichi instructed the boys before turning serious. "Our intelligence suggests the Kaguya clan plans to rebel against the 3rd Mizukage. Kimimaro was their secret weapon, potentially the strongest Shikatsumiyaku user in their history. But now you've brought him here. The Kaguya clan must be furious," Sakamo couldn't help but laugh. However, his expression soon turned grave as he analyzed the situation. The Kaguya clan is a powerful bloodline clan within Hidden Mist Village. Why would they suddenly want to rebel? And why does Hidden Mist Village show aggression towards us while still at war with Hidden Sand Village? Yoichi knew the real culprit was Madara, manipulating events behind the scenes. Without Madara's interference, no one would recklessly use a tailed beast against another village, risking the permanent loss of the 3 tails. The Kaguya clan's rebellion was inevitable. The war has fueled hatred towards bloodline clans, and the 3rd Mizukage's Bloody Mist policy has caused significant losses among their talents. As for the rest, let's just say the 3rd Mizukage isn't thinking straight. Sakamo sighed, governance is never easy. He then tapped the stack of papers on his desk. "Your recent mission was taxing, but I need your help more regularly now, Yoichi." Seeing the mountain of paperwork, Yoichi couldn't help but grimace. "I've never seen Danzō handle these many files at the Hokage's office." Sakamo laughed, "Consider it familiarization. Besides, there's no more route for you to manage. By the way, Sakamo-senpai, how's Kakashi doing?" "He's on a mission in the southern part of the Land of Fire. His team was assembled and sent off immediately." After discussing a few more village matters, they touched upon the situation with Hidden Grass Village and Hidden Waterfall Village. Their envoys had just left, agreeing to the terms of their defeat but requesting leniency on the war reparations and some adjustments to their standing ninja forces. Sycamore allowed them a limit of 1,500 ninjas each but increased the reparations slightly, ensuring they wouldn't recover for at least 3 years, and handed over 70% of their mission commissions to Hidden Leaf Village. Leaving the Hokage's office, Yoichi handled the formalities for Hueco and Kimimaro, officially making them Hidden Leaf Village citizens. On the way home, he considered building a house for them near his own but decided they should stay with him until they were older. As they walked, many Uchiha clan members greeted them, curious about the two new faces. Yoichi explained they were his students who would be living with him. Both Hueco and Kimimaro's bloodline limits, Ice Style and Shikatsu Myaku, were powerful in Hidden Mist Village and needed proper training and supervision. Yoichi-sama, you're back. Who are they? Mina greeted him, hugging him tightly. Noticing the two children, she stepped back and smiled warmly. Mina, these are my students, Hueco and Kimimaro. They'll be living with us for now, and later, we'll build a house for them nearby. Hello, Hueco, Kimimaro. I'm Mina, Yoichi's wife. Mina's eyes sparkled with joy as she welcomed the children, who politely greeted her in return. Mina soon learned about their backgrounds and felt a deep sympathy and connection with them. Yoichi-sama, I'll take them shopping for clothes and necessities. Alright, I was planning to have Mikoto handle it, Yoichi replied. No need, I can manage, Mina insisted, flexing her arms playfully. Despite being 8 months pregnant, her Uzumaki resilience and the integration of Hashirama cells kept her strong and healthy. Mikoto had also integrated Hashirama cells, restoring much of her strength. Despite not fighting for nearly a decade, she still possessed Jonin-level skills and often trained with Itachi, ensuring she remained formidable. With the next couple of months free from missions, Yoichi planned to set up an underground base near his home for his new alchemy endeavors. He was eager to test his newfound abilities. He retrieved a thick book on herbs from their library and began studying it in the living room. The Nara clan has a more comprehensive herbology compendium, but they rarely lend it out unless it's a life-threatening situation like Choji's. Nonetheless, Yoichi was confident in his alchemy skills. He could identify and utilize various herbs, including those with toxic properties, to create powerful elixirs. The door suddenly opened, and Yujito walked in, surprised to see Yoichi. You're back already? I was only gone a month. Tomorrow, we resume training. I'll be around for a while, Yoichi said, planning to use his wood clones for tasks, leaving his main body free to focus on alchemy. I haven't slacked off. I've been training daily, Yujito retorted, though she was secretly pleased. Good. Try this new soldier pill I made. It's more potent than the previous ones. Yoichi handed her 2 glossy, black pills. Why are they so dark? Did you make these? They aren't poisoned, are they? Despite her skepticism, Yujito swallowed the pill, and within moments, she felt her chakra and stamina rapidly replenishing, almost as if she had undergone medical treatment. Her eyes widened in astonishment. An alchemy furnace. This should suffice. Yoichi examined the special furnace. Unlike Yashin's world, where one controlled fire directly, Yoichi had to rely on precise chakra control and Godzilla's heat emission. Hand-casting flames was beyond his current capabilities. Let's start with something simple, like improving soldier pills, Yoichi decided, adjusting the formula slightly to enhance its effects and reduce side effects. He had constructed an underground lab with earth style, supported by wood style for stability and ventilation. The first batch failed, as expected. But by the 4th attempt, Yoichi produced perfectly round, glossy pills that looked almost glazed. Success, he thought, testing one himself. The effects were immediate, though his natural recovery rate made it hard to gauge. He decided to test them on someone who could provide clearer results. Chapter 187. Would you like to train with me? Itachi asked, looking at the 2 boys his mother had brought. One had a blank expression, seemingly emotionless, while the other shyly smiled at him. Both were younger than him. Yes, Itachi, these are Hueco and Kimimaro. Yoichi-kun brought them back as students, and they'll be living with us from now on. They're both younger than you, Mikoto explained gently. They lived nearby, and teaching 3 children wasn't any harder than teaching one for the clan members assigned to Itachi's training. You can think of them as family, like your younger brothers. Brothers. Itachi felt a strange sensation hearing that but nodded to his mother. I understand, mother. Turning to Hueco and Kimimaro, Itachi said, Hueco, Kimimaro, follow me. I'll show you around while we wait for the clan teacher. Kimimaro nodded, remembering what Yoichi-sensei taught him about manners. He awkwardly said, thank you. Hueco, well-mannered from his mother's upbringing, smiled and said, "Thank you, Itachi Naizen." After the three went inside, Yoichi appeared behind Mikoto, wrapping his arms around her waist and pulling her close, feeling her familiar softness. Mikoto blushed and gently pushed him away. "Yoichi-kun, Itachi might come out any moment. You're my wife. What's there to be afraid of?" Yoichi teased. "Then," he suggested, "Mikoto, why don't Haku and Kinamaru stay with Itachi? You could come live with me. Itachi is 4 now, and there are servants for cleaning and cooking. It's only a short distance away, and it would help them bond." Mikoto was tempted. She often envied Mina's growing belly. But despite Yoichi's nightly visits, she hadn't gotten pregnant yet. Now that Mina couldn't engage in such activities, if she moved in with Yoichi, he'd be with her every night. "I'll talk to Itachi about it," Mikoto said, already having decided in her heart. She would still be around during the day to train with Itachi, so he should agree. Yoichi whispered in her ear, "Mikoto, tonight, I want to see you in that cheongsam." "Don't say that, Yoichi-kun." Mikoto blushed and squeezed her legs together. She decided to find that cheongsam when she got home. Every day, a shadow clone of Yoichi reported to the Hokage's office to assist Sakamo with village affairs, mainly task delegation. D-rank and C-rank missions didn't need much oversight, but B-rank to S-rank missions were issued by the Hokage. Sakamo shared half his responsibilities with Yoichi, giving him a taste of Hokage duties. Yoichi, however, had no intention of chaining himself to the Hokage desk if he ever assumed the role. For shinobi, power was maintained through strength, not bureaucracy. Besides assisting with village affairs and training Yujido, Yoichi focused on his underground alchemy lab, developing new ninja world elixirs. He meticulously recorded the steps for refining enhanced soldier pills, noting every detail from ingredients to fire control. With the required materials and the process mapped out, the Uchiha clan could mass-produce these pills, yielding significant profit. He procured thousands of different herbs through Mikoto and identified their properties. After numerous trials, Yoichi successfully developed 3 new elixirs: strength pills, recovery pills, and bone healing pills. The strength pills doubled physical power, while the recovery and bone healing pills offered remarkable healing comparable to 10 minutes of medical ninjutsu. These simple yet effective elixirs could be mass-produced, providing immense value. Yoichi convened a small clan meeting to share his findings, including Mikoto for the first time. Despite her previous husband's rivalry with Yoichi, Mikoto had gained influence within the clan, managing their businesses. At the meeting, Yoichi presented the enhanced soldier pills and new elixirs. The clan leaders were astonished by the results, realizing these could make the Uchiha clan even more formidable. Yoichi assigned the task of mass-producing these elixirs to Uchiha Junshu, providing detailed instructions and extensive support, including protection by elite clan members and 2 reanimated guards, Rashi and Han, wielding lava and boil-style techniques. After the meeting, the excited clan members saw a bright future for the Uchiha clan, envisioning it as the greatest in the ninja world. "Obito, it's bad. Your teammates are being chased by hidden mist village shinobi." White Zetsu emerged from the rocks, informing Obito. Obito, who had been training in the dark for months, jumped to his feet. "Take me to them." Smashing through the barrier with White Zetsu's help, Obito rushed out, driven by the desire to see Rin and Kakashi again. "You will return, Obito," Madara stated, knowing the despair awaiting Obito would bind him to his plan. Madara's health was failing, even with the Jido statue's chakra. His long-anticipated plan was finally set in motion. In Hidden Leaf Village, within Yoichi's underground lab, a separate chamber held a kunai marked with flying thunder god seals. A corpse suddenly appeared, triggering the seals and alerting Yoichi. He abandoned his current project and rushed over, finding the severely injured Rin. Using his Mangekyo Sharingan, Yoichi activated his right eye's ability. Sanran Zanmai. Chapter 188. Wherever the gaze fell, life gathered. An immense vitality ignored the severity of Rin's injuries, swiftly healing her wounds and regenerating her shattered heart until all wounds were fully healed. Once Rin's breathing steadied, Yoichi retracted his Mangekyo Sharingan. The consumption of chakra was immense. Repairing a shattered heart was complex, and Rin had been on the brink of death, almost stepping into the afterlife. However, Yoichi had ultimately saved her. After a while, Rin slowly opened her eyes, seeing an unfamiliar ceiling. "Is this the afterlife? It seems I died." "Kakashi, Minato-sensei, Mina-sensei, Yoichi-sama. You are not dead," a voice interrupted from nearby, snapping Rin back to reality. She quickly sat up, realizing she was in a large, dimly lit chamber with only a few lamps providing light. Turning towards the voice, she saw Yoichi and gasped in disbelief. "Yoichi-sama? It's me, Rin, Yoichi said, approaching with a cup of water and a soldier pill. You were revived. The tailed beast within you has also vanished due to your near-death state, leaving you very weak. So, eat this soldier pill. Just moments ago, Rin had been teetering on the brink of death. The three tails had already begun its resurrection process, likely because parts of Rin's body were as good as dead, causing the ceiling space within her to collapse, allowing the three tails to be reborn. Though it was a pity, Yoichi didn't mind much. Knowing the three tails' location meant it could be easily captured later. The thought of Rin's near-death state troubled Yoichi. The chakra left on her earlier had been nearly insufficient, reviving someone near death consumed multiple times the chakra required for mere healing. Rin, still somewhat dazed, accepted the water and a soldier pill. After consuming them, she felt her strength and chakra gradually returning. Regaining her senses, she asked, Yoichi-sama, why am I here? I was with Kakashi, being chased by Hidden Mist Village shinobi. I should have. Touching her chest, Rin felt the shredded clothing and blood stains where she had been stabbed but found her skin smooth and uninjured. How is this possible? I saved you. You were indeed supposed to die, but I left a Mangekyo Sharingan technique on you last time, which saved your life and brought you back, Yoichi explained, simultaneously placing his hand on Rin's neck, connecting with the chakra imprint left there to influence her through his chakra. I had a premonition you'd face danger on your mission, so I left a bit of my power with you. It seems I was right. It was Yoichi-sama who saved me, Rin murmured, recalling the sensation of nearing death but being held back by a light, which she now understood was Yoichi-sama. Yoichi-sama, where is this place? This is my alchemy lab, located at the edge of Hidden Leaf Village's barrier, deep underground. Only I come here, Yoichi said. I'm back in Hidden Leaf Village? Rin was shocked. She and Kakashi had been at the Fire Country border, nearly a day's journey from Hidden Leaf Village. Then, Yoichi-sama, what should I do now? I want to return to the battlefield. You're very kind, Rin, but you cannot return now, Yoichi said gently. If you go back, you'll still face death. Hidden Mist Village will continue to target you due to your unique chakra. Moreover, there are deeper forces behind Hidden Mist Village targeting you. Even in Hidden Leaf Village, you'd face constant assassination attempts. Rin felt panic rising within her, clinging to Yoichi's words as her only lifeline. Yoichi-sama, then what should I do? Under the influence of the Senjutsu chakra, Rin found Yoichi's chakra incredibly comforting and trusted him deeply. Stay here, Rin. Trust me and stay here for a few years until things settle, Yoichi advised, gently stroking her short brown hair. It will be lonely, but I'll visit often and teach you many jutsu. Stay here for years? Despite her trust in Yoichi, Rin hesitated at the thought of spending years in this dark underground space. It was a difficult decision. Stay until my underground base is fully constructed. Let that be the time frame, Yoichi suggested, sensing her dilemma. The Senjutsu chakra's influence wasn't a form of hypnosis, he wanted Rin to make the choice willingly. Follow me. I'll show you around, Yoichi said, leading the way. Okay, Yoichi-sama, Rin replied, standing up but stumbling from her weakened state. Yoichi caught her. Thank you, Yoichi-sama, she whispered, blushing, as she followed him out. Leaving the chamber, they entered a vast underground space, supported by tall wooden structures, with only a few developed areas and the rest undeveloped. This is my alchemy lab. Once it's completed, you can leave, Yoichi explained. If you go out now, those shadowy figures might go into hiding. I need you to fake your death for a while. After a moment's contemplation, Rin nodded firmly. I understand, Yoichi-sama. I'll do as you say. For now, you are my disciple. I will teach you everything, even forbidden techniques, Yoichi said, gently stroking her hair again. When you leave, you might become Hidden Leaf Village's greatest kunoichi. That's a bit exaggerated, Yoichi-sama, Rin said, embarrassed. She wondered why Yoichi-sama liked patting her head so much. Seeing her agreement, Yoichi felt relieved. He wouldn't need to use forceful measures. Over time, with their constant interaction, Rin would surely become his obedient disciple. Yoichi then demonstrated alchemy to her, showing techniques far different from traditional medicine preparation, piquing her interest. Watching closely, Rin developed a curiosity for alchemy. Yoichi planned to teach her, despite the difficulty of such practices in the ninja world without advanced equipment. Yoichi occasionally left to fetch supplies, including daily meals and necessities for Rin, ensuring no one else knew of her presence. Even when away, a wood clone stayed behind, and without his permission, Rin couldn't leave the underground base. The ventilation shafts were sealed with wood style, and the entrance guarded by seals, making it nearly impenetrable. Obito, from now on, you are Madara Uchiha, the Madara declared, severing his connection with the Jido statue. Teaching Obito yin-yang release and six paths techniques in a Genjutsu before dying, Madara entrusted the plan to him, confident Obito and Nagato would collect the tailed beasts. Witnessing Madara's death, Obito fell silent until Black Zetsu and White Zetsu approached. Obito, what will you do now? Will you meet Nagato? There's a remnant of Madara's will with him. Fugaku Uchiha, right? I didn't expect such triviality in the clan's leadership struggle. It makes me despise the Uchiha even more, Obito muttered. Having seen Rin's death, his mind twisted, longing to end the world and complete the Moon's Eye plan. Before Madara died, I had a question. Can you, as his will, answer it? Obito asked, his three Tomoe Sharingan fixated on Black Zetsu. What is it? Black Zetsu replied cautiously. Rin's body disappeared after being impaled by Kakashi. Why? Did someone use space-time ninjutsu? This question had haunted Obito, and he wanted answers. I don't know. I wasn't born then and can't answer, Black Zetsu lied, knowing the truth but withholding it. But Rin is undoubtedly dead. White Zetsu added, we're not sure, but finding the three tails will confirm it. If it has resurrected, it means Rin died. This struck Obito hard. If the three tails had reappeared, it confirmed Rin's death. But where was her body? He wanted to lay her to rest in his Kamyu dimension. Obito? Zetsu prompted. Nothing. Let's go, Obito decided, ready to visit Fugaku and see Madara's remnant influence. Meanwhile, in Hidden Rain Village, Yahiko and Conan's visit to Hidden Lee Village seeking aid had been unsuccessful. Despite personal support from Saratobi, official backing was denied. Faced with limited resources, Akatsuki would now have to take on visible missions, risking Hanzo's wrath. Chapter 189. Your words are too beautiful, too perfect to be real. We simply cannot believe you. Yahiko immediately saw through Obito's lofty promises, understanding that the true goal was Nagato's Rinnegan. I indeed came for the Rinnegan, but the Rinnegan's power can only be fully realized in your hands. If you can wield it to bring peace to this chaotic world, then I won't need to interfere, Obito continued, his Sharingan gleaming through the mask. But it seems you are playing house, hiding your identities as shinobi, and living among civilians under Hanzo's rule, wasting the Rinnegan's power. You have the ability but fail to use it. The ongoing wars are partly your responsibility. These words struck a chord with Nagato, who had always felt ashamed of his inability to fully control the Rinnegan. However, Yahiko and Conan had never said anything, making Nagato try to ignore this reality. But now, Obito's words shattered his delusions, making him realize his failure to use the Rinnegan's power was irresponsible to his comrades. Don't listen to his manipulation, Nagato. He just wants to use you, Yahiko warned, trying to lead Nagato and Conan away. But Obito made no move to stop them, puzzling Yahiko. I will wait here every day. When you decide, come find me, Obito said calmly, not preventing Yahiko's group from leaving. However, before leaving, Obito sent a telepathic message to Fugaku using his Sharingan. Fugaku received the message without showing any reaction and silently followed Yahiko and the others back. Once at their base, one of the veteran members of Akatsuki tried to speak but was interrupted by Yahiko. Shin, no need to say more. I trust Nakakun. Those two have likely been targeting Nagato's Rinnegan for a long time. It wasn't Nakakun who revealed this information. But we must be careful now. That guy seemed to have been monitoring Akatsuki. We need to stay more hidden, Yahiko advised. Fugaku felt a bit relieved but also pity for Yahiko and his friends. From the start, they were pawns in Madara's game, with even Nagato's Rinnegan not being truly his. Today was a series of misfortunes for Akatsuki. They not only failed to get Hidden Leaf Village's support but also had Nagato's Rinnegan targeted. After some discussion, they couldn't reach a conclusion and dispersed. Fugaku returned to his room, not coming out until nightfall when two white Zetsus sneaked in. One covered Fugaku and took him underground, while the other took his place in bed. White Zetsu moved without any detectable aura, unnoticed by anyone. Even the Akatsuki members who periodically checked found nothing amiss. Once out of Akatsuki's base, Fugaku was brought to the meeting place from earlier that day. Who are you? Fugaku asked sternly. The voice was like Madara's, but he knew it wasn't him. No matter my past name, now I'm Madara Uchiha, Obito replied, revealing his Mangekyo Sharingan. Seeing the Mangekyo, Fugaku's Sharingan turned into three Tomoe. Former leader of the Uchiha, you need do nothing now. When they face peril and indecision, just give them a push, Obito instructed. Why should I listen to you? You're not Madara. That Mangekyo must be something he left behind, Fugaku retorted, skeptical of this impostor. You will agree because you need the Moon's Eye plan, you need Madara's power. Or can you let go of even this? Obito met Fugaku's gaze, pulling him into a Genjutsu. Within the illusion, Fugaku saw images captured by White Zetsu in the village. He saw Mikoto training Itachi, smiling with joy as Yoichi joined them, feeding him with a blissful expression. They looked like a family, shopping and attending events together. No, impossible. This isn't real. I entrusted Itachi to Hikidai, instructing him to. Fugaku muttered. Hikidai is dead. He died as a hero shortly after you fled the village. In that war with Hidden Sand Village, the only Uchiha who died was Hikidai, Obito interrupted. Hearing this, Fugaku closed his eyes, whispering, was it my fault? Because he helped me escape. No, it was Yoichi, using his power as clan leader to have Hikidai killed. Fugaku's heart filled with rage. The hope he placed in Itachi was shattered, Hikidai was dead, and his betrayed family lived happily with his enemy. How about it, former clan leader? Will you help me now? Obito asked, seeing the despair in Fugaku's eyes. After a moment of silence, Fugaku looked up with hatred. What do you need me to do? Exactly as I said, when Akatsuki faces destruction, give them a push, Obito detailed, leaving out parts of his plan while gathering information on Yoichi from Fugaku. The Moon's Eye plan would inevitably pit them against Hidden Leaf Village. Understanding Hidden Leaf Village's strongest shinobi, Yoichi, was crucial. Disciple of all worlds, each night in your dreams, a random teacher will appear, from whom you can learn. The learning efficiency in dreams is thrice that of reality. What kind of ability is this? Yoichi wondered. After graduation, did he really need to be a student again? Random teachers. This means anyone could appear, even a plumber or avenue actress. Pure luck determines the teacher, making it meaningless, he thought, doubting the ability's utility. Even if he learned from a powerful teacher one night, the next night's randomization would render it futile. Forget it, better than nothing, Yoichi sighed, closing the ability panel. Turning to Rin, who was practicing alchemy, he instructed, Rin, remember the details of each potion's preparation. When the industrial alchemy furnace is ready, I'll set one up for you. Understood, Yoichi-sama, Rin nodded, not minding his habit of patting her head, though she felt slightly embarrassed as she wasn't a child anymore. Receiving a message from a clone, Yoichi created another clone to assist Rin and headed out. Kakashi had been brought back, and he wanted to see him. Kakashi's Sharingan had evolved into a Mangekyo, though he was unaware of it. Yoichi planned to replace it with a 3-Tomoe Sharingan and give him Hashirama cells. At the hospital, he found Sakamo also there. As a parent, he naturally came to see his son, especially since Kakashi was brought straight to the hospital. What happened to Kakashi? Yoichi asked, putting down a fruit basket. Sakamo shook his head, pointing to Kakashi. After a moment of silence, Kakashi spoke, Father, Yoichi-senpai, Rin is dead. I killed her. Sakamo was shocked but showed no emotion. Why, Kakashi? I seldom guided you, but I've always watched you with pride. I believe you wouldn't do such a thing. Encouraged, Kakashi recounted the mission. After listening, Sakamo and Yoichi exchanged glances. What about the Hidden Mist Village bodies? Yoichi asked. Still at the front lines, I think. Someone killed the Hidden Mist Village shinobi, but the bodies were destroyed, Kakashi recalled. If we have a head, the interrogation team can extract information. Sakamo-senpai, let's have Enbu retrieve the bodies, Yoichi suggested. With Sakamo's nod, Yoichi turned to Kakashi. Kakashi, strengthen yourself. Your Sharingan is more a burden now. Once healed, come to me. I have a solution for the Sharingan's chakra consumption. He demonstrated with a sprouting branch from his palm, hinting at the Hashirama cells. Sakamo remained silent, hoping Kakashi would accept the offer. After a pause, Kakashi nodded. I understand, Yoichi-senpai. Returning to the lab, Yoichi informed Rin about Kakashi's return. Is Kakashi okay? Rin asked, concerned. He feels guilty for your death, but he'll be fine. You should have trusted the village more. There are many strong shinobi who could have handled the situation, Yoichi advised. I'm sorry, Yoichi-sama. I didn't want to harm the village, Rin admitted, realizing her hasty decision had burdened Kakashi. No need to worry. Enbu is retrieving the bodies. The interrogation team will uncover Hidden Mist Village's plot, and Kakashi will understand you, Yoichi reassured, patting her head. Your life is valuable too. Yes, I understand, Yoichi-sama, Rin replied, finding comfort in his touch. Being near him made her feel safe. Chapter 190 I can't believe I became a follower of Hong in the dream. The gains are substantial, but it's a pity it only lasted 3 days. After waking up and looking at the familiar ceiling, Yoichi didn't get up immediately. He was still reminiscing about the experiences in his dream. This must be the effect of the Disciple of All Worlds ability. In the dream, he became a follower of Hong, the Earth's #1 powerhouse in the world of Swallowed Star, just as Hong was teaching his 3 planetary-level subordinates. Yoichi, as a follower, got to listen in and learn for 3 days. Although he slept for just over 2 hours in reality, it felt like a full 3 days in the dream. Destruction Guiding Technique, 5 Hearts Toward the Sky, Basic Mental Force Training Method. These were the valuable techniques Yoichi acquired in his dream. He still remembered them clearly even after waking up. Hong's strength was undoubtedly formidable, almost on par with a 6 paths level Otsutsuki, with attacks potentially rivaling the Ten-Tailed Beast Bomb, and speed comparable to teleportation. His lifespan was nearly 1,000 years, and his Destruction Spear technique could exert 6 to 7 times the force. Although Yoichi was very strong, he was still far from Hong's level. Even transforming into Godzilla wouldn't be enough, as he would merely be a punching bag for Hong. Let's try the guiding technique first. If successful, it's almost like having a permanent Sage mode, similar to the 3 Snake Princesses of Ruchi Cave. Could their invisibility be a natural ability gained from absorbing an excess of natural energy? Yoichi suddenly thought of Ikikishimihime, who possessed a unique invisibility ability that was nearly undetectable except by Dujutsu users. Unfortunately, she refused to teach him, claiming it was exclusive to the Snake Princesses of Ruchi Cave and required a significant price to learn. Today, he planned to attempt the 5 Hearts Toward the Sky technique and the Destruction Spear's guiding technique. The former absorbed energy from the universe, while the latter modified the method of absorbing this energy. Yoichi's body was already quite strong, but absorbing cosmic energy to enhance his physique could make him even stronger. Once he mastered these techniques, shattering a full-body Susanoo with a single kick might not be impossible. Minato's child was due in a couple of months, and seeing her condition had made Mikoto anxious. Recently, she had been quite proactive every night, seeking comfort and solace from Yoichi. After coming downstairs, Yoichi ate something and went to the courtyard, creating over 100 wood clones. He left 5 to practice the 5 Hearts Toward the Sky technique, 2 to research and refine pills in the alchemy lab and guide Rin, and 1 to report to the Hokage's office. In the world of Swallowed Star, humans could absorb cosmic energy because their genes constantly produced antibodies under the influence of viruses, allowing their bodies to evolve. The Uchiha clan is not native to this world, so it's worth a try. Yoichi and over 100 clones began practicing the 5 Hearts Toward the Sky technique, soon entering a meditative state. Meanwhile, Yujito woke up groggily. She wanted to sleep a bit longer, but recently, Matetabe had been waking her up for training, and she was too embarrassed to laze around. Thinking this, she ignored the fact that she had secretly left the door slightly open last night. After washing up, Yujito grabbed something to eat from the fridge. Breakfast was usually not prepared early in the household, as someone would come to deliver food for Mina later in the morning. Yujito, needing to train soon, couldn't wait until 8. Huh? What's that guy doing in the courtyard, training? Yujito wondered, seeing Yoichi and his numerous clones, each meditating silently. It was her first time seeing this serious side of Yoichi, who usually had playful remarks about her attire. Is he going to guide my training today or not? Yujito thought, finishing her breakfast. She waited a bit longer, but Yoichi didn't wake up. Even Mina, who had come down yawning, didn't seem to mind. Is Yoichi-sama training? Mina asked, surprised. She rarely saw Yoichi train. Though he used to train frequently, there came a time when he stopped, as further training seemed to yield minimal results. In the world of shinobi, hard work alone couldn't surpass the limits of one's bloodline. No one could train harder than Might Guy, yet even he needed the 8 gates to reach the strength of the 6 paths for a few minutes. The chakra system made it difficult to break past the Kage level through sheer training. Beyond that, it was all about bloodline. Without Hotsutsuki blood, one couldn't enter the realm of the truly powerful. However, the guiding technique was different. If one could absorb cosmic energy, they could continually evolve and strengthen their body. Even if cosmic energy wasn't available, absorbing natural energy would have a similar effect. The method remained the same, only the energy source differed. Seeing Yoichi's prolonged training, Yujito decided to form a task force for a mission instead of waiting for him. She had been notified about forming a team but had delayed it for training. Even without using Matetabe's power, Yujito had Chunin level strength after a month of rigorous training under Yoichi's guidance, mastering 3 fire-style techniques. After Yujito left for the Hokage's office, nearing noon, Mikoto finally woke up. It was almost midday, and even Mina had gone out to chat with Kushina, who was also pregnant but still early in her term. When Kushina became pregnant, Extra and Boo were assigned to guard her, although her movements were not restricted as before. After a while, Yoichi slowly opened his eyes, along with all his wood clones. So this is what it's like to cultivate gene primordial energy, Yoichi observed his body, feeling a significant enhancement. The absorption of cosmic energy had strengthened every part of his body, cells, muscles, bones, and organs. Wood clone release. A massive surge of gene primordial energy flooded back to him from the clones, making Yoichi feel almost overfed with power. His body continued to strengthen, his physical attributes improving significantly. This technique is truly remarkable. From now on, I'll devote half my time to practicing the guiding technique, mastering the speed and force control of gene primordial energy. The power to deliver punches comparable to tailed beast bombs and move at teleportation-like speeds would be terrifying. Yoichi-kun, are you done training? Mikoto asked, coming to the courtyard, looking fresh and radiant after a bath. Yes, just finished. Mikoto, I've discovered an excellent training method. Once I master it, you and Mina can try it. It could significantly extend our lifespans, Yoichi said happily, kissing her. Mikoto smiled. Yoichi-kun is amazing. What kind of amazing do you mean? Yoichi teased. Mikoto blushed. Let's get something to eat. I'll call Atachi, Haku, and Kinamaru over. Mikoto felt guilty about her recent laziness. Although food was delivered to Atachi and the others in the morning, she had spent the whole morning in bed, not attending to clan affairs or checking on Atachi. I can't continue like this. At most once. No, twice more. After that, I'll rest early, Mikoto resolved, planning to treat the boys to a relaxing afternoon in the village. The ninja park was almost ready, and Atachi, Haku, and Kinamaru would be the first visitors. Soon, Mikoto brought the three boys over for lunch. They greeted Yoichi politely and sat down to eat. While eating, Yoichi continued thinking about the abilities he had gained. He planned to record the 5 hearts toward the sky technique, the destruction technique, and the basic mental force training method. Hong, being approachable and generous with his teachings, made it easy for Yoichi to obtain these methods. If it had been an evil master, Yoichi might have been a laborer for 3 days. Longevity in the ninja world was previously exclusive to the Otsutsuki clan, but now, with the cultivation of gene primordial energy, longevity was achievable. Reaching the planetary level would surpass ordinary human lifespans, with late-stage planetary level extending life close to 1,000 years. There were only a few god tree fruits, and the entire planet had just 2, one of which was incomplete. Later, Yoichi planned to visit Orochimaru, asking him to research whether gene primordial energy cultivation could be accelerated. He felt the absorption rate of gene primordial energy was slower than in his dream. Unsure if it was due to the environment or his genes, he wanted Orochimaru to investigate and potentially improve it. Orochimaru would likely be interested in this method of achieving immortality. Hidden Mist Village had lost its fighting spirit after the failure of the Three Tails plan, resulting in fewer border skirmishes. However, elite Mist ninjas occasionally infiltrated the Land of Fire to cause trouble. Mist's last struggle against Hidden Leaf Village involved sending the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist to the Land of Fire, hoping their skilled jonin would wreak havoc. They believed not even Minato could handle the 7 swordsmen. However, the outcome shocked Mist Village. After a tour of the Land of Fire, only 3 of the 7 swordsmen returned, and they were terrified. Notably, Zabuza defected with his executioner's blade. This incident significantly weakened Mist's resolve against Hidden Leaf Village. Their forces were already tied up fighting Hidden Sand Village, and their elite education policy left them with fewer ninjas. After 2 failed plans against Hidden Leaf Village, Mist had no strength for major conflicts, only occasionally sending small teams for provocations. Within Hidden Leaf Village, the news of Might Due taking down Mist's jonin spread, surprising many ninjas, including Sakamo. He remembered Might Due and his son's resilience, never considering them weak, but didn't expect such strength. The 7 ninja swordsmen were formidable, even Sakamo would have needed time to eliminate them. Might Due, however, kicked 4 to death using the 8 gates. While it was due to a forbidden technique, learning about the 8 gates made Sakamo realize that even without the final gate, Dewey had jonin level strength. Opening the 7th gate would make him an elite jonin. Despite the village's rules, Dewey, unable to progress beyond genin, could only take on low-rank missions. After considering this for a few days and discussing with Yoichi, Sakamo decided to introduce a new rank between Chunin and Jonin, Special Jonin. This rank would be for those capable of extraordinary feats due to secret techniques or other means, giving them a chance to progress without being stuck at lower ranks. Chapter 191 Hanzo's Invitation. What do you all think? Should we? Yahiko asked the other members of the Akatsuki organization after receiving the invitation. He didn't trust Hanzo's good intentions, especially after Hanzo previously tried to kill them. Therefore, he sought opinions on an alternative solution. After spending the million ryo supported by Hiruzen, They had to once again take on ninja missions to earn rewards. But this time, something unexpected happened. After the Akatsuki had been active for a while, the Rain Ninjas found the members of Akatsuki. However, instead of attacking them, they handed over an invitation to the Akatsuki members, asking them to deliver it to their leader, Hueco. Hanzo definitely has bad intentions. Let's ignore him. That's right, the Rain Village isn't that strong. If it comes to a fight, they might not even be a match for us. The one who spoke first was a standard member of Akatsuki, strong but not very smart. However, he always completed the tasks assigned to him diligently, so he was included in this meeting. Nevertheless, almost no one took his words seriously. I heard that the Rain Ninjas have been struggling recently. They seem to have gained a lot of benefits from the Sand Ninjas in the last war, but given the Rain Village's strength, it's hard for them to hold on to those gains. So Hanzo wants to negotiate with us? But he tried to assassinate Yahiko-sama and Conan-sama last time. I'm not saying Hanzo is trustworthy, just that this might be possible. The group discussed various opinions, and Yahiko listened for a while. He felt that everyone had valid points, except for the member who wanted to go to war with the Rain Village. Conan, Nagato, what do you think? How about you, Nankun? I kinda forgot the name they put to Fugaku. Yahiko initially wanted to ask Conan and Nagato's opinions but remembered that they usually followed his lead. So, he turned to ask Fugaku instead. I'll go with the leader's decision. Nankun, go ahead and speak your mind, it's fine. Fugaku saw Yahiko's expression and thought to himself that this young man had grown. Although he hadn't given up monitoring him, Yahiko hoped he could come up with a good idea since he couldn't find anything suspicious. However, Fugaku knew this situation was orchestrated by the person claiming to be Madara. Now was the time to assist. Hanzo's words can't be trusted. His invitation to you, leader, might be part of some conspiracy. But we lack intelligence and don't know Hanzo's plans. Fugaku paused, then continued, if the leader decides not to go, the organization must prepare for a potential attack from the Rain Ninjas. If Hanzo's plan fails, he might tear off his mask. If the leader decides to go, we must be prepared because he might be targeting your life. If we can avoid this confrontation, Hanzo will gain nothing. The choice is yours, leader. The consequences of both options were clear, but Fugaku used a rhetorical trap. Not going would make Yahiko seem like he valued his own life over risking the organization, putting other members in danger. At that point, Akatsuki would be on the verge of disintegration, and lacking external support, they had to be active. So, Yahiko initially had only one choice. I've decided. Accept Hanzo's invitation. I will make all the necessary arrangements. After listening to Fugaku, Yahiko quickly made his decision, which deeply moved the other members of Akatsuki. Their leader, disregarding his own safety, wanted to prevent them from being threatened by the Rain Ninjas. Leader, let me accompany you. And me. I will ensure the leader's safety. Yahiko interrupted them, then said, don't worry, everyone. I will be fine with Nagato accompanying me. Fugaku, hearing this, secretly shook his head. From the beginning, they were mere pawns. No matter how they struggled, it was useless now. Yoichi woke up, thinking about the chaotic dream of studying last night, and shook his head. Indeed, I can't completely rely on luck. The opportunity to learn from Hong on the first day was too rare. This ability worked only once a day, and once asleep, the dream started immediately. Even if he slept for just 1 minute, the opportunity was used, and he could study in the dream for 3 days. In those 3 days, he didn't learn anything useful. The first day, he learned to make parts from a short-tempered 7th-level late worker named Liu, and they ended up fighting in the dream. The second day was a bit more fruitful. He became an assistant to Killian, the founder of AIM in the Marvel world. However, this was when AIM was newly established. Although Yoichi learned the theoretical knowledge of the Extremis virus from Killian, converting it into a mature virus required a lot of research time. Killian took nearly 10 years to develop an imperfect Extremis virus. The third day, Yoichi felt like he went to the world of fights break sphere, but it seemed different from what he remembered. He became a disciple of a sect and encountered Zhao Yixian at an auction, learning a useless technique, Danny Finger. Yesterday's dream was indeed indescribable. Yoichi, inherently kind-hearted, was ill-suited for the Yin sect, but his dream identity was a disciple of that sect. Moreover, the Danny fingered technique was garbage, and he planned to seal and destroy it. I hate when authors add wuxia shit in fanfics. The Extremis virus. Once developed, it could unify the ninja world under the Fire Nation. But Minato is pregnant. Should I hand it over to Orochimaru? Yoichi was conflicted. He wasn't a research-oriented person, and in Hidden Leaf Village, only a few could research human bodies. Maybe not even 3. Only Orochimaru and Minato were suitable. But Minato was unsuitable for the next 1 or 2 years due to pregnancy. So, should he give it to Orochimaru? However, Orochimaru was so busy recently that even 4 or 5 shadow clones couldn't keep up. He neglected his student, Enko, and sometimes forgot to eat, only having a few boiled eggs. Orochimaru had to research the 5 Heart to Heaven technique, Hero Water, and some secret techniques from Yoichi. Yoichi felt that giving the Extremis virus to Orochimaru wouldn't yield quick results. Recently, Yoichi sensed Orochimaru's reluctance when he visited him. Even though they used to be friends, I need to start my plan to bring Tsunade back. Yoichi thought that if Tsunade could return, it would significantly boost the research progress. It's about the agreement with Tsunade. After thinking for a while, Yoichi decided to visit Tsunade in a while. There must be other ways. Maybe persuading her to return would work. Fulfilling the agreement was the simplest and most direct method. Since it was a strategy guide, there must be other ways. After all, Tsunade's affection for him was still high, around 80. Today's tasks were the same as the past few days, a wood clone instructing Nohara Rin and assisting the Hokage, and the main body focusing on researching heat abilities and improving medicine. The remaining wood clones absorbed cosmic energy and refined gene primordials, while another clone practiced the 5 Heart to Heaven technique. The bodies of the mist ninjas from the front lines had also been sent back. After interrogation, the truth about the Mist Village's plot was finally revealed. They had sealed the 3 tails inside Nohara Rin and intended to send her and Kakashi back to Hidden Leaf Village, planning to release the 3 tails to destroy Hidden Leaf Village. Nohara Rin had deliberately impaled herself on Kakashi's short sword to thwart their plan. When Kakashi heard this analysis, although he was saddened, it resolved some of his guilt. He had always thought he had accidentally killed Nohara Rin, but the interrogation team had finally told him the truth. After being discharged from the hospital, Kakashi visited Yoichi. He had been reflecting on his situation for the past few days and realized he was stuck in a rut because of his fixation on Obito's eye, which hindered his progress. Late at night, Kakashi often recalled the events. If it had been his father or Yoichi-senpai, they would have protected Rin and killed all the pursuing enemies. Ultimately, Kakashi felt he was too weak. So, Kakashi came to the Uchiha compound to seek Yoichi's help in solving the drawbacks of the Sharingan. When he arrived, many clan members noticed Kakashi, but no one showed hostility, even though he, an outsider, was using their clan's Sharingan. This was because Kakashi was a friend of their clan leader. Otherwise, even if he were the Hokage's son, he wouldn't be welcomed. Yoichi-senpai, sorry to disturb you. This is my clone. Wait a moment. Yoichi dispelled the clone and returned a minute later. After welcoming Kakashi into his house and serving tea, he asked, Kakashi, have you thought about what I mentioned last time? Kakashi nodded, yes, Yoichi-senpai. I want to become stronger. Only with strength can I better protect my teammates. Good. It's good that you've figured it out. You've participated in the Ninja World War, you shouldn't be stuck in the past. Now that you know the truth, it's time to move forward. Yoichi then discussed the main issue, leave some of your blood here. I will cultivate a fusion of your cells and the first Hokage's cells. It will take a few days to complete, after which I can transplant the cells into you. Once the transplant is successful, your chakra will increase, and the Sharingan will no longer be a burden. Although you still can't control the activation, it will be much better than now. You can also train in wood style, but your strength depends on your own choices. Both Kenjutsu and wood style are just tools, the ninja's individual strength matters most. I understand, Yoichi-senpai. Kakashi expressed his gratitude. In Hidden Leaf Village, besides his father, Yoichi had been the most helpful to him, even more than his teacher, Minato. After leaving some of his cells, Kakashi chatted with Yoichi for a while before leaving. During the conversation, Yoichi carefully examined the Sharingan in Kakashi's left eye, confirming it had evolved into a Mangekyo Sharingan before letting him go. Before Kakashi left, Yoichi told him to seek his advice if he had any questions about the Sharingan. The Sharingan contained a strong ocular power that Kakashi couldn't fully utilize. If the Sharingan were merely known for copying techniques, it would tarnish its reputation. True Sharingan users were feared in one-on-one battles. If you encountered an Uchiha, turning and fleeing was the best option. Since you couldn't look directly at their eyes, you couldn't properly fight them. A glance at their eyes could trap you in a Genjutsu. Ocular Genjutsu didn't even require hand signs and couldn't be broken by the target alone. Not being able to look at your opponent made the battle unwinnable, so escaping was the best option. After acquiring Kakashi's cells, Yoichi went to the basement to perform a cell fusion. Although Minato wasn't around, he knew the detailed steps of the experiment. He just had to follow them, ensuring the balance so that the Hashirama cells wouldn't devour Kakashi's cells. Almost done. I need to leave a clone to monitor this. It's been quite a struggle to obtain the Kamyo Mengekyo. His good relationship with the Hotake father and son helped. If it were just an ordinary relationship, he would have reclaimed the Sharingan directly. After completing the cell fusion in the basement, Yoichi left a clone to monitor the experiment, which required long-term observation. If chakra ran out, they would need to take turns. Back then, Minato's hard work had earned her many favors from Mikoto, as she had helped her successfully integrate Hashirama's cells. Is it you? Why are you back so early today? Seeing Yoichi coming up from the basement, Yujito's delicate, fair face gave a light snort. But as she turned her head in a tsundere manner, an unnoticeable smile appeared on her face. Of course, I came back to see you. How's your mission going? Yujito immediately retorted, nonsense. You were busy in the basement. Don't try to fool me. Let's not talk about that. Yujito, I'm so tired today. So, please. You pervert. You always say you're tired. A trace of blush appeared on Yujito's fair face. Seeing Yoichi walking towards the sofa like a rascal, she angrily went to her room to change her socks. After a while, Yujito, wearing smooth, white knee-high socks and stepping into slippers, walked towards the usual sofa. However, when she sat down, her delicate, fair face turned pink, and she stammered angrily, "Why are you lying down? Turn around. My chest feels a bit sore today. Please, Yujito." Chapter 192. The smoothness of white stockings combined with the softness of a young girl's feet was a perfect match. Stepping on someone's chest and ABS isn't really a massage, is it? The girl thought angrily and embarrassed, but Yoichi's words of agreement and broken promises eventually led her to step down in anger and embarrassment. The soft, white-stockinged feet pressed repeatedly on the hard muscles, making the distracted girl think of many things, the hand seals for the fireball jutsu. The next fire-style jutsu she needed to learn. The shorter time she spent listening last night compared to before. Ninja maturity came early. In the Warring States period, ninja children went to battle at the age of 4, and by the time of the ninja villages, they became ninja at 10. When they became ninja, they were no longer treated as children. Humphrey. Jumping off the sofa, Yujito snorted coldly, her neck and ears turning red, and she walked straight back to her room, her white-stockinged feet tapping on the floor, forgetting even the slippers beside the sofa. Zoning out while stepping on my back can't be blamed on me, right? Yoichi stood up and said, feeling he might have gone too far today. Yujito probably wouldn't talk to him for at least a week. Back in her room, Yujito locked the door behind her. She then dove headfirst into the soft pillow, wanting to bury herself so deeply that no one could see her. After a while, she raised her delicate, flushed face, having heard the sound of the door opening. It must be that pervert who left. Humphrey. With the house to herself, Yujito was no longer like a timid squirrel. But sitting on the bed, her face turned red again as she remembered stepping on that part. She sat cross-legged, picking up her delicate foot, recalling the sensation under her foot. The girl then felt puzzled and muttered to herself while searching for a book hidden under her bed, "Did I misunderstand? It shouldn't be that big." She wanted to check information for comparison, worried she might be too sensitive. "Orochimaru, I've heard you haven't been outside lately. You should get some sunlight occasionally. By the way, which one of these is the real you?" One of the shadow clones said, "None of these. The real one is receiving the test subjects." "Oh, right, today is the day for delivering test subjects." Yoichi suddenly remembered and waited in the lab. In the 3 labs, about 10 shadow clones were busy, which was Orochimaru's limit. According to him, after releasing the clones, it took an hour to sort through the vast amount of experimental memories to avoid errors. When Orochimaru returned and saw Yoichi, he no longer felt the previous anticipation. Perhaps he had anticipated too much, and recently he had been so tired that he no longer looked forward to it. Orochimaru thought for a moment, realizing the change in his mindset. Having many treasures was good, but too many required a lot of time to decipher, which was bad. Seeing Yoichi walking toward him, Orochimaru silently repeated what Yoichi often said, "Orochimaru, I've brought you a surprise this time." "Orochimaru-senpai, long time no see. I've brought you a surprise." Yoichi smiled as he approached Orochimaru, but seeing his calm face, he asked, "Orochimaru-senpai, what's wrong?" "Too many surprises, Yoichi-kun. Let's talk after I finish my current work." Orochimaru sighed. He loved uncovering unknown ninjutsu and truths, but getting something new every now and then became overwhelming. Even Sarutobi-sensei didn't use him like this. The test subjects are also consumed quickly. The guard unit said that there are fewer death row inmates in the Fire Nation recently. Instead of monthly deliveries, they'll now deliver every 3 months. Otherwise, they'd have to buy them from other countries. Orochimaru paused, then continued, but each project needs test subjects. I've already requested more medical ninja from the 4th Hokage to reuse some test subjects, but none have come yet. Human experiments were not exactly a secret among Hidden Leaf Village's higher-ups, and Sakamo knew too. With the 2nd Hokage as a precedent, Orochimaru using death row inmates was no big deal. However, requesting medical ninja assistance depended on 2 factors: skilled medical ninjutsu and acceptance of human experiments. Hidden Leaf Village had some ninja with good medical skills, but few could accept human experiments. Mina was one, and if Yoichi asked her, she would do it. But she wouldn't be suitable for human experiments for the next 1 or 2 years, so she was out of the question. There was almost no one left. The most suitable, Kabuto, was still in the ninja academy. Not a single one? Unfortunately, none. And the 4th Hokage wants me to take on some missions instead of staying in the lab all the time. Orochimaru said this while staring straight at Yoichi, who was suddenly attracted to a water stain on the floor. As the Hokage's assistant, Yoichi was well aware of the current mission situation in the village. There were many low-level tasks and quite a few high-level ones needing ninja. But having just come out of the war, Hidden Leaf Village's ninja had suffered many casualties, causing a backlog of mission requests. For nearby ones, Yoichi had sent shadow clones to handle them. He himself was slacking off, so it wouldn't be right to ask Sakamo to assign Orochimaru tasks. If this doesn't work, the research will be delayed. But you mentioned the gene primordial. I think it's suitable for Tsunade. I remember discussing a similar technique with her on the battlefield, but she hadn't developed it yet. Orochimaru's words reminded Yoichi of something. If he wasn't mistaken, Tsunade was referring to the yin seal. Had she already had the idea? Is that so? But you misunderstood me, Orochimaru-senpai. This time, I wanted to invite you for a meal, but if you're so busy, let me see it. Alright, this is a research project I stumbled upon called the Extremis virus. Hearing Yoichi's words, Orochimaru was skeptical. He believed the hero water came from Taki village, but the gene primordial seemed unrelated to ninja. Now there was the Extremis virus, starting with brain mutation. Although interested in its effects, Orochimaru knew researching it would be challenging as it involved the body's most intimate parts. Orochimaru understood his strengths and weaknesses. While proficient in ninjutsu research, Yoichi's increasingly complex studies on human mysteries were taxing. Give this to Tsunade. Or your wife, but she's not as suitable as Tsunade. Do you have a backup? I'll keep this one. Mina's medical ninjutsu was comparable to Tsunade's due to her special chakra. But in human research, Tsunade excelled. Orochimaru initially wanted to return the Extremis virus data but decided to keep it for future study. Keep it. I'll think of another way. Oh, and be frugal with the death row inmates. I'll try to have the merchants spy them from other countries. Yoichi waved at Orochimaru and left. He didn't achieve his goal and lost his original data on the Extremis virus. But he knew some of what Orochimaru mentioned. Hidden Leaf Village indeed lacked personnel due to taking missions from Hidden Grass Village and Hidden Waterfall Village. Many long-term missions were now Hidden Leaf Village's responsibility. If Kakashi wasn't waiting for Hashirama cell fusion, he'd be on a mission. Even Yujido, a Jinchuriki, frequently left the village, though her team hadn't taken long-distance missions yet. Yoichi decided that after Mina gave birth, he'd focus on winning Tsunade over. Foolish, thinking some preparations would make everything foolproof. Hanzo looked down at Hueco and Nagato, then threw a kunai at the kneeling Konan. The kunai grazed Konan's neck, cutting a strand of her blue hair. Reveal yourselves. I know you're not really here. If you don't come out, I'll kill this woman. Damn it, kidnapping Konan. Hueco was furious, wanting to kill Hanzo instantly. But with Konan in Hanzo's hands, he had to compromise. Poof. Poof. The 2 shadow clones were dispelled, and soon, 2 figures hurried from a distance. Watching from afar, Danzō felt bored. If not for Hanzo promising to cut off all communication in the land of bears, he wouldn't have played along. A bit of trickery could easily handle these people. As for the sudden intelligence, Danzō suspected internal strife within Akatsuki, with someone wanting them dead, hence leaking the hidden information. Let's end this quickly. After dealing with these people, he could focus on developing root in the land of bears. Sakamo Hatake, the 4th Hokage, had destroyed his previous efforts. Without his trained subordinates, rebuilding root would take a long time. Is that the Rinnegan? Danzō noticed the red-haired Akatsuki ninja's eyes, identical to the Sage of Six Paths Rinnegan. Summoning Jutsu, demonic statue of the outer path. From a distance, Obito watched silently. With Hueco, the vigilant leader of Akatsuki, dead, Nagato was caught in a vortex of hatred, and Konan, being indecisive, posed no threat. With Fugaku still hidden within Akatsuki, Obito could now slowly persuade Nagato to accept their plan. White Zetsu and Black Zetsu emerged from the ground and asked, "Should we persuade Nagato now, Obito?" "No, he's in extreme grief and hatred now. If we approach him, he might suspect something." Obito turned to leave, feeling increasingly uneasy. His words had felt like he was describing himself. Nagato is deeply confused now. He will come to me on his own. Just inform me in advance. Where are you going? To gather intelligence. With that, Obito used Kamyu to disappear. After he left, White Zetsu remained silent for a moment before saying, "It's becoming increasingly difficult to monitor Obito now that he has Kamyu. He won't discover what happened back then, will he? He shouldn't. But suspicion is inevitable. Once he sees the three tails, those suspicions should be dispelled." Black Zetsu replied slowly, "Besides, he has no other choice but to believe in the Eye of the Moon plan now. To create the world he desires, this is the only way." "You're right. Let's go monitor Nagato. He will likely seek out Obito soon. Even if not for the Eye of the Moon plan, he'll want to harness the power of the Rinnegan to avenge his friends." Chapter 193. A month quickly passed, and after the despair virus, Yoichi seemed to have no significant gains. In his dreams, he worked as an electrician, a plumber, made noodles, and kneaded buns. However, while being an apprentice in these dreams, Yoichi didn't give up on gaining benefits. Instead of learning from these teachers, he used his dream identity to gain other advantages. Yoichi forcefully memorized some of the more backward technologies in the ninja world, such as the manufacturing blueprints for computers and microsurveillance equipment. He remembered all of these in the context of the current urban background. Although it was challenging to obtain these things in the dream world, he managed to get them. Upon waking up, he drew them out in detail and handed them over to his clansmen to manufacture. The ninja world also had surveillance equipment, but they were large and easily detectable by ninjas. With these equipment blueprints brought back from his dreams, Yoichi contributed to balancing the technological development of the ninja world. This prevented the ninja world's technology from developing unevenly, where some aspects advanced quickly while others lagged behind. On the last day, he went to the world of One Piece, becoming Admiral Zephyr's assistant and training with the Navy. He learned the training methods of the 6 powers, armament haki, and observation haki. Although he didn't personally experience the training process in the dream, he continuously asked questions and remembered the training methods. Counting carefully, the Disciple of All Worlds ability brought Yoichi 3.5 benefits: the cultivation method of the Gene Primordial ability, the original data of the Extremis virus, the 6 powers, and 2 types of haki. The last half was the Heavenly Desire Finger, which he absolutely wouldn't use. After the Disciple of All Worlds ability, Yoichi drew a new ability. Study God buff. When entering a learning state, insight and concentration are doubled. This ability wasn't too bad for Yoichi, who had recently been researching how to improve medicinal pills. It was a significant help. Most of the pills in Battle Through the Heavens required magical beast cores, and pills without them were rare. Yoichi needed to improve those that required beast cores, even if it meant reducing their effectiveness, as long as they could be reproduced. Mina was about to give birth in half a month, and Yoichi would become a father. Although they hadn't had a wedding ceremony, everyone saw Mina as his wife. Then there was Mikoto. Although she was the wife of the former clan leader, no one in the clan objected to her relationship with Yoichi. She was also considered his wife, albeit with some strangeness. Kakashi also visited once, and Mina performed surgery on him using a shadow clone since her large belly made it inconvenient for her. After the surgery, Kakashi had fused with Hashirama cells. After some adaptation, he would be able to use wood style. Upon waking, Kakashi felt his body brimming with power. His chakra had significantly increased, and even keeping his Sharingan active wasn't a burden anymore. However, his Sharingan was no longer the Kamui Sharingan, as Yoichi had replaced it with a regular 3-Tomui Sharingan. Kamui was possibly the most powerful eye technique Yoichi had seen. It came with its own Kamui dimension, whose size was unknown. Izanagi was also a powerful eye technique, but compared to Kamui, it was different. After obtaining the Kamui Sharingan, Yoichi immediately wanted to get the other eye. However, after some thought, he suppressed this idea. The ninja world still needed an organization to attract attention and help him collect tailed beasts. Obito just happened to fill this role. When Obito plunged the ninja world into chaos, a hero would be needed to save it. No matter, in the end, it will all be mine. Yoichi suppressed his impulse. With the Gene Primordial ability cultivation method, he and many others could break through the lifespan limit, so there was no rush. Information and power surpassing the Otsutsuki clan were the confidence that the Uchiha clan had in manipulating the ninja world. Yoichi-sama, These are the military ration pills I made. Please have a look. Rin, with some soot marks on her face, didn't mind at all as she held a military ration pill and approached Yoichi. In the vast underground space, Yoichi was the only one who talked to Rin. He was her savior and willing to take her as a student and teach her ninjutsu. So, Rin cherished her time with Yoichi. Even when making medicine, she preferred to be in the same lab. Well done, Rin. The effect is just as expected. It seems you have a talent for making medicine. After tasting the military ration pill and feeling its effect, Yoichi smiled and praised Rin. It's all thanks to your excellent teaching, Yoichi-sama. Rin's face lit up with a sweet smile, causing Yoichi to smile as well. Unconsciously, he patted her short, reddish-brown hair. No wonder Obito was so attached to her. Such a heartwarming, sweet smile was rare in the ninja world. If Fujito could be as gentle as Rin, it would be great. That girl was Tooth-san dear. By the way, Rin, Kakashi is fine now. I transplanted Hashirama cells into him, so he will become stronger. Yoichi shared this news with Rin and then smiled. I'll also help you transplant Hashirama cells sometime later to make you stronger. As for the timing, it depended on when Yoichi felt Rin had truly become loyal to him. Otherwise, after the transplant, she could leave any time. Yoichi gave Rin some more guidance and, after checking the time, said goodbye. Although Rin was reluctant, she smiled and saw him off. In the coming years, only Yoichi would keep Rin company. Previously, Yoichi would spend a whole day in the lab, where there were also workers. Now he returned home in half a day, wanting to spend more time with Mina before her delivery. When Yoichi returned home, Mina and Mikoto were there, along with Kushina, and they were eating lamb hot pot. However, it was a clear broth, as only Yoichi liked spicy hot pot at home. Yoichi-kun, you're back. Mikoto, as always, gently stood up to prepare tableware for Yoichi. Kushina looked at Yoichi with some resentment. Besides thinking he was a playboy for wanting to marry 2 wives, she also remembered how he had exploited her during the Nine-Tails chakra extraction. Not considering Mina's feelings at all. Before Yoichi could sit down, Mina said, Yoichi-sama, you're going to be a father again. Again? Yoichi glanced at Mina's belly, remembering it wasn't twins, and then immediately looked at Mikoto. The beautiful woman's smile indeed carried a hint of happiness. Mikoto, is it you? Yes, I felt unwell this morning and went to the hospital for a checkup. Mikoto smiled. Upon learning she was pregnant, she felt her life was complete. The future seemed perfect, with daily family life and managing clan business occasionally. Yoichi, pleasantly surprised, said, it seems we have double happiness recently. Mikoto, don't overwork yourself. Leave the clan business to others until after the baby is born. I understand, Yoichi-kun. Mikoto smiled softly as she placed the tableware in front of him. Kushina, with wide eyes, said, you're too lucky, coming home to have Mikoto and Mina do everything for you. If you're envious, you can learn. Minato treats me well, so I don't need to learn. Though she said this, Kushina had been alone at home for over 2 months. She hadn't even had the chance to tell Minato about her pregnancy. Kushina, feeling indignant, picked up a piece of lamb, saying, when Minato becomes Hokage, I'll make sure he gives you lots of missions, and Mina and Mikoto can stay at my house. Humphrey, keep dreaming. The reality is you're bored at home and came to my place. If you beg me, I'll try to reduce Minato's tasks. Kushina snorted, why should I beg you? You're not the Hokage. I'm the Hokage's advisor and will be the 5th Hokage. Since you don't want to beg, forget it. But I'm not heartless, I'll give Minato a break when your child is born. Yoichi began eating, leaving Kushina conflicted. She wasn't sure if he was serious. If Minato had no breaks, she'd be alone often. Kushina debated whether to soften up to Yoichi, knowing his stubbornness and authoritative nature. Let's eat, Kushina. Yoichi-kun is joking. Mikoto, seeing Kushina's conflict, gently said, offering her some meat. I'll give you a special membership card tomorrow so you can buy limited magic lamb. The farm is expanding, so availability should increase in a few years. Kushina half came to celebrate with Mikoto and half to satisfy her cravings. She hadn't had magic lamb in a long time and had to queue early in the morning to get it. Yoichi-sama, Mina suddenly asked, what if the tailed beast breaks free during childbirth? Any solutions? No solution, just let the sealing team handle it. The 4th Hokage will arrange it. Seeing Kushina staring at him, Yoichi continued, what are you looking at? Do you expect me to watch over you? Even if I agree, ask Minato if he does. I didn't mean that. Just asking if there's a way to keep the Nine-Tails calm. Kushina quickly explained, knowing the method was impractical. As someone who controlled the Nine-Tails, she wondered if any Sharingan could help. Don't even think about it. Ordinary 3 Tomoe can't hypnotize the Nine Tails, maybe Mangekyo Sharingan. My ocular power was strong, but I could only control the Nine Tails for 10 minutes. Yoichi said, besides me, no one in the clan can control tailed beasts. Let the sealing team help, they'll prepare a seals properly. He wasn't sure if Obito would interfere. But with so many strong ninjas in Hidden Leaf Village, including himself, it was unlikely. Yoichi hoped Obito wouldn't foolishly attack Hidden Leaf Village, losing the only tool for collecting tailed beasts and forcing him to do it himself. Yoichi-kun, how do you feel? Mina asked worriedly after Yoichi changed his eyes. According to him, the further the bloodline, the higher the risk of failure in fusing ocular powers. But no one in the clan had closer blood ties and the Mangekyo Sharingan. After considering, Yoichi felt he could try fusing Fugaku's ocular power and asked Mina to help. This was probably her last surgery before giving birth, as only with her help could Yoichi feel at ease. I'm fine. I can feel the ocular power merging, so no need to worry. Yoichi, with bandages on his face, reassured Mina. His eyes had a slight sting, but the power was slowly merging, similar to absorbing chakra from a star stone. Though he missed Izanagi, if he could merge into an eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, it wouldn't be a loss. With Kushina now pregnant, Yoichi planned to try extracting Ajura's chakra from Naruto after his birth. If successful, his eyes could evolve into Rinnegan. Madara took decades to evolve his eyes with a fraction of Ajura's chakra. With the complete chakra, Yoichi might evolve in a few years. Chapter 194. In the delivery room, shortly after Mina's cries ceased, Asami, the medical ninja, emerged holding a baby. Yoichi-sama, this is your daughter. Congratulations. Asami, a Jonin, said with a smile. Despite being much older than Yoichi, every ninja addressed the Uchiha clan leader and Hokage's advisor with respect. Thank you for your hard work, Asami. Yoichi took his daughter and looked at her. Although the baby was a bit unattractive, the more he looked, the more he liked her. He quickly asked, how is Mina? Mina is in good condition. With a few days of rest, she will recover completely. You can go in and see her now. Asami checked inside and, seeing the nod from the medical ninja, knew everything was taken care of. She then noticed the bandages on Yoichi's face and asked, Yoichi-sama, what about your eyes? No worries, Mina has already checked them. Thank you for your concern. Yoichi politely declined. The fusion of his Sharingan's ocular power had taken an unusually long time, almost a month, without success. Fusing ocular powers between close relatives took only a few days, but the farther the blood relation, the slower the fusion. Yoichi then took his daughter to see Mina. To be honest, he still couldn't believe he had a daughter in the ninja world. Mina, who had regained some strength thanks to the strong regenerative power of Hashirama cells, smiled from her bed. Yoichi-sama, what do you plan to name our child? Yoichi looked at the little one in his arms and thought for a moment before saying, let's call her Karen, Uchiha Karen. Mina smiled contentedly, that's a wonderful name. Mina, you should rest well. The birth of Yoichi's daughter was a joyous event in Hidden Leaf Village. Many came to offer congratulations, including other clans who brought gifts. Yoichi accepted all the gifts and expressed his gratitude. Following this, Uchiha clan's restaurants, shops, and supermarkets offered half-price deals for 3 consecutive days, bringing great joy to the villagers. The Uchiha clan supermarkets carried many items from the ninja world, even flower tea from the land of tea. Additionally, the supply of magic lamb was doubled. Although it still wasn't enough to meet demand, many people benefited from the offers. This increased the villagers' goodwill towards the Uchiha clan, with some even hoping Yoichi would have more children frequently. Mina only needed 1 day of rest in the hospital before she almost completely recovered. She then took her daughter from Yoichi's hands. Yoichi hired someone to help Mina take care of Karen. Despite becoming a mother, Mina's lively personality remained unchanged. She even playfully scared Kushina by exaggerating the pain of childbirth, only to laugh heartily when Mikoto exposed her act. A few days after Karen's birth, Yoichi's Sharingan slowly completed its fusion. He felt the increase in his ocular power had reached its limit and removed the bandages. It succeeded. Yoichi was extremely pleased to see the Mangekyo Sharingan pattern in the mirror. The pattern had changed to 2 overlapping triangular shuriken forming a hexagonal shuriken. The enhancement of his ocular power also increased his chakra slowly. Next is to evolve the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan into the Rinnegan, but I don't want to wait decades. Yoichi's fusion of Hashirama cells should be better than Madara's. Even if it were faster, it would still take over a decade. Yoichi planned to master the power of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and reach the ultimate Susanoo. This would allow him to single-handedly destroy the other 4 great ninja villages. However, Managing the aftermath would require more help. There are still many things to do: the virus and gene primordial power. By training his body with gene primordial power, Yoichi could reach the level of the six paths even without the Rinnegan. He also intended to seal and absorb another Tentails. He remembered that the Tentails had been nurtured by Ashiki to its first form, only needing sufficient chakra to evolve to its second or third form. The chakra of the tailed beasts could be extracted and would gradually recover over time. Before the ability faded, Yoichi used it to improve 3 types of medicinal pills. One of them was the third-grade wind movement pill, which increased speed. Yoichi altered the wind movement pill to increase chakra flow instead. The effect was the same: increased speed and greater destructive power in punches and kicks. The effect was similar to opening the 8 gates. Faster chakra flow meant greater speed and power. However, the meridians were fragile, and too fast chakra flow could damage them. Even without injury, it would cause immense pain. Fortunately, Yoichi also developed another pill, the Meridian Protection Pill. This pill protected the meridians and was best taken with the wind movement pill. The combined effect was equivalent to opening the first 3 gates of the 8 gates, which was quite impressive. These 2 pills wouldn't be sold externally, only used by clan members or sold to Hidden Leaf Village. The clan would certainly not let everyone use them due to their high cost. They were life-saving pills with no significant side effects, almost rivaling the second secret medicine of the Akimeki clan, the curry pill. The third secret medicine could unleash even greater power, but it had a high fatality rate. Even the Akimeki clan's fat reserves couldn't withstand it, and other ninjas would surely die after consuming it. Given a choice, ninjas would likely prefer the Uchiha clan's wind movement pill and meridian protection pill, which had almost no side effects. With a study god buff, the wind movement pill had reached the ninja world's limit. Higher grade pills required rare herbs hundreds or thousands of years old, which weren't available. After the study god buff, Yoichi drew another ability. Favorable Wind Ear allows hearing all sounds within 10 kilometers and locking onto the source and location. When fully focused, it can even hear a person's thoughts within 100 meters. Yoichi was quite satisfied with this ability. When he first used it, the overwhelming noise forced him to cover his ears. He gradually adjusted, locking onto and excluding unnecessary sounds, allowing him to control the favorable Wind Ear ability and hear only what he wanted. Danzō, why has Root suffered such heavy losses in such a short time? If you don't give me an explanation, I won't agree to provide support. Yoichi suddenly heard a voice among the myriad of sounds and immediately focused on its source. Sarutobi clan residents. We encountered a very troublesome person, Hiruzen. This is all your fault. Why didn't you tell me about Jiraiya's 3 disciples, leading to such losses for Root? Danzō spoke coldly. He knew he was asking for a lot and had to shift the blame to Hiruzen to secure funding. Hanzo must complete the mission promised during the Kikyo Pass War, or will report this to Sakamo. I had no choice but to lend Root ninjas to Hanzo, but I didn't expect. Seeing Danzō pause, Hiruzen impatiently tapped his pipe, urging, get on with it, Danzō. It's the Rinnegan. Didn't Jiraiya tell you about it? Danzō coldly said, after Yahiko's death, that boy named Nagato erupted with the Rinnegan's power, killing all my Root ninjas and Hanzo's subordinates. If not for my body flicker technique, I wouldn't have made it back. Rinnegan? The Sage of Six Paths Eyes, one of the 3 great Jujutsu? Hiruzen was shocked by the news. Sharingan and Byakugan were common, but the Rinnegan hadn't appeared in centuries. It was said these eyes could bring peace to the world and contained the sage's power. How did those 3 brats get the Rinnegan? Jiraiya. Danzō, explain in detail. Danzō recounted the events, including Nagato's jutsu, to Hiruzen. Hiruzen was furious. Had he known earlier, he would have had the Rinnegan boy brought back for Hidden Leaf Village's training. By now, he would be a powerful asset for Hidden Leaf Village. Fortunately, Danzō hadn't been exposed. Root ninjas disguised as rain ninjas prevented Shinku from getting the news. Still, Hiruzen couldn't help but scold, it's your presumptuous actions, Danzō. Otherwise, we wouldn't have suffered such losses. How could I know they had the Rinnegan, Hiruzen? You were handling them before. If I had that intel, Root wouldn't have acted. The argument continued, but Danzō secured funding from Hiruzen. The Shimura family, weakened by the police force, struggled, while the Sarutobi family thrived. Once a significant clan during the Warring States period, they flourished even more after joining Hidden Leaf Village. Lacking neither funds nor ninjas, Hiruzen provided Danzō with funds and 10 ninjas after considering it. After hearing this, Yoichi chuckled to himself, no wonder there's no activity in Hidden Leaf Village. They're planning to develop in the Land of Demons and Land of Bears. Root's disguise should be ineffective. Obito will likely inform Nagato of Danzō's involvement, keeping the Akatsuki hostile to Hidden Leaf Village. Yoichi then conceived a plan. If Jiraiya's disciples died, he would surely investigate. If he learned Danzō killed them, it was uncertain which side he'd support. Jiraiya is on a journey. Only Hiruzen and Tsukumo can contact him. I'll have Minato deliver the message to Jiraiya. The Akatsuki had no effective communication method, so Yoichi casually prepared a scroll, sealed it with chakra, and had a wood clone place it in Minato's house. With the Mist Village's harassment decreasing, Minato's return was imminent. He would certainly inform Jiraiya of this news upon his return. Yoichi-sama, I'm taking Karen for a checkup. She's only a few days old. What kind of checkup? Karen's vitality is too strong. I want to ensure there are no issues. Mina said seriously before putting on her shoes and leaving. Yoichi didn't have time to speak. He had intended for Mina to look into Karen's lineage. With Uchiha, Uzumaki, and Senju blood, she was practically a mini Six Paths. However, if Mina needed reassurance, Yoichi let her go and planned to head to the lab. The Uchiha pharmaceutical factory had already developed assembly line machinery for military ration pills and was working on equipment for compound pills. The wealthy and powerful Uchiha clan, the strongest in the Land of Fire, hired renowned mechanical engineers to help industrialize pill production. As Yoichi was about to leave, Yujito emerged from her room. Seeing Yoichi, the girl snorted, pretending to ignore him as she headed to the kitchen. So you are here, Yujito. I thought you were on a mission. Yoichi's mind stirred, and he used the favorable wind ear ability to listen to Yujito's thoughts. Why hasn't this big pervert asked me to give him a back massage? Does he think I won't if I ignore him? And why is the strawberry pudding gone again? It's so annoying. Why is he staring at me and not saying anything? Yoichi's mouth twitched upon hearing Yujito's thoughts. She was the typical tsundere girl, influenced by spending too much time with the Two Tails, developing cat-like habits. With this ability, understanding her was easy. Direct confrontation was the best approach. Yujito, I'm exhausted today. I need a massage. Chapter 195 Feeling refreshed. Yoichi felt invigorated as if he was a vampire. After the massage, Yujito, with her flushed cheeks, sleepily returned to her room, while Yoichi headed to the lab with full energy. Upon arriving, Yoichi found Rin hurrying towards him. Yoichi-sama, you're here. Yes, sorry for being late today, Rin. Do you still want to learn about medicinal pills? If you'd like to learn other ninjutsu, I can teach you that too. Placing his hand on Rin's hair, Yoichi decided to listen to her thoughts by concentrating his ability. Whatever you say, Yoichi-sama. Rin smiled sweetly, and her thoughts reached Yoichi's mind. What ninjutsu will Yoichi-sama teach me? I just want to spend more time with him. It's so boring when he's not here. So she just needed companionship. That made sense, given the closed environment. Yoichi pondered for a moment and then said, you have precise chakra control because of your medical ninjutsu. Let me teach you a wide area genjutsu that can help you escape even when facing multiple enemies. Rin, surprised, asked, Yoichi-sama, what kind of genjutsu? Bringer of Darkness technique, a genjutsu created by the second Hokage. Yoichi began teaching Rin the genjutsu. He also planned to bring in more items like the Ninja World Daily and Ninja Games, and perhaps leave a wood clone at night. He worried that leaving Rin alone for 3 years might affect her mental state. While teaching Rin, Yoichi frequently used his ability to listen to her thoughts, which reassured him. Rin's mind matched her outward demeanor, with no hidden agendas. Her emotions were transparent. Such an obedient girl. After Rin got tired of practicing, Yoichi couldn't help but stroke her reddish-brown hair. He hoped Karen would be as well behaved when she grew up. As Yoichi taught Rin ninjutsu, ninjas returned from the southern border of the Land of Fire. There had been no major battles, only small skirmishes. Mist had attempted 2 plots, both foiled by Hidden Leaf Village. Mist's provocations gradually decreased. Hidden Leaf Village had a yellow flash on the surface and Shizui in the shadows, whose body flicker technique and genjutsu earned him many merits. When Minato returned, he brought only a few ninjas, so there was no welcome ceremony. At the Hokage Tower, Minato reported the battle status to Tsukumo. Thank you for your hard work, Minato. We will promptly verify the mission merits and notify you accordingly. Tsukumo thought for a moment and said, Minato, take 3 days off to rest. Make it 7 days, Hokage-sama. Yoichi's wood clone suggested, Kushina is pregnant. Minato should have a proper rest. Kushina is pregnant? Minato was astonished, and Tsukumo remembered too. He nodded and said, indeed, my oversight. Minato, take a week off and then I'll assign you new tasks. Thank you, Hokage-sama and Yoichi-sama. Minato hurried home, where he saw Kushina's slightly swollen belly. Minato, you're back. Is the war over? Kushina happily asked upon seeing him. Noticing his gaze, she added, I didn't have time to tell you before you left. Minato waved his hand. It's fine, Kushina. The Hokage and Yoichi-sama gave me many days off, so I can rest and stay with you. Oh, Minato, I have something to tell you. Kushina remembered the scroll and quickly retrieved it from her room. This scroll appeared at our door. I thought it was a prank, but after breaking the seal, I found a message for Jiraiya-sensei. A message for Jiraiya-sensei? Minato opened the scroll and frowned. The scroll read, Jiraiya-sensei, your student was killed by Danzō. Kushina asked, Minato, is this a prank? Besides you, didn't Jiraiya-sensei's other students die? No, I remember Jiraiya-sensei had another student. Minato shook his head, recalling Jiraiya's parting words about being curious who between him and another disciple would be the savior. I'll have a toad deliver this to Jiraiya-sensei and explain the situation. Minato wrote a detailed account and summoned Kamakyuk. Kyajuk, take these scrolls to Jiraiya-sensei. Got it. I'll have Gamabunta notify him when I return. With the scrolls in its mouth, Kyajuk dispelled the summoning and returned to Mount Mayabaku. Minato told Kushina, this should be fine. If Jiraiya-sensei needs me, I'm sorry, Kushina. I might not be able to stay with you. Kushina felt a bit disappointed but smiled. It's okay, Minato. In Sikagai town of the Land of Tea, Jiraiya was following a lead on Tsunoda's whereabouts when he was suddenly reverse summoned to Mount Mayabaku. What's up, Gamabunta? Is something wrong? It's not me. Kyajuk said Minato has a message for you. As Gamabunta spoke, a small toad hopped over and spat out the scrolls. Jiraiya, Minato asked me to give these to you. Jiraiya read the scrolls and frowned deeply. He immediately thought of his Akatsuki students, Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato. Danzō had previously helped Hanzo hunt down Yahiko and Konan, and now this news. Although Minato suspected it might be a false provocation, few people knew about his three students. Besides Orochimaru, Tsunoda, the third Hokage, and Minato, no one else knew about Yahiko's group. Jiraiya was most concerned about Nagato's Rinnegan. If Danzō targeted his students, what happened to the Rinnegan? Gamabunta, I need to go to the Land of Rain. I might call on you to fight. Boom. With that, Jiraiya dispelled the reverse summoning and returned. Gamabunta, puzzled by Jiraiya's urgency, asked Kyajuk what was going on but couldn't figure it out. Jiraiya never explains clearly. After returning to the ninja world, Jiraiya abandoned his search for Tsunoda and headed straight for the Land of Rain. While he could confront Danzō in Hidden Leaf Village, Jiraiya doubted he could get answers from the old schemer. Only the third Hokage could. Thus, he sought Yahiko's group. The Land of Rain was quite a distance from the Land of Tea. Jiraiya had to sail to the Land of Rivers, then cross it to reach the Land of Rain. It took him 5 days to arrive in the Land of Rain. 5 days have passed. Has Minato sent a message yet? Forget it. I'll proceed alone. Jiraiya decided to gather information on Akatsuki. Before coming, he had asked Minato to inquire about Danzō's recent activities from the third Hokage. With no message from Minato after 5 days, he assumed there was no action from the third Hokage. If Danzō hadn't acted, the third Hokage could just say so. 5 days without a word. Jiraiya took a deep breath and entered the Land of Rain, where he began inquiring about Akatsuki. The organization was now like a frightened bird. With Yahiko dead and suspected betrayal within, neither Konan nor Nagato had appeared, causing members to leave. It had been over 10 days since Yahiko's death. Without guidance for over 10 days, and with resources depleted, only the most loyal members remained, and they were being hunted by the Rain Village. Under these circumstances, the feared Akatsuki quickly disbanded. Obito didn't need this version of Akatsuki. He needed an organization that could capture and seal the tailed beasts, requiring at least 8 powerful ninjas and Nagato to oversee the sealing. Once the 9 tailed beasts were sealed, the Eye of the Moon plan would be close. Obito. After teaching Nagato how to harness the Rinnegan, Obito left the secret location, and White Zetsu emerged from the ground. A troublesome person is coming, possibly to disturb Nagato. Who? One of the Sannin, Jiraiya. He seems to be Nagato's teacher. Obito pondered, realizing Jiraiya could be problematic. He thought of himself and wondered what he would do if Minato came looking for him. Without Rin, nothing in this world mattered to him. I'll inform Nagato. You monitor Jiraiya and report his movements. Got it. With that, White Zetsu disappeared underground. Obito turned and walked inside. When he returned, Nagato and Konan were puzzled. Nagato asked, Madara, why are you back? Someone is looking for you, hoping to explain what happened that day. Do you want to meet him? That day? Nagata recalled Yahiko dying in his arms, the day Akatsuki was destroyed. Who? Your teacher, Jiraiya of the Sannin. Sitting on a stone, Obito continued, he seems to want to explain that Hidden Leaf Village had nothing to do with that day. There's nothing left to explain. Yahiko is dead, and Akatsuki is no longer the same. Nagato interrupted coldly. Memories might lie, but they don't. Using the Rinnegan's human path, he had extracted information from 2 root ninjas' souls, confirming they were Hidden Leaf Village's ninjas under Danzō's orders to destroy Akatsuki. Supporting them with money while aiding Hanzo in their destruction, killing Yahiko, and crushing Yahiko's dream. Now, they wanted to explain. Nagato only wanted to carry on Yahiko's will and achieve lasting peace. His feelings towards Jiraiya were complicated. He was grateful for his teaching but couldn't suppress his anger when thinking about him coming for Hidden Leaf Village. Conan asked, Nagato, should we meet Jiraiya-sensei? You should meet him. He might help you, even punish Danzō. After all, you are his students. Obito added, and hiding is useless. That Sannin's detection skills are strong, he'll find you eventually unless you leave the Land of Rain. Nagato and Conan remained silent. After a few minutes, Nagato said, in my current state, I won't see him. If you worry about being captured, don't. Using the Rinnegan, you are stronger than the Sannin. These are the eyes of the Sage of Six Paths. My legs. Zetsu. At Obito's call, a strange creature emerged from the ground beside him. Hello, I'm Zetsu, Madar's assistant. Let him help you. You'll be able to move freely and use his power, making that Sannin no match for you. Obito told Nagato, if he tries to take you, I'll step in. Don't worry. Obito no longer needed Zetsu, as his white Zetsu body was ready. Nagato frowned but said nothing as Zetsu approached and attached to him. Feeling the power from this armor, Nagato understood what Obito meant. Standing from his wheelchair, Nagato felt confident in achieving Yahiko's dream. Just a reminder, my power is limited. You can't fully harness the Rinnegan with me alone. Nagato turned to Conan. Conan, I'll meet Jiraiya-sensei alone. You stay here. Conan hesitated but nodded. I understand, Nagato. Chapter 196. Damn it, where the heck did Yahiko and the others go? Jiraiya had been searching for 2 days but found no information about the Akatsuki. Even when he encountered civilians who might know something, they absolutely refused to tell him anything. He wasn't very good at Genjutsu, and interrogating civilians would violate the ninja code, something he could never do. Damn it, why are these people's mouths so tight-lipped? And they obviously know about the Akatsuki. I'm not a bad guy, so why won't they just tell me? Jiraiya crouched outside a civilian's house. The people inside definitely knew members of the Akatsuki, but no matter how he asked, they wouldn't spill any information. He could only stake out the place. What he didn't know was that even though the Akatsuki had dispersed, most civilians had still benefited from the group's actions. Therefore, when an outsider like Jiraiya came asking about the Akatsuki, they would never betray them. Just as Jiraiya was about to continue his stakeout, a shuriken suddenly flew towards him. Who's there? Jiraiya formed hand seals, and his hair instantly hardened, blocking the shuriken. He then saw a figure flash by but couldn't make out their face. However, the person who attacked him with the shuriken was clearly trying to lure him away. Doesn't seem like the style of the Hidden Rain Village ninjas, so it must be Yahiko's Akatsuki. This guy's style isn't bad, knowing to protect civilians. Jiraiya immediately gave chase, but the person who threw the shuriken wasn't slow either. The two quickly left the small town, heading to a desolate, empty area on the outskirts. There was a barren expanse of land nearby, with some forests on the side, but Jiraiya lost track of the person he was chasing. Before he could search the surroundings, a figure walked out of the nearby forest. Red hair and Rinnegan eyes, although his face was much thinner and there were unknown white objects on his body, Jiraiya immediately recognized him as Nagato. He excitedly asked, Nagato, was that you just now? You brat, you threw a shuriken at your teacher? Jiraiya-sensei, what are you looking for the Akatsuki for? Jiraiya was momentarily stunned by the question, and then he saw Nagato's cold expression. He immediately guessed that the information might be true, feeling heartbroken for a moment before asking, I came to check on you guys. Nagato, where are Conan and Yahiko? Yahiko is dead, killed in a joint assassination by Hanzo and Danzō. After they killed Yahiko, they destroyed the Akatsuki. Nagato's voice was calm, and he continued coldly, Jiraiya-sensei, if you're here to see Yahiko, you can go back now. Nagato, there must be some misunderstanding. I will investigate this thoroughly. Seeing Nagato's demeanor, Jiraiya knew he already hated Hidden Leaf Village. However, Nagato was the child of prophecy from Mount Myabaku, and with his Rinnegan, he had the potential to change the fate of the ninja world. Jiraiya didn't want Nagato to hold a grudge against Hidden Leaf Village. Nagato, I promise you, if it was really Danzō, Jiraiya-sensei, it was Danzō. Nagato interrupted Jiraiya, pointing to his Rinnegan, and said, one of the Rinnegan's abilities is to search information directly from the soul. A person's mouth can lie, but their soul's memory cannot. It was Danzō who killed Hueco. Jiraiya frowned upon hearing this. He hadn't known the Rinnegan had such an ability. Since Nagato said so, he had no choice but to believe him or continue denying it. Believing Nagato would mean returning to confront Danzō on behalf of Hueco. Not believing Nagato might sever their teacher-student bond. Nagato, I hope you can trust me this once. We always trusted you, Jiraiya-sensei. That's why Hueco went to find you, and then he was forced to his death by Hidden Leaf Village ninjas. Nagato could see Jiraiya's choice and was deeply angered. His parents had been killed by Hidden Leaf Village ninjas, and Hueco, believing in Jiraiya's ideals, had ultimately died under the pressure from Hidden Leaf Village ninjas and Hanzo. But remembering that Jiraiya had taken care of them for 3 years, Nagato was unwilling to attack him. Leave, Jiraiya-sensei. There's no more Akatsuki. Nagato. Seeing Nagato about to leave, Jiraiya rushed towards him, trying to stop him to talk. But Nagato suddenly turned and raised his hand towards Jiraiya, Shinro Tensei. A powerful repulsive force instantly spread from Nagato, creating a circular crater in the hard ground and sending Jiraiya flying, tumbling for dozens of meters before landing among the rubble. I told you, don't come looking for us anymore, Jiraiya-sensei. Hueco's dream and the old Akatsuki are gone. With that, Nagato prepared to leave. Despite everything, he couldn't bring himself to hurt Jiraiya. However, Jiraiya got up, coughed up blood, and said, Nagato, you brat, how dare you attack your teacher? Fine, let me see how much stronger you've become. Earth-style, swamp of the underworld. Jiraiya quickly formed seals and performed a jutsu, turning the ground in front of him into a vast swamp. He knew that if he let Nagato leave, he might become hostile to Hidden Leaf Village, so he had to stop him and clear up the misunderstanding. Nagato sensed the attack and jumped up. As he turned in the air, he saw Jiraiya using his hair jutsu to attack him. Shinra Tensei. The powerful repulsive force reappeared, this time even repelling Jiraiya's iron-hard hair. His hair and the swamp were both repelled? It seems to form a spherical shape centered on Nagato, repelling everything. And it doesn't require hand seals. Jiraiya wasn't disappointed that his move failed. He had gathered some information about the previous technique. Both close and long-range attacks can be repelled. Let's try something else. Fire style, big flame bullet. A massive, fiery flame mixed with toad oil shot towards Nagato. This fire jutsu was not an ordinary one, and even water jutsu had a hard time extinguishing it because of the toad oil. Banshotenin. Nagato extended his hand towards the ground, and under the influence of an attractive force, the mud from the earth-style swamp of the underworld rose, forming a mud dragon that extinguished Jiraiya's Daindon. He can do that too? Jiraiya was surprised. Unlike the repulsive force, the mud from earth-style swamp of the underworld seemed to be pulled up. But there was no time to be amazed. He then saw Nagato's body change, his arm detaching to reveal numerous missile launchers that fired at him. Is this also a Rinnegan ability? Jiraiya was shocked by the missiles, then quickly dodged. He even used his needle Jizo to block some of them, though the explosions hurt his chest. The missiles weren't just ordinary, they were homing missiles. Just as he dispelled needle Jizo, he saw Nagato already in front of him. This is bad. Shinra Tensei. Boom. A powerful repulsive force spread out in all directions, creating a spherical crater in the ground and sending Jiraiya flying again, tumbling to the ground and falling silent. Banshotenin. Nagato raised his hand towards Jiraiya again, using the Rinnegan's ability to pull him over. Pretending to be unconscious, Jiraiya felt the pull and immediately tried to resist with a jutsu. But it was too late. He was quickly pulled in front of Nagato, who grabbed his neck and slammed him to the ground. Boom. Jiraiya spat out a mouthful of blood. That slam felt like it broke his entire body. With Tobi's possession, Nagato's chakra and strength had increased significantly. That slam was nearly as powerful as superhuman strength. In the next second, a black rod extended from Nagato's left hand, but hesitation flashed across his face. The prone Jiraiya, squinting his eyes open, weakly said, Nagato. Bang. Nagato stabbed the black rod into the ground beside Jiraiya, took a deep breath, and said, Jiraiya-sensei, don't come looking for us again. This is our last bond as teacher and student. With that, Nagato turned and left. After this battle, he had no more ties with Jiraiya. Once Nagato left, Jiraiya passed out. Having taken 2 Shinra Tensei blasts, a missile, and a near superhuman slam. His internal organs were injured, and his body was nearly broken. After Nagato left, Obito appeared from the Kami space, and White Zetsu emerged from the ground. The Rinnegan's power is indeed formidable, to have beaten one of the Sannin so quickly. Obito said calmly, after all, it's the sage's eyes. Instant, CLS Jutsu, mechanical enhancements, and the boost from Tobi's possession, plus intelligence gathering. Obito, having been possessed by Tobi before, knew how powerful the boost was. So he wasn't surprised Jiraiya was beaten so badly. This was with Nagato not fully mastering the Rinnegan, otherwise, he could have taken down Jiraiya even faster. White Zetsu asked, what about Jiraiya? Should we kill him? No need. He won't give up on Nagato. Let's leave him be. Obito looked at Jiraiya, unsure if he was thinking about Nagato or himself. Once Nagato kills Jiraiya, he'll fully stand with us. With that, Obito left using Kami. Killing your teacher, huh? Hey, Obito, you must be thinking the same thing. After saying this, White Zetsu and Black Zetsu also disappeared underground. Soon, it began to rain heavily, and the downpour woke the unconscious Jiraiya. When he woke up, he found himself alone, Nagato long gone. A black rod was still stuck in the ground beside him. That brat Nagato, how dare he hit his teacher so hard? Jiraiya muttered through gritted teeth, feeling several broken bones and struggling to walk. Gathering some chakra and using a bit of his own blood, he performed a summoning jutsu. Poof! A puff of smoke appeared, and Jiraiya stood on top of a giant purplish red toad. The toad, holding a shield and spear, looked around and, seeing no enemies, asked, Jiraiya, where are the enemies? Jiraiya said, sorry, Ramekin, the enemies are gone. I'm seriously injured. Can you take me back to Hidden Leaf Village? Alright, no problem. But you'll need to be inside my mouth. Ramekin said. Given Jiraiya's serious injuries, he couldn't stand on his head. Jiraiya didn't object, so Ramekin placed him gently in his mouth and began hopping towards Hidden Leaf Village. In his current state, returning to Hidden Leaf Village for treatment was the best option. Although he could go to Mount Mayabaku to recuperate, there were no medical ninjas there, and he'd only have bugs to eat. Well done, Rin. Yoichi praised, feeling his vision obscured. Learning an A-rank Genjutsu in just a few days shows your talent. Do you want to take a break? I'm fine. Are you tired, Yoichi-sensei? Rin dispelled the Genjutsu, came to Yoichi's side, and smiled sweetly. His patient guidance and gentle encouragement had greatly improved her opinion of him. Let's rest for a bit. Training isn't a race. By the way, Rin, the ninja game I brought is newly developed. You can play it when you're bored and give me some feedback. Yes, Yoichi-sensei. Rin nodded, then stood obediently by his side, asking, Yoichi-sensei, is there anything I can help you with? Well. Yoichi thought for a moment, then used his ability to listen to Rin's thoughts seriously. I really want to do something for Yoichi-sensei. He's so kind and has helped me so much. I'd feel too guilty if I didn't do something in return. In that case, Rin, could you give me a massage? A massage? Rin was momentarily stunned but quickly accepted. As a medical ninja, she was familiar with the practice. Alright, Yoichi-sensei. She moved her youthful body closer to him. But just then, Yoichi received a memory from his wood clone, making him smile. He patted Rin's auburn hair apologetically and said, Rin, I suddenly have something to take care of. My clone will help you with your training. We'll save the massage for another time. Oh? Okay, Yoichi-sensei. Rin felt a bit disappointed but was happy that his clone would stay with her. She smiled brightly. Leaving a wood clone in the alchemy room, Yoichi left for the Hokage Tower. Chapter 197. A giant toad suddenly appeared on the outskirts of Hidden Leaf Village. If Jiraiya hadn't emerged from the toad's mouth to explain, it would have been attacked by the security forces. Even a Sannin couldn't summon such a massive creature within the village without causing alarm. After understanding the situation, the security team escorted Jiraiya to the hospital and reported the incident to the Hokage's office. Upon receiving the news, Sakamo sent someone to the Sarutobi clan's territory to inform the third Hokage. Nowadays, Hiruzen spent his days at home, seemingly having relinquished power. However, Yoichi knew that this was a helpless move for Hiruzen, who was reluctant to retire in his 50s. There was no choice, Sakamo was a Hokage with strong principles. Unless one adhered to his principles, conflicts would inevitably arise if they worked together. Yoichi could accommodate Sakamo's principles. His goal was to develop the Uchiha clan within the village. Once he became Hokage, Hidden Leaf Village would essentially become Uchiha Village. As long as he didn't violate Sakamo's principles and continued to contribute to the village's prosperity, there would be no issues handing over the power of the Hokage. Currently, Sakamo was gradually delegating more responsibilities to Yoichi's wood clones. The decreasing stack of documents on Sakamo's desk and the increasing pile on Yoichi's desk were clear indicators. When Hiruzen arrived at the hospital, seeing Sakamo, Yoichi, and Minato gave him a bad feeling. He silently cursed Jiraiya, assuming that he had impulsively gone after Nagato. Hiruzen hadn't sent any messages back, hoping to stall Jiraiya into returning on his own. Explaining to this hot-headed fool might not have stopped him from seeking out his former student. Soon, Mina came out of the operating room. Seeing Yoichi and the others, she gave a thumbs up and said, "He'll be fine after 3 days of rest. I'll go check on Karen now, Yoichi-sama." With that, Mina quickly left without greeting anyone else. Yoichi smiled and said, "Sorry, Mina is a bit anxious. All mothers worry about their children. Kakashi's mother was the same." "It's fine, Yoichi." Sakamo smiled, then turned to Hiruzen and said, "Jiraiya should be fine now. Let's go in." "Alright, Sakamo." Hiruzen nodded reluctantly and followed him inside. Thanks to Mina's treatment, most of Jiraiya's injuries had healed, even his bones were mended, thanks to her special chakra. This was why Orochimaru said Mina's medical ninjutsu rivaled Tsunoda's. If someone was gravely injured and drank Mina's blood, they would understand the top-tier medical effect. Severed limbs could be reattached, and as long as there was a breath left, they wouldn't die. However, only Yoichi and Kakashi had drunk Mina's blood, during the summoning of Ghidorah. "Minato, old man, why are you all here?" "It's just a small injury, ha, no need to worry." Jiraiya laughed from his hospital bed, slightly easing Hiruzen's worries. Jiraiya was still keeping the secret, which meant there was still hope. Sakamo asked, "Jiraiya, who injured you?" "I remember your mission was to investigate the underground bounty network. Are they really that strong?" "Not really, I was just careless." Jiraiya feigned difficulty and said, "Minato, once I'm healed, let me handle this. I'll resolve it." "Underground bounty network? Are they in Hidden Rain Village? Or in the neighboring lands of bears and demons?" Yoichi suddenly asked. Seeing everyone looking at him, he explained, "I just received a report from the trading company. They saw a giant purple toad coming from Hidden Rain Village to Hidden Leaf Village. It seems to be Jiraiya's toad. Minato, dispatch the Anbu. If Hanzo is involved, we should reconsider our relationship with him." Sakamo nodded. "Hanzo, huh? Didn't expect him to be connected to the underground network. We should take this seriously." Wait, it's not clear if Hanzo is involved, isn't he too impulsive?" Jiraiya quickly intervened. If his withheld information led to a war between Hidden Leaf Village and Hidden Rain Village, he would be Hidden Leaf Village's sinner. Yoichi said, "Precisely because it's unclear, we need to investigate. Otherwise, we could plan intelligence operations against Hidden Rain Village." "Jiraiya, how many were there? How could they injure you so badly?" Well, Jiraiya hadn't encountered anyone from the underground network. His information came mostly from the Land of Tea and the Land of Water. Making up a story related to Hidden Rain Village on the spot was impossible. Seeing Jiraiya's hesitation, Sakamo sensed something was wrong and asked, "What's the matter, Jiraiya? Is it inconvenient to say?" "Sakamo, can I handle this alone?" Sakamo understood Jiraiya had lied. Not wanting to press a comrade, he asked, "Is it personal or village-related?" "If it's personal, I won't pry. But if it involves the village..." Jiraiya knew Sakamo's boundary. He didn't want to involve the village in Nagato's affairs. Hiruzen said, "Sakamo, let me handle this." "You know too, Hiruzen?" Sakamo was slightly angered but said, "Fine, but at least tell me what happened. If it endangers the village, as Hokage, I need to know." The room fell silent. Minato felt for Jiraiya but agreed Sakamo was being considerate. "It's about my student from the Second Shinobi War. I stayed in Hidden Rain Village for 3 years and took on a student." Jiraiya finally began to explain, detailing the events including Danzō's involvement and Nagato's Rinnegan. His injuries were from the Rinnegan. The continuous information left Sakamo stunned. Rinnegan, Danzō's secret actions, Jiraiya's personal investigation, and his severe injuries from the Rinnegan. The leader of Akatsuki, holding a grudge against Hidden Leaf Village because of Danzō. Fortunately, Sakamo had pressed for answers. Ignoring it might have meant facing a powerful enemy with the Rinnegan unprepared. Hearing about the Rinnegan's abilities, Sakamo realized a threat. Instant jutsu without seals, repelling all attacks, powerful attraction preventing resistance, and self-modification for mechanical attacks. And this wasn't all the Rinnegan's abilities. Jiraiya hadn't fully tested them before being knocked out. "This matter, the village will handle it," Sakamo decided after a pause. Seeing Jiraiya's concern, he continued, "You can participate, but follow the village's decisions. A teenager wielding an unrefined Rinnegan defeated you. Imagine the threat when fully mastered. Tsukumo glanced at Yoichi, hinting at the potential danger if left unchecked, given the Rinnegan's power and Nagato's grudge. And Danzō, Minato. Yoichi added, private actions are one thing, but involving the village is unforgivable. Root was absorbed into Anbu, so why does Danzō still have a force and ally with Hanzo? Tsukumo instructed Hiruzen, recall Danzō and his subordinates immediately. This is a direct order from the Hokage's office. Hiruzen sighed, understood, I'll signal him. A high-level meeting at the Hokage Tower tomorrow. With that, Tsukumo left, and Yoichi followed. After they left, Hiruzen angrily scolded Jiraiya, why didn't you come to me first? You didn't send a message. I even asked Minato to check. I told Minato to bring you back. I thought you'd come to ask, but you acted on your own and caused this mess. Hiruzen huffed and left, planning to discuss with Koharu and Hamura. After he left, Minato asked Jiraiya, do you need anything? No, Minato, you can go. I'm mostly healed. Jiraiya waved him off, deep in thought about Nagato. Since learning the news, he felt like he had been acting impulsively. Reflecting, he realized he was too worried about the Rinnegan. He still was. If it fell into the wrong hands, it could cause great destruction in the shinobi world. The next day, Tsukumo gathered Hidden Leaf Village's leaders at the Hokage office. Anbu captains, interrogation and intelligence heads, Jiraiya, Hiruzen, and Orochimaru were present. Today's meeting is important. It started half a month ago. After explaining the events, the room fell silent, much like the hospital the day before. Orochimaru glanced at Jiraiya, intrigued by the hidden Rinnegan. He felt a renewed interest in researching it. Here's my decision. I discussed with Hiruzen yesterday to recall Danzō and his subordinates within 5 days. Those who don't return will be considered traitors. Tsukumo's firm stance was clear. Despite being a peaceful Hokage, today he was resolute. Hokage, Koharu tried to speak but was cut off by Tsukumo. Advisor, let me finish. The Akatsuki leader, Nagato, is confirmed hostile due to Danzō. The mission to capture Nagato and Konan is now S rank. Jiraiya wanted to protest but was stopped by Yoichi. Jiraiya, don't rush to argue. If Nagato could severely injure you, what about other Hidden Leaf Village ninja? Jiraiya held back, acknowledging the threat Nagato posed. The mission prioritizes capture. Whether to kill will depend on Nagato and Konan's actions. 6 Anbu teams and 10 Jonin squads will be dispatched. Jiraiya, you'll join them. I understand. Jiraiya agreed, knowing Tsukumo was giving him a chance. Bringing Nagato back could save him, otherwise, he'd be marked for elimination. One more thing, Hanzo likely knows about the Rinnegan. We must consider our relations with Hidden Rain Village. Tsukumo paused, deploy a ninja battalion to River Town to monitor Hidden Rain Village. Chapter 198 Defending against Hanzo of the Hidden Rain Village, pursuing Nagato and Konan, and recalling Danzō were the main tasks. Although Danzō had no official position since stepping down from his advisory role, he was still a Jonin of the village, representing Hidden Leaf Village in his actions. The main issue was his failed schemes, which had brought a powerful enemy to Hidden Leaf Village's doorstep. If Danzō had acted discreetly, like Yoichi, who secretly acquired a Shikatsumiyaku and an Ice-style Kekkai Genkai users without being discovered, Tsukumo might have overlooked it. Yoichi had brought valuable information and achieved numerous merits for the village, while Danzō's actions were foolish, allying with Hanzo and taking part of the blame. If Hidden Leaf Village's ninjas acted like Danzō, the village would eventually face the wrath of the entire ninja world. Deploying 6 Anbu squads, 10 Jonin squads, and a Sannin was a significant measure, given the partial intelligence they had on the Rinnegan. Anbu members were at least Chunin, and usually only exceptional Chunin made it in. Squad leaders were undoubtedly Jonin level. The 10 Jonin squads included no Geinin, meaning Hidden Leaf Village had dispatched a total of 48 Chunin, 16 Jonin, and a Kage-level ninja, Jiraiya, to capture Nagato. This force was enough to wage a small war. Tsukumo, having learned about the Rinnegan's capabilities, chose to be cautious by sending so many ninjas. The only challenge was that Akatsuki was based in the Hidden Rain Village. Sending so many ninjas there would likely anger and provoke Hanzo. However, Tsukumo had prepared for this, combining negotiation and intimidation. Hidden Leaf Village needed the Hidden Rain Village, but Hanzo needed Hidden Leaf Village more, especially for maintaining his gains in the Land of Rivers. The meeting lasted almost the entire morning before it adjourned. Afterward, Jiraiya returned to rest, though he was nearly healed and set to depart the next day. The personnel configurations were discussed, including combat, tracking, and medical support. They had considered the characteristics of the Rinnegan's techniques and selected ninja squads accordingly. Hiruzen, Koharu, and Hamura couldn't contribute to the discussion. Tsukumo's resolve was too firm. Their influence in the village was waning, and they couldn't protest through strikes, as that would leave them with nothing to do. Hiruzen's priority was to ensure Danzō's return. His subordinates included not only root members but also the Sarutobi clan's ninjas. The Shimura clan remained in the village, and if Danzō defected, the clan would face severe scrutiny from the security forces. Returning to his clan, Yoichi felt the situation spiraling out of control, though he wasn't too concerned. If Akatsuki was eliminated, he could personally capture the tailed beasts. Within 2 years, his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan would reach its peak, making wild-tailed beasts trivial opponents. Capturing Jinchuriki would be more challenging, requiring initial subjugation. Wars with other ninja villages would likely ensue while collecting tailed beasts. Before that, Yoichi aimed to strengthen his village, particularly the Uchiha clan. Spreading the Sage Seal and researching the Extremis virus were priorities. An ordinary Geinin with these enhancements could rival an elite Chunin, while a Jonin could contend with Kage-level ninjas. The Uchiha clan also had medicinal support, making battlefield transformations routine. With a Rinnegan enemy in Hidden Leaf Village, the village's new ninja park was opening, attracting many visitors. Families with some wealth were traveling to enjoy the park. While building the park, Yoichi also developed nearby food and lodging facilities, creating a commercial area capable of hosting thousands of visitors. The park had 2 entrances, one from Hidden Leaf Village and one from the outside, allowing villagers to bring their children for ninja-themed activities. The park's opening acted as a magnet, drawing people from other parts of the Land of Fire to Hidden Leaf Village. Even before the park's opening, many applied to move to Hidden Leaf Village. Over time, the population could exceed 100,000. This is a modern city. Yoichi watched the bustling crowds with satisfaction. Hidden Leaf Village still had many dilapidated houses, contrasting sharply with the village's technological progress. It was as if they anticipated future destruction, avoiding renovations altogether. "What did you say?" Yujiro, the girl accompanying him, asked, tilting her head in confusion. "Nothing. Enjoy yourself today. Let me know if there's anything unsatisfactory." Yoichi patted her head. "Don't mess with a girl's hair, you pervert." Yujiro protested but didn't pull away, almost rubbing her head against his hand. He likes to pat people's heads so much. "Fine, with so many people around, I'll humor him." Hearing her thoughts, Yoichi laughed and ruffled her hair, provoking a playful protest from Yujiro. "Maybe we can build some factories near Hidden Leaf Village and lay train tracks." Yoichi pondered future development while viewing Hidden Leaf Village from a high vantage point. The contrast between the modernizing Uchiha district and the old, run-down village was stark. "This is my Hidden Leaf Village, but it still needs improvement. Obito, things are looking bad. Hidden Leaf Village has sent many ninjas to pursue Akatsuki." White Zetsu emerged beside Obito, grumbling, "We should have killed Jiraiya. Now even Nagato might be in danger." Obito replied coldly, "Nagato won't be in danger with me around. Stop whining and give me the intel." Zetsu internally grumbled but reported, "Jiraiya's injuries are healed. Hidden Leaf Village knows about Nagato and has sent 65 ninjas, all Chunin or higher." 60 plus. Obito fell silent, knowing the force likely included many Jonin alongside Jiraiya and the leaked Rinnegan intel. "What will you do?" Zetsu asked. "Let's see Nagato. He's just mastered the 6 paths power and plans to use himself as the outer path." After some thought, Obito said, "You will come with me to inform Nagato." Understood. They arrived to find Nagato preparing a body for the 6 paths of pain. "It seems you've mastered the 6 paths power and are ready to create clones. But the enemy won't give you time." Obito's voice, mimicking Madara, reached Nagato as he emerged from the Kamui space. Seeing Nagato and Konan's puzzled expressions, Obito continued, "Last time you spared Jiraiya. Now he's bringing more people to capture you and take the Rinnegan to Hidden Leaf Village." Nagato felt a surge of frustration. He hadn't wanted to kill Jiraiya but now faced a greater threat. "Tell them, Zetsu." Zetsu explained, "Jiraiya leads 64 others, including 24 Anbu. They left Hidden Leaf Village yesterday and should be near the Land of Rain." Obito asked, "What will you do?" "My suggestion is to avoid them. Jiraiya knows your abilities and will likely succeed in capturing you." Konan, in disbelief, said, "Jiraiya-sensei would never capture us. He's our teacher and once took care of you for 3 years, right?" "Yes, he's a good person but responsible for Hidden Leaf Village." Zetsu shrugged, "Without Nagato's Rinnegan, he wouldn't have taught you ninjutsu. Children aren't that valuable to him." Nagato and Konan fell silent. Yahiko had desperately wanted to learn from Jiraiya, who only agreed after seeing Nagato's Rinnegan power. "Should we leave?" Konan asked. "It's up to you. Our goal is to protect the Rinnegan and guide you to use its power for world peace. Zetsu felt Obito's manipulation was increasingly like Madara's. Madara must have taught him how to influence Nagato. I'll stay. This is where Yahiko's dream of peace can be realized. Running would mean abandoning that dream. Nagato decided, letting his gratitude to Jiraiya be overshadowed by hatred. He had spared Jiraiya, wanting no further ties, but now faced capture by Hidden Leaf Village ninjas. So, have that creature assist me. How rude, I have a name. Call me Obi. Obi emerged from behind a pillar, annoyed at being called a creature. Use it as you see fit, Obito said. Before Jiraiya finds you, you can create one more pain body. With an extra body, your strength increases significantly. The 6 paths of pain were essentially 6 corpse clones, each wielding part of the Rinnegan's power, controlled by Nagato's chakra through black rods. With a Deva Path body, Nagato and the clone could effectively resist Hidden Leaf Village as ninjas. I understand. Nagato intended to use Yahiko's body for the Deva Path but decided to do so now, to settle things with Jiraiya. Jiraiya-sama, we've entered the Land of Rain. Where should we search? A Hyuga clan Jonin asked. His team was the only scouting unit, including members from the Yamanaka, Inuzuka, and Ibarame clans. In the rainy environment, the abilities of the Inuzuka and Ibarame were limited unless the rain stopped. I know a few towns where Akatsuki members often appear. We'll split into 4 squads, keeping within 2 kilometers of each other. Signal immediately if you find anything. Though reluctant to fight his students, Jiraiya had to follow village orders. After giving instructions, the squad set out. The Akatsuki had been a significant presence in the Land of Rain, leaving traces behind. They also had the option of using genjutsu on civilians to gather information, unlike Jiraiya's previous moral restraint. Disguised, Jiraiya's team quickly gathered intel. They found civilians aided by Akatsuki and captured a ninja who had recently left the organization. As they prepared to contact the Yamanaka member, explosions rang out, followed by a signal flare in the sky. Found something. Jiraiya and the other squads rushed toward the flare. Yahiko? Jiraiya, using body flicker, was the first to arrive, shocked to see another student. What's going on? Yahiko, why are you alive and why do you have the Rinnegan? Such a nuisance, Jiraiya-sensei. The Deva Path clone coldly said, I told you last time not to seek us out. With that, the Deva Path clone raised its hand, and to Jiraiya's shock, said, Shinro Tensei. Chapter 199. A powerful repulsive force exploded like a nuclear blast, instantly sending the surrounding Hidden Leaf Village ninjas flying. The ground cracked, forming a deep crater. This time, Nagato held nothing back, unleashing a force that extended over 100 meters. Despite Jiraiya and his team's quick reactions and signals, they were thrown back by the initial shockwave. Having used the demonic statue of the Outer Path only once, Nagato's body wasn't as frail as it would be in later years. His real body was also covered by Dobi, providing additional strength. That bastard, did he hold back last time? Though Jiraiya had braced himself, the impact left him sore all over. He forced himself to stand and immediately relayed orders, execute the plan as discussed. Though he didn't understand why Yahiko had Nagato's Rinnegan, the clear hostility couldn't be ignored. Seeing my student walk down a dark path, I can't just stand by. Jiraiya quickly regrouped with his team, forming a battle formation. 2 squads simultaneously performed hand seals. Fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu. Wind style, Great Breakthrough. Earth style, Earth Dragon Bullet. The combined might of these jutsus, with wind fueling the fire, and continuous earth projectiles, created a devastating attack. On the other side, several ninjas threw shuriken and kunai, leaving no room for the Deva Path clone to dodge. Shinra Tensei. The immense repulsive force deflected all incoming attacks once again. Now, Inuzuka clan members and 2 other Hidden Leaf Village ninjas used chakra to anchor themselves, resisting the force and immediately attacking once the repulsion subsided. Fang over Fang. Hidden Leaf Village style Kenjutsu, Willow Leaf Cut. Dance of the Crescent Moon. 2 whirlwind-like attacks surged towards the Deva Path clone. Knowing that Shinra Tensei had a cooldown period, the clone used Bansho Tenon to pull a massive boulder from the ground, using its tremendous gravitational force. A scouting ninja from afar noticed this and confirmed that the repulsive technique had a cooldown period, making the clone rely on other methods to defend against the trio's assault. Fang over Fang shattered the boulder, slowing their charge. The Deva Path clone leapt into the air, evading the attack. 2 Hidden Leaf Village ninjas seized the opportunity, leaping towards the clone. Suddenly, the clone flicked its hands, sending several black rods at them. Clang! 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 The ninjas deflected the rods with their swords, but the clone raised its hands again. Shinra Tensei. The repulsive force struck again, sending the 3 Hidden Leaf Village ninjas flying. 2 were hit midair, as if struck by a giant hammer, crashing to the ground heavily. The Deva Path clone, with black rods extending from its hands, targeted the two severely injured Hidden Leaf Village ninjas. Yujao. Morino. The two, barely lifting themselves, were impaled by the rods. From a distance, Zetsu and Toby appeared as the Hidden Leaf Village ninjas surrounded the Deva Path clone. Nagato has quickly mastered the Rinnegan, using the Deva Path's power so skillfully after summoning the demonic statue. Zetsu remarked, and with Toby's help, it seems these Hidden Leaf Village ninjas will struggle to capture him. Nagato isn't fully prepared yet. The Sage of Six Paths eyes. Toby, having been taught the Six Paths techniques and yin-yang release by Madara, slowly grasped the Rinnegan's power while training Nagato. The Six Paths of Pain, shared vision, control over large summons with the Animal Path, firepower from the Azura Path, and chakra absorption with the Preta Path were formidable. If Nagato's legs weren't crippled, he'd be a significant threat to the five Kage. But it seems Hidden Leaf Village is probing the Deva Path's abilities. They might soon figure out its limitations. Is this okay? Let them. As long as he doesn't die, Nagato will continue to rely on us. His true power lies in his real body, not the clones. Toby observed calmly, the more Hidden Leaf Village injures him, the more Nagato will depend on us. Indeed, better to let him master the Rinnegan fully. Zetsu agreed. This was also Black Zetsu's plan. Nagato had only begun mastering the Six Paths. The outer path's samsara of heavenly life was still beyond his reach. Mastering the Rinnegan further would allow Black Zetsu to control Nagato and use the samsara of heavenly life to resurrect Madara. Although plans might change, Madara's revival would make him unbeatable, and collecting the tailed beasts would become easy. Long time no see, Danzō. You finally decided to return. At Hidden Leaf Village's gate, Yoichi looked at Danzō with a hint of regret, wishing Danzō had become a rogue ninja so the security forces could justifiably eliminate Root. Yoichi waved his hand, and the security team surrounded Danzō's 20-plus subordinates, preparing to apply sealing techniques. Several Sarutobi clan members resisted, saying, "What are you doing? We're Hidden Leaf Village ninjas. Ninjas who leave the village without the Hokage's approval, bringing a great enemy to our doorstep, and you dare resist?" Yoichi ordered coldly, "Kill anyone who resists." Hearing Yoichi's icy tone, the Sarutobi clan members felt a chilling killing intent, breaking out in a cold sweat. "Seal them and put them in prison." Danzō remained silent, and Yoichi found it boring, having the security team take them away. Returning to the Hokage office, Yoichi saw Hiruzen leaving, looking unsuccessful. "Third Hokage. Yoichi, go ahead. I have some matters to attend to." Hiruzen forced a smile and left. Since stepping down as Hokage, he had no real power. Tsukumo had given the advisory role to Yoichi and hadn't appointed Hiruzen as an elder, leaving him with no authority except for two remaining Anbu squads. In the Hokage office, Tsukumo asked, "Have they returned?" "Yes, they're likely sealed and in prison by now." "Prison, huh?" Tsukumo paused. "Isn't that a bit harsh? He's a regular ninja who caused such trouble for the village. Not putting him under interrogation is already lenient." Yoichi shook his head. Danzō planned to rebuild Root in the land of bears and demons. The Rinnegan's interference halted his plan. "Do you think he was acting for Hidden Leaf Village's benefit?" "Really?" Tsukumo frowned, surprised by this information. If true, Danzō deserved worse. Let the interrogation team question his subordinates, but remove the cursed tongue seal. Establishing a root base in the land of bears requires extensive preparation. Yoichi then asked, "Fourth Hokage, what did the third Hokage want?" "He wanted me to lift the restrictions on Danzō and his men." "I refused." "Let's not discuss that. We've had many applications to settle in Hidden Leaf Village, but the village is full. Let's talk about expanding the residential areas." Tsukumo brought out Yoichi's previous proposal. Rebuilding civilian houses into 5- or 6-story buildings and constructing new residential and commercial areas above the Hokage Rock could accommodate thousands more. Yoichi had brought forth a plan similar to what was developed in Boruto's time, moving training grounds further away and redeveloping the area. The two discussed the expansion. With proper investigation, new residents would be welcomed, boosting the village's economy through increased commerce and taxes. Once agreed, the construction teams could start, with the barrier team adjusting security measures. Surveillance had already eased patrol duties for the security forces. In the Land of Rain, the battle raged on, with Hidden Leaf Village corpses piling up and Nagato's Deva Path clone destroyed. As Jiraiya and his team relaxed slightly, Nagato's real body re-entered the battlefield, plunging them back into intense combat. However, Hidden Leaf Village had gathered extensive intel on the Rinnegan's abilities, including the 5-second interval between repulsive and attractive forces. Shinra Tensei. The force sent 3 Hidden Leaf Village ninjas flying, but one managed to call out, Jiraiya-sama. Sage Art, Giant Rasengan. Binding Tongue War. Ninja Art, Thousand Needles of Death. 3 attacks targeted Nagato. Jiraiya, in Sage mode, had summoned the 2 Great Toad Sages. The Binding Tongue War would ensnare Nagato if he used the absorption technique, allowing the needles to hit him. These attacks were timed during the interval between repulsive forces. Damn. Boom. The Rasengan hit the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Sensing he missed, Jiraiya leapt back, shouting, "Who's there?" A new chakra had appeared beside Nagato. Impressive, Hidden Leaf Village's Sannin. Space distorted as Tobi and Nagato reappeared before the Hidden Leaf Village ninjas. "You won't take Nagato today. After this long fight, it's time for us to leave." "But Yahiko's body is still there." Nagato interrupted, but Tobi said, "You still have chakra, but continuing is dangerous, and my possession time is nearly up." The time limit was a lie. Tobi simply saw no quick victory against Jiraiya, and Hidden Leaf Village reinforcements were approaching. "The body is less important than you." With Hidden Leaf Village reinforcements coming. Nagato, hearing this, fell silent. Tobi then absorbed him into the Kamyu dimension. "Damn it, don't think you can escape." Jiraiya performed hand seals, boss, ma'am, wind and fire. Sage Art, 5 right guard gates. Wind, fire, and oil combined, engulfing Tobi, but he vanished into the Kamyu dimension. The area was set ablaze, but the enemies were gone. Chapter 200 Jiraiya-sama, where are the enemies? They fled. Quickly, tend to the wounded. Jiraiya promptly ordered. The 2 toads on his shoulders then jumped down. As they left, the toad features on Jiraiya's body gradually faded away. His face and limbs had nearly fully transformed into a toad. Little Jiraiya, this fusion lasted a bit too long. If the enemy hadn't retreated, you would have turned into a toad statue. Fukusaka warned. Although they could help Jiraiya absorb natural energy and maintain balance, the longer they did, the more pronounced Jiraiya's toad-like traits became. Shima asked, "Little Jiraiya, why were you fighting that boy with the Rinnegan? Isn't he your disciple?" Jiraiya had previously bragged about his disciples at Mount Mayabaku and even wrote a book about Nagato, though the main character's name was Naruto. The character was based on Nagato, and the book was published. It's a complicated story. That disciple might now be an enemy of Hidden Leaf Village. A Hidden Leaf Village ninja mistakenly killed his friend, another one of my disciples. Jiraiya seethed with frustration, feeling a strong urge to throttle Danzō, who had conspired with Hanzo. "I see. It seems he's not the child of prophecy as the Great Toad Sage predicted. You still have much to do, little Jiraiya. After such a long battle, I'm exhausted. There's no food at home, let's head back, little Jiraiya." Fukusaku and Shima spoke one after the other, preparing to leave now that the battle was over. "Thank you for your help." Jiraiya waved them off as they dispelled the summoning jutsu and returned to Mount Mayabaku. Jiraiya then assisted in treating the wounded. The battle had inflicted significant casualties. After providing initial care, they needed to evacuate quickly. In the land of rain, such intense fighting would undoubtedly attract the attention of rain ninjas. Hanzo might already be on his way. 32 were dead, 13 severely injured, but with proper treatment, they could fully recover. The remaining 20 had minor injuries and were nearly out of chakra. Their only gain was Yahiko's body, which was sealed in a storage scroll that Jiraiya carried. Once back in Hidden Leaf Village, the intelligence and medical departments would analyze it. Jiraiya felt regretful. Without the masked man who appeared at the end, he could have severely injured and captured Nagato. "Nagato, you've become an enemy of Hidden Leaf Village." Jiraiya sighed inwardly. If he had captured Nagato, he would have fought to protect him back in Hidden Leaf Village, even pleading with Orochimaru and fetching Tsunade to help. But after killing so many Hidden Leaf Village ninjas and escaping, Nagato would now be classified as an S-rank threat, with Hidden Leaf Village relentlessly pursuing him. With such clear hostility and possessing the powerful Rinnegan, Hidden Leaf Village would not let such a dangerous enemy roam freely in the ninja world. Shortly after Jiraiya and his team left, Hanzo arrived at the battle site with some rain ninjas. The intense battle had devastated several kilometers, even affecting the nearby forest. Seeing the aftermath, Hanzo's expression darkened. No wonder Hidden Leaf Village had sent an envoy, they had intended to stall him. Was it for that Rinnegan kid? Hanzo speculated, increasingly convinced. The Rinnegan, the eyes of the Sage of Six Paths, had tempted him too. However, the demonic statue of the Outer Path had been too intimidating. It had slaughtered dozens of elite rain ninjas and Danzō's subordinates in an instant, and they had no way to counter it. Hidden Leaf Village ninjas are truly daring. Hanzo pondered. This was his territory. If Hidden Leaf Village took the Rinnegan, it would be a significant loss for him. Upon returning, he decided to capture all Akatsuki members. However, Back in Hidden Leaf Village, Jiraiya reported to the Hokage office after ensuring the injured were taken to the hospital. Hiruzen, informed of Jiraiya's return through his remaining Anbu, arrived even before Sakamo summoned him. He also notified Minato, who had just completed a mission and was resting at home. Fourth Hokage. Minato scratched his head sheepishly as he entered. Without any official position, he wouldn't normally be summoned, but the third Hokage had called him, so he had no choice but to come. Since you're here, listen in, Minato. You'll likely be involved in this mission later. Sakamo addressed Minato, generally lenient with the village's ninjas unless it involved a breach of principles. Apologies, fourth Hokage, Yoichi. This mission was a failure. Jiraiya's face was grim as he recounted the mission. They hadn't made any mistakes, but intelligence failures had cost them, underestimating Nagato's new ally with space-time jutsu. Such heavy casualties. Sakamo's expression darkened. He had sent a large force to ensure safety but had still underestimated the Rinnegan. He hadn't expected Nagato to have such a powerful helper. Jiraiya, hand over the body you brought back to the intelligence and forensics departments. I find it hard to believe there are two pairs of Rinnegan, and this Hueco should already be dead. Sakamo then turned to Yoichi, what do you think? Yoichi pondered briefly, we should continue searching for them. This encounter provided valuable intelligence on the Rinnegan. Next time, we can send elite squads to capture him. If necessary, I'll go myself. The room fell silent. Everyone knew that if Yoichi personally intervened, Nagato was as good as dead. Over the years, Yoichi had never failed a mission, even turning the tide in Hidden Leaf Village's favor during times of adversity. Any mission he undertook was guaranteed to succeed. Fourth Hokage, Yoichi, please let me handle this. I swear I'll capture Nagato next time. Jiraiya took a deep breath. If Yoichi acted, Nagato would certainly die. Jiraiya, you're injured. I'm fine. Let Minato and me handle it. We'll capture Nagato. Jiraiya looked to Minato for support. Minato stepped forward, fourth Hokage, Yoichi, give Jiraiya-sensei and me one more chance. We promise to bring Nagato back. Sakamo considered, then asked Yoichi, Yoichi? Let them handle it. If Jonin Minato and Jiraiya can't capture Nagato, I'll step in. Very well. Jiraiya, Minato, the mission is yours. Sakamo said, increase efforts to track Nagato and Konan. Gather intelligence on other Akatsuki members too. If necessary, I'll coordinate with Hanzo and notify you of any updates. Jiraiya, your previous mission is on hold. Jiraiya, feeling a bit embarrassed, agreed. That mission was purely to pursue leads on Richi Cave but had yielded no progress in months. Yoichi, about the strong defensive ninja gear of the Uchiha clan, can we purchase it for the village? Sakamo asked. Since seeing Kakashi in the armor, he had noticed its effectiveness. Today, many Anbu had been severely injured, but the Uchiha ninjas only had minor wounds. That armor is hard to make and rare even within our clan. But if you need it, we can supply 10 pieces a month at cost price. Yoichi pretended to ponder, you can distribute them as needed. Thank you, Yoichi. Sakamo smiled gratefully, we'll inform everyone once the intelligence department has analyzed the information. If there's nothing else, let's adjourn and rest. Everyone nodded and left after Sakamo's words. Leaving a wood clone behind, Yoichi went to handle other matters. He and Sakamo had clearly defined roles. Yoichi focused on village renovations and coordinating with major merchants in the Land of Fire to boost Hidden Leaf Village's prosperity. With the ninja park completed, several projects were underway, including railroads, new residential areas, and even requests from nobles and merchants to establish a noble district. Yoichi hadn't agreed to this yet. Affluent areas would attract more people, and the average Hidden Leaf Village resident already felt the change, with offers to buy their homes at high prices. Few sold, preferring to stay in Hidden Leaf Village, hoping their children would attend the Ninja Academy and become ninjas. Hidden Leaf Village was becoming more prosperous by the day. Though many credited Sakamo for revitalizing Hidden Leaf Village post-war, the leadership knew much of the credit belonged to Yoichi. Returning home, Yoichi was greeted by Mina holding Karen, proudly showing off their daughter. Look, Yoichi-sama, isn't Karen adorable? Indeed, she is, as expected of my daughter. Using the Sharingan and sensing techniques, Yoichi checked Karen, noting her strong life force. She might awaken the 3 Tomoe Sharingan by 10. Yujito rolled her eyes at Yoichi's self-praise but couldn't deny Karen's cuteness, often holding her herself. Mikoto, sitting on the sofa, no longer envied Mina. She gently patted her belly, anticipating Sasuke's birth in a few months. Mikoto had already told Itachi about his upcoming brother. Itachi, still a child, looked forward to having a sibling, unaffected by other concerns. You are too reckless today, Nagato. Back in their base, Toby scolded. After we left, dozens more Hidden Leaf Village ninjas arrived. Toby was reaching his limit, and you'd have faced them alone. Yeah, I'm almost done. Toby scratched his empty head. Whether he was at his limit was debatable, but he agreed with Toby. Sorry, Conan. I lost Yahiko's body. Nagato ignored Toby, apologizing to Conan. Though saddened, Conan reassured him, it's okay, Nagato. I'm glad you're safe. Don't be so reckless next time. We can't stay here. Hidden Leaf Village's pursuit is relentless. Over 100 ninjas today, and more will come. We must leave. Toby's words were blunt but true. Nagato and Conan silently agreed. Where to? The Land of Earth. Staying in the Land of Rain risks Hanzo hunting you too. Hidden Leaf Village covets your Rinnegan, and so does Hanzo. Toby stood to leave. I've said my piece. Decide for yourselves. But think about how many more assaults like today's you can withstand. If you decide to leave, find Zetsu. With that, Toby departed. He realized Hidden Leaf Village's strength needed to be weakened. Though his Kamyu was hard to counter, Hidden Leaf Village's formidable forces, like the Leaf Thunder God, posed a threat. More intel on Hidden Leaf Village was necessary. After Toby left, Nagato and Conan discussed and decided to leave the Land of Rain temporarily. This place was Yahiko's dream. Nagato vowed to return after mastering the Rinnegan, seeking revenge, reclaiming Yahiko's body, and fulfilling his vision. Chapter 201. With a long exhale, Yoichi stretched, finishing his training with gene primordials. Disconnecting the monitoring cables and tubes from his body, he turned to Orochimaru and asked, So, any findings? There might be some, but further research is needed, Orochimaru replied, looking at the data. Yoichi sensed Orochimaru was stalling and questioned, Orochimaru, is your research actually stuck? Orochimaru's mouth twitched before he admitted, such a novel concept isn't easy to grasp. It's natural to hit a bottleneck. But I've made significant breakthroughs in other areas, like the reincarnation jutsu. How about it, Yoichi? Interested in a technique that lets you switch bodies and live indefinitely? Yoichi shook his head vehemently, not at all. My body is already the strongest in the ninja world. Wait, on second thought, give me a copy. But Orochimaru, is this the incomplete living corpse reincarnation from last time? Indeed, I've perfected it now. Coupled with the cursed seal technique, the reincarnation effect is even better. Can you split the soul into two like a shadow clone during reincarnation? That way, you can control two bodies simultaneously. I should study this more. The spiritualization jutsu might have the principles needed. Yoichi's suggestion made Orochimaru's eyes light up. Before leaving, Yoichi added, Orochimaru, your biggest misconception about the reincarnation jutsu is using others' bodies. Why not clone your own body? That way, there's no competition. With that, Yoichi left, taking the reincarnation jutsu scroll with him. A while later, Orochimaru snapped out of his thoughts, You're right, Yoichi. But I think... He's already gone? Though Yoichi had left, Orochimaru's mind was abuzz with ideas. He had significant research on wood style and a Sharingan, and was considering cloning technology. Leaving Orochimaru, Yoichi planned to improve the spiritualization jutsu and the reincarnation jutsu. A new power he had acquired would help him achieve this. Research Assistant. Based on the host's current knowledge, this ability offers research insights and solutions. Requests can be completed within the time frame determined by the host's knowledge. Yoichi experimented with this new ability, finding it could save him time in research. It was essentially like having a more efficient version of himself do the research. He aimed to develop the Flying Thunder God Jutsu to a 10th level, creating a Flying Thunder God space. But submitting this goal to the research assistant showed it would take 67 years, meaning his current understanding of space-time ninjutsu required continuous research for that long. This was too difficult. Monthly lottery draws could barely account for half a month's ability, making the years needed for the Flying Thunder God space impractical. Only by deepening his understanding of space-time ninjutsu could he shorten this time. Back home, Yoichi researched the spiritualization jutsu, an S-rank soul-forbidden technique he had acquired earlier but hadn't practiced due to its limitations. The jutsu required the user to abandon their body, something a lone wolf like Yoichi couldn't afford. But with the idea of creating a soul clone for reincarnation, he believed the research assistant could help him realize this jutsu. Mental control over chakra, separating the consciousness from the body. Yoichi noted that the spiritualization jutsu had high yin release requirements, probably the highest among Hidden Leaf Village's forbidden techniques. Conveniently, I'm quite adept at yin release. I can try this jutsu. Eternal Mengekyo Sharingan was the pinnacle of yin release, and Yoichi's frequent practice of sensory jutsu for the Flying Thunder God jutsu gave him exceptional control over his mental energy. After some study, Yoichi began forming the hand seals for the spiritualization jutsu: rooster, rat, ox, snake, boar. Spiritualization jutsu. Upon successful execution, Yoichi felt his consciousness lighten and began to float. He soon saw his own body, still in the hand seal position. The soul feels so light, and chakra can be drawn out with it. My eyes are still eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, but I can't use Dojutsu. Yoichi quickly tested his soul's state, noting he could use familiar ninjutsu. More complex jutsu requiring bodily coordination were challenging to execute. I can use lightning-style chakra in a state, so other jutsu should be possible with practice. This could turn me into a mobile aerial turret, with the soul moving swiftly. He tested a lightning beam on a wooden wall, leaving charred marks. Satisfied, he ended the jutsu and returned to his body. Back in his body, Yoichi felt the contrast between the soul's lightness and the body's heaviness. No difficulty, but highly limited in use. Similar to the Sharingan, but far less versatile. Both the spiritualization jutsu and the Sharingan offered significant one-on-one advantages, but the jutsu's limitations were severe. It was excellent for ambushes, but if the enemy dodged the first attack, the user was in trouble. In the ninja world, many techniques allowed evasion. Mastery of the body replacement technique alone could let one escape 20 meters in a second. Let's see how long it takes to research a soul clone jutsu. If I research alongside the assistant, will it be faster? Yoichi opened the Superpower Roulette. Research assistant could handle 3 simultaneous projects. With only a month, Yoichi chose simpler tasks for the first 2. Doubling the speed of his lightning-style chakra mode, 21 days. Optimizing the Navy 6 styles, 9 days. The third was combining the spiritualization jutsu with the clone jutsu. The assistant estimated 43 days. Over by 13 days. I'll use 3 lottery draws. Yoichi decided. The soul clone was crucial for controlling clone entities. With both Kamuis, he could have an entire Kamu space. Delegating the research to the assistant, Yoichi left his room. Outside, Rin approached quietly, asking, "Sensei, have you finished training?" "Yes, sorry, Rin. I've been busy with village affairs lately." Rin shook her head quickly, smiling sweetly. "It's okay. You're an important figure in the village. Teaching me ninjutsu occasionally is already great. You're so well-behaved, Rin." Yoichi smiled, patting her short reddish-brown hair. Rin closed her eyes, enjoying the sensation. "Rin, the village recently found clues about the mastermind behind sealing the tailed beast in you during a mission. We suspect it's Black Zetsu, who watched Jiraiya's mission." Yoichi decided to inform Rin, modifying the truth about knowing Obito's involvement, saying he had just discovered the intelligence. "Once the village confirms everything, you can come out." Rin's face lit up with joy, nodding like a little bird. "I trust you, Sensei." Living here was nice, but she longed for freedom. Despite the comforts and Yoichi's guidance in training and medicine, freedom was priceless. "Thank you, Sensei." "It's nothing." Yoichi waved off her thanks, contemplating Obito's reaction if he learned Rin was alive. Obito might grovel for forgiveness, making it harder for Yoichi to deal with him due to his pride. But Yoichi wanted Kami, so Obito had to die. If Obito committed more serious crimes, even knowing Rin was alive, he couldn't return to Hidden Leaf Village. And if he did, he'd still face death. Yoichi wasn't a saint. Forgiveness wasn't his style. "Sensei." Rin, overwhelmed with joy, impulsively grabbed Yoichi's sleeve, blushing. "You've been busy all morning. Should I give you that massage we talked about?" Yoichi remembered the promise he made before getting called away by village affairs. "If it's not too much trouble, Rin." "It's no trouble. I've been studying a lot." Rin's sweet face reddened. She led Yoichi to a resting area, patting the bed. "Please lie down, Sensei." Her recent reading suggested sitting on the man's back during a massage enhanced the experience. Illustrations had made her blush intensely as she read alone, wanting to discard the book but determined to finish. Recalling Yoichi's care and instruction, her affection for him grew. Her memories of the past faded, replaced by her time with Yoichi. These happy memories brought a youthful smile to her face. "Lying down?" Yoichi hesitated to use Rin's bed, preferring to create one with wood style. But Rin's shy agreement made him comply. "All right, Rin." Rin, her face glowing with blush, sat on Yoichi's back, feeling his iron-hard muscles. The sensation deepened her blush, but she focused on her task, using medical ninjutsu to ease his muscles and meridians. This genuine massage, using medical ninjutsu, brought unparalleled comfort to Yoichi, consuming significant chakra. Palm healing was a knee-rank technique for emergencies, rarely used for massages. Rin adjusted her position frequently, movements Yoichi noticed. However, he immersed himself in the soothing effects of the medical ninjutsu. Used to the pain from his lightning-style chakra mode, this sudden comfort was extraordinary. After a while, Rin, sweating from the exertion, finally stopped. That was great, Rin. Thank you. You're welcome. If you like, I can do it regularly. Though tired, Rin felt fulfilled seeing Yoichi's smile. His strong body had impressed her, recalling the firmness under her touch, making her heart race. Chapter 202. Here we are. This should be a good place. Although the environment is harsh, no one will come here, Toby said to Nagato and Conan. The location was found by Zetsu, situated in a coastal area in the southeast of the Land of Earth. Not only was the place devoid of human presence, but reaching the nearest town required traversing over 100 kilometers. The barren rocky cliffs had nothing but a cave entrance. Inside, the space was vast, but even the beds were just piles of stones. You'll have to handle living supplies on your own. If you need anything for creating the 6 paths of pain, Zetsu can help you. I need to gather more information, Toby said before leaving via Kamui. He had already instructed Zetsu to find 6 corpses for Nagato, which he could use to create the 6 paths of pain. The pursuit from Hidden Leaf Village was no joke. After leaving, Nagato and Conan learned that Hidden Rain Village and Hidden Leaf Village had started a joint operation to hunt down Akatsuki members within the Land of Rain, forcing them to leave quickly. Only by mastering the Rinnegan's power and gathering enough strength could Nagato return to rescue the remaining Akatsuki members. Returning now would be walking into a trap. Seeing the desolation around, Conan said, Nagato, I'll go to the nearest town to buy some supplies. Alright. I'll start creating the 6 paths of pain, Nagato replied. He had decided on the name Pain for his Rinnegan avatars, intending to make others understand the suffering of small nations by inflicting pain. He believed in Toby's plan to collect the tailed beasts and create the 10 tails, using pain to intimidate the ninja world. Yoichi-sama, are you going away for a while? Mina asked, watching Yoichi play with Karen and inquire about the Uzumaki clan sealing techniques. There's a place rich in energy. Absorbing it would greatly aid my training, so I plan to leave a clone there while handling some affairs outside, Yoichi explained, teasing Karen by pulling her pacifier out and putting it back just as she was about to cry. I'll be back before Mikoto gives birth, and I'll leave a clone in the village. Mikoto, standing nearby, smiled warmly. Take care, Yoichi. Don't worry, Yoichi reassured her. He spent some more time with Karen and the others before preparing to leave. He left enough chakra-filled wood clones to accompany Rin in the alchemy room, gathered Kurenai, Romi, and 3 other students, along with Hueco, Kimimaro, and Itachi, and provided them with the improved 6 styles. Thanks to the research assistant, the techniques now used chakra, making them more effective. Yoichi also intended to teach them armament hockey and observation hockey once he mastered them himself. The clones would last 4 days, enough for the students to learn the basics, though the younger ones like Hueco, Kimimaro, and Itachi might struggle with prolonged use. After arranging everything and informing Tsukumo, Yoichi left the village, planning to return every few days with a wood clone to handle village affairs. The clones, though not as powerful as his main body, could fool most enemies. Dragon Vein is here, and approaching from the Land of Tea is better. Tsunade might also be in the Land of Tea, Yoichi recalled. A recent report mentioned someone withdrawing 3 million ryo from the local trade association, likely Tsunade. Might as well find her while I'm there. The Land of Tea was a peaceful peninsula nation with thriving fisheries and tea plantations, famous for its tea baths, which attracted many visitors. Tsunade and Shizune, having heard about the tea baths, decided to try them. After soaking, they emerged feeling refreshed. That was wonderful. Feels just as good as the hot springs in the Land of Hot Water. Do you think the tea bath will wash away my bad luck, Shizune? Tsunade asked, her face relaxed and glowing, her skin radiant with a slight flush. Her partially exposed cleavage looked enticingly rosy. Shizune, wary of Tsunade's gambling habit, clutched her purse tightly. Don't even think about it, Tsunade-sama. The travel funds are off limits, and I just gave you 1 million ryo. 1 million isn't enough to gamble with. Trust me, I'll win it back this time. The tea bath washed away all my bad luck, Tsunade pleaded, pulling Shizune's head towards her chest. The relaxing bath made her eager to gamble. Tsunade-sama's bad luck can't be washed away so easily. Before Shizune could finish, someone interrupted. What tea bath can do that? Both women turned to see a familiar face, their expressions shifting from surprise to joy. Tsunade's smile faded quickly into a frown as she muttered, looks like the tea bath's effects are exaggerated. No bad luck removed here. Confused, Shizune said, but we ran into Yoichi-sama. Isn't that good luck? Shizune. Tsunade snapped, frustrated with her students' habit of siding with outsiders. Despite teaching Shizune medical ninjutsu with great effort, this perverted brat was always trying to take advantage of her. You dare show your face, brat? How do you explain that advertisement? Tsunoda's angry rant was cut short by Yoichi's laugh. That was my fault. I've taken it down. I'm here to apologize and invite you for a drink. A drink, huh? Tsunoda's eyes lit up as she instinctively licked her lips. Nothing beat a drink after a bath. After a few seconds of pretending to think, Tsunoda agreed. Alright, I know a good pub nearby. Shizune didn't object, knowing Tsunoda couldn't resist a drink. Normally, she would try to dissuade her, but Yoichi's presence made it easier. Walking side by side, Yoichi and Tsunoda maintained a close distance despite her feigned annoyance. On the way, Yoichi shared updates about Hidden Leaf Village, which she pretended not to hear but couldn't help but be intrigued by. Following the guide from his strategy guide, Yoichi's every word and action increased Tsunoda's favorability. At the pub, Tsunoda ordered several bottles of the local specialty sake while Yoichi and Shizune opted for food. They sat in a corner and began to drink. Once Tsunoda started drinking, her personality shifted, becoming more open. Despite her initial wariness, a few drinks in, her guard lowered, and she became more receptive to Yoichi's stories about Hidden Leaf Village. Hearing about the village's prosperity, stability, and ongoing infrastructure projects, Tsunoda and Shizune were visibly shocked. The bustling village, with new buildings replacing old ones, a ninja amusement park, and new factories, painted a picture of growth and opportunity. The thought of Hidden Leaf Village possibly reaching a population of 200,000 in the next decade stunned them. Though they had noticed changes during their last visit, they hadn't stayed long enough to grasp the full extent. Both women felt a strong urge to return and see the changes firsthand. Shizune's desire was even stronger. And some merchants and nobles even proposed tearing down the Senju compound to build a high-end residential area. Ridiculous, right? I didn't even need to use Ganjutsu to scare them off, just a few threats sufficed, Yoichi laughed. Tsunoda chuckled, her face flushed from the alcohol. Oh? I thought the Uchiha would enjoy seeing the Senju humiliated. Our clans never got along. That's other Uchiha, not me. I've even had disagreements with our former clan leader. And that rivalry is ancient history. Do you dislike me, Tsunoda? I can't stand you, brat. And call me Tsunoda-sama. She huffed, turning away to hide her slight blush. His concern for the Senju compound warmed her heart unexpectedly. As the evening went on, Tsunoda's mood improved, especially after downing about 10 bottles of sake. She was tipsy and needed Shizune's support to walk. She overdid it again, Shizune sighed. I'll help you get her back, Yoichi offered. Thanks, Yoichi-sama. Tsunoda, too drunk to resist, allowed Yoichi to carry her. Despite her initial protest, she settled comfortably against his back, her chest pressed against him. Back at the inn, Shizune instructed Yoichi to lay Tsunoda on the bed. But as they arrived, the pig, Tonton, started grunting, reminding Shizune she had forgotten its food. Can you watch Tsunoda-sama for a bit, Yoichi-sama? I'll be back soon, Shizune said, leaving with Tonton. Good job, Tonton, Yoichi thought, thanking the pig for the opportunity. With Shizune gone, he could make his move. Tsunoda, I've heard massages can help with hangovers. I'll help you out. Silence means consent, he teased, noticing her toes curling as he grasped her foot. MMH. Tsunoda couldn't help but moan softly as he began massaging her feet. The sensation sent warmth through her body, making her face flush even more. Kid, you. I've found a way to potentially bring people back to life, Tsunoda-sama. Chapter 203. What do you mean by reviving the dead? Interrupting his spell had the intended effect. Tsunoda, despite her flushed face, focused her attention away from Yoichi's hands kneading her delicate feet. I mean literally bringing the dead back to life. Hearing Yoichi's words, Tsunoda's mind flashed to two figures, though the second one was faint. Yet her heart burned for a moment, her breathing quickening slightly. Thinking about the difficulty of such a feat, Tsunoda maintained a stern face. Kid, you're too young to make wild claims just because you're powerful. Do you know how hard it is to bring the dead back to life? My great-uncle researched it but soon gave up. Reviving the dead isn't something ninjas can achieve easily, and researching such techniques requires extensive human experimentation. It changes one's very nature. That's why my great-uncle abandoned his research into forbidden jutsu that could revive the dead. Tsunoda's lecture was cut short as she suddenly felt Yoichi's hot hand press down on her bare foot, eliciting a humiliating moan. Perverted brat. Tsunoda's initial good intentions to guide Yoichi turned into anger, feeling embarrassed by his antics. Just as she was about to pull her foot away and express her anger, Yoichi spoke again. It's not forbidden jutsu. In fact, it involves second Hokage's impure world reincarnation technique combined with my Mangekyo Sharingan abilities. As he spoke, Yoichi's eyes transformed into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan pattern. Seeing his serious expression and the appearance of the Mangekyo Sharingan, Tsunade found herself unsure whether to believe him or not. Your Mangekyo ability. One of the abilities is to eliminate death, ensuring that those in my sight do not die. And this with the impure world reincarnation. The impure world reincarnation essentially uses a living person as a sacrifice to summon and control a dead soul. When the reincarnated body is shattered or sealed, the soul returns to the afterlife. But with sufficient vitality, the reincarnated body can be brought back to life as flesh and blood. Seeing Tsunade's shock, Yoichi didn't stop his actions. This method will definitely work. I've already revived someone using it, Tsunade. His final statement made Tsunade's heart race. If it truly worked, she could see her brother and possibly someone else again. The thought of it made her breath catch, her emotions swirling into a chaotic mess. Realizing the implications, Tsunade couldn't focus on Yoichi's hand anymore. Furrowing her brows and biting her lip, Tsunade asked, "Why are you telling me this? What do you want? To help you resolve your regrets. I heard from Orochimaru about your brother Nawaki's story. He had an accident just when he was about to fulfill his dream." Yoichi's words made Tsunade's face show signs of shock. He took out a scroll from his ninja tool bag. "Now, there's a chance to bring your brother back. Do you want to see him again?" After he spoke, the room fell silent. A moment later, with tears in her eyes, Tsunade whispered, "Really, can I really see Nawaki again?" Despite the years, Tsunade had never forgotten her brother, and her longing to see him had only grown. The thought of seeing him again made her heart ache with anticipation. Yoichi assured her, "Yes, you can even teach him ninjutsu and watch him become Hokage." "I want to see him," Tsunade said softly, her voice barely audible. "Of course." Yoichi tilted her chin up, looking at her tear-streaked face. She was no longer the legendary Sannin, but a woman overwhelmed by her emotions. In her surprise, Yoichi leaned in and kissed her soft lips, his hands wrapping around her waist, preventing her from pulling back. Outside, Shizune, who had just arrived, covered her mouth in shock at the scene. She had heard the conversation about reviving the dead and thought they were discussing forbidden techniques. Peeking through the crack in the door, she saw Yoichi kissing Tsunade. After a few moments, Tsunade pushed Yoichi away in anger. "You jerk." Yoichi grabbed her fist, stopping her weak punch. He checked the strategy guide, noting that her favorability had reached 90, indicating success. Yoichi held up the scroll. "I took the liberty of bringing Nawaki's remains. Tomorrow, we can prepare a sacrifice to revive him. Don't worry, the sacrifices are death row criminals. Once Nawaki is revived, I'll help you with your other regret. But for now, get some rest. You don't want to look drunk when you see him." With that, Yoichi left the room, bumping into Shizune outside. He motioned to her and went to get a room for himself. After Yoichi left, Shizune rushed to Tsunade. "Tsunade-sama, are you alright?" "Tsunade-sama, were you under a Genjutsu?" Shizune shook Tsunade, bringing her back to her senses. Tsunade quickly wiped her tears and asked, "What is it, Shizune?" "Tsunade-sama, you and Yoichi-sama just. Nothing happened. We were discussing ninjutsu." Tsunade blushed and interrupted, "If there's nothing else, get some rest. I'm feeling dizzy." "Alright." Shizune, still suspicious, left the room. After she left, Tsunade lay on the bed, her face red as she recalled what had happened. "That perverted brat took advantage of me when I wasn't paying attention, and Shizune saw it." Yet, she didn't feel any real anger. In fact, she realized she didn't mind at all. She even felt a hint of liking towards Yoichi. "That brat went to such lengths to fulfill my regret." Tsunade's fists clenched in embarrassment. As she calmed down, she began to reflect. She realized she didn't dislike Yoichi. Instead, she felt happy seeing him and wanted to be with him. His stories about Hidden Leaf Village's changes were proof of his commitment. He knew her regrets and was doing everything to help. Apologizing silently to her late lover Dan, Tsunade smiled, then cut her wrist with the kunai Yoichi had given her. She felt no fear at the sight of her own blood. Using medical ninjutsu, she healed the small wound and prepared for bed. She didn't want Nawaki to see her drunk the next day. The next morning, Yoichi woke Tsunade early. To his surprise, she was already up and ready. "Why are you staring?" "I sober up quickly after drinking," she said, waving her fist. She didn't even realize her tone had softened towards Yoichi, indicating a subtle dependence. Shizune, still confused but obedient, followed them to a nearby forest. Yoichi had a death row prisoner tied to a tree. From the Land of Fire. A death row prisoner guilty of numerous murders. His last act can be useful, Yoichi explained. "Did you go to the Land of Fire last night?" Tsunade asked. "Flying Thunder God technique. I'm the Hokage's assistant now. You mastered my great-uncle's technique? With your talent, it's possible." Tsunade recalled the kunai Yoichi had given her but didn't dwell on it. Her focus was on reviving Nawaki. Yoichi took out Nawaki's remains and a scroll, quickly forming hand seals, impure world reincarnation. Paper scraps surrounded the sacrifice, who let out a wretched scream. Shizune shivered at the sight, but Tsunade remained unmoved. Soon, Nawaki's form appeared on the reincarnated body. As he regained consciousness, he realized he was tied to a tree. "Who are you? Sis? What's going on?" Nawaki recognized Tsunade immediately, his bonds loosening. "Sis, wasn't I dead?" Tsunade's tears flowed as she approached. "Nawaki. Wait, Tsunade, let's finish this," Yoichi interrupted, using wood style to bind Nawaki, preventing any waste of chakra. Wood style? Sis, who was he? Bound by wood, Nawaki didn't struggle. He remembered dying and now saw his sister, confused by the situation. Yoichi's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan activated, his powerful chakra bringing Nawaki back to life. As life returned to Nawaki, Yoichi's right eye bled. But seeing Nawaki fully revived, Yoichi closed his eyes, covering them. "Are you okay? Let me heal you." "No need. Chakra exhaustion can only be recovered over time," Yoichi replied, pretending to be more affected than he was. Seeing Yoichi's state, Tsunade hesitated between him and Nawaki. Assured by Yoichi's words, she turned to her brother, embracing him. "Nawaki. Sis, what's going on?" Nawaki asked, confused. Tsunade explained his resurrection, telling him it was now the 50th year of Hidden Leaf Village. 13 years had passed since his death. Nawaki felt overwhelmed but grateful to be alive. Approaching Yoichi, Nawaki bowed. "Thank you, Yoichi-senpai. I owe you my life." "Thank your sister." "It's because of her," Yoichi replied, waving off the gratitude. Nawaki, understanding, smiled at his sister and Yoichi. "Got it, brother-in-law. Idiot, don't make me angry right after coming back." Tsunade scolded, though she was smiling. "Let's go back," Yoichi suggested. "Wait, take this." Tsunade handed Yoichi the precious necklace of the Senju clan, placing it around his neck. Seeing his smile, she quickly added, "Don't get the wrong idea. It's just a thank you. And don't forget our bet." Chapter 204. Are you leaving already? Tsunade bit her finger, sounding a bit displeased. She seemed to have been won over by this perverted brat, feeling reluctant to see him go. "I'll come back to see you once I return from Ruron," Yoichi assured her. "When do you plan to bring Nawaki back?" The Tsunade of the past would have delayed returning to Hidden Leaf Village, wanting to visit every casino in the ninja world. But things had changed. With Nawaki by her side, she knew it wouldn't be good for his development. However, she could still delay a bit. "Give me a few more months," Tsunade said, clenching her fists. "I want to train Nawaki first. Only after he passes my tests can he return to become a ninja." 10 years ago, Nawaki had just become a genin when he stepped into a trap out of excitement and died. This time, Tsunade was determined not to let him repeat the same mistake. "Also, we need to keep Nawaki's resurrection a secret. If other villages find out about the ability to bring back the dead, they might unite against us." As one of the Sannin, Tsunade understood the gravity of such a situation. Although Yoichi's ability to resurrect the dead was limited, being able to revive even a few powerful individuals could terrify other villages. They might see it as a greater threat than having several Jinchuriki. "It's good that you have a plan. If anything happens, use the scroll to contact me. You can also teach Nawaki the 6 styles gave you. They will significantly boost his strength. After mastering the 6 styles, he can advance to higher-level ninja body arts." Yoichi held Tsunade's delicate hand. In the past, such an act would have earned him a punch that would send him flying. But now, Tsunade accepted his touch, even reciprocating his gifts. Though she still had a tough exterior, her actions showed she was almost like a girlfriend. "Of course, I know that. Don't forget, I am one of the Sannin." Before Tsunade could finish, her mouth was sealed by another kiss. This time, Yoichi embraced her entirely, and she didn't push him away. Being teased like this for the first time, Tsunade's body soon softened. Only when her breath became uneven did Yoichi slowly release her. You perverted brat." Tsunade's face flushed with anger and embarrassment as she reached out to grab Yoichi's cheek. Finding it difficult to reach, she stood on tiptoe and planted a kiss on his forehead. Afterward, with a red face, she turned away, saying, "Be careful on your journey." With that, she headed back to the town. Staying any longer felt dangerous to her. This perverted brat was too much. "Tsunade-sama, Nei-san." Tsunade didn't walk far before she saw Shizune and Nawaki hiding in the nearby woods, with Nawaki sporting a mischievous grin. Not long ago, he didn't acknowledge Yoichi as his brother-in-law, but seeing them embrace, Nawaki felt a bit helpless. His sister. "You too, Did you finish your training before wandering around? Tsunade shouted angrily, guessing they must have seen the earlier scene. She resolved to train them rigorously. Shizu wouldn't escape either. Previously, Tsunade had been somewhat lenient in teaching medical ninjutsu. Now, her standards would be strict. Both of you, back to training. No rest until you meet my standards. Huh? Nei-san, brother-in-law just left? Nawaki. Double your training. Having successfully won Tsunade's favor, Yoichi noted that her affection level remained above 95. At this point, any further actions could increase it, but it was unlikely to decrease significantly. Who should I target next? There aren't many mutual acquaintances with a good foundation of goodwill left. He thought of Kushina, who had a good relationship with him. But she was married, and her child was almost due. Can this system even target married women? Let's see what it decides. Choosing Kushina as the next target, Yoichi saw her affection level at 62, the same as before. However, without her nearby, there were no further instructions. Forget it. I'll focus on the Rurin's dragon vein first. Such a vast energy source shouldn't be wasted. He didn't understand why others, like Minato, hadn't utilized the dragon vein's energy. Properly harnessed, it could transform the ninja world. Yoichi extended the duration of the research assistant ability by another half-month, spending 3 lottery chances. The enhancement of the lightning chakra mode was nearly complete, and the 6 styles research slot was replaced with armament hockey and observation hockey, requiring 17 more days. Once the lightning chakra mode enhancement was done, Yoichi could improve another short-duration technique. The 6 styles were effective but no longer useful against mid to high-level Jonin. His body, honed by the lightning chakra mode for nearly 10 years, was now as tough as steel. After a few days, Yoichi's rented boat reached the southeastern coast of the Land of Wind. After paying, he disembarked and headed toward Urin. Having a map of Urin and knowledge of Minato's mission there, Yoichi navigated the desert. Lightning arcs flickered around him as he traversed the barren landscape without rest, relying on his abundant chakra. In less than a day, he reached Urin. The desertification is severe. Not matching the mission reports. Such drastic change in a few years. Yoichi considered the dragon vein. If it continuously absorbed the land's energy, it could explain the desertification. But why hadn't the Queen of Urin addressed it? Infiltrating was easy. Urin had no ninjas, posing no threat to Yoichi. Using his Sharingan to hypnotize a few guards, he learned the location of the dragon vein seal. Upon reaching it, he used his Sharingan to control nearby guards and deployed several wood clones to ensure safety. With one wood clone for security and another for monitoring, Yoichi felt confident in his plan. Dragon vein seal, release. Using a release technique, Yoichi felt a massive surge of energy below the seal. This energy was so vast, even his sage mode couldn't fully sense it. Fortunately, he had set up a barrier to conceal the activity. He had learned the necessary barrier and sealing techniques while spending time with Tsunade. Given the dragon vein's immense energy, Yoichi didn't dare fully unseal it. He left a small crack to allow a steady flow of energy. 20 wood clones aren't enough. I'll create more. Deciding to increase his numbers, Yoichi produced 50 more wood clones. They positioned themselves and began absorbing the dragon vein's energy in phases, ensuring a steady transfer of gene energy. Before starting, Yoichi's body was already strong. The gene energy made every cell in his body feel nourished. Tasting the power from the dragon vein, Yoichi felt a desire for more, akin to satisfying a deep hunger. As time passed, each wood clone eventually reached its limit, transferring chakra and gene energy back to Yoichi. The cycle continued for a month, even extending the research assistant ability. Reached a bottleneck. My training pace has slowed. Yoichi felt his strength as he punched, creating ripples in the barrier without using his full power. His speed without chakra now rivaled the body flicker technique, and his body had become incredibly durable. It's time to return. Training has slowed, and the spirit transformation clone is ready. I need to create the clone entity. Reluctant to leave the dragon vein, Yoichi knew its energy was too rich to leave untapped. Once I become Hokage, I'll plan to conquer the Land of Wind. Connecting fire, river, and wind countries will turn the dragon vein into a training sanctuary for the Uchiha clan. Leaving Urin, he resealed the dragon vein, erasing all traces before heading back. Having marked the coastline with the Flying Thunder God technique, Yoichi teleported back, conserving chakra. Upon reaching the shore, he spotted a group of ninjas in the distance. A considerable amount of chakra. From both mist and sand ninjas. The strongest is a woman, could it be Pakura? Using his Sharingan, Yoichi observed the group and identified the strongest ninja as Pakura, with a significant chakra reserve. Deciding to follow them, Yoichi recalled Pakura's betrayal by the Sand Village, leading to her death at the hands of the mist. A tragic fate similar to that of Hisashi. Why are we taking this route? Bakura asked, puzzled as she followed the mist ninjas into a canyon. It seemed unnecessary to her. It's a shortcut. For ninjas, these paths aren't difficult, replied the leading mist ninja, his voice flat but with a hidden smirk. Fool. Betrayed by her own village. After killing so many of our ninjas, she'll die here. The mist ninja thought to himself, continuing to lead Bakura into the ambush. Once inside the trap, the two leading mist ninjas vanished with body flicker, leaving Bakura bewildered. She was on a peace mission, and the two villages had already ceased hostilities. She never expected to be betrayed. Seeing the mist ninjas surround her, Bakura realized something was wrong. Drawing a kunai, she demanded, "What are you doing?" "I'm a sand envoy." "Fool. You're the token of good faith from the sand. Without your death, there's no peace agreement." "What are you saying?" Bakura shouted in disbelief. "You're lying. The sand would never. Believe it or not, you're dead today. Your death secures peace between the sand and mist." The mist ninjas attacked with a rain of kunai and shuriken, knowing Bakura's capabilities. A master of the Scorch style, known as the Scorch style Bakura, she had formidable speed and jutsu. But surrounded by projectiles, with no earth style, her chances were slim. Boom. To the mist ninjas' surprise, stone walls rose around Bakura, forming a sealed cube that deflected the onslaught. Chapter 205 What's happening? The mist ninjas were stunned by the sudden appearance of the earth-style jutsu. According to their intel, Bakura was known for her wind and fire chakra natures, not earth. But now wasn't the time to ponder that. The unexpected earth-style jutsu had already disrupted their plans. The leading jonin quickly ordered, use explosive tags. Water-style techniques wouldn't be very effective against the earth-style defense. Explosive tags were the best option. The dozen or so mist ninjas followed the order, pulling out kunai with explosive tags attached and throwing them at the stone walls surrounding Bakura. Boom. 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 In an instant, over 200 explosive tags detonated, causing the entire canyon to shake as if the earth itself were trembling. To ensure Bakura's death, the mist ninjas hadn't skimped on the explosive tags, each using about 70 to 80% of their supply. As the smoke cleared, the mist ninjas saw only a ravaged crater, with no sign of Bakura. "Captain, is Bakura dead?" one ninja asked. "Check it, Amazu," the captain ordered. A sensing-type ninja named Amazu closed his eyes and focused for a few seconds before shaking his head. "Captain, I can't sense Bakura's chakra." Another mist ninja suggested, "She must be dead then, right? With so many explosive tags, a simple stone wall couldn't have held up." The mist captain hesitated but finally said, "Search the area just in case she used earth-style to escape. Better safe than sorry." Even as he said it, the captain doubted Bakura could have survived the blast by escaping underground. The explosion's intensity would have crushed her. After a thorough search yielded no trace of Bakura, the mist ninjas concluded their mission was complete and headed back to their village. Meanwhile, several kilometers away from the explosion site, Bakura was on high alert, staring at the man who had saved her. Despite his help, she was wary of his intentions. "Who are you? We haven't met before, but you've surely heard my name," Yoichi said, ignoring the kunai in Bakura's hand. Up close, few ninjas posed a threat to him. "I'm Yoichi Uchiha, the Hokage assistant of Hidden Leaf Village." Yoichi Uchiha, the Thunderfang of Hidden Leaf Village? Bakura's eyes widened in shock. She instinctively tensed and took a few steps back. "What are you doing here? Is that how you treat your savior? Especially after being betrayed by your village and ambushed by the mist?" Yoichi countered, then added, "I was heading to the land of tea for some business and stumbled upon this little drama. I decided to intervene." Bakura's anger flared as she remembered her betrayal. Her vigilance against Yoichi wavered, replaced by rage at her village. She had sacrificed so much for Hidden Sand Village, repelling numerous mist ninja attacks and earning the title of Hidden Sand Village Hero, only to be betrayed and sent to her death. "What will you do now?" Yoichi asked. "Become a rogue ninja or return to the village to face certain death?" Bakura hesitated, torn. She wanted to confront her village but feared it was a decision made by all the high-ranking officials. Returning might only bring a more brutal fate. Becoming a rogue ninja? That had never crossed her mind. "If you can't decide, I can offer you a choice," Yoichi said, seeing her struggle. "I can give you power and alliance. With this power, you can return and confront those who betrayed you. Then, you can ally with Hidden Leaf Village for mutual growth. Compared to Raza, I trust you more. A betrayed Hidden Sand Village ninja will need Hidden Leaf Village's help." Bakura eyed Yoichi warily. "You want to control me to influence Hidden Sand Village? Is that your plan?" Before she could finish, she realized she was already under a Genjutsu, her body immobilized. "This is a binding Genjutsu. I don't have time to argue with you. You'll see that trusting me was the right choice once you return to Hidden Sand Village. Yoichi Sharingan spun as he spoke. He approached Pakura, placing his hand on her neck and infusing her with Sage Chakra. Given Pakura's strength, he didn't need to be gentle. The Sage Chakra infusion was intense and brutal. Pakura screamed in pain, her chakra going haywire. Yoichi implanted the same Sage Mark he had given Rin, capable of subtly influencing the user's will with Sage Chakra. Pakura, being a Kage-level ninja, could likely use the Sage Mark for at least half an hour. Additionally, the mark would cause physical changes. Yoichi wouldn't give Pakura the luxury of time to adapt to Sage Chakra gradually. After administering a snake heart pill, Yoichi waited for Pakura to adapt to the Sage Mark. After a while, Pakura's aura grew stronger, and her body underwent transformations. Her skin turned pale, her hair gray, and she sprouted a pair of wings. The evolution of the Sage Mark was random, beyond even Yoichi's control. Out of the 60 Uchiha who mastered the Sage Mark, only one had grown wings. With flight capabilities and Sage Chakra enhanced Scorch style, Pakura's power would increase significantly. Breathing heavily, Pakura slowly adapted to the Sage Mark, feeling her enhanced strength, chakra, and senses. You bastard, how dare you? That power is a gift from me. How dare you think of retaliating against the one who saved your life? Yoichi's voice dripped with authority. He watched Pakura writhe in pain for a while before easing the influence of the Sage Mark. At least respect your savior. I won't use the mark to control you frequently. With this mark, you can choose to return for revenge or become a rogue ninja. If you decide to defect, you can seek refuge in Hidden Leaf Village. With that, Yoichi turned and left. Once he was gone, Pakura slowly stood, clutching her neck, her face still showing traces of anger. That bastard, putting a cursed mark on me. I won't be controlled by you. As a Hidden Sand Village hero, Pakura understood Yoichi's intentions but had been powerless to resist. The Thunder Fang of Hidden Leaf Village, just as powerful as the legends say. His strength is on par with the first Hokage. One glance from his Sharingan, and I was under a Genjutsu. Pakura felt her physical changes. Though she looked more intimidating, her strength had indeed increased. She could sense an external energy merging with her own chakra through the cursed mark, creating a unique chakra blend. The wings allow me to fly. With some control, they can retract. After some trial and error, Pakura managed to control the Sage Mark's power. She was a top-tier ninja in Hidden Sand Village, and it didn't take long for her to adapt. After deactivating the Sage Mark, Pakura felt exhausted. It seems the mark drains physical stamina. Overuse could be fatal. Despite her determination not to rely on Yoichi's cursed mark, the thought of Hidden Sand Village's betrayal fueled her anger. She yearned to confront and possibly kill those responsible. Raza, this must be your doing. I hope Pakura proves useful. Leaving the land of water, Yoichi continued to the land of tea. Before returning to the village, he planned to see Tsunade again. Pakura would undoubtedly seek vengeance upon returning to Hidden Sand Village. While she appeared gentle, her rage knew no bounds. During the Fourth Great Ninja War, when Kabuto reanimated Pakura, she showed no mercy to her village's ninjas and became a headache for Kabuto. If Pakura could become the Kusagakure, annexing the Land of Wind would be much easier for Hidden Leaf Village. Yoichi's ambitions extended far, but they weren't impossible. Among the 5 great nations, the lands of wind and water seemed the easiest to annex. Hidden Stones Village and Kumo had strong foundations, either as military or economic powerhouses. But these plans would have to wait until Yoichi became Hokage. Sakamo's tenure as the 4th Hokage was to lay the groundwork and accumulate power. When Yoichi took over, it would be time for expansion and war. Returning to Tsunade's location, Yoichi found her training Nawaki. She wouldn't change locations frequently. The land of tea saw few ninjas and was remote, making it an ideal training ground for Nawaki. Tsunade planned to stay for an extended period. Idiot Nawaki, during a fight, you need to observe your surroundings and prioritize targets. Tsunade's voice echoed. Boom. Tsunade's foot crashed down, creating a massive crack in the ground, sending Nawaki flying and rolling before he collapsed in exhaustion. Sis, I can't move anymore, Nawaki groaned. Seeing his sister's intense training, he felt that facing her was scarier than being in the Pure Land. But he had no choice, his recklessness had cost him his life years ago. If you can't move, take a break, said Yoichi, appearing beside Tsunade with the Flying Thunder God technique. Seeing Yoichi, Tsunade's face brightened before she turned away. Done with your business? More or less. The Dragon Vein's energy is limitless. I'll need to visit it periodically, Yoichi replied before asking, how's Nawaki's training? Despite being born long before Yoichi, Nawaki was now just a 13-year-old genin. It felt natural for Yoichi to act as his senpai and brother-in-law. Too slow. In this time, he's only mastered 3 of the 6 styles, Tsunade said, clenching her fist. Yoichi countered, Tsunade, you're too impatient. This isn't wartime. Nawaki isn't in immediate danger. Seeing Tsunade about to retort, Yoichi added, there are other ways to strengthen him, like inheriting your grandfather's wood style. With enhanced chakra and recovery, his training endurance will improve. The sacrificial body of the Edo Tensei is too weak. Even revived, Nawaki lacks the Senju constitution. Indeed. His chakra depletes quickly, and he tires fast, Tsunade admitted. Despite her resistance, she couldn't deny Yoichi's logic. Shizune, help Nawaki recover. Training's over for today. Nawaki flashed Yoichi a grateful thumbs up as Shizune healed him. Yoichi reciprocated with a reassuring gesture. Taking Tsunade aside, Yoichi asked, what's your plan now? The village doesn't need me for anything urgent, so I'll stay with you for a while before returning, Yoichi replied. Before he could continue, Tsunade covered his mouth in embarrassment. Don't say it so loudly. Tsunade still remembered Nawaki's teasing looks. It had taken a month of rigorous training to re-establish her authority as his sister. I've developed a new ninjutsu that suits you, Yoichi said, showing her his hand. He activated the improved armament haki, turning his hand jet black. It's an A-rank ninjutsu I created, armament haki. It hardens your skin, making it extremely tough. With enough proficiency, you could withstand A-rank or even S-rank wind-style jutsu. But reaching that level requires deep mastery. He demonstrated by stabbing a kunai into his hand. The blade snapped against his hardened skin. Such strong defense? Tsunade examined his hand, tapping it to hear a metallic clang. It's very suitable for my combat style, she acknowledged. Though hesitant to accept Yoichi's gift, fearing he'd demand something in return, Tsunade couldn't deny its benefits. Seeing his smile, Tsunade couldn't help but ruffle his hair in mock frustration. Tsunade, little rascal, always trying to take advantage. Yoichi, but you like it. Tsunade, Humphrey. Let's see what other tricks you have. Yoichi grinned, confident in his strategy. He was already planning his next move in their intricate game. Chapter 206. During the time Yoichi stayed by Tsunade's side, he also took care of Nawaki. However, his main focus was on Tsunade. Nawaki's strength was too weak, he just needed to train systematically to improve. Tsunade still had a lot of potential for growth, and she was already a powerful ninja. By learning haki, both armament and observation, mastering sage mode, and grafting wood style to increase her chakra reserves and recovery, Tsunade was reaching the pinnacle of what a ninja could achieve. At that point, she would possess vast chakra reserves, a body so tough that it was nearly impossible to injure, the strength to shatter half a mountain with one punch, and the ability to sense an enemy's every move during combat. Apart from her slightly slower speed, she would be virtually flawless. As for genetic potential, it was a technique that allowed a ninja to surpass 6 paths strength without relying on tailed beasts. An entry-level planetary rank was roughly equivalent to a normal state with 7 gates open. At the high-end planetary rank, it was like a single punch equaled a tailed beast bomb, capable of destroying continents, and granting a near 1,000-year lifespan. It got nuts. Yoichi had enough time. Now, he was training haki with Tsunade. He had only recently acquired haki, having trained just a few days more than Tsunade, and was not yet able to achieve haki infusion. Tsunade initially wanted to teach Yoichi her superhuman strength technique, feeling uncomfortable accepting so much help from this young pervert without giving something back. However, Yoichi refused and told Tsunade that when she returned to Hidden Leaf Village, he would teach her a new technique for exerting force. When he acquired the Disciple of All Worlds ability, Yoichi brought back the Extinction Gun technique, which had a maximum force output of 6 to 7 times. However, Yoichi had not yet trained in it as he wanted to first enhance his genetic potential. If he fully devoted himself to training, Yoichi's progress would be swift. However, that would mean neglecting his family and many other matters, which he did not want to do. His initial purpose for coming to the ninja world was immortality, which he had basically achieved. Now, he wanted to enjoy life. However, Tsunade felt that Yoichi rejecting her superhuman strength technique was him looking down on her ninjutsu, and she insisted on teaching him a lesson as a senior. But before their duel, she stipulated that they could only use taijutsu, not Sharingan techniques. For several days, the civilians of the nearby town in the land of Tea could hear thunderous roars in the distance, accompanied by occasional earthquakes. After enduring this for some time, the townspeople finally couldn't take it anymore. They held a celebration, praying to the gods for the continuous earthquakes to stop. To their relief, the celebration seemed effective, and the earthquakes ceased. The townspeople decided to keep this annual celebration, praying for divine protection. During this month, both Tsunade and Yoichi made significant progress. Tsunade, with her finely controlled chakra, quickly grasped the principles of armament haki and began to use it, covering her hands. After over a month, she could almost cover her entire body with armament haki, catching up to Yoichi. The next step was to make her haki even tougher and eventually achieve haki infusion. At that point, Tsunade could even try punching away a tail beast bomb without getting hurt. As for Yoichi, his defense became even more terrifying. Even without any protection, bullets, shuriken, and kunai couldn't pierce his skin. With the lightning armor and armament haki, no ordinary ninjutsu could break his defense. Observation haki was also not difficult for the two. Tsunade already knew some sensory ninjutsu, and it was just a matter of using another method to make it constant and more precise. This required fine chakra control, which both Tsunade and Yoichi excelled at. They didn't learn many ninjutsu techniques because they wouldn't use them often, maybe once in a decade, and mainly for teaching students. Observation haki was very useful for detecting enemies and aiding in combat, so Tsunade started learning it from scratch like a new ninja technique. During their training, Tsunade and Yoichi used shadow clones to teach Shizune and Nawaki. Tsunade even entrusted Nawaki to Yoichi, blushing when she mentioned it. Nawaki called Yoichi brother-in-law, and Tsunade only lightly reprimanded him, not opposing the title. Training together, discussing ninjutsu, and spending evenings soaking in hot springs and drinking together, Tsunade grew to enjoy this life more and more. Her long-lost brother was alive again, jumping around in front of her, still talking about his childhood dreams. Even after she disciplined him to focus on training, he never gave up on becoming Hokage. With a considerate person by her side, even though he sometimes made her furious with embarrassment, Yoichi always managed to cheer her up, making her feel cherished. Before, Tsunade felt she was losing something in her life. Now, it felt like everything she had lost had returned. One day, after training, all four had made considerable progress. Tsunade could now use both armament haki and her superhuman strength simultaneously, and her combat proficiency with observation haki had increased, making it harder for Yoichi to spar with her using only taijutsu. Nawaki had mastered the 6 styles and, once his body was further enhanced with wood style, he could start training in haki. The improved 6 styles required less physical strength and more chakra control, similar to haki. Shizune had learned the A-rank medical ninjutsu, mystical palm technique. All four had made significant gains, and Tsunade suggested they celebrate with a drink. During this month, Yoichi also discussed the difficulties of training genetic potential and shared the initial data on the extremis virus with Tsunade. While Tsunade was interested, she knew she couldn't conduct research in the Land of Tea and would have to wait until they returned to Hidden Leaf Village. Without human experimentation, it was impossible to make progress with just theoretical data. After drinking, they all soaked in the hot springs before returning to the inn. Tsunade suggested gambling, but Shizune and Nawaki firmly rejected the idea. Nawaki, although not remembering his grandfather Hashirama, disliked Tsunade's gambling habits, especially when she lost and took it out on him. Damn Nawaki, you even opposed me gambling. You didn't help me either, Tsunade grumbled when they returned to their room, lightly kicking Yoichi in a fit of small jealousy. Yoichi, sitting on the bed, explained, actually, I oppose it too, because there's something more important tonight. More important? What is it? Tsunade asked, turning around, only to be pulled into Yoichi's arms, sitting on his lap, face to face. Pervert, she muttered, seeing the fiery look in Yoichi's eyes, knowing his intentions. Her earlier anger disappeared, replaced by a mix of shyness and excitement. Tsunade, who had been lonely for over a decade, couldn't resist Yoichi, especially since he was her beloved. When morning approached, the sleeping Tsunade suddenly smelled something delicious. She opened her eyes to see Yoichi setting food on the table. Awake? You only slept for 3 hours. I was going to let you sleep longer. Shizune came looking for you, but I sent her away, Yoichi said, recalling their night of fulfillment. Damn you, Tsunade muttered, blushing as she got up to eat, feeling her legs weaken for a moment. She glared at Yoichi, using chakra to steady herself. After freshening up, she sat down to eat the magical lamb Yoichi had brought, savoring its taste. Tsunade, I might have to go back, Yoichi said suddenly. Hearing this, Tsunade's good mood vanished. Even the delicious lamb lost its appeal. Is it because of Mikoto and Mina? She asked unhappily. No, there's trouble in the village. Minato is dead, Jiraiya is seriously injured, and Sakamo asked me to return immediately, Yoichi explained. What? Minato is dead, and Jiraiya is seriously injured? Is there a war in the village? Tsunade asked, shocked. It's an enemy we know, One of Jiraiya's former students from the Rain Village, the one with the Rinnegan, Yoichi explained, sharing the recent intel on the Akatsuki. Despite sending a team prepared for the Rinnegan, they suffered heavy losses. Jiraiya, that fool. He should have reported the Rinnegan to the village back then. What was he thinking? Tsunade muttered, realizing the gravity of the situation. Mina has already healed the wounded. Tsukumo wants me back to strategize. The enemy isn't just Nagato, there are others, Yoichi continued. Don't take unnecessary risks. Promise me that. Tsunade demanded, grabbing Yoichi's hand. Don't worry, Tsunade. I won't die easily. We have centuries to spend together, Yoichi reassured her. Smooth talker. Don't turn the Senju necklace into a cursed item, Tsunade said, her worry easing. I'll take Nawaki with me for a while. If the village needs me, contact me immediately. I want to develop that technique, too. It's almost complete, Tsunade said, referring to the Yin Seal and Strength of 100 technique, which she now hoped to use to maintain her youth. Understood. I'll send word when the time comes. You can return to Hidden Leaf Village if needed, Yoichi replied. Tsunade's face turned slightly red, thinking about their relationship and the potential gossip. After discussing a few more things, Yoichi bid farewell to Tsunade, Shizune, and Nawaki, and returned to Hidden Leaf Village. He hadn't expected Jiraiya and Minato to fail together. The enemy was clearly more than just Nagato, perhaps even Obito was involved. Chapter 207. Upon returning, Yoichi first went home for a bit before heading to the Hokage building. The second failed mission had hurt Hidden Leaf Village's foundation, costing them many elite ninjas, including Minato. When Yoichi arrived at the Hokage's office, Tsukumo had already gathered Hidden Leaf Village's higher-ups. The first time Nagato killed so many ninjas could be attributed to insufficient intelligence. However, during the second mission to capture him, they had adequate information and even brought specialized ninjas. Despite this, they still failed, and even Minato was killed. Yoichi-kun, you're back. I have some things to report, but the Rinnegan matter is more pressing. Let's address that first. After Yoichi spoke, everyone in the room turned their attention to Jiraiya and Shikaku. 40 elite ninjas were dispatched, but they lost over 10. Considering their intelligence on the Rinnegan, such heavy losses seemed improbable. Our intelligence was also leaked. The enemy knew our usual tactics inside and out. They knew everything about my, Inoichi, and Chose's strategies, as well as other ninjas' secret techniques, Shikaku explained, shocking everyone in the room. They had gone to great lengths to gather intelligence on the enemy, only to find their own information exposed. The enemy also had numerous summoned creatures, one of which could turn invisible. This invisible lizard caused us to lose several comrades in the first encounter. Additionally, Nagato had 6 more body clones, which appeared to be disposable. The masked enemy's space-time ninjutsu was formidable, giving even Minato a hard time, and there was another enemy proficient in fire style, covered in white wood. As Shikaku described the battle, it became clear that their own tactics were entirely compromised. Even Minato's flying thunder god markings were known to the enemy. The Hidden Leaf Village Jonin's specialties were also exposed. It was one thing for the enemy to know about the Inoshikacho Trio's secret techniques, but knowing their battle habits indicated a severe intelligence leak. Moreover, the masked enemy's space-time ninjutsu was terrifying. Their attacks passed through him as if he were intangible, and he could also use the technique to teleport them away. Even Minato nearly fell for it. Nagato's Rinnegan abilities had also increased. When they destroyed 2 of his body clones, he summoned the mask to repair them. Not to mention the bizarre giant summoning beasts that required 3 ninjas to handle each one. At this point, Shikaku realized the situation was dire and suggested a retreat. However, the enemy wasn't keen on letting them go, making the retreat extremely difficult. The masked enemy used space-time ninjutsu and wood style to ambush and protect his allies. Minato saved Jiraiya, who had been knocked away by Nagato, but was impaled by the masked enemy's wood style, piercing branches. Jiraiya and his summoned creatures' combined fire-style techniques finally forced the enemy to retreat, allowing them to escape. After Shikaku finished, the room fell silent. Then Tsukumo asked, Yoichi-kun, any thoughts? Given the intelligence leak and the fire-style proficiency, Shikaku, did that person use techniques like Great Fireball, Dragon Fire, or Majestic Destroyer Flame? Yoichi asked, knowing that while many ninja were proficient in fire-style, the Uchiha clan were the true masters. The techniques he mentioned were signature Uchiha jutsus. Shikaku nodded. Indeed, there were techniques similar to the Great Fireball and Dragon-shaped fire-style techniques. Yoichi sighed. Uchiha clan's fire-style techniques, knowing village ninjas' secret techniques, it must be Fugaku, the renegade. Everyone realized immediately. As the former Uchiha clan head, Fugaku knew their strategies and secrets. Tsukumo asked, Yoichi-kun, are you saying that person was Fugaku? There's no one else it could be. The Uchiha clan has been looking for him, but it seems he's hiding in the Akatsuki. Yoichi continued, as for the one using space-time ninjutsu and wood style, I'm not sure. Though I have wood style through genetic grafting, all instances and names of wood style users can be provided to the 4th Hokage. Orochimaru added, the list of wood style recipients from me can also be provided to the 4th Hokage. Hiruzen's eyelid twitched, realizing his clan's 2 wood style users could no longer be kept secret. If it's not someone from the village, then wood style abilities must be circulating outside, Tsukumo said, feeling troubled. Twice they had failed to capture the enemy, who now held a deep grudge against Hidden Leaf Village. They had to find a way to eliminate this threat. Yoichi asked, do we have any more intelligence on them? Shikaku shook his head. No, last time it was likely a deliberate exposure of information. Though we anticipated this, we didn't expect them to know our tactics so well. Continue gathering intelligence. I'll handle them next time, Yoichi said. I understand their tactics now. When they appear again in the ninja world, I'll capture them. Yoichi-kun, the Rinnegan and space-time ninjutsu. Don't worry, 4th Hokage. I never take on tasks I'm not confident in. Yoichi added, I fear death, but if I say I'll handle it, I'm fully confident. While he had hoped to let the Akatsuki serve as a disruptor to gather the tailed beasts, they had gone too far, forcing Hidden Leaf Village to decide on their elimination. Even if it meant waiting to collect the tailed beasts until after he had conquered other nations, Yoichi had to deal with the Akatsuki now. This mission's failure was largely due to Fugaku's intelligence leak. Fugaku had long been a confirmed renegade, with a bounty on his head, so this wasn't tied to the Uchiha clan. Will there be any issues with Kushina? Tsukumo asked, concerned that the Jinchuriki might lose control in her emotional state. Jiraiya, who had been silent in grief, finally spoke. Let me tell Kushina. Minato died saving me. But I'll need the sealing team's help. Don't send the sealing team. Their skills aren't sufficient. Let Mina accompany Jiraiya, Yoichi suggested. Mina can use the adamantine sealing chains. If Kushina loses control and transforms, Mina can restrain her. Tsukumo agreed. Alright, Yoichi-kun. The rest of you, recover and keep gathering intelligence. We're done here. The rest, such as compensations and the memorial, would be handled by Tsukumo. The loss of Minato, a prominent future leader, weighed heavily on him. After the meeting, everyone left the Hokage building, including a sorrowful Hiruzen. He had high hopes for Minato, even considering him for the Hokage position. Despite Tsukumo becoming Hokage, he still valued Minato, seeing him as an improved version of Jiraiya. But fate had a cruel way of repeating itself, with Minato sacrificing himself for his comrades. Jiraiya followed Yoichi to the Uchiha compound but did not enter. Yoichi returned home just as Mina had come back. Since the arrival of Karen, Mina frequently cared for the child, often carrying her around joyfully. Seeing Yoichi, Mina asked in surprise, when did you get back, Yoichi-sama? Just now. Mina, Jiraiya is waiting. Go with him to see Kushina. Yoichi took his daughter, noting to himself that she seemed a bit heavier. To see Kushina? What's wrong? Mina asked. Minato died on a mission. Kushina doesn't know yet. Jiraiya plans to tell her, and you need to go in case she loses control. Mina understood, Minato is dead. And Kushina is pregnant. Though the chances are slim, there's still a risk. If she transforms, the baby won't survive. That's why you need to go. I understand. I'll leave now. I hope Kushina can handle it, Mina said, changing her clothes and departing. Yoichi sent a wood clone as an extra precaution to ensure no accidents happened. When the wood clone arrived with Jiraiya and Mina at Kushina's home, they found many Anbu and barrier team members already there. At that moment, Yujiro appeared, her face lighting up when she saw Yoichi. You're back? Chapter 208. That night, sadness filled Kushina's home. Thankfully, nothing that Tsukumo feared happened. Though Kushina was devastated, the Nine-Tails chakra remained dormant. Even though she was pregnant, it wasn't yet time for delivery, so the seal hadn't loosened. Later that night, a shadow clone of Mina returned, informing Yoichi that Karen needed to be taken care of, as Mina would stay with Kushina. When Mikoto returned home, she also learned the news. Being friends with Kushina, she wanted to visit her but decided to wait until the next day since it was already late. Mikoto took care of Karen, placing the crib beside their bed as they slept. The next morning, after entrusting Karen to Mikoto, Yoichi headed to the police force headquarters for a small clan meeting, attended only by Uchiha clan Jonin. The meeting had a single agenda, informing them about Fugaku's involvement with the Akatsuki and his indirect role in the death of Minato and other Hidden Leaf Village ninjas during the mission. Those who had previously followed Fugaku hung their heads in shame upon hearing the news. Yoichi clarified that he wasn't bringing this up to chastise the former peace faction members. Since the changes in the Uchiha clan, there were no longer peace or combat factions, everyone had become loyal to the clan leader. His intention was to spread awareness about Fugaku and the Akatsuki's activities. The Uchiha clan was now focused on their business endeavors, which spanned the Land of Fire and were expanding into other countries. Although it was difficult for ordinary people to gather ninja-related information, there was always a slim chance. From now on, Hidden Leaf Village will likely be desperately searching for information. If they send someone, it could be that person, said Obito to Nagato. Things had escalated beyond Obito's expectations. In hindsight, he thought he should have dealt with Jiraiya earlier to avoid current complications. Despite turning Nagato against Jiraiya, the resulting problems were still overwhelming due to the amount of intelligence they exposed. Although killing Minato solved some issues, it also created new ones by revealing so much information. Nagato, controlling his Deva path, asked, "That person? Who is it?" "Raijin of Hidden Leaf Village, probably the most troublesome person for you," Obito replied calmly. He believed in his Kami, making him almost invincible, but he needed to maintain his composure in front of Nagato. Raijin is the current head of the Uchiha clan and potentially Hidden Leaf Village's strongest ninja. He played a significant role in Hidden Leaf Village's victory during the Third Shinobi World War, Nagato said nonchalantly. "It doesn't matter. Any ninja is the same to me with the Rinnegan's power." Nagato had nearly fully harnessed the Rinnegan's power, utilizing his six paths and body clones. Even Jiraiya in Sage mode struggled against his six paths. "If you keep up that arrogance, you'll die," said Zetsu with a laugh. Regarding Raijin's strength, Fugaku can tell you more. Both Nagato's Deva Path and Konan turned to Fugaku. Fugaku hadn't expected Zetsu to reveal his true identity, but it was too late to be angry. His power display and intelligence had already raised suspicions. Fugaku removed the bandages from his head, revealing his true face. "I am Fugaku. Naka is the name of the river in our ancestral land." "Ah, that explains the strong fire style a few days ago," the Deva Path noted. Fugaku had indeed proven himself a capable ally. That man's Mangekyo Sharingan has two abilities, one rapidly heals his injuries, and the other is unknown. His Susanoo reaches nearly 100 meters tall. "I'm unsure if he now possesses the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan," Fugaku explained, remembering his own eyes, which he intended for Itachi to merge with his Mangekyo Sharingan. "Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan? I've heard of it, but the conditions for fusion are quite difficult," Black Zetsu remarked. He was skeptical, as he had altered the Uchiha tablet to prevent the fusion without Indra's chakra. He was unaware that Yoichi had acquired a star stone containing fragments of the Ten-Tails body, enhancing his Sharingan's potential. With Hashirama cells, Yoichi had the potential to evolve his eyes further. Combining this with Fugaku's ocular power could lead to the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, though the safest path was still obtaining Ajura's chakra. "No matter what his eyes are, they can't match the Rinnegan," Nagato stated confidently. Having defeated numerous Hidden Leaf Village ninjas and Jiraiya, his confidence had surged. "If you think like that, you'll die, and the Akatsuki will be destroyed. If Raijin and the third Hokage had joined, we would have been the ones fleeing," Obito warned. "The Akatsuki needs to hide now. The Hidden Stone Village is hiring rogue ninjas. We share a common enemy in Hidden Leaf Village, so we should accept their offer to gather resources and grow stronger," Obito advised, pausing before continuing. "You hesitated when you had the chance to kill Jiraiya. That hesitation cost us. Had Nagato not hesitated, Obito wouldn't have had to finish off Jiraiya, and Minato wouldn't have saved him only to die in the process." The mission had turned into a tragic confrontation. As Obito left, Fugaku and Zetsu also departed. Pushing his wheelchair out of the cave, Nagato said to Konan, "I did hesitate, but that was the last time. Next time, I won't hold back against Jiraiya. I will fulfill Yahiko's dream," he declared, though his words carried no teacher-student sentiment. Konan, having not participated in the battle, could only support Nagato. "I understand, Nagato. Yoichi-sensei, you're back?" Rin exclaimed upon seeing Yoichi in the underground laboratory. She immediately noticed that this was his true body, not a wood clone. She didn't have the Rinnegan's perception but had spent enough time with Yoichi to discern the subtle differences. "Yes, a lot has happened in the village, so I had to return," Yoichi explained, frustrated that the Akatsuki's actions had cut short his time with Tsunade. Just as they had started their relationship, they had to part again, and it was all because of the Akatsuki. Rin misinterpreted his expression as concern for the village and sympathetically offered, Yoichi-sensei, how about a massage to help you relax? Like last time? A massage? Maybe later. Rin, I actually came to tell you that you can leave now, Yoichi said, shaking his head. He had planned to release her when Obito committed an unforgivable act. He hadn't expected it to happen so soon with Obito killing his teacher. Even if Obito learned that Rin was alive and repented, he couldn't escape death. Therefore, Rin no longer needed to stay hidden. Leave? I can go out now? Rin asked, surprised and unsure. Yoichi nodded. Yes, the organization that targeted you is now exposed. The village is actively investigating them. Minato died on a mission involving that group. What? Minato-sensei is dead? That organization is terrible and must be stopped, Rin exclaimed. Don't worry, I'll personally deal with them. But for now, you need to keep some things secret, like your time here, Yoichi instructed. Rin, influenced by the Sage Seal and her time spent with Yoichi, was very obedient, almost to the point of blind loyalty. I understand, Yoichi-sensei. I'll follow your instructions, Rin assured him. However, she realized she might not get to spend as much time alone with Yoichi once she left. Yoichi-sensei, can I still come to you for ninjutsu lessons? She asked hesitantly. Yoichi smiled, patting her short auburn hair. Of course, you're already my student. Rin's face lit up with joy, but she quickly asked, then, can I give you a massage now? It might be my last chance for a while. Yoichi initially wanted to refuse but remembered how enjoyable her medical ninjutsu massage was last time. Alright, Rin. I'd appreciate that. Yoichi-sensei, follow me, Rin said boldly, grabbing his sleeve. She wouldn't have dared to do this outside, but here, alone with him, and about to leave this private space, she felt braver. She led him to her room and had him lie on her bed as she started the massage with medical ninjutsu. The soothing pressure on his muscles was immensely relaxing. After a while, Rin, slightly sweaty, paused her medical ninjutsu but didn't stop entirely. Yoichi-sensei, it's time for the front now, she said quietly. Chapter 209 Rin isn't dead? Yoichi-kun, what's going on? Tsukumo's hands trembled when he saw Rin. Had it not been for his long practice of swordsmanship and meditation, he might have stood up in shock. Yes, fourth Hokage, Rin was on the brink of death, but my ocular technique saved her. At that time, she was almost indistinguishable from a corpse and took a long time to regain consciousness, Yoichi explained. If my ocular technique hadn't evolved, I wouldn't have been able to save her. Fortunately, it did, and I managed to bring her back. Also, there was more to Rin impaling herself on Kakashi's blade, Yoichi added. Tsukumo asked curiously, more to it? Yes, fourth Hokage. I apologize for the guilt Kakashi has been carrying. I was cursed and couldn't take my own life. To prevent the Mist's plan to destroy the village, only Kakashi could kill me. I'm very sorry, Rin said, bowing slightly in apology. Tsukumo quickly waved his hand, signaling her not to apologize. This is a true ninja of the village, willing to sacrifice herself to protect it. Such pure intent to protect the village deserves respect, not apology, Tsukumo said solemnly. If Kakashi blames you, I, as his father, will personally reprimand him. Kakashi had just entered the room when he heard his father talk about reprimanding him. Seeing who was inside, his eyes widened in shock. Rin? How are you here? Kakashi stuttered. I'm sorry, Kakashi, Rin said, smiling at Kakashi as she explained what had happened. Upon learning the truth, Kakashi felt a weight lift from his shoulders. I'm just glad you're okay, he said softly. Sorry, Kakashi, Rin repeated. It's fine. We did it for the village. I'm just glad you're alright, Kakashi responded, his tone and actions mirroring his father's. He glanced at Yoichi with a mix of gratitude and reproach, wondering why Yoichi hadn't informed him earlier. Rin had some signs of life left, making her revival relatively easy. Reviving someone who's been dead for a long time would be much harder, especially if they're powerful, Yoichi explained, touching his eye. Reviving Nawaki had been challenging enough, as his ocular technique wasn't specialized for resurrection like the Rin Tensei. Orochimaru suddenly interjected, Yoichi-kun, does that mean you've revived someone else? Yoichi smiled enigmatically but said nothing, leaving Orochimaru to wonder if the revival was someone significant to him. Tsukumo suspected Yoichi might have revived someone, but he chose not to press further, respecting the sensitivity of such matters. Knowing Rin was alive was enough. Resurrection is a sensitive topic. This will be classified as an S-rank secret. Orochimaru, Kakashi, no one must speak of this. As for Rin's status, Tsukumo felt conflicted about how to explain Rin's return. Orochimaru suggested, I have a jutsu that can alter her appearance. Rin can live in the village under a different identity. We can inform her close friends and have Anbu enforce secrecy. Sakura nodded. That could work. Actually, there's no need for jutsu. Simple changes in appearance can make her unrecognizable. If she ties up her hair, removes her face paint, and alters some habits, no one will recognize her, Yoichi proposed. Rin is officially dead, after all. Seeing someone who looks similar will just evoke memories. After discussing for a while, they agreed on how to handle Rin's situation. Yoichi left a wood clone to handle village matters and then exited the Hokage building. Yoichi-senpai, thank you for saving Rin, Kakashi said, bowing deeply. Without Yoichi, he might have truly killed Rin. Although he did it for the village, the burden of killing a comrade was immense. Sorry, Kakashi, it was my rash decision, Rin said, trying to comfort him. Think nothing of it. Now you have no psychological burden. Train hard. Your potential surpasses your father's. You might even become the 6th or 7th Hokage, Yoichi encouraged. Also, it's been a while since you visited. Feel free to come by. I've taken on some promising students, including Itachi, who's about your age. I'll visit in a few days, Kakashi agreed. Rin, what will you do next? I'll visit home first. Then I'll either continue studying medical ninjutsu with Mina-sensei or train with Yoichi-sensei, Rin replied, smiling. That's great. Yoichi-senpai, please take care of her, Kakashi said, relieved. Rin, let me know if you need any help. I will, Rin responded. After Kakashi left, he thought about celebrating with a meal of magical lamb, even bringing some for his father. Rin and Yoichi walked together for a while before Rin shyly asked, Yoichi-sensei, can I still come to your place to create medicine? Of course. I've prepared tools for you. You can even take them home if you want. Rin quickly shook her head. It's better to use it at your place, Yoichi-sensei. My home isn't big enough. Plus, if I get tired, I can give you a massage. Remembering her boldness in the underground lab, Rin blushed but didn't mind the memory. She even found herself looking forward to it. Reaching a crossroads, Rin and Yoichi parted ways. Anbu members followed Rin to explain her new identity to anyone who recognized her. Upon returning to the Uchiha compound, Yoichi found Jiraiya and several others gathered, attracting attention from the clan members. What's going on? Yoichi asked, surprised to see so many people. Yoichi-san, we're here with Kushina, Jiraiya explained, still bearing traces of sadness. Kushina followed Mina here, and the sealing team, barrier team, and Anbu needed to accompany her. We waited for you before entering. Why is Kushina here instead of resting at home? Did Mina invite her? Yoichi asked, puzzled. It seems Kushina suggested it, Jiraiya replied. Yoichi still didn't understand Kushina's intentions but decided, Jiraiya and Anbu can accompany us. The sealing and barrier teams aren't needed. Mina can handle the night tales with her sealing techniques. As they entered the compound, they found Kushina, Mina, and Mikoto sitting in the courtyard, with a sleeping Daiki the bear nearby. Mina waved them over. Change the name of the bear. This one feels a lot better, Yoichi-sama, you're back. And Jiraiya-sama, why didn't you come in earlier? Mina asked. It wasn't convenient earlier, so I waited for Yoichi-san, Jiraiya explained, feeling somewhat awkward. Kushina, why are you here? Yoichi asked directly. Jiraiya-sensei, you'll find out soon, Kushina replied, her expression calm. Yoichi-kun, I want to control the Nine Tails power. Please help me, Kushina pleaded. Hearing Kushina's request, Yoichi, Mina, and Mikoto realized her intent. Jiraiya had guessed half correctly, Kushina wanted revenge, but she wanted to do it herself. Kushina, you shouldn't focus on revenge. Think about your child with Minato, Jiraiya advised. Leave avenging Minato to the village. He wouldn't want you consumed by hatred. Kushina shook her head. Jiraiya-sensei, I want to avenge Minato myself. I have this immense power inside me, but I can't use it. Next time, it could be my child. Without power, I can't even protect Naruto. But Minato wouldn't want, Jiraiya began, but Yoichi interrupted. Revenge is justified, and I support you. This world isn't about forgiveness. Forgiveness disrespects the victims. No one can forgive on someone else's behalf, Yoichi said firmly. But take your time. We can deal with it once you're settled. My ocular power needs years to recover anyway. Mina was surprised. I can help too, Yoichi-sama? Yes, your adamantine sealing chains can control the Nine Tails. Don't underestimate yourself, Yoichi encouraged her. After discussing further, Mina invited Kushina to stay for dinner. Yoichi stepped outside to send Jiraiya and the Anbu away, not wanting them lingering around his home. Before leaving, Jiraiya said, Yoichi, you shouldn't encourage Kushina's revenge. It's unhealthy for her. She has Naruto to think about. Don't decide for others or impose your beliefs on them. If you can convince the Hidden Cloud to abandon their grudges, I'll accept your perspective, Yoichi retorted. This could have been avoided by eliminating the Rinnegan earlier or not competing with me over how many ninjas must die. Does it satisfy you, Jiraiya? Is Nagato more important than the others? Jiraiya's face turned pale with anger, but he couldn't challenge Yoichi, who was far stronger. As Yoichi walked back, Jiraiya left, consumed by guilt and sorrow. Minato, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. Chapter 210. Kushina's desire for power was understandable. She had previously sought strength to assist on the battlefield. After the war ended, the perceived reduction in danger, combined with her pregnancy, had led her to gradually abandon her pursuit of power. Minato's death served as a wake-up call for Kushina. Even without war, the ninja world was fraught with dangerous missions. Without power, she feared she would end up like a helpless housewife, waiting at home while Naruto went on missions, unable to leave the village even if he were in danger due to being the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Kushina refused to accept this fate. She needed to master the Nine-Tails' power, no matter how difficult the process. Upon hearing Yoichi's agreement to help, Kushina felt relieved. She had learned from Mina about the relationship between the fourth Hokage and Yoichi, so she believed that coming to the Uchiha clan wouldn't result in the same restrictions she faced under the third Hokage. Yoichi's claim that he couldn't help her control the Nine-Tails immediately wasn't a lie. His ocular power truly needed time to recover. Otherwise, the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan would have no problem controlling the Nine-Tails for an entire year without any issues. Kushina eventually returned home, her emotions stabilized, preventing the Nine-Tails from breaking free due to excessive grief. Mina and Mikoto decided to take turns accompanying Kushina. Previously, Kushina had been a bundle of joy, frequently visiting them. Now that she was in mourning, they felt it was their duty to support her. Yoichi didn't involve himself in their plans. The friendship between close friends was not something he could meddle in. Back in the village, Yoichi shifted his focus to internal matters. The Six Styles, a taijutsu technique, was roughly between C and B rank. With the help of research assistant, it had been fully developed into a chakra-based technique and could now be taught to his clan members. Even those specializing in Ganjutsu or Ninjutsu could benefit from learning one or two Six Styles techniques, enhancing their overall strength through pure chakra control. As for armament hockey and observation hockey, these were undoubtedly between B and A rank taijutsu techniques. Even a jonin would struggle to learn these without a solid body and excellent chakra control. While organizing the Six Styles, Yoichi gathered his students and Itachi, checking their training progress. After reviewing their progress, Yoichi had a clear idea of their capabilities. His students showed great potential. Even the least talented, Ichigo, had mastered 4 of the 6 styles. Also change his name, it was Kazuto now Ichigo. However, Yoichi kept a stern face and said, Kurenai, Ichigo, as seniors 7 or 8 years older than Itachi, you've only mastered the same number of 6 styles. What do you think about that? Ichigo looked down in shame. Both Hueco and Kimimaro had limited chakra reserves, preventing them from extensive training, but even Itachi, who had just entered the academy, had surpassed him, making Ichigo, a chunin, feel guilty. Especially since his teacher was Yoichi. Because you didn't guide us on paper drawing and iron body, they don't seem to suit me, Kurenai said, sensing that Yoichi wasn't truly angry. She added in a slightly pleading tone, Yoichi-sensei, once I pass the Jonin exam, I'll train hard. You can't skip these 2 techniques. If you do, progressing to more advanced taijutsu will be even harder, Yoichi explained, wrapping his right hand in armament hockey until it turned black. He then took out a kunai, infused it with lightning chakra, and stabbed it into his palm. Ping! Ping! The kunai, despite being enhanced with lightning chakra, shattered against his blackened palm, as if striking a metal even harder. Training in paper drawing and iron body helps prepare for more powerful taijutsu. If you don't want to continue, that's fine, Yoichi said. I'll resume training as soon as I get home. Kurenai quickly responded. Yoichi smiled and continued, Hueco, Kimimaro, and Itachi, your bodies are still too young. After graduation, you can start training again. For now, keep resting. As for the rest of you, when your iron body can block shuriken without chakra enhancement, come find me to learn armament hockey. Kurenai raised her hand, Sensei, I plan to take the Jonin exam soon. Can I come to you for training advice? Romi added, Yoichi-sensei, me too. Yoichi nodded. If you're both preparing for the Jonin exam, I'll be available every morning at the usual spot. Ichigo, what about you? Ichigo scratched his head. I need a bit more time. I'm not ready yet. Kurenai and Rumi were nearly 14. Without activating the Sage Seal, they were just shy of Jonin level. But with the Sage Seal, they were definitely at Jonin level, making the exam reasonable. After the three left, Yoichi checked on Haku, Kimimaro, and Itachi, noting their similar strengths. While Itachi knew more techniques, Haku and Kimimaro could already use their Kekkai Genkai. Haku had inadvertently used his Ice style to defend himself as a child, while Kimimaro was treated as a weapon by the Kaguya clan due to his Shikatsu Myaku. However, Kimimaro's illness hadn't surfaced yet. Yoichi planned to graft Hashirama cells into both Haku and Kimimaro to boost their strength to Jonin level by graduation. As for Itachi, Yoichi had mixed feelings about him, remembering his actions in another timeline. But considering Mikoto and Itachi's relationship with Sasuke, Yoichi resolved to treat him fairly. Itachi, Yoichi called out as the three prepared to leave. I know you've mastered the Academy's curriculum. But don't rush. I'm allowing you access to all the Uchiha clan's secret techniques and ninjutsu for self-study. Even if you can't master them, understand their strengths and weaknesses. Once you've done that, come see me. And read 3 extracurricular books each year. I'll have Mikoto pick them for you, Yoichi added. Too early an introduction to the harsh realities of being a ninja could accumulate psychological pressure, which could explode without a strong mind. Kakashi, for example, took months to recover after killing Rin. After sending the 3 off, Yoichi headed to the Hokage building. He had intended to discuss Fukuro's situation but had been sidetracked by other matters. Outside the Sand Village the battle had reached its climax. Over 1,000 sand ninjas stood on the high cliffs surrounding the village, watching the confrontation between Fukuro, the hero of the sand, and the 4th Kazekage, Raza. It was clear that Raza had the upper hand. Despite Fukuro's strength, she couldn't defeat Raza and his gold dust techniques in the desert. The truth behind Fukuro's accusations of betrayal was murky. Raza's reputation and Fukuro's unwavering certainty made it hard to discern the truth. But in this duel, it was clear that Fukuro was losing. If they were on the plains or in another environment, Raza might have had to be cautious of Fukuro's scorch style, which could reduce someone to a desiccated corpse with a glancing blow. Magnet style, gold dust wave. Raza formed seals, and a vast wave of gold dust surged towards Fukuro from all directions. Fukuro leaped to dodge, her taijutsu skills and scorch-style fireballs helping her evade the gold dust. However, a misstep on some concealed gold dust caused her to stumble. As the gold dust wave approached, she threw a kunai with an explosive tag into it. Boom. The explosion scattered the gold dust, allowing Fukuro to escape. She quickly formed seals, merging her scorch-style fireballs into one large, golden sphere. Scorch-style, Extreme Sun Strike. She shouted, launching the massive golden fireball at Raza. Though the fireball was only 6 or 7 meters wide, its heat made Raza wary. Gold dust shield. He called, forming 3 layers of gold dust shields around himself. The fireball struck the shields, causing a massive explosion and raising a cloud of dust. When the dust settled, 2 of the shields had been destroyed, with the first layer showing signs of crystallization. Fukuro, you can't win. Surrender, Raza demanded, his eyes cold. In the desert, he held the advantage. Even though Fukuro's scorch style was formidable, it consumed significant chakra, and in this environment, he had the upper hand. Fukuro, however, refused. Apologize to you, a traitor to the village? Never. Feeling her chakra reserves, Fukuro hesitated before making a difficult decision. She reached for her neck, activating the sage chakra left by Yoichi. Strange markings spread across her body, transforming her into a paler version with wings and a horn. What is this? Raza exclaimed, shocked by Fukuro's transformation and the surge in her chakra. Let's see you handle this, Raza. Scorch style, Extreme Sun Strike. Fukuro flew into the air, forming a massive 20-meter-wide golden fireball. Raza's eyes widened in disbelief. Magnet style, Gold Dust Burial. Magnet style, Gold Dust Shield. Desperately using his chakra, Raza created a large wave of gold dust and reinforced his shields. Fukuro, however, combined her scorch-style fireballs into one overwhelming attack. Die, Raza! She screamed, launching the fireball at him. From a distance, Chio saw the impending disaster and ordered, Earth and Water ninjas, stop them. Don't let them kill each other. But it was too late. Boom. 4 massive scorch-style fireballs collided with the gold dust wave, creating a violent explosion that sent shockwaves for miles. The heat and force threw Fukuro 100 meters away, draining her sage chakra. When the dust settled, Raza was buried in gold dust, unconscious with burns on his face. Fukuro struggled to stand, her strength nearly spent. Still alive? She muttered, drawing a kunai to finish him off. But several sand ninjas blocked her path. Out of my way. Do you want to interfere in our duel? Bakura shouted. Bakura, Chio interjected, arriving to mediate. You've won. Don't finish him off. Chapter 211 Elder Chio, this is a duel, step aside. Bakura's voice was weak, but her anger was unmistakable. She saw Raza being carried away, missing this chance might mean never getting another one. No matter who wins or loses, I won't let the victor kill the defeated, Bakura, Chio sighed. She had just considered stepping down, but then this life and death battle between Bakura and Raza erupted. While she didn't want to meddle in village affairs anymore, the death of either would cause significant trouble for the Sand Village. One is the fourth Kusagakure, and the other is the hero of the Sand Village. Neither of you can die, Bakura. I'm not favoring Raza. If you're not favoring Raza, then step aside. If he can betray me, he can betray you next. Bakura, seeing Raza about to be saved, grew anxious and prepared to use the Sage Seal again. But her body couldn't support the Sage Seal any longer. Just as the markings appeared on her neck, Bakura collapsed from exhaustion, falling into Chio's arms. Take the fourth Kusagakure for treatment. I'll handle Bakura. Chio summoned a puppet to carry Bakura and ordered the gathered sand ninja, make sure no one spreads rumors. Anbu, monitor the village immediately. Ebizo, detain Moraki and investigate this matter. If Bakura's accusations were true, the only one likely to know the details was Moraki, who had dealt with the Mist village and supported Raza. Understood, sister, Ebizo replied calmly, going to gather the Anbu. Although both were high-ranking Sand Village members, there was a hierarchy. In Hidden Leaf Village, Tsukumo investigated all the users of the wood style, but no information surfaced about the enemy who could use it. However, Danzō was highly suspicious. According to Orochimaru, when Danzō had the wood style transplanted, several people were watching and might have learned the technique. Even Orochimaru wasn't sure if Danzō had successfully transplanted it, but that didn't stop him from suggesting it, knowing Danzō had such ambitions. Thus, Danzō became the prime suspect. What he did outside the village and how many root members he hadn't recalled remained unknown. In the Hokage's office, a heated discussion ensued about how to deal with Danzō. His unsanctioned actions had caused significant damage to Hidden Leaf Village, warranting execution and reclamation of his body. However, Hiruzen, Hamura, and Koharu came to plead for Danzō, citing his past contributions to Hidden Leaf Village. Tsukumo, Danzō has made significant contributions to Hidden Leaf Village. Executing him for this incident alone is unfair, Hiruzen argued. Aside from being childhood friends, Danzō's strength was also considerable. Koharu added, yes, fourth Hokage, let Danzō atone. He's powerful. Hamura, seeing his friends had made his points, nodded, fourth Hokage, Hiruzen is right. Tsukumo, hands steepled under his chin, said, Danzō has been uncooperative, revealing nothing to the interrogation team. Yet, the issue stems from his actions. Third Hokage, I've been lenient with him. Danzō might have already recalled all root members. Do you want to use such a vague statement, third Hokage? Yoichi interrupted. Ninja intelligence must be precise. A slight error can have severe consequences. Using such a statement to excuse Danzō is laughable. Hiruzen felt a surge of anger but didn't show it. The Uchiha and Sarutobi clans had long been at odds, rarely teaming up, so Yoichi now had no need to maintain even a facade of respect. Ninja clans can't be confined to Hidden Leaf Village, it's unavoidable. The Uchiha often conduct business outside but must avoid causing trouble for the village. How many ninjas have died since the Rinnegan appeared? Even in war, we wouldn't lose so many elite ninjas. Hidden Leaf Village has lost 43 Chunin and 11 Jonin. Training a Jonin takes over a decade. This could have been avoided from the start. Yoichi's last sentence struck Jiraiya deeply. Half the blame for the deaths caused by Nagato could be placed on Danzō, and the other half on Jiraiya for not reporting the Rinnegan and for insisting on handling Nagato himself, leading to Minato and many others' deaths. Hiruzen had brought Jiraiya to plead for Danzō, but Jiraiya couldn't muster the will or face to do so after Yoichi's words. Shikaku interjected, fourth Hokage, though Danzō has erred, he still possesses significant strength. If he shows genuine remorse and works for Hidden Leaf Village, it could be beneficial. Since Shikaku thinks Danzō is remorseful, let's test him, Yoichi suggested, summoning an Anbu member. Have the Anbu ask Danzō about his recent activities outside the village. If he reports truthfully, he can resume his position as a Jonin and even be my assistant. But if he hides anything, he'll live as an ordinary person with a seal that prevents him from being a ninja. This should be a lenient punishment. Looking around the room, Yoichi added, it shouldn't be difficult for him to confess honestly. Right, third Hokage, Shikaku? Orochimaru chuckled, Yoichi-kun, how will you ensure Danzō tells the truth? Leave that to Inoichi. The Yamanaka clan's techniques should reveal all of Danzō's memories, Yoichi replied. Everyone looked to Hiruzen, knowing Yoichi had laid a trap. If Danzō was genuinely remorseful, he should have no problem reporting his activities. This is Danzō's last chance, Hiruzen thought, agreeing reluctantly. Send the Anbu to inform Danzō this is his final chance, Yoichi ordered, and the Anbu nodded, heading to Hidden Leaf Village prison. The group stayed in the Hokage's office, waiting for the results. Soon, the Anbu returned with a report. 4th Hokage, Yoichi-sama, 3rd Hokage, here are Danzō's answers. Reading the report, they found Danzō had indeed been busy, though none of his actions benefited Hidden Leaf Village, they were all self-serving, meant to strengthen root. Tsukumo frowned, regretting not having immediately agreed with Yoichi and Hiruzen to execute Danzō. But at least it wasn't too late. Inoichi, I'll join you, Yoichi said with a smile. If the Yamanaka techniques fail, my Sharingan will ensure he talks. Very well, Yoichi-sama, Inoichi sighed, understanding the warning to be thorough. Hiruzen and the others followed, knowing this determined Danzō's fate as a ninja. Danzō was brought to the interrogation room. Seeing the gathering, he asked, Hiruzen, what's going on? Sharingan. Yoichi's 3 Tomoe Sharingan spun, putting Danzō into a trance. Even in recovery, hypnotizing a chakra-less Danzō was easy. Your turn, Inoichi, Yoichi said. Inoichi placed his hand on Danzō's head, connecting the equipment. Mind-body transmission technique. Inoichi accessed Danzō's recent memories, projecting them for the others to see. Minutes passed as they watched. Inoichi finally released the jutsu, looking fatigued. We've recorded Danzō's recent activities. Shall we review, Yoichi-sama? Not yet. Let's see if Danzō confessed sincerely, Yoichi replied, reviewing the memories. A smile formed as he handed the report to Tsukumo. Send for Mina, he instructed an Anbu. Yes, the Anbu replied, leaving. Hiruzen knew from Yoichi's expression that Danzō had hidden much, sealing his fate as a non-ninja. Tsukumo's face darkened as he read. Danzō had hidden 17 root members, extorted funds, and conducted illegal activities. He even had ties with Hanzo, stealing secrets and orphan children from minor villages, and ambushing caravans. Regretting his earlier leniency, Tsukumo ordered, arrest the Shimura clan's ninja and detain them. Thoroughly scrutinize their movements. Consider carefully before allowing their entry into the ninja academy. Hiruzen realized the Shimura clan was finished. Its ninja would gradually disappear, never to rise again. Yoichi-sama, you called? Mina arrived, and Yoichi explained, pointing to Danzō. Mina confidently replied, no problem. 3 interlocking seals will ensure he never uses chakra again unless he's a Jinchuriki. Hiruzen and the others left, unable to watch. Mina quickly placed the seals on Danzō. Without chakra, he couldn't resist the hypnotic suggestion Yoichi added, compelling him to sweep Hidden Leaf Village's gates daily. Yoichi-kun, is this okay? Tsukumo asked. He loves Hidden Leaf Village, so sweeping should be fine, Yoichi replied. Not just the gates, sweep the entire village, Tsukumo added sternly. Hidden Leaf Village needs clean streets. Though extreme, Yoichi modified the suggestion, making Danzō sweep 16 hours a day. Without chakra, he'd struggle to endure. Danzō had hidden his activities, believing Hiruzen would save him. Unaware of the village's changes, his fate was sealed by his own actions. Chapter 212 Year 51 of Hidden Leaf Village. A year passed peacefully in the ninja world. Although there were border skirmishes, they were nothing like the large-scale conflicts of the Third Shinobi World War. Even these skirmishes rarely involved Hidden Leaf Village ninjas or the caravans they escorted. With the 4th Hokage, Tsukumo, and his assistant, Yoichi, combined with their victory in the Third Shinobi World War, Hidden Leaf Village's overall strength was rapidly increasing. No other ninja village dared to provoke Hidden Leaf Village's ninjas openly. Even in private skirmishes, unless they could completely erase all traces, Hidden Leaf Village would investigate and retaliate. Hidden Leaf Village's approach had changed. They no longer tolerated minor provocations. Every incident involving the loss of a genin or chunin would be thoroughly investigated, with appropriate retribution following. Within this year, Hidden Leaf Village's village area doubled, and its barrier extended by half, as many people sought to live in Hidden Leaf Village. The population grew from 70,000 to over 140,000 in just 2 years. Many came seeking work or residency, hoping their children could become ninjas. To enroll in the Ninja Academy, families needed to reside in Hidden Leaf Village for at least 3 years. The popularity of ninja games spurred this desire. The games promoted positive views of ninjas, leaping across rooftops, protecting the country, and more. These ideas spread among the people of the Land of Fire, making them realize that ninjas were their protectors. In times of disaster or attack, only ninjas could defend them. Kushina and Mikoto both gave birth to sons, Naruto and Sasuke. Kushina's childbirth was uneventful, aided by Mina, whose sealing techniques were on par with Kushina's. Mina's adamantine sealing chains were stronger due to her senju cells. During childbirth, these chains bound the kyubi, preventing any outburst and ensuring Kushina's safe delivery of Naruto. Naruto was named after his mother's Uzumaki surname to avoid constant reminders of his father, Minato. Yoichi visited Kushina and Naruto, confirming the presence of Ashura's chakra in Naruto. This special yang chakra greatly attracted him, but he decided to wait until Naruto grew older to extract a portion. 2 months later, Mikoto gave birth to Sasuke. Holding Sasuke, she felt her life was complete, though she wished there wasn't a subtle tension between Yoichi and Itachi. Despite this, Yoichi treated Sasuke equally and continued to ensure Itachi received proper upbringing. In this year, Yoichi's presence in the village ensured stability, deterring any threats, including from White Zetsu. "Hey, Kurenai. Got a moment?" Asuma eagerly approached Kurenai and Romi near the Hokage building. He pretended to have just run into them, hoping to celebrate Kurenai's promotion to Jonin. "I heard you're taking the Jonin exam. With your skills, you should pass easily. How about I treat you and Romi to celebrate?" Asuma smiled, trying to be charming. "We've already passed. We're Jonin starting tomorrow," Romi announced, smiling. They had just updated their ninja records at the Hokage building. "Jonin already? How about we celebrate then?" Asuma suggested, though feeling slightly dejected. He had just become a Chunin, thinking it would bring him closer to Kurenai, only to find she was now a Jonin. "Sorry, Asuma. There's still a lot to do, and I plan to apply for an office job to get some experience." "Maybe another time," Kurenai replied. "An office job? Why?" Asuma asked, puzzled. Such jobs were usually for Chunin or Geinin, not Jonin, who were village elites involved in decision-making. "I need the experience," Kurenai said vaguely. "Another time, Asuma." She left, followed by Romi. Asuma sighed, watching them go. Romi caught up with Kurenai. "Are you going to Yoichi-sensei's office?" she asked quietly. "What's wrong with helping sensei?" "He taught us so much," Kurenai replied defensively. "You just want to be where he is," Romi teased. "I do not." Kurenai snapped, though her face betrayed her embarrassment. Romi laughed. "Well, I think I'll join you. I want to help Yoichi-sensei too." "Really? But doesn't your family?" Kurenai trailed off, knowing Romi's clan often wanted her back as a guardian. "My family can't control me. If they try to use a caged bird seal on me, I'll ask Yoichi-sensei for help," Romi declared, her expression hardening. "Romi." Kurenai looked at her friend, feeling a mix of sympathy and suspicion. Was Romi also? Romi's face remained calm. "What is it?" "Nothing. See you tomorrow, Romi," Kurenai said, walking away. Yoichi returned home for lunch after handling morning affairs, including energy absorption from Urin and discussions about building a railway. He found Itachi holding Sasuke, smiling. "Itachi, skipping school again?" Yoichi asked. "I have a clone there, father. I won't miss any lessons," Itachi replied, looking apologetic. "As long as you're managing, I suppose. Just remember your responsibilities," Yoichi said, letting it go. He had bigger issues to deal with, like refining medicines and managing the Uchiha clan's expansion. With the construction of a new factory nearby, the clan produced more secret medicines, primarily for internal use, with limited supplies sold to the village. The effectiveness of these medicines garnered high praise, making them highly sought after. Back home, Yoichi found Mikoto and Sasuke, feeling his life was finally falling into place, despite the lingering tension with Itachi. Chapter 213. Shortly after Sasuke was born, Mikoto privately talked with Itachi. Not long after, Itachi began addressing Yoichi as father, and Yoichi accepted it. Though they were not biological father and son, everyone in the clan knew the situation. Moreover, Mikoto was pregnant and had given birth to Yoichi's son. Mikoto's decision also silenced a small group of people who disliked Fugaku and, by extension, Itachi. Addressing Yoichi as father made Itachi one of the highest-ranking second-generation members in the village. "Yoichi, you're back." "Itachi, put Sasuke down, it's time to eat," Mikoto said as she emerged from the kitchen, smiling warmly. She called Itachi over, who had been holding Sasuke. Since giving birth to Sasuke, Mikoto exuded a mature and graceful charm, entirely different from Mina's style. Especially when Mikoto wore a fitted suit and short skirt, her long, straight legs encased in smooth black stockings, she could only be described as stunningly beautiful. "Mikoto, did you handle the food?" Yoichi asked as he entered, feeling grateful for her support and understanding. "Itachi, Don't hold Sasuke while we eat. I know, mother, Itachi replied, reluctantly placing Sasuke back in his crib before sitting at the table to eat. Where are Mina and Karen? Yoichi inquired. She went to see Kushina, supposedly to share some mothering tips, Mikoto responded. Mina? She's practically a child herself. Kushina must be very trusting to learn from her, Yoichi remarked skeptically. Mina, carefree during the day, turned into a passionate lover by night, making up for the time spent apart from Yoichi during the day. In the Uchiha clan, Mina had the least pressure, doing whatever she pleased. Apart from helping Yoichi occasionally, she was the most carefree person in the village. After lunch, Mikoto asked, Yoichi, should I accompany you when the Sand Village delegation arrives, or should we meet them separately? We might need to meet separately. This is an embarrassing issue for them, and the Sand Village can't afford to start a conflict with us now, Yoichi replied thoughtfully. Over the past year, Mikoto had gradually taken control of various business interests, forming a business alliance that she chaired. They had been increasing prices and restricting essential goods like food, oil, and salt to the Sand Village in the Land of Wind. Prepare to strike a hard bargain when you meet with them. Make them agree to allow Uchiha businesses into the Land of Wind and other conditions you can think of, Yoichi advised. The Sand Village wouldn't last much longer under the current blockade, affecting both their ninjas and civilians significantly. They might use the upcoming Chunin exams to negotiate, but you can drive a hard bargain. They can't hold out much longer, Yoichi concluded. Mikoto smiled warmly. Understood. Alright, I have to head out now, Yoichi said, standing up. Is this Hidden Leaf Village? Nawaki stood on the tall outer wall of the village, stunned by the vast expanse before him. The village had grown to double its previous size, with many 5- to 6-story buildings creating a bustling, thriving atmosphere. If I had known the village was doing so well, we should have returned earlier, Nawaki remarked. I've been away. How would I know? Tsunade replied, lightly punching Nawaki. Besides, you've been playing around too much. Let's head to the clan compound. I'm curious to see what it looks like now, Tsunade said, grabbing Nawaki by the collar and dragging him towards the Senju compound, with Shizune following behind. As they reached the entrance to the Senju compound, they saw Yoichi waiting for them. Yoichi, what are you doing here? I thought you were busy, Tsunade said, smiling naturally but recalling how Yoichi had nearly incapacitated her with his antics a few days earlier, causing her expression to harden. I knew you'd be back, so I came to see you, Yoichi said, embracing Tsunade. Let's go inside and take a look. The place has been completely renovated. Tsunade blushed slightly but didn't resist. She was used to Yoichi's public displays of affection. This is still the outside. So what? No one will say anything, Yoichi replied nonchalantly. As they walked in, it felt as though Yoichi owned the Senju compound. Nawaki and Shizune followed, with Tsunade glancing back to see Nawaki smirking, prompting her to shake a fist at him in warning. Inside, they found the compound well preserved and freshly refurbished, with updated training grounds and new furniture, but everything was arranged just as Tsunade remembered. Nawaki, after a quick tour, gave Yoichi a thumbs up. This is amazing, Yoichi. It's just like before, but brand new. Glad you like it, Yoichi replied. Let's head to the Hokage's office to sort out your ninja registration, Nawaki. As they arrived at the Hokage's office, Sakamo was about to ask Yoichi about the Sand Village delegation but was distracted by the sight of Nawaki. Tsunade, you're back. Is that Nawaki? Sakamo asked, surprised. Yes, it's me, Nawaki. Just got back and need to register as a ninja, Nawaki said, scratching his head. I see. Yoichi mentioned reviving someone. That must have been you, Sakamo realized, his eyes wide. Nawaki has been training outside, and today he officially returns to become a ninja again, Yoichi explained. Let's re-register you then. I'll have Enbu accompany you for a few days, and we'll issue a confidentiality order to anyone who recognizes you, Sakamo decided. Thanks, Sakamo, Yoichi said. Tsunade, what about you? Back to the medical department? We could use someone of your expertise, Sakamo asked. Sure, I'll handle it. Seems like a lot of work, Tsunade sighed. She had already decided to contribute, knowing her brother and lover were committed to improving the village. Great. Yoichi, these files are for you, Sakamo said, handing over a stack of documents. That's a lot. These aren't mine. Aren't these for the Chunin exams? Shouldn't the Hokage decide? Yoichi protested. I trust your judgment on this, Yoichi. Handle it, Sakamo insisted, not revealing his desire to lighten his workload. Yoichi sighed, taking the files. Walking back to his office, Yoichi explained to Tsunade, the village has grown a lot since the war. We're now approaching 150,000 people. Wow, no wonder there are so many high-rise buildings, Tsunade remarked, her eyes wide. There will be even taller ones soon, Yoichi said, entering his office, where a fresh stack of documents awaited. Tsunade noticed the empty desk and chair. Who's that for? My assistant or a clone? There's too much work for one person, Yoichi explained, setting down the files. He then locked the door and approached Tsunade. Tsunade, why don't you be my assistant? You'd be perfect, Yoichi suggested, leaning in. You sure that's what you want me to assist with? Tsunade asked, her face reddening as she was backed into a corner and sat on the desk. We're in the office, she murmured, already wrapping her arms around his neck. I missed you, Yoichi said, the room dimming as he used wood style to cover the windows. Are you Nawaki? Jiraiya had just returned to the Hokage building and was stunned to see someone familiar. Jiraiya. You've gotten older, Nawaki replied, smiling. He quickly pulled Jiraiya aside to explain. Jiraiya, it's a long story, but I've been revived. Please don't tell anyone, it could cause trouble. Jiraiya, still in shock, nodded. Who did this? Was it Tsunade? No, it was her lover, Yoichi Uchiha, Nawaki clarified. Yoichi Uchiha? How? How is that possible? Jiraiya asked, bewildered. The idea of Yoichi being Tsunade's lover was even more shocking. Jiraiya, I don't know much. I spent the past year training outside. If you want answers, you should ask my sister, Nawaki advised. Where is she? Jiraiya asked, determined. She went to Yoichi's office, Nawaki replied. Jiraiya headed to the top floor, where he found the office door locked with a barrier. Suspecting they were discussing confidential matters, he decided to wait, his mind racing with questions. Could Tsunade have made some compromise because of the revival? It doesn't seem like her. Jiraiya thought, troubled. After a long wait, the door finally opened, and Tsunade stepped out, her appearance slightly disheveled. Tsunade, Jiraiya called, approaching. He noticed her flushed face and disheveled hair, making him suspect what had transpired. Jiraiya. What are you doing here? Tsunade asked, surprised. I saw Nawaki and had some questions. Can we talk? Jiraiya asked. Sure, but keep Nawaki's return confidential, Tsunade reminded him. Alright. How about we have a meal together with Orochimaru to celebrate? Jiraiya suggested, eager to clear things up. Fine. Come to my place tonight, Tsunade agreed, thinking it was a good time to inform Orochimaru about Nawaki. Chapter 214 Nawaki, I can't believe it's really you. When Orochimaru was brought to the Senju compound by Jiraiya and saw that familiar face, he couldn't help but feel nostalgic. Orochimaru had always valued this student highly. When Tsunade asked him to mentor Nawaki, he agreed without hesitation. But Nawaki's untimely death had made him acutely aware of life's fragility. Seeing Nawaki revived now made Orochimaru feel that anything was possible. If he could fully understand the underlying principles, he believed he could grasp both truth and eternal life. Orochimaru-sensei, it's great to see you again, Nawaki said with a smile. In his memory, it had only been a little over a year since he had seen Orochimaru, though for Orochimaru, it had been over a decade. Nawaki, what are your plans now? Would you like to continue being my student? Hold on, Jiraiya interrupted. Orochimaru, aren't you shocked? Nawaki has been revived. What's so surprising? Orochimaru glanced at Jiraiya. The second Hokage studied resurrection techniques, but he didn't succeed. Instead, he developed the Edo Tensei, which summons the dead to fight. With that, Orochimaru walked into the house with Nawaki. Shizune was already preparing dinner, having bought various well-known delicacies from the village, mostly ready to eat. After Tsunade had taken a bath, she came down to help. Tonight, it was just the five of them, the Sannin, Shizune, and Nawaki. Seeing Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Nawaki arrive, Tsunade said, "You're here. Everything's ready. Let's have a good drink tonight." Jiraiya had a lot of questions, but seeing Tsunade's demeanor, he held back, deciding to wait until the drinking loosened everyone's tongues. Soon, Shizune brought the last of the food to the table, and the group, led by Tsunade, began drinking. Tsunade had worked up quite a thirst after her activities in Yoichi's office and subsequent chores. After a couple of drinks, Orochimaru revisited the topic Jiraiya had interrupted earlier, asking Nawaki if he wanted to continue being his student. Nawaki enthusiastically agreed, giving a thumbs up, which irritated Tsunade. Though she didn't oppose Nawaki continuing under Orochimaru, she disapproved of his overly enthusiastic attitude. Tsunade knocked Nawaki on the head and said, "Orochimaru, you see his impulsive nature. Please help him change that." Orochimaru understood the implication. Nawaki's impulsiveness could get him hurt on missions, but Orochimaru had ways to temper that. Tsunade, Jiraiya began after a few drinks, unable to hold back. How did Nawaki come back? Is there a way to bring Minato back too? Tsunoda's expression tightened. She hadn't expected Jiraiya to be so direct. She recalled the last time Yoichi had resurrected someone. It had cost him greatly. She hadn't forgotten the sight of his bleeding Sharingan and the toll it took on him. It was Yoichi who revived Nawaki, and it came at a great cost. I haven't seen his Sharingan for over a year. Resurrecting the dead takes a heavy toll, and I don't want him to pay an irreparable price for my sake, Tsunoda explained, thinking of Yoichi's well-being. Jiraiya felt a mix of emotions but held his tongue. Orochimaru interrupted. Eat something, Jiraiya, placing a piece of grilled lamb on his plate to diffuse the tension. I'm sorry, I got carried away, Jiraiya apologized, realizing he had overstepped. The dinner continued, with most of the conversation led by Orochimaru, Tsunoda, and Nawaki, with Shizune occasionally joining in. Jiraiya mostly drank silently, pondering his thoughts. After they finished, Tsunoda, exhausted from her journey and the day's activities, quickly fell asleep. As Jiraiya and Orochimaru walked outside, the cold wind sobered them up. Orochimaru, why would Tsunoda choose him? A man with 2 wives and children? Jiraiya finally voiced his lingering question. Orochimaru sighed. Jiraiya, what have you ever done for Tsunoda? I've. Jiraiya began, but the words died in his throat. He couldn't think of anything significant he had done for her. Yoichi revived Nawaki for Tsunoda, and that's just what we know. There's likely more they've been through together that they haven't shared with us. Think about it, Jiraiya, Orochimaru advised before leaving. Jiraiya stood there for a moment, then slowly walked home, deep in thought. The next day, Yoichi, after having breakfast at home and training in the courtyard, summoned his clones back to gather energy. Though progress had slowed, he still felt his body gradually strengthening. After his morning training, he headed to the Hokage building and entered his office, seeing the pile of unfinished documents from the previous day. Too much work, Yoichi muttered. Splitting into 2 wood clones, he had them help with the paperwork. As he processed the documents, he came across an application that made him pause. What are these 2 thinking? They're already Jonin, and they want to switch to administrative positions? Yoichi called an Anbu member to summon Kurenai and Rumi. When the 2 arrived, Kurenai greeted sweetly, Yoichi-sensei, we're here. Rumi asked calmly, Yoichi-sensei, is there a mission? No mission. I just want to know why you want to be my assistants. I plan for you to gain field experience and eventually become Jonin team leaders. Administrative roles are a step back, Yoichi explained. Rumi spoke first, Yoichi-sensei, I want to stay by your side. Otherwise, the main family will force me back, maybe even use the caged bird seal to marry me off. I don't want that. They still dare to do that? I already spoke with Hayashi about this, Yoichi frowned. I'll talk to him again. While it's an internal Hyuga matter, you're my student, so I have a say. Ancient clan rules hold little weight against power and authority. Chapter 215. The clan head didn't say much, but the elders have always wanted me to marry someone from the main family. I don't want that, so I can only stay by sensei's side, Rumi said with a double meaning. Yoichi nodded, accepting this reason, and approved her application. Kurenai, your strength is impressive. It would be best if you gained some experience as a squad leader. That way, you could become a significant figure in the village in the future. I'm not interested in that. I'd prefer something more stable and want to continue training with you, sensei, to further improve my abilities, Kurenai said, slightly lowering her head. She thought to herself that becoming a high-ranking member of Hidden Leaf Village held no appeal. She wasn't interested in power. Alright, but you two should familiarize yourselves with the work quickly because the workload will only increase. I'll have you follow Morimura for half a month. If you have any questions, ask my wood clones, Yoichi said, not entirely thrilled about making them his assistants due to their lack of experience. Rumi's reason for wanting to stay by his side was valid. To avoid the Hyuga clan's pressure, she needed his protection. Having agreed to Rumi's request, he couldn't very well deny Kurenai. Now, they needed to get accustomed to village affairs. Fortunately, both had the capability. Running around for a month or 2 should help them get the hang of things. Yoichi approved their applications, instructing them to learn the procedures and report to the necessary departments. The Sand Village emissaries would arrive tomorrow, and the Chunin exam schedule needed to be finalized. If negotiations with Sand Village failed, Hidden Leaf Village would organize the exam with the surrounding smaller nations, excluding Sand Village. Yoichi suspected Sand Village would compromise, but he was uncertain about Pikura's condition. He would see her tomorrow and gauge her attitude to decide whether to proceed with his plan. Pikura had been dealing with the cursed seal for a year. Sand Village likely didn't have advanced sealing techniques like the evil sealing method, leaving her helpless against the cursed seal. Reports indicated Bakura had a significant conflict with the 4th Kusagakure Raza a year ago. Despite an official gag order, such an event couldn't be entirely covered up, especially since Bakura accused the village leadership of betrayal. Even if Sand Village restored some order, the underlying tensions remained. Raza's influence was growing, especially after making his son the one-tailed Jinchuriki. In contrast, Bakura's influence would wane during peacetime. Her mission to Hidden Leaf Village reflected the pressure she felt from Raza. If she couldn't secure support, she was ready to either go down fighting or defect. Yoichi hoped to incite chaos within Sand Village and ultimately destroy it, opening a route from the Land of Fire to the Land of Wind and then to Buran. He needed a more direct way to harness the Dragon Vein's energy, as continuously teleporting there via the Flying Thunder God technique was costly, even with the tailed beast's chakra. Having used 2 wood clones to handle the accumulated work, Yoichi decided to visit the Hidden Leaf Village Hospital. He had approved a request to build a large underground laboratory, knowing it was for Tsunoda's research. The village's finances had improved significantly, thanks to post-war mission commissions and a booming local economy. Leaving his office, Yoichi noticed the Hokage's office was empty and asked an Anbu about the 4th Hokage's whereabouts. The 4th Hokage has finished today's work and gone home. Shall I summon him for you, Assistant Hokage? No, it's fine, Yoichi replied, annoyed. Kakashi's father had cleverly shifted work onto him and left. He briefly considered dragging Kakashi back for overtime but decided against it, knowing Sakamo would just countermand the order. Yoichi headed to the hospital, thinking it was the 2nd day since Tsunoda's return and that he should see if she needed anything. At the hospital, he went straight to the top floor, where Tsunoda's office was. Come in, came the response after he knocked. Inside, Tsunoda was sitting on a sofa, not looking particularly busy. What brings you here, you brat? Tsunoda smiled, though her expression soured slightly, remembering how Yoichi had worn her out in his office the previous day. I finished my work early and saw your application. I came to see if you needed anything, Yoichi said, sitting next to her and hugging her. His hands began to wander over her soft, curvy body, savoring her faint fragrance. Tsunoda let out a soft moan as Yoichi's hands found sensitive spots. You little brat, always up to mischief. Those facilities are for researching the extremis virus. It's a remarkable thing, changing the brain. I believe in your abilities, Tsunoda. If anyone can make the extremis virus work in the ninja world, it's you, Yoichi reassured her. He had no doubt she could achieve it with her medical skills, especially once she had perfected the virus, allowing them to study gene potential more efficiently. Yoichi had accumulated 2 lottery draws over the past year and used them to get half a month of the research assistant ability. He aimed to merge the world-destroying spear technique with his existing ninjutsu and taijutsu. After spending over 2 hours in Tsunoda's office, Yoichi left, realizing it was getting dark. He headed home, thinking of his plans to use the research assistant to improve his combat techniques. As he descended the stairs, he ran into Rin. Yoichi-sensei, what brings you to the hospital? I came to see Tsunoda. How's your training going? Do you need any help? Yoichi asked, realizing he hadn't checked on her progress recently. I'm doing well. I've just been certified as a medical jonin, thanks to Lady Mina's teachings, Rin said, smiling. Then, her face turned slightly red as she gathered her courage and stepped closer. Sensei, I've improved my medical ninjutsu. Would you like a massage? You must be tired as the assistant Hokage.